in a luxurious grand hall filled with countless nobles. A young boy was placed upon a table, with 4 different weapons resting right before him. Today was an immensely special day for the little fellow, because whichever weapon he chose next would determine the path his future would take. And amidst everyone's gazes of eager anticipation and curiosity, the boy slowly made his way toward the 4 weapons. Yet to everyone's utter disbelief, the moment he drew near, all 4 weapons simultaneously emitted a brilliant burst of light, causing his parents to turn and look at each other in bewilderment. But very soon, everyone had their answer, for this proved that the boy standing before them was a genius, a true super genius capable of walking any path whatsoever. And the young boy himself understood this clearly because he carried the memories of his past life, a story that traced back to a while ago, somewhere on a battlefield, where a voice echoed from within his thoughts. I used to think that a wretch like me, with my awakened and flourishing talent taking root on the battlefield, could start a new life, and in that new life I could finally build a family, something I had yearned for with all my heart. But I was wrong. At that moment, amid the desolate ruins, someone's voice rang out in admiration. How tenacious. It has been a long time since anyone forced me to swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you that famous Rick, the talent who bloomed on the battlefield, as his gaze fell upon a young warrior standing before him, whose left arm had already been severed while he panted heavily from blood loss and sheer exhaustion. Hearing the words of the man opposite him, Rick thought to himself, he knows me, I never thought I would feel happy about something like this. Thinking this, Rick forced himself to lean on his sword, raised his head to look at his opponent and greeted him, haha, what an honor to be recognized by you, Lord Thurman, as this young warrior belonged to the Drenic Empire, Rick. Well, right before him, Duke Thurman caught sight of the young man knowing his name. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes as he asked back, haha, you know my name. Yes, who hasn't heard of your reputation? One of the 6 hex-level knights of the Althian Empire. Just a single day on this battlefield was more than enough for me to feel the crushing weight of the Black Wave. As this middle-aged man came from the Althian Empire, Duke Boost Thurman. Turning back to the middle-aged man, hearing Rick speak like that, he genuinely felt a touch of admiration for the young warrior. So even though you know who I am, you still choose to confront me. It would be such a pity to cut short a talent like this. Tell me, would you be willing to surrender? As he offered Rick a chance. But in response to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Rick merely cast a side glance and shook his head. It's already obvious. I was born on the battlefield, so I shall die here as well. Finished speaking, Rick lifted the sword embedded in the ground and swung it hard, causing the air to violently shudder. A gust of wind so fierce that it blew all the surrounding objects flying away, leaving an open, empty clearing around them. Turning back to Thurman, looking at Rick's expression at that moment, he quietly murmured, even so, I can still see the regret lingering in your eyes. You would have become a formidable opponent if you had been given a little more time to grow. However, since this is what you wish, I hope that in your next life you can let go of those regrets. As he spoke, he began to shroud his sword in a fierce aura, and lunged straight at the young warrior. Just like that, after a few crossed sword strokes, the outcome of the battle was sealed. My mother was a young widow, a refugee of war. She left me behind in this chaotic world while I was still just a child, before drawing her final breath. Everyone knows what happens to an orphan. Back then, Rick lived a wandering life across the battlefields, a solitary existence just to scrape by, where he would do absolutely anything to survive. At the age of 14, Rick was sent to his very first battlefield, and right there his hidden talent awakened. The monocore within his chest elevated his movements and senses to a degree that was previously unimaginable. At that time, a superior officer told Rick, Commander Rick, I plan to put your name forward for the upcoming special knight appointment. With your talent, joining the Empire's 5 hex-level knights will no longer be an impossibility. Hearing his superior say that, a smile unconsciously crept onto Rick's face. Having broken through 3 monocores to become a 4-core, I've finally been given the opportunity I've waited for so long. After this battle, I can finally find peace in this weary life. I am finally going to have everything. Right until that man appeared. With a single sweep of his sword, Thurman effortlessly shattered Rick's blade to pieces. And right after that, his sword pierced straight through the boy's chest. What a shame, I wanted to climb higher, I wanted to have a family, he thought to himself, before his body was blasted backward like a cannonball. And just like that, Rick's dream was pitifully crushed. I thought that was the end of it all, yet after his vision went completely black, Rick suddenly heard a tender, affectionate voice. Oh, our little Dane is awake, haha, such a good boy, didn't cry at all. Why are these eyes so clear and beautiful? This child is truly a gift bestowed upon us by God. A beautiful woman with blonde hair gently touched the tiny hand before her while speaking in an affectionate tone. Meanwhile, the man beside her wore a matching expression. Haha, the boy is indeed a great gift from God, he laughed and said. And it was only at this moment that Rick shockingly realized his current state. What a baby, what are they talking about? As he thought this, an expression of utter bewilderment washed over his face while his tiny hands flailed wildly in the air. As if sensing his fear, the man smiled broadly, reached out with both hands, lifted him up before his face and spoke, "Dane, you must become an exceptional lancers and follow in the footsteps of your father, yours truly, a man named Arkin Sagria." However, the moment she heard those words, Lady Lily Saugers instantly snatched baby Dane right out of his arms and snapped, "What on earth are you talking about? Dane is going to become an extraordinary assassin." Seeing his wife react that way, Arkin's expression turned awkward. "Darling, come on. How could you let our youngest son become an assassin? That's terrifying. A real man has to wield a lance. Wielding a lance is the most perfect and magnificent martial art." As he spoke, a dreamy look appeared on Arkin's face. However, Lady Lily immediately brushed that notion aside. "I already said it, being an assassin is far better than being a lancer. He can lurk in the shadows to assassinate targets without ever drawing any attention. That's way cooler," she yelled out. To sum it all up, that's right, I thought it was the end, but I had been reincarnated. Not only that, but I was reincarnated in the Althian Empire, my sworn enemy, as the youngest son of a count. And lately, my new parents have been passionately arguing over my future. Surely because I was born late, they want me to take over their respective legacies even more, Dane thought to himself. Returning to the young couple after arguing to no avail, Arkin finally relented. "Alright then, let's do this. We'll teach him both, of course. Dane will definitely be an assassin." Lady Lily laughed and said, "Dane, grow up to be a lancer." "Lancers are the best," Uncle Arkin coaxed. "He's going to be an assassin," Lady Lily reminded him once more. And while they were still bickering, the coachman up front turned around to give a warning. "My lord, we have arrived." Hearing this, Arkin was slightly startled. "I didn't think time would fly by so fast. What, we're here already? Now Lily, take my hand. Oh goodness, what if someone in the city sees us?" the lady said, feeling shy. "Come on, I just want to hold my wife's hand. What's wrong with that? Alright, watch your step." As he spoke, he proactively reached out to help his wife down, giving Dane, who was resting in Lady Lily's arms, a full mouthful of dog food. What an eyesore, he thought to himself. Then, after taking a sweeping glance at the surrounding scenery, Dane's eyes could not conceal his excitement. "Oh my, it looks like Dane is very happy to be home. Look how happy the boy is. True, if this is my home, then it'll be even easier for my talent to spread its wings." He smiled and thought to himself, ready for a brand new beginning. Time quickly passed by. 2 months later. At this point, baby Dane began to babble a few words, making Lady Lily immensely overjoyed. "Oh my Dane is already babbling." And as if responding to her words, the protagonist's mouth fired away non-stop like a string of firecrackers. Though in truth to him, this experience felt somewhat novel. "So I'm actually babbling. This really is a brand new experience. Because during my time wandering the battlefields, I rarely ever had contact with children. The few kids I encountered were all wounded, bandaged, and crying because they had nowhere to go. Many children wept for their dead parents before slowly starving to death and disappearing. Compared to that place, the Saugers household was wealthy and fortunate. I won't starve to death here," the male lead thought happily, having transmigrated into easy mode instead of falling into hell mode. And right at that moment, his old man Count Saugers pushed the door open and barged in. "Haha, Dane, look at this. Behold this spear." "How is it, Dane? Long and gorgeous, right?" the uncle proudly boasted. It seemed he wanted to instill the ideas of a lancer into Dane's head while he was still a baby, and facing this antics of his, Dane could only force an awkward smile. "This man is my father, the strongest hex-level lancer of the kingdom, Arkin Saugers. He might look gentle on the outside, but he is a heroic warrior known as the Green Whirlwind." Speaking of Lady Lily, seeing her husband bring such a weapon inside to show off to their newborn son, she angrily snatched the spear away and interrogated him. "Seriously, how could you bring something so sharp into our son's room?" Facing this, Arkin's attitude instantly wilted. I just wanted to show it to Dane. "I already told you, you cannot do that. If you do this again, I will teach him basic stealth arts from when he's a toddler," Lady Lily said coldly, making her husband break out in cold sweat. Lady Lily was formerly the kingdom's finest assassin. Returning to Arkin, despite being somewhat afraid of his wife, the uncle still argued back. "Come on, everyone does it these days. Famous magic families also place magic staves right next to their newborns the moment they are born. A spear compared to a staff. That spear is way too sharp," Lady Lily screamed, leaving their young son to witness this scene and sigh like an old man. What a harmonious family. Hearing this, Dane became well aware of his situation. The reason the two of them cared so much about his future was because his two older sisters had both chosen paths completely unrelated to lances or assassination. Time flew by quickly, and now Dane was being visited by his two older sisters. "Look at this, Dane. If you do this, Tata, your cheeks will puff right up." As she spoke, the little girl in the red dress did something that puffed Dane's chubby cheeks outward. And even after finishing, this older sister couldn't stop rejoicing. Look at Dane, so cute, oh god my cheeks, Dane screamed inside his mind, so furious that he clenched both tiny fists yet could do nothing about it. Looking at his older sister in the red dress, Dane quickly recalled her identity, Arabella Saugers. Because of her innate aptitude for magic, Arabella had followed the path of magic from a young age. By the age of 12, she was already a level 3 mage. Since the highest realm for a mage is level 9, she was a true genius for surpassing the introductory levels at such an age. Thinking of this, little Arabella reached out to pinch her younger brother's cheek and coaxed him. Dane, do you want to learn magic with me later on? Studying alone every day is so boring. Hey, stop poking me, Dane yelled internally. Meanwhile, the remaining sister also spoke up. Summoning arts are great too. Hearing this voice, Dane turned his gaze toward the older sister in the blue dress and thought, Claire Saugers? Claire was a talented summoner. She had known how to summon since she was 7 years old and could now control 2 summoned beasts at the same time. Initially, I thought she didn't like me, but it feels more like jealousy at having a sibling. She became less timid around me than before. Right then, under Dane's gaze, Claire hesitantly used her index finger to gently touch the tip of his nose, and quickly pulled her hand back. Then Claire turned to look at Arabella with a puzzled expression. Why is it so soft? True, Arabella chimed in. Following that, Claire turned back to tease her younger brother and said, Hey Dane, it would be so much fun if you also had summoning talent. I'll teach you later. The older sister smiled and said, and facing these offers, Dane could only offer a hollow smile inside his heart. Haha. Everyone wants to teach me their own talents. My father is a level 6 lancer. My mother is a former assassin who once tried to assassinate the king. My eldest sister is a genius maid, while my second sister is a talented summoner. The Count Sagar's household is truly a perfect noble family. Exactly the ideal family I had always imagined. So what's the point of seeking revenge in this life? Even though my death was miserable, that was a battlefield after all. Saying I'm going to take revenge on the ones who beat me fair and square is laughable, Dane thought listlessly to himself. It seemed at this moment, he had completely thrown any thoughts of revenge to the back of his mind. Returning to the story, very soon he was startled awake by the bickering up front. Spear arts. He has to choose the spear, Arkin shouted. Stealth and assassination are much more useful, Lady Lily reminded him. At the same time, the two sisters Arabella and Claire also voiced their opinions. No, magic is the trend nowadays. Summoning arts are good too. Seeing them argue over his future like that, Dane sat quietly on the side and unconsciously cracked a faint smile. I've always longed for a home. It's such a blessing that I was born in this place. Thinking about this, the argument began to grow louder. Giving him a terrible headache. What a harmonious family, wouldn't you say? Dane asked himself. Speaking further of the Saugers family, the Saugers household had a very special ritual known as the selection ceremony. When the children in the family turned 1 year old, numerous objects were laid out on a table before them. Everyone would guess the child's future based on the item they chose. And today happened to be the day Dane turned 1 year old. Today is young Master Dane's first birthday. Someone spoke up, and the person next to them gasped in surprise. The young master is already 1 year old. Time flies so fast. The young misses both became a summoner and a mage, right? I wonder what young Master Dane will choose. The guests whispered curiously. We'll find out after the ceremony. Hurry up and go inside, some uncle laughed and said. Following that, inside the grand hall, everyone quickly gathered around to wait and see what Dane would choose. At this moment, the little fellow was seated on the table, and right before him lay 4 objects representing 4 different paths, from left to right, consisting of a spear, a golden plate, a small pouch, and a short saber. Looking at these items, the distinguished guests all murmured excitedly among themselves. Oh, this time the young misses also brought their own items. Oh my, how adorable. How did they grow up so fast? Turning toward Lily, she softly whispered to Dane, Dane, just pick whatever you like. Hearing his mother say that, a flash of contemplation crossed the male lead's eyes. Sigh, what should I do? Everyone must be expecting me to pick their respective item. Over here, Count Arkin also looked at his son and wore a confident smile as if victory was already in his grasp. Little Dane will definitely be drawn to the dragon's tail. Dragon's tail? It was a spear tip crafted from rare Durkin ore. When mana was channeled into it, it would become as heavy and sharp as its owner's mana. A mystical magical spear. This is the spear I've used all my life. Pick your father's spear, Dane. Meanwhile, Lady Lily was over here clasping her hands in prayer. The boy is way too handsome to be an assassin, but Dane will definitely choose the dagger. The dagger placed on the table by the lady was called Dark Horn, forged from Ethrin ore, incorporating all elements in the world, capable of holding and combining various poisons. Over here, older sister Arabella stared intently at her younger brother with a confident smile. HMPH. Dane will definitely become a great mage later on. He'll follow me to the academy. The item the little girl placed on the table was a subspatial pouch. an item that only mages or those with magical talent could use. Little brother, hurry up and pick my pouch, Arabella shouted inside her mind, while on the other side, older sister Claire looked a bit shy. If Dane knows summoning arts, I'll take him flying on a dragon's back with me, that's my dream as an older brother. Claire muttered to herself. The item this little girl placed before Lily was a summoning seal, a summoner's seal. Summoners used this seal and received a mantra according to their talent, which they could use to call upon their summoned beasts. Returning to Dane with his mental fortitude, he could naturally see and feel his family's expectant gazes directed at him. And the more he looked, the more pressure he felt, breaking out in cold sweat. Oh no, why does it feel like I can hear all their thoughts? Thinking of this, the old man trapped in a child's body let out a heavy sigh under the pressure. What a pain, but there's no escaping it. Which item should I take? Right, let's look at everyone's expressions and then decide. As he thought this, he slowly crawled forward, deciding to leave his future up to other people's facial expressions. And seeing him start to move, the crowd grew excited. Oh, the boy is choosing. That's right, Dane, pick what you want if you can. Pick something long and solid, Arkin yelled out, but was immediately interrupted by Lady Lily. No, something short and sharp is much cooler, son. I like that pouch the most. Remember I showed it to you before, right, Dane? Come summon with me instead. Words of enticement began to ring out, giving our godlike protagonist a headache, feeling the pressure before even making his choice. Next, as Dane walked toward the 4 items, for some unknown reason, all 4 of them emitted a brilliant aura that left his face blank for a few seconds. Huh, what's going on? Wait a minute. In the background, the young couple had no idea what was happening either. What is this? Lady Lily asked. I have no idea. Arkin shook his head and said. Over here, the surrounding guests grew even more excited at the sight. Everyone look. All 4 items are reacting. Oh my, how can that be? It seems the young master is an all-around genius, someone exclaimed. While Dane himself was overjoyed. Haha, I was already talented on the battlefield, but this lifetime is on a whole different level. Returning to older sister Arabella, faced with this situation, she could only turn to ask her father, Dad, what do we do? Something like this has never happened before, right? I can't even believe it myself, Arkin replied. Then the young couple turned to look at each other and reached a unanimous decision. Well then, all 4 of us will teach the boy. Hearing this, the 2 older sisters turned to their parents in blank astonishment. Huh, all of us. Up front, Dane burst into a hearty laugh of pure amusement. Time quickly passed. 6 years later, at some training grounds, the sound of weapons clashing against one another echoed continuously. And currently, Dane was sparring with his father Arkin, looking at his son effortlessly parrying his attacks. Arkin said with satisfaction, well done, Dane, you have completely mastered the technique I taught you. Thank you, Dad, Dane hurriedly replied. Seeing this, the uncle rubbed his head and laughed heartily. Good, good, that's my boy. At the same time, in the distance, a man dressed as a butler walked over carrying a spear and spoke, My lord, I have brought it here. All right, perfect timing, Arkin shouted as if remembering something while Dane had no idea what was going on. Dad, what is this? He asked back. That's right, this is your birthday present. I was originally going to give it to you at your birthday banquet, but I wanted to give it to you ahead of your mother. Here, take it. I've had this prepared for 2 years. This is a spear crafted by a famous artisan in the capital. Early happy birthday, Dane. As he spoke, he handed the protagonist this spear. And flashed a joyful smile. Seeing he had a new weapon, the male lead conveniently tossed the spear in his hand to the side and eagerly inspected his birthday present. Thank you, Dad, I'll put it to good use, he promised. And only when he looked closely at the spear in his hand did he realize how magnificent it was. Absolutely amazing. The black shaft combined with the silver spear tip looked stunningly gorgeous. And it's so light, Dane marveled inwardly, while Arkin asked about his impression. How is it? Do you like it? Yes, I love it, Dane smiled and said, that's good, I told them to tailor it to your physique, so get used to using it. Hearing his father, Dane couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear as he swung the spear around, and while he was still reveling in his joy, Arkin suddenly asked a question. Dane, do you know what the difference between a spear and a sword is? Hearing the question, the little old man paused his movements for a moment to think and replied, well, the length of a spear helps us keep opponents from getting close, and its small contact area increases attack efficiency. Hearing the answer, Arkin nodded in affirmation. Exactly, but once you reach a certain level, it's harder to use than a sword. This is the fundamental issue with a spear. To attack an opponent, you absolutely must maintain a minimum distance. But don't worry, every weapon has its own strengths, and even the sword, which is considered the ultimate weapon, falls short in certain situations. Alright, I'll keep that in mind, the boy nodded and said. Well then, since you have a new spear, I'll show you something cool. With that, Arabella began spinning her spear like a propeller, kicking up a wave of surrounding wind pressure. So this is the mana of a level 6 Lancers. Just the radiating mana pressure alone is overwhelming. Dane thought to himself. Next, before his eyes, Arkin's eyes suddenly closed. He twisted his body and stepped 1 foot forward. Then both of his hands gripped the spear tightly and thrust it fiercely forward. At the tip of the spear, the air distorted into a vortex, leaving the main character completely gaping in awe. Pretty cool, right? Just thrusting the spear forward like that. Turning back to Arkin, who retracted his spear tip and explained, "The reason the space here warped is because I released the mana in my body and thrust the spear at the same time. This is a technique that maximizes the core's traits by concentrating mana at a single point." Hearing him say that, Dane chimed in, "Yes, I've also heard the older girls say that you can break through your physical limits, and as the number of cores increases, those limits expand." Speaking of which, Dane remembered that in his past life he used to have 4 cores. Across from him, unaware of Dane's thoughts, Uncle Arkin boasted, "That's right, you catch on fast. Your old man here has 6 mana cores." 6, Dane exclaimed in shock but then affirmed to himself, "If I hadn't died, I definitely would have reached this level too." Turning back to Arkin, who patted Dane on the shoulder and said, "Why don't you give it a try? Use your new spear and see." Hearing this, the boy replied, "Yes, Dad. Relax your mind, forget whatever you're thinking and just thrust the spear forward." Following his father's advice, he immediately answered, "Yes, sir." In his past life, ever since realizing his talent for swordsmanship, he lost all interest in the spear, only keeping it around as a backup. Alright, time to go all out. Thinking that, he tightly closed his eyes to focus his concentration. Looking at this posture of his, Arkin thought with satisfaction, the stance is pretty solid. It took me 7 years to pull off this technique, but with Dane's talent, I wonder if the kid. Just as he thought that, Uncle Arkin's eyes suddenly widened. Because right before his eyes, the moment Dane thrust his spear forward, cracks began to spread across the space like shattering glass. "Dane, how on earth did you do that?" "Haha, color me impressed," the uncle laughed and said. Dane didn't hide anything on his end either, spilling all his thoughts. "When I thrust the spear, I concentrated my mana at a single point and channeled it into the tip. Right as the mana hit the tip, I cut off the flow." Hearing his son say that, the uncle felt even more astonished. "Wait, you channeled mana into the spear and then cut the flow? Dane, did you already create a mana core?" "Yes, while reading a book on how to make a mana core, I tried practicing it and luckily managed to pull it off," he bullshitted. In reality, with the knowledge from his past life, creating a mana core wasn't all that difficult for him. He actually made it while doing the mana breathing technique. As for Arkin, he totally bought his son's story hook, line, and sinker, just reading a book and he creates a mana core. As expected, our family birthed a genius. I sensed it since he was little, but now I'm completely sure, Dane, one day you're going to become an exceptional warrior. You're gonna be even more shocked later on. Dane chuckled inwardly while the uncle had a few private concerns. Will my son really end up becoming a summoner, an assassin, a lancer, or a mage? Time flew by quickly, and now the 7th birthday party for Dane Saugers, the youngest son of the Saugers household, was underway. The party was packed with distinguished guests from various noble families. At that moment, the person who had sent Dane packing in his past life was also present. "Haha, Arkin, long time no see." Hearing the familiar voice, Uncle Arkin turned around with a smile and said, "Duke Bout, how have you been lately?" "Oh, come on, there's no need to be so formal, just talk normally." The uncle waved his hand, speaking of Bout Thermion, the greatest family of the Althian Empire, head of the Thermion family. Turning back toward Arkin, the uncle hurried over to Bout and whispered, "Too many people are watching us, I'll act normal in a bit." "Haha, do whatever you want," Bout gave a wry smile before turning to ask, "So where's that kid?" Hearing this, Arkin turned around to call his precious boy, "Dane, come over here and greet Duke Bout." "It's Duke Bout? I never expected to run into him here," Dane expressed in his heart, recalling the face of the man who had struck him down in his past life. Then, as he was brought before Bout, the uncle nodded and said, "So this is the kid. Dane, is this the son you've always been bragging about?" Replying to the remark, Dane calmly greeted him, "My name is Dane Saugers." Although he looked polite on the outside, the little rascal was a bit annoyed inside, unable to suppress his anger upon meeting the man. "It's an honor to meet you, Duke Thermion," Dane said as he slightly bowed in a polite greeting. Looking at his action, Uncle Bout burst into a hearty laugh. "Your son is so well behaved, looks like he never gives you anything to worry about. So is he learning spear arts like you too?" "That's right," Arkin admitted just as a little girl walked over. She stood in front of the group and politely greeted, "Greetings, Count Saugers. My name is Layla Thermion, it's an honor to meet you." This red-haired girl was Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of Duke Thermion. Brushing that aside, after calling the 2 kids over to exchange greetings, the 2 fathers shooed them away. Right after, as if remembering something, Uncle Arkin turned and asked, "How is your wife doing lately?" In response to the question, Bout's expression grew somewhat gloomy as he said, "I've tried every possible way, but there's still no progress. You've been through a lot, but I'm sure she'll get better." Arkin spoke up with words of comfort. However, Uncle Bout knew very well those words were just meant to soothe, and he gave a heads up. If you suddenly don't see me around, please understand, because that means I used magic to rush back to the capital. By the way, where did that kid Dane go? As he spoke, the uncle cast his gaze around for a moment while giving the male lead some unsparing praise. This kid is pretty sharp, I wanted to talk to him a bit more. Yeah, I don't know either, I don't see Layla anywhere either, Arkin replied. Right at that moment when Duke Bout glanced out the window, he noticed that who knows when. The two kids had dragged each other out to the courtyard, prompting a smile. Looks like both little ones got bored of this party. Back to little Layla, while strolling in the garden with Dane, the little girl suddenly broke into a smile and shared frankly, "Actually, I don't like tagging along everywhere with my father, but right now I'm glad I came with him." Finishing her sentence, she stared intently at Dane in deep thought. Under the moonlight, he looks even more handsome. Across from her, Dane smiled back upon hearing those words. That's great, our territory is a very beautiful and peaceful place, he said with a smile. But this answer seemed to trigger some unpleasant memories for Layla. Yeah, it really is. There's always something going on in Thermion. Nobles come to see my father every day, and sometimes even royalty shows up. Every time that happens, I have to go out and greet them. I hate it. I'd rather wear simple clothes and sword fight, Layla said dejectedly. It seemed that having to constantly greet people noble style all day long was exhausting for a child, though Dane didn't pay much attention to that part. What caught his attention was Layla's preference. "Oh ho, so she uses a sword too?" the boy exclaimed in his heart in surprise. Turning back to Layla as if feeling she was acting a bit strange, she turned and asked, "What about you?" I like both places. It's not as bustling as the capital. But I look forward to practicing the spear every single day." Dane voiced his thoughts, leaving little Layla somewhat surprised. The spear. She involuntarily let out an exclamation, but after remembering Dane's identity, she quickly understood. "Oh right, I forgot Count Saugers's nickname is the Blue Cyclone. I've heard my father talk about how amazing he is." Pausing for a beat, Layla turned to Dane and asked, "So you want to enter the academy too?" Responding to the question, Dane just gave a slight shake of his head. "No, I don't practice the spear for that reason." "Then why? Isn't training just naturally meant for getting into the academy? Getting accepted is really hard, you know," Layla said hurriedly. At that point, Dane awkwardly scratched his cheek and answered, "Well, I want to train so that whenever I do get in, I'll perform even better." Turning to Layla, the answer actually left her stunned for a few seconds. But what if you fail? Then I'll just try again." Dane shrugged and said, "And if I still fail, I'll just assume that path isn't meant for me." His carefree attitude made Layla worry on his behalf. "I don't believe this." "Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family?" "Not really," Dane mumbled. Hearing that, Layla felt a tinge of envy toward him. "I'm so jealous. My family treats failure as a shameful thing." "Oh well, forget what I just said," she waved her hand and said. Turning to Dane, seeing the girl talk like a little old lady made him feel pressured in return. Sigh, "I didn't know I'd end up worrying about stuff like this." Thinking that, Dane let out a sigh and asked, "Why are you like that? You seem like you're really good." Hearing those words from Dane, for some reason, Layla's eyes flashed with joy as she hurried to ask, "Really? Then can you check out my swordsmanship and see how it is?" Your swordsmanship?" Dane asked back in confusion. "That's right," Layla smiled. Looking at the expectant look on her face, even though he was a bit reluctant, Dane agreed, "All right, fine, but just a little bit." Seeing Dane agree, Layla couldn't contain her excitement and immediately asked, "Awesome, so where is your training ground? Follow me." "A little while should be fine, right?" the boy asked himself. Time passed quickly, shifting scenes to the training ground where he usually beat each other up with his father. At this moment, with a sword in hand, Layla began demonstrating her swordsmanship for him. Each powerful sword stroke and thrust began to unfold before Dane. Even a lifelong genius like him had to nod in recognition after witnessing it. Wow, her transitions between offense and defense are so fluid and her strikes are well timed. But after a while, the tempo grew a bit chaotic. Dane stroked his chin in thought with a puzzled look. Meanwhile, Layla, right after finishing her routine, didn't even take a breather before hurriedly asking Dane, "How was it?" "Pretty awesome, right? Real eye candy." "Really?" Layla asked happily. Seeing that expectant look, Dane felt a bit awkward and muttered to himself, I should probably tell her." Thinking that, Dane spoke up to point it out, "Yeah, but starting from the third stance, it looks like you had a half-step excess. From what I remember, the other postures are fine, but because you take that half-step extra compared to before, your subsequent strikes end up slightly off target." The more Dane spoke, the wider Layla's eyes widened in front of him. Ultimately, the little girl completely petrified at Dane's words. "Was I a bit too blunt?" Dane asked himself awkwardly. "Sorry if I made you upset. It's been a long time since I saw swordsmanship like that." Turning back to Layla as if Dane's criticisms had wounded her pride, the girl became determined to open the boy's eyes. Oh, is that how it is? I haven't even shown my full strength yet. Thinking that, Layla gripped her weapon tighter and started dancing her sword once more, until her foot tripped over a bead, and she lost her balance, lunging forward to wrap her arms around Dane. Thank you so much, Dane. Dane was flustered at that moment. Hey, what are you? Before he could finish, Layla blurted out, you really have sharp eyes, spotting my flaw that I've had for so long. Thank you, I'll definitely remember this. As she spoke, the girl took the opportunity to rub her cheek against Dane's, leaving the young master extremely flustered. You're suffocating me, and put that sword away, will you? Saying that, Dane hurriedly pushed the girl away. Oops, sorry. Layla cried out before looking at Dane with delighted eyes. She just hugged me out of nowhere, the young master thought as he straightened his clothes. At the same time, as if their disappearance had worried the servants, searching voices rang out, Young Master Dane, where are you? Lady Layla. Hearing the call, Layla snapped back to reality. Looks like they're looking for us. We should head back, Dane replied. Upon seeing them emerge, the servants heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, there they are. Where did you two go, making us search all this time? Shifting scenes to the main banquet hall, the most important part of the party was about to begin when Lady Lily handed him a small wooden box and said, Happy 7th birthday, Dane. Congratulations on getting your first Monocore. Happy birthday, Dane. Thank you, Mom and Dad, he gently replied. After opening the gift from Lady Lily, he was somewhat startled. This is a family crest lapel pin, the exact thing his older sisters kept bragging to him about. Beside him, Lady Lily also smiled and said, Hold on to it tightly, Dane. This pin will be proof of your honor and status. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding guests nodded and offered their congratulations. Happy birthday, young Master Dane. The youngest son is finally recognized as a member of the Saugers family. You're going to grow up to be just as amazing as the Count. Hearing those words, Dane unconsciously broke into a smile. This is the first time I've been praised by so many people, he happily thought. But right at that moment, the entire grand hall began to shake violently as if an earthquake were happening. What's this noise? What's going on? Damn it, is there an intruder? People panicked and shouted. Meanwhile, seeing that the situation was taking a turn, Dane hurriedly looked over at his father. But as if he had anticipated this long ago, his father helplessly said, Calm down, no need to panic. Here it goes again, and I thought we'd get some peace today. Can you guess who it is, Dane? Lady Lily asked playfully. As if remembering something, the young master's eyes widened. No way, he thought to himself, and quickly. Above the ceiling of the grand hall, a blinding source of luminous energy slowly appeared, causing the group of nobles below to panic and scramble backward. What is that? Who's there? Someone shouted. Following everyone's gaze, from within that beam of light, a red figure leaped out. Look at the clock, your big sister isn't late, am I right? Older sister Arabella laughed and said. Seeing her appearance, the surrounding guests also widened their eyes. Isn't that Lady Arabella, it looks like? Did the young lady just use teleportation magic? Wow, I heard you have to reach at least level 5 to open a small teleportation gate. Our young lady is truly a genius. Murmurs of admiration began to rise. The only suffering soul was Dane, who hated flashy spectacles. She's as loud and showy as ever, the little old man thought with a headache. But it didn't end there. Outside, a terrifying scream suddenly echoed, and after looking out the window, the faces of several girls turned pale. There's a monster in the sky. Oh my god, that's a wyvern. This time it's Lady Claire. Someone cried out in shock upon recognizing the familiar silhouette. Following their gaze, Big Sister Claire rode in on a wyvern. Looks like I'm a bit late, Claire muttered. She quickly landed and walked into the grand hall. Following her back, people started whispering among themselves again. I heard she's a genius summoner, but subduing a wyvern is a bit too shocking. Isn't she only 16? Unbothered by the chatter, Arabella turned to greet Claire as she walked in. You're finally here. Yes, Claire replied. Then both of them turned to look at Dane. Dane, happy birthday. Wishing you a very happy birthday, Dane. Me too. Saying that, both girls pulled out a gift for the protagonist, leaving Dane slightly flustered by their sudden appearance. Thank you both for coming all this way to celebrate my birthday like this. Of course we had to come. Now open the gift, I'm sure you'll love it, Arabella smiled and said. Meanwhile, Uncle Arkin, seeing both his daughters present, was moved to tears. You two only gave me a letter for my birthday, but you prepared gifts for your baby brother, he said in a pouty tone, making his wife beside him giggle. Turning back to Dane after opening Arabella's gift, he discovered that what was placed inside was a ring. However, just by looking at it, Dane spotted something odd. Sister, isn't this a spatial pouch? Dane said as he turned to look at Arabella with a puzzled gaze because its shape was a bit unusual. In response to her younger brother's question, Arabella said proudly, Exactly, I designed it myself. High-level spatial magic applied at its peak, though my professor actually made it. Thank you so much, sister. I know very well how hard it is to engrave spatial magic onto an item. But what's even harder is designing a creation that can withstand that magical engraving. The more he thought about it, the more Dane felt his monster of a sister was a bit overly talented. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, his older sister Arabella grabbed the ring and proactively offered, "Give me your hand, let me put it on for you. I'll warn you though, I integrated your DNA into it so besides you nobody else can use it. It's a one-of-a-kind item," Arabella added. Turning to Lady Lily, hearing Arabella's words, she also curiously ran over to inspect it and gasped, "Wow, based on the gentle mana wave, that's the highest grade magic stone inside." On this side, Arabella took the opportunity to explain its functions. If you channel a bit of mana into the ring, it'll create a subspace so you won't have to bother opening and closing your storage pouch anymore. Hearing that, no matter how foolish one might be, Dane understood just how terrifyingly valuable this item was. "Something this valuable? Thank you so much, sister," Dane stammered as he looked at the ring on his hand. "It's an item that only the wealthy can use on the battlefield like noble commanders or mages. I never thought I'd get to use something like this," Dane marveled. However, the surprises weren't over yet. The moment Dane started testingly channeling mana into the ring, the space around his hand instantly churned as if trying to give birth to a subspace. "Don't tell me, you opened a subspace even faster than I did. You really are a genius, Dane," Arabella said in a daze. "You're truly amazing. Both of you might have already formed cores and mana rings by now." On this side, older sister Claire also handed her gift to Dane and said, "Dane, open my gift too." "Ah yes, thank you," Dane hurriedly said, then reached out to try and open the gift to see what on earth it was that made his older sister rush him so much. It turned out what was contained inside was none other than some kind of monster egg. "Huh, why is this egg?" Dane said as he picked up the egg to observe it, but just seeing his movement, Claire panicked and warned, "It's not just an ordinary egg, you need to be careful." Hearing that, Dane frowned and asked, "Huh, then what is it?" Around them, the others also curiously turned to look at the egg, and at that moment Claire whispered into Dane's ear, "That is a demon beast. I once tried to summon a Decoron and this thing appeared during one of those times. I don't know which summoned beast will be born from it, but I know that everyone in this world understands just how valuable it is." Hearing this, both of Dane's eyes looked at the egg with a hint of shock. "Right, I've heard of it too. Demon beasts are different from summoned beasts. They are a distinct entity, and though they share a few similarities, once a demon beast is summoned, it can exist permanently in this world, unlike ordinary summoned beasts." Turning back to Claire, as if realizing that her younger brother had grasped the value of the gift, she patted Dane's shoulder and whispered further, "Nobody else knows about it yet, Dane, only you, so please keep it a secret until it hatches." "Yes, absolutely," Dane said with a smile. Meanwhile, Arabella saw the two of them whispering back and forth and angrily shouted, "Hey, why are you two whispering for so long?" Ignoring this outburst, Claire continued her instructions, "Dane, even I have no idea when it will finally hatch. So remember to channel mana into it once every morning and once every evening so that it will accept you as its master." "Yes, I will definitely do that," Dane nodded in confirmation. "Haha, just look at these wonderful gifts. It's truly great that your sisters came back, Dane," Lady Lily said with a smile. "Yes, mother. It really is wonderful," Dane replied. And at this moment, the head of the household, Arkin, finally gave a few coughs as a reminder. "All right, my princesses. While I'm very glad you could make it back even though you said it was impossible, shouldn't you also greet your parents?" Hearing this reminder, the older sister Arabella was jolted into realizing their presence. "Oh dear Dad, have you been well lately? I was so focused on giving gifts to Dane that I'm so sorry." "Haha, I'm fine, I'm quite fine," the uncle said with a smile. Following that, after casting a look over both of his daughters, the uncle nodded approvingly. "It seems you're both still doing well, traveling such a long way just to see your younger brother. Make sure to get plenty of rest." "Yes, Dad," they chorused together. Meanwhile, little Layla in the background, watching this scene of their family reuniting, her eyes seemed filled with a hint of envy. And the male lead very quickly noticed this gaze and thought, "Layla, is she leaving already? But why does she look so lonely?" Dane wondered inwardly. Time quickly passed. The next morning, while strolling around, Count Bout was deep in his own personal thoughts. "HMPH, she is even more amazing than I expected. Just as anticipated from the Academy's best mage, she is truly a precious talent, and she is also a great match for my son, the Academy's best swordsman. If our two houses could join forces, it would create a power that even the royal family would find difficult to touch. That way, no one will ever be able to play games with our family or our descendants again. All right, I should bring up the engagement of our two eldest children during today's conversation." Thinking of this, Bout's footsteps suddenly paused for a beat, as he heard some noisy sounds echoing from a distance. What's this? Are they practicing already? Who on earth would be training at this time of the morning? And the one training was none other than our protagonist, Dane, who was already out at the training grounds at the crack of dawn to get acquainted with his new gear. Each sweep of his spear began to produce sharp tearing sounds in the air, echoing through the room, and guided by these sounds, Uncle Bout made his way over there. Feeling somewhat surprised by the sight before him, oh, it's the youngest son of the Saugers family. Haha, how unexpected. His movements and focus don't look like those of a 7-year-old kid at all. Even his basic thrusts have reached such an exquisite level that even veterans who have been through countless battles could learn a thing or two from them. It's truly unbelievable. I heard rumors about him displaying astonishing talents when he was just 1 year old. I thought they were just idle talk, but I never expected it to be the truth. This astonishment grew even greater when the Duke observed Dane's footwork. Wait, that stance and those movements look remarkably like those of a swordsman. Don't tell me he has already learned swordsmanship at such a tender age, the uncle thought to himself in shock. Turning back to Dane, after a flurry of spear forms, he withdrew his weapon and spoke in a cold tone. I don't know who you are, but you'd better show your face instead of sneaking around hiding in there. Hearing this, the uncle hiding on the side was slightly startled. Oh dear, I've been found out. But more importantly, those movements were extremely familiar. I'm sure I've seen them somewhere before. The uncle frowned and pondered for a moment, but quickly brushed it aside and stepped into the training room. I'm sorry, Dane. I didn't mean to spy on you. Catching sight of the familiar face, Dane hurried over to greet him. Oh, it's you, my lord the Duke. Just by looking at his eyes, you can tell he's no ordinary child, Bout muttered to himself. Finishing his thought, Uncle Bout hurriedly added, I got so caught up watching the fine training session of the Saugers family's rising star this morning that I lost track of time. Forgive me, I suppose I can forgive you, Dane shrugged nonchalantly. Truth be told, Bout had only said that out of mere politeness. Who would have thought Dane would actually respond like that? Ho ho, this kid has got some nerve. He let out a laugh. And only now did he take the time to observe Dane more closely. Now that I look at him, how is it that this kid isn't trembling at all after training for such a long time? Back when I was his age, I didn't even have a monocore. Bout wondered inwardly, then pointing at Dane's spear tip, he asked, Your thrusts are exceptional. You must have inherited Arkan's talent, but that spear you're holding. That's right, someone told me my father spent a great deal of effort preparing this spear for me. I am very grateful that you recognized it, Dane replied with a smile, as if wanting to show off. And this attitude of his caused Duke Bout to rate him another notch higher. That's the best possible answer. Even in his prime, my son had great skills and manners, but not to this extent. Perhaps I should really consider arranging a marriage with this family. Thinking of this, the uncle already started wanting to hook his daughter up with Dane. And to carry out his plan, he began to probe gently. Actually, my Layla is also practicing the sword. You two are the same age, so you might make good friends when you enter the academy. Yes, my lord, I'm sure I'll get along well with her, Dane replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, I like your straightforward personality, young man. Anyway, it seems I've disturbed your training quite a bit. Well then, as he spoke, Bout turned around as if wanting to leave, but right at that moment, the uncle suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind him, oh right Dane, I'm curious about one thing. Have you ever practiced swordsmanship before? Turning to Dane, upon hearing the uncle's question, a jolt went through his heart. Oh no, it seems my old habits slipped out without me realizing it. To think he could notice it just by looking once, Dane thought to himself. And very quickly he changed his expression and replied, No, I've only read a few textbooks on basic swordsmanship, but I've never actually practiced the sword. He glossed the matter over. But with what he had just seen, Bout still felt something was slightly off. Strange, I swear I felt something like a pure battle spirit emanating from him earlier. As he spoke, he stared intently at Dane's innocent-looking face and then shook his head. Haha, what on earth am I thinking? There's no way, he's just a kid. Finishing his thought, the Lord Duke decided to brush his suspicions aside, straightened his clothes. Oh my, I only intended to take a short stroll. But I've been out here far too long. Well then, it's time to say goodbye. See you later. Yes, my lord, I wish you a safe journey back. Dane bowed to say farewell. Turning back to Bout, before leaving, the uncle did not forget to extend an invitation to the protagonist. All right, if you ever get a chance to visit the capital, be sure to come look me up. I must return the hospitality I received here at the Count's castle. Because I'm particularly fond of you. Absolutely, the little fellow asserted, watching the bulky uncles retreating back. Dane smiled inwardly. Interesting, I wonder if he'll remember me. The one who defeated me in my past life. Just thinking about it gets my blood boiling. If I prepare step by step now, I can definitely pull it off. Bout Thermion, I will definitely defeat you in this life, he told himself. Time quickly passed. After Bout left, Dane plunged back into his training, especially since his resolve to defeat Bout had surged. And it wasn't until the butler Herman came over to remind him that he finally paused. Young master, it's time to head back. Hearing the reminder, Dane turned around in surprise and asked Herman, have you been waiting for me this whole time? It is my duty to quietly fulfill your every request," Herman said calmly while handing Dane the towel he was holding. "Ah, thank you," Dane replied, and considering how Herman could approach him without drawing his attention, Dane thought that Herman should perhaps study assassination or stealth, as he seemed to have a talent for it. Thinking to himself, Dane reached out to take the towel, wiped the sweat from his face, and asked, "How is it going? Everyone must be quite busy, right?" "Yes. It seems everyone is very busy preparing for the upcoming banquet. And it looks like other nobles are already on their way here in advance. After all, getting over 30 noble families to arrive right on the exact day is quite difficult," Herman answered. "Oh right, how are my sisters doing?" Dane asked further. "They opened a teleportation gate together and left for the academy. They said they had no choice because the midterm exams are coming up soon. Ah, what a pity, but it can't be helped. Let's head back." "Yes, young master," Herman nodded and said, while Dane thought to himself, "When I have the time, I should go check out the gifts my sisters gave me earlier." Just like that, time quickly passed. After spending time attending banquets and welcoming nobles from various families, Dane had no choice but to sneak out to the garden to unwind a bit. Living the aristocratic life is so exhausting. My schedule is even denser than usual because it's my birthday too. At least I can find some solace resting in a garden like this." As he spoke, he looked around and silently admired the gardeners. "The gardeners tend to this place so skillfully. I feel strangely at peace just looking at these flowers. My eldest sister said that in nature, flowers hold the most concentrated amount of mana within them. Since I have some free time, I suppose I should analyze the mana of these flowers. Actions speak louder than words." Right after that, Dane sat down before a cluster of flowers and slowly closed his eyes to sense it. "I've trained as much as possible. Yet neither magic nor summoning magic has shown any significant progress. I'm still not sure which one I should focus on. Having too many talents can sometimes be quite troublesome." The lucky young man secretly complained about his own gifts, before a gentle gust of wind burst forth from his palm, blowing away all the surrounding flower petals. "Look at the mana in the flowers. Such a small flower holds such a large and fierce current of mana. If someone can sense the mana in nature and turn it into their own, it will then settle within their body and transform into a new tier of magic. This body's mana absorption rate is truly terrifying. I can actually see things that others can only perceive with their sixth sense, haha." Right at that moment, with just a slight perception, the surrounding mana actively poured into his body like a whale drinking water. Feeling every single stream of energy surging within him, excitement flashed across Dane's eyes. "There it is. Previously I could only sense mana very vaguely, but now I can perceive it clearer and clearer." Shifting scene to another corner of the garden, two young boys were chatting with each other. "I'm so bored. As soon as we arrived, Dad got busy talking to other nobles. We've been left in the dust. Let's just go show our faces and then head back to our rooms to rest like last time," the brown-haired boy said while using the stick in his hand to smash the surrounding flowers, making his younger brother somewhat nervous. "Can we really do something like that, brother?" In response, the older brother showed no concern at all and even snapped angrily, "You act like it's our birthday. Who cares? Do you think the young master of the Sagar's family cares about things like this? Damn it, I think we're lost again. Why on earth did they build such a huge garden?" Speaking of which, they spotted Dane's figure up ahead. "Hey brother, there's someone over there," the younger brother pointed out. "Huh, could that kid be lost just like us?" The older brother blurted out before adopting an arrogant expression. "Hey you, given that outfit, are you a servant? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Lead me to the exit," he spoke arrogantly, causing Dane to turn back, and the moment he saw those two trampling all over the flower beds, Dane rushed over and yelled, "Get out of there right now. Don't you see what you're stepping on?" Seeing Dane's attitude suddenly turn hostile, the older brother confusedly said, "What's wrong with this brat? How dare he yell at us just because we stepped on a few blades of grass?" Without answering the question, Dane turned around to interrogate them instead. "Why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You've ruined the flowers." "Ha, such a little kid with such a big mouth. Don't you know who I am?" The foolish older brother began using his identity to intimidate Dane, completely unaware that he was arguing with the young master of this very household, and naturally, given his status, Dane didn't care about anyone at all. "I know you're a brute who ruins flower beds," Dane said with a frown. And with his arrogant nature, how could the idiot on the opposite side hold back his anger immediately? He rushed over, grabbed Dane by the collar, and yelled, "What did you say, brute? Who do you think you're talking to, servant? I am the son of Count Tyron, a distinguished guest of this castle." Hearing this, Dane instantly recognized Tyron's identity, Count Tyron. "He was the noble who got captured after I defeated him on the battlefield. What an irritating noble, like father like son." Thinking of this, he finally understood why this brown-haired brat was acting so cocky. "Even in the southern countryside, you must have heard of the Tyron family. We're very famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without leaving a trace, so watch your mouth." hearing him talk like that. Dane knew that talking to this guy was pointless. As he thought this, Dane looked at him with eyes filled with utter contempt, driving the young master Tyron even more insane. Have you lost your mind? A mere common servant dares to look at me with eyes like that. Finished speaking, he raised his fist, wanting to lay a hand on Dane. But before the guy could even make a move, the protagonist was one step faster, using his head to smash straight into young Master Tyron's nose, causing him to stagger off balance and fall backward. Seeing this, the younger red-haired brother panicked and ran over. Brother, are you alright? Turning to young Master Tyron at that moment, he suddenly felt a wet sensation around his mouth. Reaching up to touch it, he discovered his nosebleed was gushing out non-stop. You lunatic. What the hell, my nose is bleeding. I'll kill you, you bastard, he screamed like a rabid dog. Meanwhile, hearing this, Dane sneaked a smile. You want to kill me? Let's see you try if you've got the guts. Provoked by Dane's words, Tyron's anger boiled over. Have you lost your mind? Fine then, let's fight to the end. On the side, the younger brother anxiously chimed in. Brother, worry about your nose first, just stay out of this. The older brother roared and immediately lunged at Dane to teach him a lesson. But with the guy's first punch, the young master deftly stepped back to dodge. CHC, you sneaky brat, Tyron gritted his teeth. Turning back to Dane, looking at the guy's sloppy fighting style, he immediately guessed the fellow wasn't a warrior, HMPH, judging by his footwork. I'm sure he's not someone accustomed to weapons. Then he must be a mage or a summoner, Dane thought to himself, while the brown-haired guy punched and kicked wildly, failing to even touch a corner of Dane's clothes. This kid is too fast, I can't catch him. Tyron puffed and panted heavily from exhaustion. Back to Dane, while dodging, he still had the leisure to let his mind wander. The flow of mana I see right now. If I can control that mana with my willpower, wouldn't I be able to turn it into a physical form? If I can control that mana with my willpower, wouldn't I be able to turn it into a physical form? Prompting him to test it out immediately. And then, following his thoughts, streams of mana began converging into Dane's palm at a dizzying speed. Right after that, a loud explosion rang out as our protagonist released the energy forward, blowing Tyron's body backward like a sack of trash and making him cough in pain. The blow was powerful enough to leave a large groove even on the concrete floor. Looking at this scene, Dane felt a bit worried. Oh no, the flower garden is completely ruined. Turning to Tyron, after taking such a painful blow from Dane, he still managed to struggle back up. And at that moment he realized Dane was no ordinary person, damn it. You can use magic. Who on earth are you? He yelled, and seeing his older brother about to blow a fuse, the calmer younger brother still tried to advise him, brother, stop, something bad will happen if you keep this up. In response to his brother's words, not only did the older brother refuse to listen, his anger practically made his head smoke. Get out of my way, I'll deal with that bastard. By then, his reason had been completely blinded by rage as he began chanting a spell, heed my call, blah blah. As the words echoed, black magic aura began bursting out all around Tyron's body. And with these words, Dane instantly realized that he was a summoner. And just as he had guessed, a vortex of energy suddenly appeared behind Tyron. And from within this vortex, a wolf's head peeked out and leaped straight out. Seeing his summoned beast appear, Tyron grinned arrogantly, haha, how's that? This is Genpu whom I summoned. I'll show you the consequences of messing with Digron. Tyron, Genpu, tear that guy to pieces. Turning to Dane, seeing Digron summon such a mediocre wolf, he lost all interest. A mere ordinary wolf, completely incomparable to Sister Arabella since she can even summon dragons. Back to Digron at that moment, he also gave orders to his summoned beast, that's right, bite his throat out. Hearing the command, the wolf immediately lunged straight toward Dane. But for some reason, looking at his face, the protagonist's aura seemed to kick in. When right after that, the wolf suddenly slammed all four paws into the ground to break. Following that, its color changed from red to blue, under the bewildered gazes of the two brothers. Even later, seeing the wolf bow its head before Dane, Digron could hardly believe his eyes. What is going on? How is Genpu? What are you doing? Hurry up and tear that bastard's throat out. Brother, is it wagging its tail? The younger brother asked. Hey, what did you do to Genpu? Digron screamed, but to no avail. Turning to Dane at that moment, he tentatively reached out to stroke the wolf, making it extremely happy. Good boy, he muttered to himself while also feeling puzzled as to why the wolf changed its attitude so quickly. What is this? How did this happen? Now that I think about it, even Sister Arabella's summoned beasts were quite friendly, though back then I just assumed it was because we shared the same bloodline. Besides, in a situation like this, it has nothing to do with. Perhaps I have a high favorability rating, but that also means that Bastard's favorability must have hit rock bottom. Speaking of Digron, at that moment, he still refused to accept the reality that his summoned beast had tamed up to Dane. Ridiculous, how can a summoned beast betray its master? Hearing him say that, Dane glanced over and asked, so do you want to continue? You brat, Digron shouted angrily, making the younger brother on the side panic to the point of tears. Brother, let's stop, we've lost. Shut up, I'll cancel the summoning spell, Digron yelled, completely unaware of what a summoner can do once they lose their summoned beast. And naturally, the younger brother seemed to understand this and kept trying to persuade him, brother, actually I. Speaking of which, the kid started stammering, drawing his older brother's attention, and before long, the crotch of his pants had turned a wet yellow color. Damn it, how disgraceful! Digron widened his eyes and said, while over here, Dane kindly reminded them both, listen. The restroom is on the first floor of the main building. In response to Dane's kindness, Digron quickly grabbed his younger brother's hand and left, not forgetting to make a promise to him. You wait right there, I'll be right back, let's go Dinar. Just like that, the two of them left, leaving Dane not knowing what to say. Hey, at least recall your summoned beast, he shouted inwardly. Time quickly passed to late afternoon. By then, Dane had finished experimenting with the summoning art. Actually, it's quite simple. Just like Sister Claire taught me, forming a faint connection between that bastard and Genpu. After carefully using magic to override it, Genpu connected with me, thinking about how I had no connection to summoning arts, yet managed to summon it simply because of a high favorability rating. At the same time, the voice of some adult man suddenly rang out behind Dane. Is that the brat who bullied you? Yes, it's that bastard, Digron said while pointing at Dane, while Dane, seeing that guy had run off to bring his father out, could only shake his head. Haha, that idiot is making a big deal out of nothing again. He didn't just bully me and Dinar, but he also broke the connection between me and Genpu, Digron accused. And at that point, the fat pig walked over to Dane and said arrogantly, I am Mogard Tyron, head of the Tyron Count family, one of the great noble houses. Are you the brat who messed up my son's face and forcibly took away his summoned beast? He demanded. And Dane admitted right away, yes, that's right. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the fat man and thought to himself, he looks fatter than when I made him a prisoner. Peace really treats people well, huh? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the stinky pig pointed at him and said, as a guest, I was planning to let it slide if possible, but this isn't something I can just ignore. Why are you hanging around in a place like this by yourself? Spit out your identity right now. Hearing him say that, Dane spilled the beans to satisfy him. Dane Saugers, youngest son of Arkan Saugers, Lord of the South and head of the Saugers Count family. He introduced himself in a cold tone, causing sweat to break out on the faces of the father-son duo. What? This kid is actually Dane. But very quickly, Mogard hatched a scheme in his head. The youngest son of the Saugers family. Looks like the tables have turned. I was taken prisoner by that brute Rick, so I didn't achieve anything during the battle. I'll twist the situation to hold the Count responsible and use it as an excuse to demand mining rights. Those nobles who look down on me will have to kneel. Thinking that, he broke into a smile and spoke, you're the master of this birthday party, Dane, right? That's right, Dane replied calmly without a trace of worry. Seeing his attitude, a wave of anger suddenly surged in Mogard's chest. Arrogant brat, I didn't come all the way to the remote southern lands just to celebrate your birthday, he gritted his teeth inwardly. Then turning to pat his son on the shoulder, he continued, well, what do you plan to do about this? You injured my son, a guest invited to your home, and you even stole his summoned beast. This is a crime. That's right, today is the end of the line for you, Digron chimed in. I'm going to speak with Count Saugers and demand he takes responsibility. Let's go, he ordered, turning back to Dane. Of course, Dane wasn't about to just accept that lying down. I understand, but before that, I demand an apology. Hearing Dane's demand, the father and son's faces turned as purple as a pig's liver. What? An apology? What absolute nonsense, that bastard. Before they could finish, Dane loudly ran his mouth. That's right, it's true I hit your son's nose and hurt him, but I was being threatened, so I was merely defending myself. And I didn't steal the summoned beast. Genpu followed me willingly. Up front, the little punk Digron shrieked, what? Genpu would never do that, Dad, that brat is lying. Unlike his son, the stinky fat man had caught wind of some information somewhere and thought otherwise. Wait, I heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. That's right, I get it. Maybe that girl taught the kid how to sever the bond. He stroked his chin in thought for a moment and continued, even if what you say is true, it's still tragic that a summoned beast was taken away. But you're asking for an apology. Yes, exactly, Dane replied calmly. Meanwhile, the little brat Digron kept barking away. HMPH, who does this brat think he is acting like this? So arrogant, interrupting while the adults are talking. Talking to this kid gives me a headache, Fat Mogard thought to himself and lowered his voice a bit. All right, fine, I won't scold you anymore. Let's see what Count Saugers has to say about this. Turning back to Dane, looking at the man's expression, a thought suddenly crossed the boy's mind. It looks like he's actually really looking forward to this. Right as the conversation reached this point, as if hearing the commotion, Arkan and Bout rushed over. Are you looking for me? Arkan spoke up, startling the crowd. Count Saugers, even Duke Thermine had arrived. Time quickly passed until the sun had completely set. At this point, the little punk Digron was presenting the story from his own perspective. I got lost in the garden with my younger brother, so I wanted to ask your child to show us the way, blah blah blah. On this side, Dane watched his father calmly listen to the guy's story and felt a wave of admiration inside. That's my dad. He cared deeply for his family, but he wasn't the type to blindly play favorites. Even in conflicts with outsiders, he could fairly judge right from wrong. Turning to Digron, who had now reached the climax of his tale, suddenly he hit me right on the nose and kept mocking me with that weird technique. So I just called out my summoned beast to scare him, but he stole my summoned beast and even tried to attack me. The little brat put on an extremely pathetic face as if he were the ultimate victim here, while his father, the stinky fat pig Mogard, chuckled as he listened to his son's elaborate bullshit. Only Dane, who saw right through the faces of these two, sighed in his heart. He can lie with such a straight face. I'm genuinely looking forward to this guy's future. Turning to Mogard after waiting for his son to finish, the old man spoke up, Count Arkin. I only intended to warn the kid, but stealing someone else's summoned beast is just not right. I can't simply let this slide. In response, Arkin said calmly, we can't just listen to one side of the story. I want to hear Dane's version, evaluate the whole situation, and then come to a conclusion. Am I right? If you're worried about my decision, I suggest we have Duke Thermion give his perspective, Arkin said, gesturing toward Thermion beside him. Thermion nodded in agreement with the proposal. If you need me to, let's handle it that way. Seeing Thermion intervene, the faces of the Mogard father and son turned somewhat pale. Damn it, with Thermion stepping in, things are only going to get complicated. I've got a bad feeling about this, he worriedly thought. Arkin turned to Dane and asked, Dane, explain. Hearing the question, Dane pondered for a second. Well, just explaining how things went down should be enough. Thinking that, he honestly recounted everything. While some details differ from what actually happened, a few things Mr. Mogard's son said are true. However, he was the one who wantonly trampled the garden we put so much effort into cultivating, and he was the one who got angry and grabbed someone else by the collar. Lying since when did? Digron shrieked when Dane dropped those words. Meanwhile, bulging veins stood out all over Arkin's face. Still, he forced himself to stay calm and said, Go on, Dane. Hearing his father say that, Dane continued, Furthermore, I heard it crystal clear when he summoned Genpu. He ordered it to kill me. And I didn't steal the summoned beast. His summoned beast ran over and saw my kindness. I never stole his summoned beast, Dane declared firmly. At that moment, seeing the story take a completely different turn, Mogard couldn't hold back anymore and stepped in to interfere. Nonsense. There's no way someone who isn't a summoner can take in a summoned beast. The brat must have used some secret skill. Replying to his remark, Dane explained, No, I was born with a natural attunement to summoned beasts. A summoned beast that isn't close to its master will naturally choose someone like me as its owner. Hilarious, Mogard mocked. Meanwhile, Arkin wasn't very familiar with summoning arts, so he couldn't verify the truth of it. Is something like that actually possible? He asked back. Yes, exactly, Dane reaffirmed. Turning back to Mogard, despite being scared shitless for his own interests, the old man stubbornly argued back. Haha, he just doesn't want us to believe that, right? Two completely different stories, if that's. Before he could finish, Thermion, acting as the arbiter, weighed in after a brief moment of thought. We should prove it with the summoned beast. Hearing him say that, the faces of the Mogard father and son stiffened. The Duke is interfering. Turning to Arkin, hearing the suggestion, the uncle patted his son on the shoulder and asked, Dane, can you prove it? Yes, Dad, the boy answered confidently. At the same time, Fat Mogard turned to look at his son as if to check the situation. However, Digron's face was twisted like a monkey's ass. I'm screwed, what do I do now? I can't summon Genpu anymore. The little punk broke out in a cold sweat of panic. Seeing his son not moving, Mogard prompted him once more. Digron, what's wrong? Summon it already. Dad, the thing is... I can't, the boy stammered. How on earth can you not summon something you call out several times a day? Mogard roared. Looking at the flustered picture of this father-son pair, Dane sneered. I broke the link, so of course he can't summon it anymore. Thinking that, he turned to Arkin and said, Dad, I'll summon it. To do that, it seems I'll need the signature code he owns. Up front, Digron snapped and questioned, What did you say? My signature code? Unbelievable, you want my signature code? What kind of nonsense is that? Even using another summoner's unique mana signature shouldn't work. Replying to this, Uncle Saugers said with a stern face, Based on what you claim, even if the boy uses your signature code, it shouldn't work. So what's the harm in trying, right? Won't that just prove your point? Damn it, he's right, I can't argue against that, Digron thought in sheer terror. Left with no choice, Mogard had to turn to his son and say, "Show them your signature code for a second, Digron." "But Dad," the little brat stammered, tears welling up in his eyes. "Hurry up," Mogard barked. With no other option, Digron reluctantly brought out his personal code, supposedly because a summoning signature had a unique code belonging to another summoner. Nobody else could possibly use it. But Genpu, which Digron had summoned, was now enveloped by his own mana. The summoning signature was merely a medium. "Genpu is linked with me, so it will answer my call," Dane thought to himself. And right before everyone's eyes, the moment Dane channeled mana into Digron's summoning card, an energy vortex appeared, and from within it, a wolf materialized right in front of Dane. It stuck out its tongue and joyfully licked his face. Even though they had heard Dane say it beforehand, seeing the scene with their own eyes left everyone utterly astounded. "Dad, how is that possible, my Genpu?" "No way," the father and son stammered out. "Amazing, you told me the boy had never learned summoning arts," Bout said in a daze. "That's right, I had no idea things would lead to this," Arkin replied with a clueless expression. Meanwhile, Dane stroked Genpu and whispered, "Sorry for summoning you just for this, but thanks for showing up." "Damn it, this turned into a total disaster," Fat Mogard shouted internally. Returning to the matter at hand after Dane recalled his summoned beast, Arkin spoke up again. "What should we do now? We've verified the boy's summoned beast. Do you concede?" It seems Dane was telling the truth, right? Hearing this, Mogard could only force an awkward laugh. "It seems we misunderstood the part about the summoned beast being stolen. My son had no intention of killing Dane, right? Right, Digron?" "Yes, I just wanted to scare him a little. I never meant to kill him," Digron chimed in. "See, the boy had no such intentions," Mogard smiled, trying to wrap the whole matter up right there. Faced with these remarks, Dane was so furious he clenched his fists. "Haha, this bastard just makes things up as he goes." Thinking that, before Dane even knew what to do next, someone's voice suddenly rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "That's not how it happened." Hearing the voice, everyone turned in unison, and discovered that the person who had just arrived was none other than little Layla. Turning to Uncle Bout, seeing his youngest daughter suddenly show up here, his expression turned slightly awkward. "Layla, what are you doing here?" "I heard your voice when I walked past," she replied. Then Layla turned to greet Arkin and Mogard. "Greetings to both of you, Count Arkin and Count Tyron." "Ah, right," the fat man nodded, feeling a wave of anxiety inside. This kid is the Duke's daughter. Unbothered by his attitude, Arkin immediately focused on Layla's previous words and asked, "What do you mean by that, little one? Was he lying?" The uncle's face displayed extreme anger. At that moment, Layla shared what she had witnessed. "Actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation while taking a walk earlier." Hearing this, Digron's face turned completely pale. "What? That girl heard everything," he cried out in his head. "Is that true, Layla? Would you mind recounting everything you heard for us?" Arkin asked hurriedly. "Ah yes, what happened was," and with that the girl began explaining what she had seen. Thanks to this, Dane was saved the trouble of racking his brain to explain. "I didn't expect this, but with her here everything turned out smoothly." Time quickly passed. With Layla stepping forward to testify, the father and son ran out of excuses. Left with no other choice, the stinky fat pig turned to his son and yelled, "Digron, what are you still standing there for? Apologize right now." But even at this point, the little punk accepted reality and stammered, I'm sorry, I was wrong. "I want you to direct that apology to my son, not me," Arkin said coldly. Seeing this, Mogard immediately patted his son's shoulder and said, I understand, I was just about to tell him to do that." "Digron, hurry up." Judging by his expression, it looked like he definitely hadn't planned on doing any such thing 3 seconds prior. Turning to Digron, the boy gritted his teeth and walked toward Dane. "Sorry, Dane." Looking at his annoyed face, the guy didn't seem the least bit genuinely repentant, and of course, Dane caught onto that. Bowing his head to confess guilt only because he had no other choice, and with a third-party witness backing it up, could this really be called an apology? "I really don't want to accept this, but based on my experience, rather than being stubborn, it's more beneficial to act magnanimous here." Thinking it through and weighing the pros and cons, Dane accepted. "All right, I accept your apology." Thank you," Digron said cheerfully. Meanwhile, the stinky fat pig Mogard let out an internal sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close one. On the side, Duke Bout saw Dane easily accept the apology and smiled to himself. I knew he was special. He could have stubborned out since the fault clearly lay with the other side. Brushing that aside, turning back to Arkin, although his son had accepted the apology, the uncle had no intention of letting things go that easily. "You two can stop arguing here, since Dane has already accepted the apology, but personally I don't intend to let this incident slide. Your son tried to murder my son with a summoned beast." "Count Arkin, that's not—" The fat man hurriedly tried to explain, but before he could finish, the uncle cut him off. "I don't want to hear any more excuses from you, Count Tyron. Take your family and leave this castle," Arkin said coldly, causing the fat man's face to contort in shock. What do you mean? I came all this way without complaining. If I get kicked out now, all my efforts go down the drain. I need to stay in this castle at all costs, he screamed internally, and hurriedly reached out to grab Arkin. Count, please forgive us. I'll do whatever you ask just this once. In response, Arkin once again swiped his hand away, and stated, I don't need anything from you. I'll send guards to your room shortly. Let's go, Lord Duke. Hearing this, Bout merely gave a slight shake of his head, and said, let's go, Layla. Turning back to Dane, the boy watched Mogard disciplining Digron in the background and thought, serves you right. They were the ones who started trouble first, so it's just reaping what they sow. Still, I never knew my dad could be this terrifying when he gets angry. Leaving the matter behind while walking, Duke Bout suddenly asked, is it really true? Did you take him down with a mana bullet? He looked at Dane with curious eyes. Yes, exactly, Dane nodded in reply, and even though he had witnessed Dane's talent, the uncle couldn't help but be amazed by his performance. Spear mastery, summoning, and now even magic. Truly astonishing. Has history ever seen anyone this talented? Bout looked at Arkin with a hint of jealous envy, making Arkin swell with internal pride. Indeed, I'm truly proud to have such an exceptional child. Talent is one thing, but the boy is so composed. Usually when kids squabble, they get upset and stubbornly fight to win, but Dane isn't like that. I have no doubt your son will grow up to be an upright man, Thermion calmly assessed. And though he was dying of joy on the inside, Arkin humbly replied, it's still too early to say anything for sure. We'll have to wait until the kid grows up to really know. Saying that, the uncle turned to Layla with a grateful look. Today's incident was resolved smoothly thanks to Layla. If she hadn't testified, things might have taken a completely different turn. Turning back to Bout, hearing this, the uncle caught the signal. Oh ho, he's seeing Layla's good side if that's the case. The Duke hadn't forgotten his intention to matchmake Dane and Layla, so he proposed. Haha, the girl was just recounting what actually happened. If there's nothing else, why don't we discuss marriage plans for the two of them? The uncle smiled as if discussing buying vegetables at the market. Naturally, this proposal made Arkin jump in fright. Don't tell me he wants Dane to marry his daughter. So the uncle played the distraction card. Oh my, the sun has set already. It's almost time for the banquet. I'll head ahead to prepare. Saying that, Arkin immediately turned and bolted, leaving Bout behind before he could say another word about the marriage. Count Arkin, he shouted before turning to instruct his daughter, Layla, take your time walking back with Dane. After giving instructions to his daughter, Bout hurried off after Arkin. Lord Arkin, let's stay and chat for a bit. Hearing the two of them, little Layla's face turned as red as a ripe apple, while only the male lead kept a completely blank expression as if he hadn't heard a thing. I still can't get over it. Anyway, why did the summoned beast ignore its summoner and listen to you instead? I've seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital, but I've never seen anything like this before, Layla asked wonderingly. However, Dane himself couldn't explain it either. I'm not sure myself, it just happened. However, Layla felt Dane was lying to her and pouted. HMPH, you're hiding something, aren't you? That's so unfair. I helped you. Unfair? I helped you too. Didn't I help you with your swordsmanship? Dane reminded her. Ah, well, now that you mention it, I suppose you did, Layla muttered to herself. Turning back to Dane, well, it is true she helped me a lot this time, he thought to himself, then continued. So let's call it even for now and we can help each other out in the future. Across from him, upon hearing this, for some reason Layla's mood suddenly turned immensely cheerful. Oh, what a great idea. I want to use that right now. She's so impatient. I wonder what she wants to ask. Dane wondered inwardly and asked, so what do you want to ask? Teach me how to use the mana bullet, Layla replied. This request left the male lead slightly stunned. What? Why do you want to learn that? Well, of course it's because I want to get better. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. I want to become really good and make my mom happy. You see, my mom loves me a lot. She'll definitely be so happy if I get good even faster, Layla said happily. Returning to Dane, hearing Layla say that, he felt a bit puzzled. She's still young, why is she in such a hurry? Oh right, I heard the adults talking about this. Martianus Thermion is seriously ill. Pondering the girl's situation, Dane fell into brief contemplation and agreed, all right, if that's the case, I can't refuse you. Really, then let's start tomorrow. I'll stay here until then. Or do you want to start tonight? The little girl asked excitedly. All right, whatever. Mana bullets aren't that hard once you understand the flow of magic, Dane explained. I'm so excited. Dane, it's your turn. What's your request? Hearing this, Dane's gaze narrowed slightly as he said, let's see what I want is. The next sentence was censored by the author. Shifting scenes to the main banquet hall, the messy incident between Mogard's son and Dane had already reached the ears of the distinguished guests inside. I heard Count Tyron got kicked out of the castle. What on earth did he do to deserve that? Someone wondered aloud. Someone nearby who was well informed immediately answered, I heard Tyron's eldest son caused some kind of trouble. That's right, I heard he picked a fight with young Master Dane and got taught a lesson, another added. Hearing this, the crowd could only click their tongues. Tusk tusk, they came all this way just to pull stunts like that, how shameful. And besides that, has everyone heard? There's a rumor that young Master Dane is also an exceptional summoner. Oh, if that's true, the Sagar's family is going to become a prestigious summoning bloodline, someone admired. Not just that, it seems he even knows how to use magic. Oh God, is that really true? Voices of amazement began to echo. At the same time, our protagonist was greeting some bearded uncle. So you're young Master Dane, the one in the rumors. I am Baron Open. Do you know anything about my open territory? Facing him, Dane bowed and greeted, I know a little bit. I heard it's famous for its grilled salmon and sapphires. Seeing Dane's knowledge of his territory, Baron Open burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, what a bright young man. That's right, the salmon and sapphires of the Open family are the best on this continent. I heard you have many talents across various fields. That doesn't seem like a lie. Anyway, I brought my daughter along, a bit late for the introduction, but here, Sylvia, go ahead and greet him. The uncle spoke while gently pushing his daughter forward. What, why so sudden? Dane silently groaned. Unaware of his thoughts, little Sylvia stepped up before him and politely said, Hello, my name is Sylvia. Nice to meet you. Ah yes, I'm Dane, the clueless young master replied. And seemingly noticing Dane's somewhat gentle demeanor, Sylvia immediately stepped right up to him and flashed a very mischievous expression. Hey, you're the future heir of the Sagar's family, aren't you? About that, I'm not really sure myself, Dane stammered out. Don't play dumb, I heard you have tons of talents across various fields. Please take good care of me anyway, it's quite likely that we'll become family in the future. With that said, this bold little girl also firmly grabbed Dane's hand, causing the young boy to step back in a slight panic. Yes, looking forward to it. Why are kids nowadays so straightforward? Dane wondered to himself. At the same time, little Layla's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Dane, you're here. Right as she spoke, the little girl noticed that Sylvia was affectionately holding Dane's hand. So she widened her eyes, turned to glare at the male lead, and interrogated, Who is this? Ah well, she is, Dane stammered, unable to find the words. So Sylvia proactively stepped forward to introduce herself. Please meet the young lady. I am the eldest daughter of Baron Open, Sylvia Open. Turning toward Layla, as if someone had just snatched away a prized toy, the little girl didn't give Sylvia any face at all. Oh, is that so? It's really nice to meet you. The little girl said it was nice on the outside, but her expression didn't look happy in the least. Next, watching both of them smilingly observe each other, Dane felt a cold draft run straight down his spine. Oh man, this familiar murderous intent. Girls are truly terrifying, he thought with a shudder, imagining the scene of two older sisters fighting each other. Brushing that aside, after finishing the polite greetings, Layla grabbed Dane by the wrist and said, Excuse me, I'm borrowing Dane for a moment. We have an appointment, right, Dane? The little girl said while glaring at Dane and emphasizing the word appointment, making Dane, even though there was no appointment, not dare to say the word no. Ah yes, you're right, sorry Sylvia, let's talk later. Sylvia also realized that Layla was staking her claim, but given her current position, the little girl could only force an awkward smile. Ah right, too bad. The two of them walked away, leaving Sylvia behind. HMPH, does she mean to say I'm the bad guy? How dare she snatch him away, Layla thought as she glanced back at Sylvia with eyes full of vigilance. While the male lead, witnessing this expression, instinctively swallowed hard, the Duke's beloved daughter holding power second only to the Emperor. Compared to the Baron's daughter from the east, these two don't seem to get along very well, Dane thought to himself. Then, after heading outside, Layla quietly asked him, How do you two know each other? Is she the one you're going to be engaged to? The question was a bit too blunt, startling Dane into waving his hands frantically. Engaged? No way, we were just exchanging greetings. Really? Layla happily asked back. Of course it's the truth, Dane replied, while wondering why this girl's expression suddenly turned so much brighter. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to some old ruin area. Looking at the large courtyard before him, Dane introduced it. Look, we've arrived. This is a secret place that only my sister and I know about. Seeing this, Layla's eyes widened. Wow, who would have thought a place like this existed? That's right, no one will disturb us here, Dane confidently asserted. And the deeper they walked inside, gazing at the giant vines and foliage covering the surroundings, Layla's spirits grew even more excited. Wow, this is amazing. I had no idea a place like this existed. No one will ever know what we do here. Returning to Dane, once they reached this spot, he got straight down to business. Exactly, this is a very suitable place for training. By the way, have you ever sensed mana yet? Hearing the question, little Layla pondered for a few seconds and replied, A little bit, not enough to form a mana core, but I've been trying to absorb mana by breathing. Opposite her, the male lead started frowning. HMPH, so you haven't entered the breakthrough stage yet. Thinking about it, he even felt a bit puzzled. I figured this out myself on the battlefield. I thought the Duke's household would have taught her this. Thinking this, since the uncle had agreed to guide Layla, Dane began directing the little girl. let's start with the simple stuff first. First you need to feel the mana you've absorbed inside your body. Feel it inside the body, Layla asked with a puzzled look. And Dane nodded in confirmation once more. That's right, if you want to project mana from your body, you need to learn how to control the mana inside first. Imagination is key. Close your eyes and imagine the mana swirling inside you. Picture the mana circulating in your body just like blood flowing through your veins. Dane calmly explained, however. Layla broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that. All right, I'll do as you say, the little girl gritted her teeth and said, and that expression immediately made the protagonist guess, HMPH. I can clearly tell she doesn't get it, thinking this. Dane offered some encouragement. This will be the foundation for you to use mana. It's a very basic step, I know you can do it. And then, following Dane's instructions, Layla squeezed her eyes shut and focused her mind to sense the mana inside her body. But after a moment, the little girl opened her eyes and awkwardly said, Dane, it's not working. Hearing this, our protagonist wasn't too surprised. It might be basic, but you're trying it for the very first time, let's gather it again. Following that, Layla started trying once more, and while the two kids were helping each other out, little did they know that Uncle Arkin had secretly followed them to this place. The spot he thought was hidden from everyone actually couldn't escape Arkin's gaze. Looking at his son guiding Layla's training up ahead, a look of amusement flashed across Arkin's eyes. Oh ho, even at such a young age, my son already knows how to teach others. He has really grown up. The words had barely finished when Uncle Bout's voice suddenly rang out behind him, startling Arkin out of his wits. What are you doing here? Oh heavens, it's my lord the Duke, the uncle whispered when he realized the newcomer was Bout. And as if sharing the same mindset, Bout chuckled, haha, no need to be so surprised. Are some young couples secretly dadding in the middle of the night? What do you mean, a couple, and how did you even find this place? Arkin asked in confusion. Faced with the question, Bout wore a smug expression. Did I intrude anyway? Your stealth skills are way too sloppy. Your wife is a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet you didn't learn a single thing from her. I tried my best, Arkin sighed. As he realized his sneaking had been caught and tracked by Bout. Turning back to Bout, the uncle offered his old friend a piece of advice. If the master of the mansion goes around spying on other people's business, they're going to talk trash about you. Old friend, hearing this, Arkin started in alarm. Spying? I'm just following my son. Oh, you're doing that too? I'm following my daughter, the uncle laughed and said, leaving Arkin across from him to let out a sigh. I don't really have room to talk, but you really are a hopeless father. Brushing that aside, since birds of a feather flock together, they eagerly watched the couple up ahead. You just found out now, let me see too, following their gazes. At that moment, Dane brought his hands before him, channeling mana into his space ring, instantly causing a green light to appear right in front of him. Seeing this, little Layla's eyes lit up as she asked, do you have a space pouch like this? Oh yeah, my sister made it by hand and gave it to me as a birthday gift, Dane explained. Hearing him say that, the little girl's face went blank. Oh man, I'm so jealous. My brothers haven't paid attention to me ever since they started attending the academy. Speaking of which, Layla noticed Dane pulling a mirror out of his space ring and asked with confusion, but why use a mirror? I bought it because I needed it, Dane replied. What, really? Layla asked back, and noticing the confusion on Layla's face, Dane quickly explained. Visualizing something in your head is much easier when looking in a mirror rather than relying solely on imagination. Is that really true? Layla asked blankly, encountering this piece of knowledge for the very first time. Yup, stand in front of the mirror and look at your whole body, Dane nodded and said. Hearing this, curiosity appeared on Layla's face as she slowly walked forward. All right, let me try. With that, Layla looked at herself in the mirror and closed her eyes, sensing the energy inside her body. Watching the little girl's pose, Dane nodded approvingly. She's taking this pretty seriously. Returning to the two dads hiding in the distance, even if they were dense, both of them realized one thing. Layla seems to have taken a liking to your son, Bout spoke up. Is it that obvious? Arkin asked back. Of course, the child isn't usually this open. And his words also startled Count Arkin. Is something wrong? The child is normally such a bright kid. Hearing the question, as if recalling something, Bout's expression suddenly turned a bit somber. She only looks like that on the outside. On the inside, I'm not so sure anymore. After her brothers left for the academy, her mother became bedridden, so she couldn't stay by the child's side like before. That made it hard for her to open up to others. Is that so? Arkin's gaze turned puzzled as he looked at his close friend. But if you understand her situation so well, why do you treat your own biological daughter so coldly? Answering the question, a thoughtful look crossed Duke Bout's face. Have you ever realized? I do that for a reason. When I raised my sons, I paid too much attention to them, and when they grew up, they got spoiled. Hearing him say that, Arkin hurriedly reminded him, hey, don't lump Layla in with them. The child will get hurt. No wonder she asked Dane for help, Arkin complained. You're still as nagging as ever, Bout muttered. What? When am I ever like that? Arkin startledly retorted. Brushing that aside, Bout looked at Arkin with an expectant gaze. Tell me, will you be sending your son to the capital? If so, do you think it's alright to let the boy stay at the Duke's mansion? Turning to Arkin, upon hearing the question, the uncle glanced over at his son up ahead. Right then, under Dane's guidance, Layla successfully managed to sense mana. I did it, I succeeded, right? The little girl said happily. Yeah, you did great, Dane praised with a nod. Watching the two kids, Arkin couldn't help breaking into a smile as he said, I've let Dane decide for himself. Just like Arabella and Claire, however, if Dane wants to go to the capital, I'll definitely do as you say. Oh, it would be great if you dropped by too, Bout cheerfully proposed. What, you want to bicker with me all day long? Arkin exclaimed. You've gotten sharper than before, HMPH. Bout clicked his tongue as his true motive was seen through. And while the two of them were bickering, they didn't realize that. Their conversation had also caught the attention of Lady Lily in the background, who had followed them here at some point. I was wondering where those two went off to, but why are they acting so embarrassing? She laughed and said, truly, parental love has a strange effect on them. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Finishing her thought, the old man also chuckled. Haha, I talked a big game to you, is that really how it is? Dane nodded in reply, and this unconventional answer left the old man speechless. Just look at this kid. He's got quite some guts, he muttered to himself before falling silent for a few seconds and continuing, let's see, I should return those favors. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sidrain Gauss. Not long ago, I was the master of the Nishan Magic Tower. If you want anything, just ask me, because I have everything in this world except for the things I don't have, Sidrain said arrogantly. He must be talking about subspace. Many mages can live without a house by putting everything into a subspace. Dane thought to himself and asked just to be sure. Oh, is that really true? Dane calmly said, and his indifferent attitude once again short-circuited the old man Sidrain. Huh, what is this? I said I'm the master of a magic tower. A normal person would feel surprised or show me some respect upon hearing that. But this brat is still completely unfazed. Thinking of this, as if afraid Dane didn't understand the value of his words, the old man gestured wildly to explain, you will never get another opportunity like this in your life. No need to be modest, just tell me whatever you want. Hearing this, Dane began to furrow his brow slightly as if pondering the reward. And this look of his made the old man wear a triumphant smile. However, Dane's next words instantly burst the old man's bubble. I'll take my time thinking about what I want and tell you later. Hearing this answer, even someone living on the edge couldn't suppress his anger. Huh, you don't even care right now? What kind of weird species is this brat? After finishing his business here, Dane took off. Well then, get some good rest, Dane said as he quickly hurried out of the room, leaving behind old man Sidrain, who was still left in a daze, unable to process what had just happened. Haha, he's the first person to ever treat me like that. The old man laughed foolishly before making an important decision for himself. I was planning to stay a day or two and then leave, but I guess not. I need to stay longer to investigate this interesting fellow more thoroughly. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the training grounds. After finishing his workout and resting, Dane told the butler Herman about the story of picking up Sidrain in the forest. And upon learning his identity, Herman couldn't suppress his astonishment. The master of the magic tower, he must be exceptionally skilled in the field of magic. He exclaimed, absolutely, from what I heard. He's a level 8 mage. Dane nodded and said, level 8, so that's even higher than Miss Arabella. Herman asked back, yup, that's right, if it's true, Dane replied. And hearing this, Herman's voice gradually grew excited. Young master, that means a very powerful person owes you a favor. Magic towers function like independent territories on this continent. They're practically nations of their own, he exclaimed, while Dane himself found it hard to believe his own luck. Who would have thought he was such a big shot? Returning to Herman, after congratulating his young master, the man started wondering, but I wonder why the master of a magic tower was wandering around in the forest like that. Up ahead, Dane was swinging his spear while sharing his thoughts. That's no ordinary forest. Mages consider it a forbidden forest. They call it the Forest of the Apocalypse. Hearing the name, without needing much explanation, the butler partly understood how terrifying it was and clicked his tongue. If it's the Forest of the Apocalypse, even mages would face severe trials. But for him to survive safely, it was all thanks to you, young master. Without answering, the protagonist glanced at the sword in his hand for a moment and spoke. Herman, bring me a new sword. All the ones I'm using right now are too short and light. Hearing Dane's complaint, Herman turned around to look at the swords resting on the rack and said, I see. All those swords are broken war blades the Count brought back. No wonder. I'll go prepare a longsword so you can train with it tomorrow. Seeing he couldn't get a new sword right away, Dane had to accept it. Thank you, then I'll finish today's training with this sword. Finished speaking, he suddenly remembered the gift Count Bout had given him years ago, Come to think of it, I also own that thing, the seal given to me by Count Thermion. 7 years have already passed since that day. If I get the chance to visit the capital, I'll definitely go visit him. Next, after finishing today's training on his way back to his room, Dane ran into his father Arkin. It looks like you worked extremely hard today. Yes, Dad, I thought you had business to take care of outside. Did you come back early? Dane asked in surprise. Things wrapped up faster than I anticipated, and I had a reason to rush back home. Arkin smiled and said, and immediately Dane guessed why his father had rushed back. Is it because of the master of the magic tower? Dane asked with a smile, and the uncle admitted it with a sigh. True, who knows, maybe he can help Arabella out. He might make a good mentor for her. Returning to Dane, hearing his father say that, he started picturing some bad scenarios. As I thought, Dad thinks the master of the magic tower can help Arabella, but I'm not sure if he can handle her temper, especially considering how decisively she punches a senior. Dane worriedly thought to himself. Unaware of this, Count Arkin patted his son's shoulder and praised. Anyway, you saved another life. Well done, Dane. I just did what I had to do. He humbly replied, not everyone can pull off something like that. What you did was truly amazing. Arkin reminded him. Then, as the father and son walked together, Dane remembered something else and turned to ask, oh, are my two sisters not coming this time either, Dad? Hearing the question, Count Arkin regretfully said, about that, why is it so hard to see my daughters? Arabella just finished her long semester and is choosing a magic tower to join. And I heard Claire received a request to participate in an appointment as a teaching assistant from her professor. Seeing both older sisters achieve success, Dane felt happy for them. Both of them are quite impressive. Dane nodded and said, your sisters are indeed impressive, but I'm looking forward to you as well. I wonder how the world will treat a multi-talented kid like you. The uncle wondered aloud. I don't know either. Dane shrugged, making the uncle burst into laughter. Just thinking about the things you do always makes me crack up, Arkin cheerfully said. Returning to Dane, hearing Arkin mention bout, Dane also felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. Duke Bout Thermion, I want to spar in swordsmanship with him again one day. Anyway, I wonder how Layla is doing. The last time I received a letter from her was a year ago. Well, I'll probably find out whenever I get to the capital. Time quickly passed. A few days later, old man Sidrain was screaming at the top of his lungs. What, I'm still not fully recovered? I'm going to go crazy staying in this room for too long. Seeing the old man complaining so much, a doctor looked exhausted and had to compromise. All right, just don't go too far, and for the time being you are not allowed to use magic. What, not allowed? Sidrain shouted. Because a mage like him not being allowed to use magic felt like an addict going through withdrawal. Opposite him, the doctor, fearing the old man didn't grasp the seriousness of the issue, reminded him, that's right, your mana flow hasn't purified yet, and we haven't neutralized all the poison in your body, so you'll have to wait a little longer. Hearing this, although he really wanted to use magic, the old man wasn't stubborn to a fault and gave in. HMPH, I guess it can't be helped. It's been a while since I couldn't use magic. I'll just treat it as a change of pace. But staying here any longer is something I can't bear. Let's go outside. With that, the old man excitedly stood up, wanting to explore the surroundings like a child, leaving the doctor beside him to sigh at this sight. You don't even know your way around here. Ignoring those words, Sidrain slammed the door shut, leaving the doctor suddenly feeling a bit anxious. If he causes any trouble, I suppose I'll be the one taking the punishment, he muttered to himself. Shifting scenes to a certain corner of the estate, a few maid girls gathered to gossip. Mages only come in two types, a genius on the left and a lunatic on the right. Listen, he's walked up and down every single floor of the house dozens of times, and now he's been staring at the flowers in the backyard for hours. But isn't he supposed to be the strongest among mages, right? If so, then whatever, he's definitely out of his mind. Miss Arabella needs to live a normal life. But gossiping voices echoed, and just as they said, for some reason, old man Sidrain was sitting there admiring the carefully tended roses in front of him. I'm really curious, who on earth created this garden? I never expected these flowers to hold such an extraordinary amount of mana. The old man wondered aloud. At the same time, Dane approached and greeted him. I dropped by to check on you but didn't see you. Turns out you were here. Hearing the familiar voice, Sidrain turned around and replied, haha, you thought I ran off somewhere, didn't you? He explained, exactly, that's what I was hopping for. Dane smiled and said, returning to Sidrain. Glancing at the peaceful scenery around him, the old man's soul felt somewhat healed. This area really is a great place for someone to rest and recover. Now I can understand why nobles head south when vacation season arrives. Yeah, this place is wonderful. I'm kind of sad to leave so soon. Dane agreed with a nod, and this piece of information made old man Sidrain somewhat curious as he asked, what, you're leaving soon? Where are you planning to go? Answering the question, Dane shared frankly, not too far. I'm heading to the capital. Ah, the capital, then you must be heading to that academy, right? And your sisters are inside the academy too, right? Yup, they'll have an easy life there. Dane smiled and said, while on the other side, old man Sidrain began observing Dane with curious eyes. His sisters are famously known for having extraordinarily exceptional talents, so I wonder just how talented this young boy is. Should I test him? Thinking this, curiosity completely took over the old man's mind, making him unable to resist using his sensory ability to envelop Dane's body, only to instantly discover that an unbelievable amount of energy was contained inside the boy, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Good grief, what is this dense mana? His mana is shockingly concentrated. If other geniuses of his age group are considered a stream, then this boy is a violent waterfall. A mana volume like that is usually very unstable to the point of exploding, but how on earth? Turning back to Dane, how could this old man's probing escape his notice? So he gave a warning. Don't you think it's a bit rude to appraise someone else's magic without their permission? Dane annoyingly said, making the old man across from him awkwardly scratch his head. Oh, you noticed? Quite skillful. I'm sorry, that was really thoughtless of me. Then, the old man started screaming inside his mind. There's no way I can believe something so absurd. Can there really exist someone who possesses mana as concentrated as this boy? He muttered as he turned to look at Dane with a gaze like he was looking at an alien, leaving the male lead just as confused. Huh? What did he see to be this shocked? Returning to old man Sidrain after focusing his observation on Dane a bit longer, the old man was shocked yet again. Wait a minute. Why can't I see any mana tears? With that density, there should definitely be mana tears visible. Thinking this, a terrifying guess began forming in the old man's heart. No way does this brat have 2 mana cores. To verify his guess, Herman immediately turned to ask Dane, how did you create your mana core? Looking at his expression like a mad dog about to bite someone, Dane felt somewhat puzzled and asked back, is there a problem? Of course there is. You have such a crazy amount of mana, yet you still want to hold a spear. And you even possess a type of magic that only requires a core without needing mana tears. Do you want to throw away the greatest talent that has ever existed? The old man yelled. It seemed he couldn't ignore such a terrifying magic talent failing to study magic on his side. Dane just shrugged and said, why not just use both? Returning to the old man, hearing Dane's reply, Sidrain's teeth were grinding together, while his face twisted as he grabbed and pulled at his hair. I'm going crazy. This is so frustrating. Where should I even start explaining? Then, to clear things up for the kid, Sidrain had to take a deep breath and slowly explain. Do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are strong because they possess both a mana core and mana tears at the same time. However, they hinder each other, and when they collide, problems arise. That's just how the laws of nature work. The mana compressed in the core is channeled into the mana tears, so the tears can't withstand the impact and end up exploding. The old man spoke with extreme seriousness, making Dane, even though he hadn't experienced it yet, break out in a sweat. Man, I've looked into this quite a bit, but is this really impossible? He asked himself inwardly. Returning to Sidrain, the old man was now too angry to even look at Dane. HMPH, what a wasted talent, such a complete waste. Over here, as if ignoring the old man's angry attitude, Herman asked, can't you use magic without mana tears? Answering the question, the old man pondered for a moment and said, it's not impossible, but without the refinement of mana tears, how are you going to cast spells that require pure mana? Besides, it's not like nobody ever had the same thought as you before. However, most of the ones I knew met with failure. Hearing that he still had a chance, Dane patted his chest and said, well then let me try. I haven't tried it yet, but it seems feasible. What is this crazy brat talking about? Herman gritted his teeth and thought to himself in response to Dane's words. If I rearrange the magic, Dane mumbled, raising his hand to wave it through the air, and with every movement he made, it left behind a blue energy trail filled with countless strange ancient runes. Then he clenched his fist tightly, and immediately, a fierce fire suddenly ignited in midair. And by some miraculous feat, it didn't seem to harm the protagonist at all. Seeing the fire appear, a faint smile spontaneously crept onto the male lead's face. Oh, it worked, but it's only a basic level 1 spell. Opposite him, old man Sidrain's eyes nearly popped out of his skull at the unbelievable sight before him. How is that possible? This kid doesn't have any mana tears. How can he use magic? Thinking this, the old man couldn't help shouting out loud, unbelievable. You should only be able to use spell casting through refining the magic circle, yet you. The more he talked, the more flustered Sidrain felt. Returning to Dane, the young man just gave a wave of his hand and created some kind of barrier. At the same time, he voiced his speculation. My older sister Arabella said my affinity for magic is very high. maybe that's why. Hearing this, Sidrain still found it hard to believe in his heart. Even so. Is this what commoners mean when they describe uncopyable talents? The so-called innate talent. Sidrain thought to himself in his heart as for the first time he personally experienced the feeling of being a commoner looking up to true geniuses. Unaware of his thoughts, even Dane himself was somewhat startled when I tried it just once and it actually worked. It really is effective. So you can use magic without spell formulas, now I get it. The young master nodded to himself, while Sidrain's face across from him went blank to the point where he could barely stand. Innate mana affinity, and even purer and denser mana than anyone else in this world. Does such a person really exist? Thinking about this, an overwhelming urge began to well up inside old man Sidrain. Would you like to become my disciple? He proposed. However, Dane didn't seem very interested in using magic just yet. Nevertheless, the old man refused to give up, constantly nagging in his ear. I'm telling you, let's talk about this. Passing up a talent as incredible as yours is such a waste. Do you know how to use tier 2 magic? I don't know the code for it, so I can't. Dane replied awkwardly. This answer made the old man laugh like he hit the jackpot. Oh ho, wonderful. If you become my disciple, I'll cast tier 8 magic right away. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Dane flatly rejected him with a straight face. No thanks, I'll pass. Seeing himself, the dignified tower master of the magic tower and an 8th tier mage, rejected over and over again by this brat, former tower master Sidrain's anger reached its absolute limit. His pupils turned completely white and he gritted his teeth like a rabid dog in need of a rabies shot. Fortunately, before he could lunge forward and take a bite out of Dane, Count Arkin's cheerful voice rang out, Haha, I never thought you'd be so buddy-buddy with my son. Oh, Dad. Dane greeted upon seeing his father walk up. So, son, what are you two discussing? Arkin asked. At that moment, Dane annoyedly said, Well, he keeps bugging me to become his disciple, but I turned him down. A disciple, Arkin said, casting a meaningful glance at Sidrain, which made the old man somewhat embarrassed as he turned to persuade Arkin. Well, Count Arkin, your son possesses the talent of a great mage. Haha, is that so? The uncle smiled calmly, because he knew his son's talent was easily 10 times greater than this old man's. Returning to Sidrain, as if afraid Arkin wouldn't believe him, he patted Dane's shoulder heavily and asserted, Maybe it's even greater than you imagine. He can even cast spell chain magic without any magic circles. Hearing this, Arkin's expression shifted slightly before turning to his son for confirmation. No magic circles. Is that true, Dane? Ah yes, Dad, the clueless young man replied. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any basic magic knowledge, Arkin laughed, making the boy's talents seem all the more impressive. Sidrain responded, and with this praise, Arkin mentally slapped a label on him as someone with a good eye for people. As expected of the former master of the magic tower, you instantly saw my son's talent. It's not just simple talent, your son is a genius. The boy could even become a rare magic lancers. The old tower master smiled and suggested. Instantly, an image flashed in Count Arkin's mind of Dane dressed in knightly attire, holding a sword aloft and proclaiming, "Swords are better than spears." Picturing this image, the uncle's face darkened completely. A magic lancers, Arkin's voice carried heavy weight. Seeing this, Dane's internal alarm bells started ringing. Crap, you shouldn't say that in front of my dad. Dane cried out inwardly. However, old man Sidrain didn't seem to notice Arkin's grim expression and kept smiling. That's right, a magic lancers, finally showing some interest, right? If you become my disciple, I guarantee I'll take full responsibility. I'll turn the boy into the strongest magic lancers in the Empire. Right as he said that, Sidrain's voice suddenly cut off as he felt a chilling gaze locked onto him. What is this? Why do I have a chill down my spine? Sidrain wondered, and very quickly he got his answer when Arkin's eyes turned beastly white and he roared. He is not going to be a magic lancers. Seeing this posture, the old man shriveled up and weakly asked, But why not? Magic lancers have magic, don't you think the boy is uniquely suited for it? My son Dane will not be a magic lancers, he's going to become a magic spearman. The uncle roared, startling Sidrain into taking a few steps back. What the hell, that's what you're mad about. Finished yelling, Arkin looked back at Dane, who stood beside him with a resigned look. Haha, why is everyone in this family like this? Dane chuckled internally. Time flew by quickly. At this moment, Dane was reading in his private room, and the matter of becoming Sidrain's disciple remained undecided. Right now, the protagonist was also delving into some magic knowledge. For a mage, becoming a disciple carried immense significance. Mages usually nurtured their successors through a practice called inheritance, a tradition dating back to ancient times and lasting all the way to the modern era, even after general magic education was established. That's right, the master of the magic tower wasn't just looking for a regular disciple, but a successor. Considering that an 8th tier archmage was hanging around him, It meant his talent was something utterly extraordinary. After hearing so many praises, he could feel something stirring inside his body. Speaking of which, Dane's eyes suddenly widened as he recalled a childhood memory. Ah, I remember now. An image surfaced in Dane's mind of older sister Arabella bringing a glass orb before him and instructing, "Whenever you want to see me, just pour magic into this crystal orb." Thinking of this, the young master immediately opened his storage chest, took out the magical crystal orb and cheerfully said, "All right, I'll just ask Sister Arabella." In another development, somewhere that looked like a library, older Sister Arabella suddenly heard her younger brother's voice. Sister Arabella, it's me, Dane." Hearing the familiar voice, the pen in her hand suddenly stopped as she said happily, "Dane, my little brother." Then very quickly, Dane began recounting everything to his older sister to ask for her opinion. Naturally, after hearing it, Arabella couldn't hide her astonishment at her younger brother. "What? Dane, you can use Tier 1 magic, but you don't even have a magic circle yet." "Well, I don't have one, but I can still use it anyway." He shrugged, leaving the young woman to wryly smile. "I knew you were a genius, but I never expected you to be this good." Returning to Dane, he continued, "Magic circles only serve to purify and circulate mana. Maybe it's because my mana is already too pure." Hearing Dane's deduction, Arabella nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable." "Ah, I have a way to test it. Dane, I'll send you a magic stone through the transmission device in your room. Just pour a little mana into it." "Got it," Dane replied happily. He also marveled at his own good luck for having such a sister. "My eldest sister is so good to me, mana always makes me so curious." Advice from a 6th-tier mage was extremely useful. On the other end, as if remembering something, Arabella added a warning, "Come to think of it, if you can use magic, you're going to get a lot of attention at the academy." No way, I don't want that," Dane said in panic. "That's unavoidable. Talent is what attracts the most eyes. Make sure to tell me if you get bullied at school. I'll deal with anyone who dares touch my little brother." Arabella said confidently, prompting Dane on the other end to remember something else and ask, "Oh, now that you mention it, I almost forgot. I heard you broke the nose of that guy who kept hitting on you. Was it the second son of Duke Well?" Hearing this, Arabella recalled the hateful face of that second son and gritted her teeth. "Don't even mention that bastard." She angrily shouted, causing the people walking nearby to eye her with apprehension. Noticing this, Arabella hurriedly lowered her voice and continued, "Anyway, even without a magic circle, can your mana get even purer over time?" Replying to the question, the protagonist's voice grew hesitant. I don't know either." "Well, I'll look into it later," Arabella nodded. However, before she could chat with her younger brother much longer, a female student ran over from afar to remind her, "Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you." Hearing the reminder, though reluctant, Arabella had to speak up. "Dane, I have to go now. I'll call you back later." "Okay, see you later then," Dane said. "All right, I'll send the magic stone to you as soon as possible." Returning to the protagonist, after waiting for his sister to hang up, the young master unconsciously broke into a joyful smile. "I'm about to step into a whole new world. Even I didn't expect my mana to be this pure. Could I have the heart of a dragon?" Dane murmured, raising his hand to his chest as if to feel it. In another development at this moment, old man Sidrain, unable to persuade Dane into becoming his disciple, was letting out deep, death-like sighs. "Oh God, I'm done for. I used mana to probe him, which made my condition even worse than before. I intended to leave early, but I can't go yet. Not until he accepts my proposal. What do I even have to do to get him to agree? Should I give him some magical artifacts, or pass down my generations of accumulated knowledge?" Sidrain asked himself, but immediately shook his head to dismiss the idea. "No, that's way too much. If I give him all that and he still refuses, I'll end up leaving with nothing." The more he thought about it, the more the old man felt his hair turning a bit whiter. At that moment, Dane's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Are you in your room? It's me, Dane Saugers." Seeing Dane come to find him, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Sidrain's eyes. "What is he here for? Did he finally agree to my proposal?" Thinking this with eager anticipation, Sidrain spoke up, "Come in." Hearing this, Dane opened the door, quickly stepped inside and said, "Good, you're here. I have something to talk to you about." "Oh, what do you want?" the snobby old man asked. After looking at Dane's expression, the old man suddenly jumped to the conclusion that Dane had come to ask to become his disciple and laughed heartily. "Haha, I knew it. Everyone wants to become the disciple of an immensely talented 8th-tier mage like me." The old man laughed with utter glee. Before the old man could finish laughing, Dane ruthlessly corrected him. "No, that's not it." Hearing this, the smile on Sidrain's face vanished instantly and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Tusk, then what are you here for? Didn't you say you had no interest in magic?" "It's not that I have no interest in magic," Dane shook his head. "Then why don't you want to be my disciple? Don't tell me you already have a master," Sidrain asked back. But Dane shook his head a second time. "No, I don't have a master yet either." Hearing this, even a clay bodhisattva would have felt a bit annoyed in his heart. I'm losing my mind. Is this brat playing with me? If not, what on earth are you here for? If not, what on earth are you here for? Sidrain gritted his teeth and asked. Naturally, Dane didn't have the luxury of time to chat idly with this old man. I don't know how to progress when reaching the second tier. Getting my eldest sister to teach me is too difficult since she's far away. When all is said and throwing hands aside, the best way is to learn from old man Sidrain. He still owes me my life after all. Thinking of this, Dane decided to cash in on that life-saving favor. I don't just want to be a regular mage. Across from him, the old man made a connection and said, "What, so you want to become a magic spearman?" "Nope, I'm going to become a mage, spearman, assassin, summoner." The young master rattled off a ridiculous multi-class title that made Sidrain's jaw drop as wide as a bowl. "What? Does a class like that even exist?" The old man scratched his head and said, "And swordsman too." Dane added, faced with this chosen path of his, Sidrain could only shake his head. "How ridiculous. That's too hard to pull off. You're still deciding to turn me down even when you don't know this is your only opportunity?" "That's right," Dane replied calmly. With that resolute tone, Sidrain fell into deep contemplation. Damn it, he's too stubborn. The old man sighed internally. However, in times of difficulty, his brain seemed to kick into gear, helping him come up with an idea. Maybe that will work. Thinking of this, Sidrain slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Do you want a recommendation letter? I heard you want to enter that academy, right? If I write you a recommendation letter, you'll get direct admission," Sidrain said excitedly. Faced with such a juicy piece of bait, Dane found it extremely tempting. This condition was truly irresistible. "All right," he sighed and said. "Great, now let's discuss the details," Sidrain shouted. "Can I set a condition?" Dane asked further. Hearing this, the old man laughed triumphantly inside. He's hooked. I'll seize this opportunity and make sure he can't slip away. Thinking that, he cheerfully replied, "Naturally, go ahead." "Well then, can you teach me how Tier 2 magic works?" "Of course, I understand all kinds of magic in this world," Sidrain puffed out his chest with confidence. "Oh, is that so? Then I'm counting on you," the protagonist said with a voice full of eager anticipation. Nothing to it. The old man waved his hand while telling himself he's still very young. A recommendation letter or the mechanics of Tier 2 magic is nothing compared to getting him. Thinking this, the old man wanted to show off his great knowledge right away. "Then let's start right now. Even though my physical condition isn't great, it doesn't matter." "All right, let's begin," Dane nodded. He has completely fallen into my net." Sidrain chuckled inwardly. However, contrary to the old man's delusions, Dane wasn't that foolish. "Oh, by the way, I'll consider this as repayment for saving your life in the forest." Hearing Dane drop those words, Sidrain's face froze as he asked, "What? You said it yourself. You owe me a life-saving favor, so I can ask for whatever I want." "I've already stated it," Dane said with a very mischievous smile, leaving the old man's eyes rolling back in shock. "Wait, what about becoming my disciple?" "Of course, no way," Dane shook his head. Hearing this, no matter how clueless he was, Sidrain realized he had been completely played by Dane. I just got scammed." Scammed by a 14-year-old. Thinking of this, the old man's brain started spinning again, making him realize a catch in Dane's request as he shouted, "Wait a minute, you asked for two things, but I only owe you one favor." Replying to the challenge, Dane coldly said, "I don't think so. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body. Furthermore, I had to carry you all the way back here, but I didn't even count that." The protagonist confidently listed off his life-saving merits, leaving the old man looking as if he had lost his life savings. Why is this kid so cunning? Good grief, my back is starting to ache a bit. To sum it up, the experience of old age simply couldn't defeat the passion and cunning of youth. Time passed quickly, shifting scenes to the training ground. Because he had fallen into Dane's trap, they were now present there to practice magic. But of course, Sidrain didn't plan on giving up easily either. "Let's see, it doesn't matter. If I keep persistently persuading him, maybe he'll change his mind in the future. It would be such a waste to just let go of an innate talent like this." Thinking that, the old man started giving instructions. Forming a monocore before even having a magic circle isn't worth mentioning. The important thing is being able to use magic without a magic circle. The mechanism of Tier 2 magic I'm about to explain is extremely complex. Countless people have given up at this step. So listen very carefully next time, Sidrain said, casting an arrogant glance over his shoulder at Dane. "All right," Dane agreed calmly. Look at that sparkling look in his eyes. "But I won't let you achieve your goal easily. I'll show you some manners," the Tower Master shouted in his heart. Finally, the lesson officially began. Tier 2 magic is a completely different level compared to Tier 1, because you have to calculate the amount of mana, the level of floating mana in the air, and even account for your current physical condition. The reason most people quit learning magic is because it's so complicated, the old man explained. Meanwhile, Dane attentively pulled out his small notebook to jot down important points. Seeing this focused posture of his, Sidran felt a bit skeptical internally. Well, do you understand what I'm saying? You're definitely going to end up begging me to explain it in simpler terms. Imagining the picture of Dane having to beg him, the old man sneered and said, basically that's how it is. Do you understand? Replying to the remark, Dane nodded confidently. Yes, I understand. I have to learn a lot, not just how magic works, but also things I haven't encountered yet. Across from him, Dane's remark completely went against Sidran's expectations, leaving the old man utterly flustered. What? You actually understand all of it? Then tell me about the laws of magic. Turning back to Dane, hearing the question, he casually answered while writing in his notebook. The first law is coexistence. Mana can coexist with the material world and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, a mage uses their own mana and surrounding mana to cast magic. The second law is conservation. If mana gathers enough material elements, then through conservation, it can cast magic utilizing all different elemental attributes, blah blah. Hearing Dane talk up to this point, Sidran's entire body stiffened like a log. Unbelievable, he completely understands the essence of magic and he even added his own interpretations to it. Most people find this boring, but it seems he doesn't think so. How can someone like this even exist? The old man sighed despondently in his heart. Then, because Dane had answered the question so brilliantly, he decided to dive deeper into the lecture. With each tier up, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining it, I'll demonstrate it for you. Saying that, the old man paused for a beat and waved his hand to the side, causing his arm to be covered in long strips of blue energy. Very quickly, these energy strips intertwined to form a grid-like symbol. Looking at this symbol, old man Sidran turned to Dane and said, for example, this is tier 1 magic which can be cast using simple laws. However, from tier 2 onward it's completely different, tier 1 can't compare. Finishing his sentence, he began demonstrating further, creating larger energy strips with countless incomprehensible symbols floating around them. This is how tier 2 magic works, the old man calmly stated. On this side, looking at the example magic Sidran created, even Dane felt the complexity level had stepped up to a completely different tier. They intertwine in such a complex way, it feels even harder than the theory. Dane frowned in thought. Returning to old man Sidran, seeing the change on Dane's face, he chuckled. How about that? This is the magic used to create tier 2 fire magic firebolts. Furthermore, if you want more, you have to cast the same spell multiple times. You must be super surprised, right? You've never seen the mechanics of tier 2 magic before. Sidran thought to himself and continued speaking. Looks complicated, right? Most people take at least a year after freely using tier 1 magic before they even start touching tier 2. No matter how intelligent you are, you can only understand a fraction of magic. The important thing here is the law. If you can't grasp that, nothing else matters. I'll observe you for about a week and then slowly break down the technique, Sidran secretly plotted in his mind. However, he had slightly underestimated a genius like Dane. Should I give it a try? He asked, snapping the old man out of his thoughts. Well, it'll be hard, but go ahead and try. Sidran spoke dismissively, assuming Dane definitely wouldn't be able to pull it off. All right then, Dane replied calmly. Next, he relied on what he had observed to mimic Sidran, causing his own body to be covered in countless gentle streams of energy, and very quickly, that grid magic was successfully executed by him. This is tier 1 magic, right? Dane asked. That's right, Sidran nodded. While also feeling a hint of shock inside, he can create lines of specific length and width. Impressive. So he can use basic tier 1 magic just like that. On this side, seeing the old man confirm it, he proceeded to use tier 2 magic. And this is what you just showed me. Right after saying that, the surrounding energy around Dane suddenly twisted, turning identical to the tier 2 magic Sidran had used earlier. At that moment, Sidran didn't even know what to say to match the scene before him. For real, he perfectly copied the mechanics of tier 2 magic. He understood it just by watching me do it once. Thinking that, a wave of curiosity surged inside the old man as he asked, how on earth did you do that? When I observed it, I memorized the laws and patterns. When visualizing the magic in my head, it wasn't that hard. Dane explained gently. Even though Dane explained it so simply, Sidran knew damn well how insanely difficult this was. It was truly beyond imagination. Even a magic genius like me took a while to use tier 2 magic, yet this kid can materialize it without a magic circle. The old man thought in astonishment. But the surprises weren't over yet, because right after, the protagonist decided to show off a little more by proposing, then I'll try using firebolts too. Wait, what? Sidran asked back, but Dane didn't have time to repeat himself. He immediately extended both arms to the sides and concentrated his mind, controlling each of his mana streams, turning them into glowing streaks that flew haphazardly around him. Then from within those glowing streaks, 4 fire arrows suddenly appeared in midair. Seeing his magic succeed, Dane felt a hint of joy. Oh, looks like it worked. Returning to Sidrain, looking at the young teenager who was overjoyed that his magic had worked, he could only feel completely incredulous and utterly absurd. If I had possessed such talent, I could have fulfilled my Tier 9 dream long ago. Unaware of his thoughts, after guiding a few arrows close to himself, Dane turned to ask, am I doing this right? Ah yes, very impressive. You learn everything I teach in an instant. The old man said while coughing a few times, while Dane himself felt astonished. Well, I'm surprised I pulled it off on the very first try. Speaking of Sidrain, at that moment, he was genuinely a bit terrified by Dane's terrifying talent. A mage without mana tears, the world will turn upside down once they find out about him. I must keep this talent hidden because all sorts of people will try to approach and bother the kid, especially until he becomes my disciple. I should think about how to write a letter of recommendation to the academy, Sidrain told himself before speaking up. Alright, let's move on to another spell. Yes sir, Dane replied. Just like that, time quickly passed until evening, and as he lay in bed, Dane began recalling the moments from earlier today. Magic class was much more fun than I thought. I need to study both theory and practice thoroughly, but since I can use magic. Thinking back to his past life, he had been trapped in a situation where he was forced to give up magic, at a time when he didn't even know if he would lose his life. Spending time studying magic was an extreme luxury for him, and just to survive, he had to keep swinging his sword. Because magic, past a certain point, prioritizes theoretical study over practical application. It makes me look forward to this lifetime even more. Combining the theory I learned from my sister with my innate talent, I can display explosive growth with just simple guidance. And having the former master of the magic tower as a teacher, what magic will I learn tomorrow? Dane wondered with curiosity. Just like that, time quickly passed. Half a month later, Dane and Sidrain went to find Arkan to propose something. What, you want to make magic reagents? Arkan exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, since we don't have enough materials, I'll need to go outside the territory, Dane replied. HMPH, experimenting with potions already, the uncle said blankly, while beside him, Tower Master Sidrain affirmed, don't worry about the kid. He has already studied the mechanics of Tier 4 magic. Turning back to Arkan, although he knew his son was immensely talented, every time he heard about his achievements, he was still filled with awe. Doesn't it usually take a month just to finish Tier 1? Information on magic reagents isn't that simple. Where did you learn all this? Answering the question, Dane flashed a bright smile. I learned it from reading magic books in the library. They made me feel so interested. Hearing him say that, old man Sidrain smiled along. Haha, as expected of a genius, I never thought you'd be curious about magic reagents. Most people find them boring. But for you, even just picking out materials is fun, guaranteed. Opposite them, seeing the smiling expressions of those two, Arkan grew a bit pensive and agreed, very well, this will be a precious experience for you. Since you're heading out, make sure to inspect the territory as well. Yes Dad, Dane replied. Next, the three of them, Dane, Herman and Sidrain, left their mansion and stepped out onto the street, and the moment he appeared, it caused a commotion as his identity was recognized by the people. It's young Master Dane, young master, he's carrying snacks. It's the new product. That silver-haired mane is blowing in the wind, looking so gorgeous today. Greetings from the townspeople began echoing everywhere, and the male lead didn't put on airs as he turned to nod and smile at them. I hope everyone is doing well. I'll come back for the snacks later. Beside him, the old wizard Sidrain watched the way the townspeople treated the young master and stroked his beard in thought. It seems Count Saugers isn't a bad person. Well, judging by the way he treated me, that's only natural. Thinking of this, he cast his gaze over the bustling scenery around him and remarked, there is plenty of delicious food here in the south. Pleasant weather and friendly people, a sight rarely seen in the capital. Yeah, this place is very warm, Dane answered. So how much longer until we reach the magical artifact shop? Sidrain asked. But for a homebody who holed up in the castle all day, this question really put Dane on the spot. I'm not entirely sure since I've never been there before. What? Sidrain cried out in astonishment while the male lead seized the opportunity to turn to his butler. Herman, please lead the way for us from here. Ah yes, young master. Herman nodded and said, then urged his horse forward to take the lead, and as he rode, he spoke, this way, it's not far anymore. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the magical artifact shop. Dane's group had just arrived, and the moment she saw them walk in, the shop owner excitedly said, oh my, is it really young Master Dane? Your silver hair and emerald eyes are as astonishing as the rumors say. Thanks for having us. How has business been lately? Dane greeted her. And facing the question, the female shop owner shrugged and said, same as usual, not many people in the territory buy magical artifacts. I only sell to foreigners and those interested in magic. Speaking of which, as if recognizing the identity of old man Sidrain, she respectfully said, I never expected to have the honor of meeting the former master of the magic tower, Lord Sidrain here. Hearing the greeting, the old man smiled back, while Dane felt a bit surprised. She recognized him at a single glance. Well, that makes sense since hardly anyone becomes a magic tower master in the empire. Apart from this monster. Returning to the shop owner knowing they were there for what they needed, she didn't waste any more of their time. Feel free to browse the shop, just call me if you need anything. With that, she stepped aside to let them choose freely. HMPH, since this is your first time visiting a magical artifact shop, look around as much as you like. I'll go chat with the shop owner for a bit, Sidrain said, suit yourself. Herman replied. Then, while the old man was busy chatting up the lady, Dane took the opportunity to inspect the various bottles and items lined up on the wooden shelves, whispering in admiration, wow, there are so many interesting things here. And there's something strange too, a rather familiar feeling, the young lord wondered inwardly. Besides, if I touch the magical artifacts, I can see their magical reactions. Must be because my magical sensitivity is quite high. Thinking this, Dane suddenly sensed a strange aura that caught his attention. What is this? A fairly strong reaction is coming from over there. What could it be? As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the source of the aura, and seeing Dane's posture, the shop owner reminded him, young master, those are just decorations. Oh, is that so? Dane muttered while the old wizard beside him turned to suggest, why don't you come over here and check out some potion-making materials? Moon roots are quite good too. In response, the shop owner quickly seized the chance to advertise her products. That's an absolute choice. I have at least 50 types of potions containing moon root, grown by my own hands, so the quality is top-notch. Returning to Dane, he was still restless about the strange feeling he had sensed. How bizarre. He muttered to himself before pinpointing the location of the aura and turning back to look. It turned out the entire sensation was being emitted by a certain stone. Right, that's it, that stone is resonating. The guy thought to himself as he hurriedly ran toward the stone, leaving the butler Herman somewhat puzzled behind him. Young master, what's wrong, Herman? I sense something from this stone. Dane explained. Seeing this, Herman glanced at the stone and shook his head. It's just a regular decoration. I'm not entirely sure either, but this stone is really weird. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the stone and inspect it, and very quickly he found his answer. I see, the more magic I channel into it, the stronger the reaction gets. Could it be that it only reacts to my magic? Unaware of the stone's oddity, the shop owner was still introducing her wares. You have great taste. Using that as a specimen is just perfect. Let's see, I'll take a batch of this moon root and some conwell berries. Let me ask, what is this? Dane asked, holding up the stone in his hand, and hearing the question, the shop owner turned to look at the object in his grasp and said in surprise, where did you get that stone? What's wrong with that stone? Sidrain asked curiously. Oh, nothing, those are just decorations. She waved her hand and said, and upon hearing that reply, Dane became even more confused. Decoration? No way, what kind of decoration reacts to magic? Turning back to the shop owner, for some reason looking at the stone in Dane's hand made her face twitch. Hey, looking at that stone just pisses me off. Hearing this, the old wizard curiously turned to ask, what's wrong? Did someone scam you? The shop owner let out a sigh and said, a few years ago, some peddlers paid me with a large bundle of goods. When I opened it up inside, it turned out to be that lump of rock, and the guy was already gone. I didn't know what it was, so I had it appraised, but in the end it was still just a plain rock. I didn't know where to put it, so I just left it there. Strange, this stone is definitely not ordinary. Dane wondered inwardly, but instead of voicing his doubts to the old wizard Sidrain beside him, he decided to keep it to himself. Turning back to the shop owner, seeing that Dane still hadn't picked anything out, she suggested, young master, if you want something better, look over here. I have some very special magical creation. I'll show you. With that, the lady quickly pulled out a scroll and introduced it. This is a business card scroll, blah blah. Ignoring the sales pitch, Dane kept his focus entirely on the stone in his hand, though there are many cool things here. This is the only one I want, unaware of Dane's thoughts. The lady continued her enthusiastic pitch. If you put it inside, it will automatically save the information you want, and you just have to call out the person's name, their business card will appear. And before she could finish, Dane cut her off. I'll take the business card scroll and this stone. Seeing Dane take the useless stone as well, the shop owner was shocked. Why would you want that useless rock? Elsewhere, the tower master also curiously asked, what are you planning to do with that? Responding to both of them, Dane just smiled without giving much explanation. Just like that, after getting what they needed, the group quickly left the shop, and on the way, old man Sidrain couldn't help asking, I didn't expect you to have an interest in decorations or art, or is that stone somehow special? Seeing that the old man had caught on to him, Dane let out a few laughs. You figured it out? Well, of course, otherwise why would you buy a useless rock? Then Dane finally spilled a little bit of information. Exactly, this stone is definitely not a regular decoration. It can react to my magic. Hearing the kid say that, A hint of interest gradually surfaced on Sidrin's face. Is that so? I'm not sure what that stone is either, but hearing you say that makes me curious. There are too many people here. Let's head back to the mansion to examine it more closely. Very well, Dane nodded, and the group quickly urged their horses to gallop back to the mansion. Time quickly passed to the afternoon, and now the two of them were getting ready to start researching the stone. Do you know what it is? Dane asked. Are you underestimating my priceless experimental tools? With these, I'll find out what it is, even if a mage appraised it and said it was nothing special, Dane added. Hearing that, a look of contempt crossed the old man's eyes. HMPH, no matter what he said, how could he compare to this gear of mine? I burned all my money on these advanced tools. They can analyze anything you put on them, Sidrin said as he turned to look at the magical tool he had just pulled out of his subspace, and seeing him confidently assert that, a flicker of anticipation showed in Dane's eyes. Great, let's test it right away. Alright, I'm quite eager myself. Just place the stone right on here, and channel your magic into it with that. The old tower master placed the stone fragment over the star-shaped symbol, and right after he channeled his mana into it, the magic circles hidden inside the device activated and began analyzing the item. Something truly special. I can finally puff out my chest with pride, the old man chuckled inwardly, and very quickly, from within the star symbol, numerous energy beams shot outward. Looking at the ancient runes within the energy stream, Dane gasped. Magic code. On the other side, with his expertise, Sidrin also recognized the anomaly and pointed it out. That's right, but it's not ordinary magic either. Looking at the incredibly complex streams of magical energy dancing through the air, Dane could only stare blankly in utter astonishment. It was a spell containing laws, structures, and casting methods he had never seen before, perhaps even rivaling a 6th or 7th tier spell in complexity. At that thought, things began to clear up a bit. So the magic hidden inside the stone was actually what manifested that spell, Dane muttered to himself, while the old man across from him chuckled and said, just as you said, your magic is the key that unlocks it. I say that because it only reacts to your magic. Returning to Dane, upon hearing the tower master's words, a deep sense of curiosity welled up inside him. What on earth is it? What kind of magic is hidden within this stone, and why does it only react to my magic? The more he thought about it, the more his head spun, while the old tower master on his end wanted to try analyzing the spell. Let's see, the sealing magic inside is a bit unfamiliar to me, but since I'm the former master of the magic tower, I'll give it a shot. Shifting back to Dane, seeing the old man step up to handle it personally, he turned and asked, if this succeeds, maybe I'll figure out why my magic is different from everyone else's. Hopefully it works, Sidrin said with a nod. Meanwhile, over at Arabella's private laboratory. At that moment, she was reviewing a stack of analytical reports carefully pinned to the wall, muttering to herself, as expected, it's different. It's clearly distinct from ordinary magic. A special trait. There's a unique characteristic in the magic Dane shared with me that even I don't have. However, which branch of magic does this spell actually fit into? The results just don't show it. Magical reagents, magic gates, magical engineering. If it doesn't belong to any of these fields, then what on earth is it? It has to belong to something. The elder sister sank into deep thought until a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind. That's right, there's a lost field of magic that Dane's magic might actually match. At that thought, she hurriedly started rummaging through her magic books. Where did I put it anyway? Here it is: alchemy, spiritual divination, necromancy, and even a primitive magic code. As she spoke, Arabella searched frantically until her hand accidentally knocked a book off the table, sending it crashing to the floor. How is this an ancient magic book? Brushing the thick layer of dust off the cover as if no one had touched it in ages, she reminisced about the magical kingdom that existed long ago, along with the magic inherited from Archana. Since it's an ancient spell from 2,000 years ago, nobody knows how to use it anymore. At that thought, Arabella let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Haha, what am I even saying? Ancient magic disappeared 2,000 years ago. Dane's magic couldn't possibly be related to it. Finishing her laugh, her expression grew contemplative once more. Whatever, I've got nothing to lose anyway, I might as well try it out. Acting on her thought, she channeled her magic into the typewriter sitting right in front of her, and very quickly, the typewriter began spitting out a sheet of paper to give her the results, and something started to appear. Waiting for the machine to finish typing, Arabella eagerly checked the result. What is it? Alchemy, divination, or, gods, please don't let it be necromancy. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed sharply, and though it's unclear exactly what was written inside, after reading just a brief snippet, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her brain. No way, what the hell is this? Arabella screamed out. Back with Dane's group, using his own immense magical power, Sidrin quickly finished breaking the seal. Right then, the stone suddenly shattered into pieces, bringing a glint of amusement to the old man's face. The seal is lifted, there's something inside. Dane furrowed his brow and said, right, let's take it out, to which Sidrain nodded. Next, from among the rubble of broken stone, the old man pulled out a completely ordinary-looking bracelet. A silver bracelet, Dane asked in surprise. Meanwhile, the old man rolled his eyes, utterly disappointed that after expecting so much, they ended up with this piece of junk that looked like something you could buy at any street market. Good grief, I thought there'd be something extraordinary inside all that material, but there's nothing. Here it is, since it only reacts to your magic, you should try wearing it, Sidrain said casually as he tossed the bracelet to Dane. Seeing this, Dane caught the bracelet and slowly slipped it onto his wrist. Just as they predicted, the moment Dane put it on, the bracelet suddenly emitted a soft, soothing blue glow. This made the old man's expression shift. Oh, it's actually reacting now. Turning back to Dane, who had also noticed the change, the boy exclaimed, huh, I'm seeing some weird characters here. Sidrain widened his eyes to peer closer. These characters are tiny as ants, do you know what they are? Dane asked with curiosity and very quickly. That's right, these characters are ancient script that nobody in this world can read. Ancient script, you say? Dane asked in bewilderment. They're the characters used by the ancient magical kingdom of Archana. The old man said calmly, and the protagonist had indeed heard stories about this ancient kingdom before. Archana? I've heard Arabella talk about it since I was little. She said it was an era where even the smallest everyday item was created using magic. But then one day, that era came to an end, leaving behind only a few ruins, handed-down legends, and this stream of magic code. Returning to Sidrain, upon realizing that Dane was connected to the long-lost magical kingdom, his face lit up with excitement. Haha, I knew your magic was special, but I never expected it to be linked to the ancient magical kingdom. So that must be why I was able to move through the forest so easily these past few days. Dane nodded in response. Seems like it because the magic in that forest originates from Archana. The old man gave him a sideways glance, his desire to make the boy his disciple growing even stronger. Turning back to the protagonist after looking at the bracelet and sensing it for a moment, he shook his head. But I don't sense anything else inside this bracelet. In response, the former tower master didn't know much either, so he could only offer some advice. You can take your time exploring it, however, don't go talking about this to outsiders. Yes, I'll do as you say. Dane nodded, and right after that, the two of them suddenly heard a strange sound like something cracking. What's that noise? They said in unison. Don't tell me that warning sound means a monster is attacking, Sidrain said anxiously, which was entirely understandable since he was currently as helpless as a chicken tied up for slaughter. However, at that exact moment, after checking and sensing his condition again, Sidrain realized he could finally use his magic normally without causing any damage to his body. Regaining his trademark confidence, the old man laughed. Haha, excellent, my body has almost fully recovered. Time to stretch a little, shall we? I can finally return the favor. At that thought, the old man felt an itch to smash something in celebration, turning to Dane and snapping, what are you still standing around for? Go grab your spear or something. What is that? It sounds just like the noise coming from over there. Seeing the old man beside him working himself into a frenzy, Dane calmly explained, this sound has nothing to do with monsters. This sound means my eldest sister is trying to contact me. He spoke while looking down at the pendant in front of him that kept ringing like a phone call, an explanation that completely deflated the old man's enthusiasm. What? You should have just said that from the beginning. Haha, no way a monster would show up in this area. Now if you'll excuse me, your excellency, I need to talk to my eldest sister for a bit. Dane replied awkwardly, and immediately afterwards he established a connection with his sister Arabella. Yes, sis, is there something you need? On the other end, seeing that her younger brother had taken forever to pick up annoyed Arabella slightly. Dane, why did it take you so long to answer? Sorry, sis, did you need something? Dane asked. Hearing this, Arabella finally cut straight to the point. While I was analyzing your magic code. She seemed to sense something, stopped mid-sentence and asked, wait, is someone next to you? Instead of answering, Dane seemed to guess something and countered, don't tell me you figured out my magic is ancient magic too. What? How did you know that? Arabella screamed. Following that, after some explanations, Arabella finally understood the situation. Ah, I see. So while you and Mr. Sidrain were analyzing a stone, you deduced it came from the ancient magical kingdom, and you're saying that stone only reacts to your magic? Yes, exactly. Dane nodded. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Arabella also knew Dane's magic was ancient magic, Sidrain gritted his teeth. That girl figured it out just by analyzing the brat's magic. I knew she was a genius, but she's even more talented than I imagined. He muttered a silent curse inwardly. Turning back to Arabella once everything was clarified, she asked worriedly, does anyone else know about this? No, ma'am, Dane replied. Good, Dane, listen very carefully to what I'm about to say, and Mr. Sidrain, I hope you're listening too. You'd better keep this a secret. If this leaks out right now, you won't be able to handle the consequences, Dane. As for the old man, hearing Arabella bring him up, he let out a few coughs. Ahem, Miss Arabella, I've heard quite a bit about you from Dane. Oh, it's you, Mr. Sidrain. I realize I dove right into business without introducing myself. Don't worry, I'll keep this a secret. Because if this gets out, not only Dane but the entire Saugers family will be dragged into a massive mess, the old man stated firmly. As expected of you, Your Excellency, you grasped the problem right away. Arabella said cheerfully, does this conversation leave a record? He asked back. No, the moment this conversation ends, it will automatically disappear. Good, nobody wants to leave evidence lying around. Besides, I plan to return to the Magic Tower to investigate this matter further. Sidrain added, thank you for helping us, Your Excellency. No, no, Miss Arabella, I'm just doing this out of a mage's sense of responsibility, so think nothing of it. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to ask, while we're talking, I heard you were looking for a magic tower to join. Have you decided on one yet? Back to Arabella, upon hearing this, she caught the drift of old Sidrain's intentions. Not yet. However, I'm not considering the Nixon Magic Tower, it doesn't specialize in the field I love. She said awkwardly, I was wondering earlier who that brat got his stubbornness from, looks like it runs in the family. Sidrain thought to himself, though quickly shaking it off since his primary focus was on Dane anyway, so Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him too much. Haha, I understand. Well, you don't necessarily have to join our tower after all. In response, Arabella offered some comfort. I'm sure there are plenty of brilliant people out there who will join your magic tower anyway. But anyway, Dane, let's discuss the details later, alright? Alright, take care, sis, Dane said with a nod, quickly cutting the device's connection. Seeing their conversation end, the old tower master nodded approvingly. Your sister has grown into quite an impressive person. Hearing that, Dane puffed his chest out with a bit of pride. Well, obviously, even this item was made by her. She says these sleek crystal orbs are the latest trend among young mages today. Turning back to Sidrain, he glanced slightly at the communication device in Dane's hand and shook his head. Right, impressive indeed, but I don't need such a trinket. When someone reaches the 8th tier, constantly keeping in touch with others isn't something they care about. If there's something important to say, they can just come find me in person, right? Yes, I understand, Dane replied to keep the old man happy, while secretly thinking that old Sidrain probably didn't have any friends at all. Brushing that aside, Dane soon brought up the matter of possessing ancient magic to his parents. You say you have ancient magic, that makes me a bit worried, Arkin said. Haha, don't worry, Dad. Dane chuckled as if it were no big deal. If anyone dares to target you, I'll make them pay, his father said in a resolute tone while Lady Lily chimed in with her own promise. Ooh, sounds fun. As for me, I'll make sure anyone targeting you just permanently falls silent in my own special way. Shifting back to Dane, seeing his parents being so bloodthirsty, he started breaking out in a cold sweat for whoever might try to mess with him. Haha, they're radiating pure killing intent, but having these two protect me means I don't have to worry at all, he thought to himself. Afterward, Arkin stroked his chin in thought and mused, if that's true, it means there's ancient magic hidden somewhere in our lineage, doesn't it? Hearing her husband's speculation, Lady Lily also nodded. That's a great question, and we have no idea if any of our ancestors possessed it. I'll check my side of the family. Hearing both of them, a spark of anticipation arose in Dane's chest. If both families look into this, will they actually find something? It's not strictly important, but I'm dying of curiosity. Setting the ancient magic aside for a moment, Lady Lily wore a thoughtful expression as she turned to her son. Anyway, it seems you've crossed more than just one boundary by now. Dane, if you stay here any longer, it's only going to stunt your growth. It's about time you considered moving to the capital to live. Hearing this, Dane's face looked slightly flustered. The capital? He asked blankly. Uncle Arkin nodded. That's right, as you know, you have to be at least 14 years old to be admitted into the academy. And now you're old enough. Honestly, I wanted to keep you here for another year or two before sending you off, but it seems there's nothing left here for you to learn anyway. Turning to Lady Lily, sensing Dane's hesitation, she gently took the protagonist's hand and advised, Dane, if this is what you choose, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing this, the protagonist was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect them to be so open-minded about it. Dane, you'll do great. Go out there and unleash your talent however you see fit. Arkin smiled and said. Encouraged by his parents' words, the protagonist dropped his remaining hesitation. Yes, I understand what Mom and Dad are saying. I'll get ready to enroll in the academy. That's a good choice, Arkin nodded. All right, time to step up to a whole new level, the protagonist muttered to himself. Time flew by quickly. Soon enough, Dane informed Sidrain of his intentions. Oh, is that what you've decided? The old man asked. Yes, though a bit sooner than I expected, Dane said with a sigh. You've made a great choice. Staying here any longer would only cap your talent. What a waste that would be. Besides, I have a piece of advice for you. Don't go exposing too much of your talent right away. Even though the Academy welcomes talented individuals, not everyone thinks the same way. The veteran mage spoke with utmost seriousness, and with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Dane understood part of what he meant. True, Sister Arabella told me about that before. She had to deal with people trying to tear her down. Returning to Sidran, well, ordinary kids won't be able to keep up, but the Thermion family is a whole different story. The old man nodded thoughtfully, causing Dane to reminisce about little Layla. Ah, that's right. Come to think of it, I told her I'd visit her if I ever made it to the capital. If I don't visit her, she'll be terribly disappointed. By the way, I should figure out what kind of weapon to forge using the crest Duke Thermion gave me earlier. Musing to himself, unaware of the protagonist's inner thoughts, the old man across from him stroked his beard and contemplated. Let's see, if you're joining the academy in 3 months, you should set off from here 2 months from now. Hearing this, Dane nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable, and what about you? Upon hearing the question, the old man shared his plans. I'm heading back to the magic tower. I think I've got work to do. Thanks to you, I'm not bored anymore. If I find any clues regarding ancient magic or anything related to it, I'll let you know. Really, I'd be endlessly grateful if you could do that, Dane said hastily. Now, as for the rest of your lessons, since we're short on time, we need to pick up the pace. Reaching the 3rd tier is tough, the 2nd tier is nothing compared to the 3rd. Yes, I'll study hard. And I've prepared a gift for you. A gift? Sidrin's voice held a hint of surprise. Dane pulled a small wooden box out of his spatial storage, placed it in front of the old man, and nodded. That's right, my sister sent me this via teleportation magic yesterday. It's a brand new item fresh off the workshop. Following both of their gazes, inside the box sat a small stone. This is a new compact crystal orb that isn't on the market yet. Arabella dotes on me, so when I asked her for it, she just gave it to me. Opposite him, old Sidran grabbed the stone like a kid seeing a new toy, his eyes gleaming. Oh, quite compact and pretty. Well, I don't really need this thing, but I'll graciously accept the gift you've prepared for me. I can engrave my mana into this thing. Yes, please use it to keep in touch with me. Despite claiming he didn't need it, he looked wildly excited. Dane thought to himself and began teaching the old man how to use the modern device. That's right, you do it right here. Haha, this thing is actually really easy to use, the old man said happily, making Dane inwardly apprehensive. He's not going to spam me with messages all the time, is he? Time rushed on until evening. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly fell into deep thought about the days ahead. The academy, I need to seriously prepare during these remaining 2 months. My goal is to advance my summoning magic to a certain level. I'll aim to officially enter the summoning magic class, earn a summoning crest, and get the chance to participate in the ability evaluation exam. Since Sister Claire is an assistant professor, I'll probably run into her often once I enroll. At that thought, Dane turned to look at the egg resting inside the glass terrarium beside him and muttered, Ah, I forgot to drench my buddy in mana today. True to habit, he immediately began channeling his internal mana directly into the egg. As he channeled his energy, he pondered, For 7 straight years, I've painstakingly soaked it in mana day and night, yet it hasn't shown the slightest reaction. Still, since the mana I'm feeding it has nowhere else to go and it's been absorbing all that energy, it's bound to hatch one day, Dane thought with a gaze full of anticipation. Time flew by. Shifting scenes to Arabella, she was currently explaining the academy exams to the protagonist. Yeah, there's a general exam and a specialized exam. On the other end, the male lead understood the gist of it but still had to ask, Is that so? Could you explain in a bit more detail? Let's see, the general exam is a preliminary screening to classify candidates. It covers culture, history, and empire-related topics. For you, passing it won't be a problem at all. Of course, the better you do, the more advantageous it is, since it counts toward your entrance evaluation score. The next one is the specialized exam. Just like the name implies, you pick a major and be tested on it. The exam content depends entirely on the professor, but I trust you'll pass easily. Besides, you even have a recommendation letter, Arabella said with absolute confidence, harboring not a single doubt about Dane's ability. Ah, I see. You guys passed it easily too, right? Dane asked. That's right, it was genuinely no trouble at all. Arabella shrugged before adding a warning. However, once you pick a major, you'll have to stick with that exact major from the specialized exam, unless you want to transfer later on. Right, so you have to choose very carefully at first. I still secretly hope our youngest won't choose the spellcasting major. On the other end, Dane, who was in the middle of practicing swordsmanship, let out an awkward laugh upon hearing this. Haha, you still haven't given up, huh? Alright, I'll think about it. So if I want to change my major after enrolling, I can only transfer? He asked further. Usually yes, unless you graduate and start all over from scratch. Of course, you can also sit in on classes for other majors. However, generally from the third year onward, advanced major classes won't allow students from other departments to join. Arabella explained patiently, and with this information, Dane fell silent in thought for a moment before saying, "Then I'd better choose a single major to commit to." On the other end, as if remembering something, Arabella immediately reminded him. Ah, right, there's a program called the elective major designed specifically for freaks of nature like Dane. There's even a thing like that? Sounds interesting, Dane exclaimed, though realizing that kind of path wasn't a walk in the park. So Arabella had to warn her younger brother. Unless someone is intentionally trying to fail out, nobody wants to enroll in that. Arabella shook her head. Why is that? Dane asked out of curiosity, because up until now, literally nobody has ever passed that exam. Huh, is that so? The protagonist muttered in realization. Hearing his tone, Arabella's footsteps on her end paused for a beat as she asked worriedly, "Don't tell me you're thinking of trying your hand at it." "No, no way, sis, Mr. Sidrain is here, I'll contact you later." Dane denied it and instantly hung up the call. By then, Arabella was already feeling a twinge of regret. Am I pushing him too hard? Nah, magic is supreme anyway. At the same time, a female voice rang out ahead of her. "Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you." "All right, I'll be right there." Returning to old Sidrain that very afternoon, he brought Dane his promised recommendation letter. "Here, the recommendation letter I promised you." He spoke while handing over the letter. Opposite him, Dane hurriedly took it and asked, "Did you really write this for me?" In response to his question, the old man stroked his beard and puffed out his chest. "Not just the format, I poured a lot of thought into the content too. I've written a few recommendation letters in my time, but this is the first one I've put this much effort into. Consider it an honor." Looking at the old man's expression, which, arrogant as it was, couldn't mask the genuine effort he put into the letter, Dane felt a wave of genuine gratitude. "Yes, I'll make sure not to disappoint you." Back to Sidrain, looking at Dane, the old man suddenly sighed. "How I wish you were my disciple. But even if I took you on as my student, I doubt you'd obediently call me master." A statement that hit right at home, making Dane's breath hitch for a beat. Haha, how did he even know? The brat thought awkwardly to himself. Brushing it aside, Sidrain turned to ask, "So, are you all set for your trip?" "Yes, actually I don't have that much stuff to carry. Besides, the facilities at the academy dorms are already top-notch, so most essentials are provided." Hearing this, the old man clicked his tongue, shook his head and imparted some wisdom. "The facilities are good all right, but there are some bastards hoarding them. Still, you aren't the type to back down against scum like that." "Right, haha." Hearing him talk like that, the academy sounded less like a school and more like a den of wicked nobles. Dane thought to himself with a crooked smile. Instantly catching that expression, Sidrain warned him, "Don't forget this, it can get pretty harsh out there. If you act soft, plenty of bastards will bare their fangs at you right away." Hearing the warning, Dane quickly pulled himself together and thought, "I guess it's no different from a battlefield." Having finished his thought, he nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I understand." Seeing this, the old man added a final piece of advice. "Let me know if you need anything, and that crystal orb thing you mentioned is genuinely useful, I'll make good use of it." Meanwhile, Dane, hearing the old man talk as if they were parting for good, couldn't help asking, "Why are you talking like I'm the one leaving?" The moment those words left his mouth, a flash of surprise crossed Sidrain's eyes. "You noticed? I'm planning to leave tomorrow." "Really?" Dane said with a hint of regret. "Well, I can't stay here forever, can I? Your father offered me the position of magical advisor, but I'll think about that later when I've got nothing better to do. You know, I've still got plenty of things to take care of back home." Thinking he had wrapped everything up, it turned out he still had tasks to finish. The old man patted Dane on the shoulder, triggering the boy's thoughts about ancient magic. Is he talking about ancient magic? Helping him is basically helping myself anyway. Not a bad deal at all. Dane thought to himself, "Anyway, thanks a lot, kid." "Yeah, thanks for everything over the past while, sir." Dane nodded and said, "That's right, I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong you'll be when we meet again." "Well then, I'll be off, don't come out to see me off or I'll feel really awkward," the old wizard said as he turned around and left. "Yes, please take care of yourself, sir," Dane replied, feeling a bit of a hollow ache in his chest, probably because they had been together for so long, making him feel a little sad to see him go. Time quickly flew by, and one day during the month, the couple Arkin and Lily were talking to each other. "Lord Sidrain has left safely and Dane said he would be setting off today, right?" the uncle spoke up to ask. "That's right, the boy said he's all packed and ready. Hearing that he's leaving early puts my mind at ease, but I hope he doesn't run into any trouble on the way," Lady Lily said, feeling a bit anxious about her son heading out into the real world for the first time. Hearing this, Count Arkin patted his wife's shoulder to reassure her. "We're using the teleportation gate that Arabella prepared, so what kind of problems could possibly happen?" Hearing those words, the lady's expression relaxed a bit. Right, I was just worrying over nothing. Turning back to Arkin, thinking of the affection and his family members, a happy smile spread across his face. Say what you will, I think we've done a great job raising our children. Meanwhile, the kids from other families are busy fighting each other over the head of the house position. We'll have to make a clear decision one day too, but I won't play favorites with any of them. At the exact same time, the door to the room opened and Dane stepped inside. Since he had already finished preparing everything he needed, he came to say goodbye to his parents. Father, mother. Seeing him walk in, the two of them nodded. Oh, Dane, you're here. Are you getting ready to leave now? Did you bring the token I gave you along with the black horn? Lady Lily asked. Of course I did, Dane replied with a smile. Seeing that, Lady Lily still couldn't help but give him a final warning. If you ever really run into a tough situation, go to the place I told you about and show that token. Yeah, I remember. By the way, are those people your old colleagues? Dane asked out of curiosity. That's right, they're very close friends of mine. Even though it's been a while, they'll definitely help you out. The lady spoke with confidence while Count Arkin on the side started breaking out into a cold sweat. Don't tell me our Dane is going to go over there and start down the path of a real assassin. Thinking of this to keep Dane from heading to that kind of place, Uncle Arkin hurriedly reminded him, Hey Dane, when you get to the capital, make sure to go see Duke Thermion before entering the academy. The Duke will help you out. Yes, father, he answered. Right before the parting, Lady Lily suddenly couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Dane had grown up to the point where he was about to leave them like this, and right before the parting, Lady Lily suddenly couldn't hold back her tears. Seeing his wife like that, the uncle could only force an awkward smile. Haha, let's see him off with a smile, my dear, after all. We're not going that far away, she said while gently wiping away her tears. Meanwhile, Dane felt a heavy tightness in his chest right then, as his feet suddenly felt strangely heavy now that it was time to go. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going, Dane said as he forced a smile. Following that, watching the figure of his back through the window, the expression. Arkin's look turned cold as he ordered the figure standing behind his back. Gilad, keep a close eye on him, make sure Dane reaches the teleportation gate safely, and then report back to me. Yes, master, Gilad replied coldly like a machine, then turned and left to ensure the young master's safety. Seeing this arrangement by her husband, Lady Lily also sighed and remarked, It's been a while since I last saw the shadow. You know what to do, right? Pay attention and see if there are any unusual situations when Dane teleports. Returning to Dane's location, for some reason, the teleportation gate wasn't set up inside the family's mansion, but was instead placed out in some empty lot. The moment the butler Herman looked at this gate, his eyes went wide. Young master, seeing something like this in person is really impressive. That's right, this is the teleportation gate that our eldest sister prepared in advance. Dane smiled and looked at the sophistication and complexity of the gate, bowing mentally to his older sister. That's right. Now I finally understand why she spent a whole year investing in this project. Standing next to him, the young butler turned to ask, If we step in here, will the teleportation really activate? Yeah, probably, Dane replied with a smile, while recalling the time before when this gate was first being built. I wonder how much effort she put into this. Instant teleportation can't be done just by rearranging code like other spells. It also requires combining that rearrangement with a continuous supply of magical energy to work. However, the gate she installed is a flawless device that meets all the conditions to use instant teleportation. Dane thought to himself. Afterward, right before the parting, Herman said with a hint of sadness, Well then, young master, please take care of yourself. Yeah, take care of yourself too, Herman, the young master said, patting Herman's shoulder when he saw the young man tearing up. Following that, he slowly stepped onto the platform inside the gate and thought. She said that just channeling magical energy into the gate will activate it. No sooner thought than done. A surge of magical energy began to spill out from Dane's entire body, channeling it down toward his feet, and right after that, the gate suddenly began to emit a dim, glowing light. And finally, Dane's figure suddenly vanished within the layer of energy. Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to the capital. No matter where Dane had actually been teleported to, he was now riding a horse and standing right at the city gates. Looking at the bustling crowd ahead, a hint of joy showed on Dane's expression. We've arrived. The entrance to the capital of Althian. The young man smiled, and right at that moment, as if recognizing Dane's identity, a knight raised his hand in greeting. I've been waiting for you, young Master Dane Saugers. I am Luik Asmar, captain of the Thermion family's first knight squad. Oh, so it's you, sir. Dane replied smoothly as if he knew what was going on, even though he had no idea who this guy was. Still, having the captain come to greet him in person made him feel a bit flattered. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Captain Luik continued, From now on, we will escort you. Saying this, he turned back to give instructions to his two subordinates. Make sure the travel route is secure. Yes, Captain, both of them answered in unison. Then let's set off immediately. I look forward to your help. Dane nodded and said while also feeling a strange thought in his heart. Stepping foot here for real felt so surreal, he never expected the day would come when he'd set foot in the very center of the Thermian Empire, a place he once hated, and as a promising figure at that. Afterward, walking along the road leading to the castle, Dane heard the bustling sounds of countless people trading. Hurry up, it's cheap. Magically frozen parfaits, only 1 silver coin. Hearing these sounds, Dane couldn't help but look around with interest, observing everyone and praising them in his mind. Haha, all sorts of strange things. I never expected the capital to be this lively. Just as he thought of that, Captain Luick turned his head back and reminded him, over there is the mansion of the Thermian family. We've arrived. Hearing this, Dane turned his gaze forward and couldn't help being overwhelmed by its scale. What a grand mansion! He let out an involuntary exclamation as a massive architectural complex came into view right before his eyes. However, there wasn't much time to observe it closely before the protagonist suddenly got the feeling of being watched from behind. There's something very strange. It feels like someone is watching me. Could it just be my imagination? Dane muttered to himself. Let's put this aside for now. Following the knights, Dane quickly arrived in front of the main building's entrance. Standing on both sides were servants lined up with utmost solemnity to welcome him. Welcome, young Master Dane Saugers. Hearing them speak, Dane turned and nodded in greeting. Thank you for the reception. Then he praised the group, such neat ranks, standard discipline and etiquette, exuding a natural and powerful aura completely different from my home in the south. Thinking this, he stepped forward to face Uncle Duke Bout, whom he hadn't seen since he was a little child. Standing before him, Dane didn't forget his manners as he dropped to one knee and greeted him. Dane Saugers respectfully pays his respects to Duke Thermion. Responding to these words, the uncle broke into a bright smile and nodded. Right, it's been a long time, Dane. How have you been lately? The trip must have been exhausting. Go on inside and get some rest. Saying that, the uncle hurriedly led the protagonist inside his house while taking the time to carefully observe Dane's current appearance, couldn't helping marveling. Oh, even at a glance you look completely different from 7 years ago. Among kids your age, no, even compared to those 1 or 2 years older than you, there's probably no one who can compare. Arkin must be very proud of you. Saying this, the uncle gave Dane a pat on the shoulder in praise while the protagonist politely replied, You flatter me, sir. Hearing that, Bout gave further instructions. Though it can't compare to Beek Jang, during the time you're preparing for the academy entrance exam, feel free to rest comfortably. I'll also assign a personal servant to you, so just let them know if you need anything. Turning back to Dane, appreciative of the thoughtful preparations from his uncle, he thanked him and turned the conversation to Lady Layla. Yes, absolutely. By the way, how is Layla doing lately? Of course she's doing fine, but could it be that you two are fighting? The uncle let out a laugh, leaving Dane completely clueless. Pardon, what do you mean by that, sir? His voice was filled with confusion. Bout, thinking of his daughter's expression lately, could only let out a heavy sigh and share. Lately, whenever your name comes up, she looks like she's in a bad mood. Perhaps part of it is due to the pressure from the entrance exam, but for Layla, she'll easily pass it, he said with a laugh, becoming more and more baffled. Where on earth is Layla's annoyance coming from? In response, Dane said he would meet Layla in person and ask her about it. However, deep down, he had a little guess. Could it be that she's hitting puberty? Across from him, Bout understood that it might be easier for the young people to talk about this amongst themselves, so he nodded in agreement. All right, we'll talk about this later, just a warning not to be too harsh on her. You'll understand soon enough. Now go back to your room and get some rest. A servant will guide you. Just like that, a servant quickly arrived and led Dane to his room. Before leaving, the servant didn't forget to bow and greet him. I hope you can rest comfortably. All right, thanks. Dane nodded and waited until the door completely closed shut. Before the protagonist looked around his room and muttered, I'll be staying here for about a week to prepare for the entrance exam. Isn't this guest room a bit too luxurious? First, I'll unpack my luggage and then I'll find the training grounds later. Saying that, he casually tossed his bag aside. However, before the protagonist could even organize his belongings from inside the wardrobe door, a figure with pink hair stepped out and spoke up. I'll show you to the training grounds. Dane, why are you only getting here now? I've been waiting for you for so long. Hearing this familiar voice, Dane eagerly turned back and happily replied. Layla, long time no see. How have you been lately? Contrary to Dane's cheerful attitude, for some reason Layla's mood was a bit irritated, just as Uncle Bout had said. I'm doing great, just peachy. But don't you have anything to say to me? Speaking angrily, she marched straight toward the protagonist as if she wanted to settle accounts with him, making Dane retreat a few steps in fear of her furious aura. Huh, what do you mean? Dane stammered, why didn't you write to me? Layla yelled out, and only at that moment did it finally click for Dane, making him understand why his close friend was so angry. A look of guilt flashed in his eyes as he explained, "I was meaning to reply but I forgot, I'm sorry. Just an apology and that's it." Layla continued to raise her voice, making the male lead's face twist up as he tried to explain further. "I came here in person, didn't I? Because I was busy preparing to leave the family, I wasn't in the right state of mind, forgive me this time." Across from him, Layla puffed out her cheeks, turned her head to the side and refused to look at him, letting Dane know she must be really angry. With no other choice to make Layla less angry, Dane had to bite the bullet and say, "Then what can I do for you to make it up to me? I'll do whatever you say." Hearing this, Layla finally looked at him and asked, "Really?" Back to Dane, he reminded himself, "First I need to get out of this situation, but what does she want me to do?" Dane thought to himself and asked back, "Yeah, what should I do for you?" Hearing that, Layla immediately suggested with excitement, "All right, how about a light spar?" "A spar?" Dane's voice held a hint of confusion. "Yeah, fight me," Layla cheerfully reminded him once more. Although Dane felt a bit puzzled by this request, he gladly accepted. "All right, let's give it a try." Switching to Layla's perspective, looking at the protagonist's confident expression, she felt a bit smug and spoke up. "Are you confident you won't regret this? Don't let my looks fool you, I've gotten so strong I'm incomparable to before. I'm not the person who was learning how to release mana from you anymore." She shared happily, which caught Dane by surprise. Looking at that confident expression, it seemed she had grown a lot over the past 7 years. Thinking about that as if remembering something, Dane asked, "Come to think of it, last time in your letter you mentioned winning some competition." Across from him, a look of joy appeared in Layla's eyes when Dane brought it up. "So you still remember, I won the Danter Cup hosted by the royal family." "Ah, right, that's it. That's the tournament for teenagers under 15 years old in the Empire, right?" Dane asked back and Layla nodded in admission. "That's right, it's a tournament with very high standards. If you had come too, you definitely would have faced me in the finals. What a pity." Hearing this, Dane seemed to feel a bit excited and replied, "That regret can be relieved right now." Turning to Layla, for some reason, hearing this made her a bit worried. "Are you really okay? You still have to take the entrance exam. What if you get hurt?" "I'll be fine," Dane waved his hand with utmost confidence. Seeing him agree like that, Layla had no reason to refuse anymore either. "All right, it's getting late today. Tomorrow as soon as we wake up, let's have a match." Time quickly passed until the next morning. Shifting the scene to a spacious courtyard, true to their promise, Dane and Layla were both there to prepare for a sparring match. However, when it came to the weapons to be used, Dane hesitated a bit and asked, "We're using training weapons." Hearing his question, a look of surprise appeared in Layla's eyes. "Could it be that you're still using unblunted weapons?" In response to this, Dane gently shook his head. "No, but this is just a light spar." "Then training weapons are fine. No matter how skilled a warrior is, they can't handle every situation. What if you get hurt during the fight?" Dane spoke with a gaze full of seriousness, making Layla sigh that he was overthinking things. "Don't worry, because the best healer in the Empire works for my family," Layla explained. "What if an accident happens and the healer can't save you?" Dane reminded her once more. And at this, the female swordsman became flustered, not knowing how to explain. Seeing this, Dane continued, "If you want to hold a blunted weapon, you need to have that mindset." Hearing that, Layla immediately complained, "It's just a match, why are you being so serious?" "All right, using training weapons is fine, happy." She let out an annoyed sigh and turned to instruct the servants waiting on the side, "Bring the training weapons over." "Yes, milady," they answered and hurried off to get the weapons. Returning to Dane's perspective, looking at Layla's current demeanor, he gave a light smile. As expected, she had grown into a proud girl just like the rumors said. "People say she'll soon catch up to her 2 older brothers who are active as knights. It looks like Duke Thermion has produced his first female head of the family." Indeed, releasing mana back then became a major driving force. Dane muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Layla next to him had similar thoughts. "Dane, thanks to you I was able to learn the basics of mana control faster than my peers, and now I have 2 mana cores." Thinking of this, Layla glanced at Dane and said, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. If I win, will you be sad?" At the same time, a servant brought over 2 training weapons. "Milady, the weapons are here." "Yeah, thanks." Layla nodded in response and casually tossed a wooden spear to Dane. The moment he caught it in his hand, the protagonist tested it by swinging it a few times to check the quality. "Right, since it's a training weapon, the weight is pretty light. Is there something wrong? On the battlefield I can use anything though." Dane muttered to himself and immediately got into an attacking stance. "Well, ready to start?" Seeing this, Layla tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and nodded. "Yeah." Just like that, the two stared at each other, without rushing to launch an attack. Turning to Layla, she reminded herself, "Lucky I've faced spear users before. I tried fighting a spear opponent at the Danter Cup, it wasn't hard. A spear has long reach, but its offensive power drops sharply when the distance closes. If that's the case, I'll rush in all at once." Thinking of this, Layla channeled strength into her legs and dashed forward, fast as an arrow to close the distance on Dane and restrict his range. The moment she got close to Dane, Layla thrust her sword forward fiercely. However, before the tip of the sword could touch the protagonist, his figure abruptly vanished, causing Layla's movement to suddenly halt. What's going on? Where did he just disappear to? Layla thought in astonishment, right before the tip of the protagonist's spear was placed against her arm from the side, leaving Layla in unblinking shock. "Since when were you there?" she asked in panic. Beside her, Dane turned to look at her with a reproachful gaze. "Good thing this is a training weapon. If it were a real weapon, something major could have happened." Responding to this, the pink-haired girl was still panicking over how she lost so fast. "I clearly touched the sword." Returning to Dane, as if seeing through his close friend's unwillingness to accept defeat, he offered once more, "All right, let's start over. The same method won't work, so move carefully." Hearing his words, Layla instinctively tightened her grip on the sword and reminded herself, "It's been a while since we met, so I'm a bit tense. Well, I absolutely won't hold back this time." Thinking of this, she noticed Duke Thermion, watching them from the balcony above, and naturally, Dane also noticed his presence. He even guessed why the man was standing there watching. Duke Thermion came to check the final result. "I know his intentions. After winning the Danter Cup, since Layla worked so hard, he's very worried. Today I'll clear away those worries," Dane thought to himself. Turning back to Layla's perspective, having Thermion watching from the side made her even more determined. "Dane, get ready because father is watching, so I'll fight with all I've got," she said with clear determination. Responding to this, Dane nodded and said, "Bring it on." Seeing that, Layla didn't talk much more, immediately tightening her grip on the sword and swinging it fiercely toward Dane. Her attack produced two wind blades heading straight for the male lead. However, Dane simply spun the spear in his hand like a fan and easily blocked them. But Layla used this opportunity to rush in and close the distance. "How's that, Dane? It's not easy, right?" Layla said while slashing her sword straight forward. However, Dane's gaze held a hint of disappointment. "That's still far from enough, try harder." Returning to Bout's position, he was still focused on watching the match between the two. Their battle was still evenly matched so far, who knows how it would turn out. But what was this uncomfortable feeling? The smile on Dane's face had completely vanished, and his appearance right now looked like a soldier about to head into battle. Returning to the battle, Layla was continuously moving, attacking Dane from all sides. Yet she still couldn't break through his defense. With his skill, all of Layla's sword strokes were blocked by Dane with absolute ease. With no other choice, the female swordsman was forced to attack continuously to find an opening, until she noticed Dane suddenly leaving an opening at his waist. Seeing this, Layla gritted her teeth together and reminded herself, opportunity. Acting on the thought, she didn't hesitate to thrust her sword in that direction. Yet little did she know that all of this had already been calculated by the protagonist. Just as her blade lunged forward, Dane forcefully slammed his spear down onto her wrist, causing her sword to instantly slip from her grip and clatter to the ground. "Looks like I win this time too," Dane said calmly. At that same moment, Uncle Bout witnessed the result and turned to ask the knight standing behind him, "She lost again. What do you think, Luik? Do you think this will finally take some of the arrogance out of Layla?" Hearing the question, beads of sweat broke out on the knight captain's face as he let out a sigh. "So even you realized it, my lord." In response, Bout's eyes never left his daughter. "Of course I knew. The signs were already showing even before the Danter Cup, and they became completely obvious after she won the championship. I was planning to have a serious talk with her, but I figured it would be better if she realized it on her own." Standing behind him, Luik agreed, calling it an extremely wise decision. Next, the uncle shifted his gaze to the protagonist and softly asked, "How many monocores do you think that boy has?" Hearing this, Luik carefully observed Dane fighting below and offered his guess. "At least 3. His speculation made Bout frown slightly. "I see it differently. He has at least 2 and at most 3. He muttered to himself, prompting the captain of the knights to stroke his chin in curiosity and ask, "Why do you say that, my lord?" Addressing the question, Bout directed his gaze forward again and explained, "Look closely. While the speed of his spearplay is overpowering Layla, it's not just about raw speed. What Layla lacks is tactical combat experience." Returning to the battle, even though Layla launched a flurry of fierce close-range attacks, not a single one of her strikes could give Dane any trouble, to the point where Layla herself couldn't believe it. "You're blocking everything?" she asked in disbelief, and Dane confidently affirmed, "I can see right through all your moves." Shifting back to Bout, a flash of nostalgia crossed his eyes, remembering that Layla's greatest period of growth happened after her inspection tour of the South 7 years ago, right after meeting Dane, and perhaps it was happening again now. Standing behind him, the knight Herman observed Dane's ability and offered unreserved praise. "This is quite interesting. The young miss won the Danter Cup, yet she can't use her full strength against him. Earl Saugers must have trained him exceptionally harshly. Hearing those words, Uncle Bout almost burst out laughing. No, you don't understand Arkin. As strict as he is, he's not the type to put someone through harsh training, unlike me, and honestly, Dane doesn't even need harsh training. What do you mean, my lord? Luik asked in confusion. And to that question, Bout simply replied with a profound statement. An overwhelming talent that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of surpassing. Dane is a genius. He probably didn't participate because he simply had no interest in that tournament. Is that so? Luik said in utter astonishment, finding it hard to believe. No way, he wasn't interested in the Danter Cup. That's the tournament every single young man and woman in the Empire dreams of. Unaware of Luik's inner thoughts, Uncle Bout was convinced that no genius of that age group possessed the capability to compete with Dane. With that thought, a flicker of hope arose in the uncle's heart. Layla, I hope you realize your shortcomings from this match. If you can drop that arrogance and focus more on your sword practice, you might actually surpass your brothers. Returning to Dane and Layla, their match had come to an end, and once again, victory belonged to the protagonist. In fact, Dane won so effortlessly that he didn't break a single sweat, while across from him, Layla's face was drenched in perspiration. Facing consecutive defeats, reluctant as she was, Layla had no choice but to admit her loss. As expected of Dane, I completely stand no chance against him. He's talented, but I never imagined the gap between us would be this massive. Layla thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the protagonist withdrew his spear and suggested ending the sparring session here. You're tired, let's stop here. Fine, you win, Layla acknowledged, which made Dane narrow his eyes slightly as he mused. Duke Thermion's wish has been fulfilled. She must have finally realized she isn't number one. With that thought, having taught the female swordsman a lesson about who the true genius was, Dane turned around and walked away. However, right at that moment, the female swordsman's eyes widened as she shouted angrily, Hey, just how on earth do you train? Answering the question, Dane coldly uttered two words, hard work. Yet this answer did little to satisfy Layla, who challenged him right back. Doesn't everyone work hard? Ahead of her, Dane's footsteps paused for a beat as he muttered, then just work even harder. I'll be going now. His words left Layla's expression frozen in sheer disbelief for a second. Then she screamed out a declaration, You won't win next time. All right, I'll be waiting, Dane replied calmly as he walked forward. Returning to the female swordsman's train of thought as she watched the retreating back of her childhood companion, memories of the past flooded her mind. Dane is the only child I've ever truly admired, and he's the one person I've always wanted to surpass. I wanted to learn from him, wait for him, and prove I wasn't just a little girl anymore. But why does he keep pulling further and further ahead of me? At that thought, Layla instinctively clenched her fists and muttered under her breath so only she could hear, Just you wait, I'm definitely winning next time. Time flew by quickly, and soon the day of the exams arrived, with talented individuals flocking from all corners of the Empire to take the entrance test. Including their families and retainers, thousands of people gathered in the capital. The number of candidates admitted to the Royal Academy this time around was roughly 6,000, though paying the examination fee alone wasn't enough to qualify for individual application, and two-thirds of them failed the very first exam. Currently, following the conclusion of the preliminary tests, over 2,000 people were preparing for the second stage specialized exams. Shifting scenes to an office inside the Royal Academy grounds, the Academy professors were holding a meeting when a voice suddenly piped up. Over 2,000 people passed the first exam. That's a bit more than usual. Sounds lively. At that moment, a professor in purple robes asked the group, How many people do you think will actually pass this time? In response, a blonde female professor offered her guess, 200 at most, I'd say. From another side, another question arose. What about the kids in this recruitment batch? Are there any standout talents? Someone answered, Has the summary of the first exam not finished yet, Professor D. Nabo? Department head D. Nabo spoke up, prompting an explanation. Female Professor Ingrid, head of the Spellcraft department, complained, We're still tallying the scores right now. I wonder who got the highest score. She asked curiously, though the other professors already had their own guesses in mind. The top scorer in swordsmanship is Duke Thermion's daughter, right? That's right, she's the one who won the Danter Cup. That final match was magnificent. Duke Thermion has raised his children brilliantly. Looks like the swordsmanship top scorer is someone we can genuinely look forward to, Professor Del Pinzo, head of the summoning department, said with a face full of anticipation. Head of the swordsmanship department Esterand confirmed with absolute certainty. Looking forward to it, it's practically guaranteed. Indeed, since she has no real competition. Another person chimed in, leaving everyone else in the meeting filled with envy toward Esterand. The swordsmanship department just landed an incredible talent. When are the rest of us going to get someone like that? They muttered. While the group was chatting cheerfully, Professor D. Nabo wore a contemplative look. He then placed a letter on the table and leisurely said, "My thoughts are a bit different." Looking at the letter, Professor Ingrid asked curiously, "What is that?" "This is a recommendation letter from Sidroin. It's stamped with the seal of the Narusian magic tower and carries genuine mana." Hearing this, Ingrid gasped in shock. Does that mean Sidroin actually recommended someone? Whoever it is, they still won't beat the winner of the Danter Cup. The head of the swordsmanship department declared anxiously, though the beads of sweat on his face proved he wasn't entirely confident in his own words. All around, the remaining professors huddled together to discuss the matter as Dinabo elaborated. Sidrin, the famous recluse who never takes disciples, has sent a recommendation letter for a 14-year-old in the 3rd tier. 3rd tier? Just who on earth is that? Professor Del Pinso hurriedly asked. Without letting them wonder for long, Dinabo dropped the name, Dane Saugers. Hearing it from Dinabo's mouth left everyone in utter shock once again. It's the Saugers family again. They already produced 2 geniuses in the magic and summoning departments, and now even their youngest son is personally recommended by Lord Sidroin. Returning to the professors, news of such an exceptional student naturally stirred their curiosity. If it's the Saugers family, it's bound to be extraordinary. 2 of the continent's supreme families registering at the same time, this is going to be the talk of the town. At that point, swordsmanship department head Esterand remembered something and stroked his chin with amusement. Wait a minute, isn't that a family famous for spearplay? If the recommendation letter came from a mage, looks like the Saugers family is about to make a name for themselves through magic instead. As for Professor Ingrid, she couldn't hide her disappointment. "Oh, I thought for sure he'd join the spellcraft department." In response, Uncle Dinabo laughed heartily. "If he had joined my department, him and Arabella would have been an unstoppable duo." With that, he wore a smug smile and thought to himself, after all, magic is what truly matters at the Royal Academy. At that very moment, a female assistant burst into the room to announce the results. "Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but we've finished tallying the first exam results." Hearing her, the group anxiously urged her on. "Oh, let's see the numbers right away then." Right before their eyes, a blue projection appeared displaying the counts. 1,367 students in the swordsmanship department, 227 in magic, and 152 in summoning. Looking at the overwhelming number of students in the swordsmanship department, everyone in the meeting room unconsciously swallowed hard. 1,367 people in swordsmanship, and 227 in magic. The gap with the swordsmanship department is truly staggering. Returning to swordsmanship department head Esterand after checking the results screen, he said cheerfully, "Oh, as expected, the top name is from the Thermion family." Shifting to Professor Dinabo, he quickly checked the list as well, his eyes narrowing sharply. "Wait a minute, Dane Saugers, I don't see that boy's name here." Hearing him, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Really? What happened to Sidrin's recommendation letter? On the other side, Ingrid checked her own list and shook her head. "My department doesn't have him either." Out of options, one of the male professors turned to the assistant who had just delivered the news and asked, "Hey, is there any candidate not listed in the regular departments?" Blushing and nervously double-checking the papers in her hands, the assistant stammered, "Ah, well, there is one candidate applying for the liberal arts major. And out of all 2,000 candidates, Dane Saugers scored the highest on the first exam." "What? Dane Saugers got first place?" Esterand bellowed in shock. Shifting back to Dane, he was currently reminiscing about the past month. "I've been here for a month already, time really flies, fighting Layla feels like it happened just yesterday. Before I knew it, the first exam is already over and I'm waiting for the results. Thankfully, the test wasn't too difficult," he thought happily. At that moment, the pink-haired swordswoman Layla rushed over to check on his results. "Dane, did you get your results? What place did you get?" Hearing her, Dane held out his wrist right in front of her face and bragged, "I got first place." "Of course it's you, how annoying, I missed out on first place again." Layla grumbled before spinning back to Dane. "How on earth do you even study?" "Well, mostly by going over the materials my sister sent me," Dane replied. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl rubbed her head with a headache. "I looked at those too, but they're still so hard. Especially military science. How is a 14-year-old supposed to know anything about military strategy and management?" "Huh, I thought that was the easiest part. Don't you find it interesting?" Dane asked in genuine surprise, largely because he had the unfair advantage of having lived through those exact experiences in his past life. Returning to Layla, watching Dane take an interest in such a bizarre subject earned him a look as if he were an alien. "What? Are you even human? Not just military science, but art, music, and even the history of the Drenic Empire?" she gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Dane smirked proudly. "Well, that used to be my major." At that thought, he recalled his past life. There are so many things you naturally pick up just by surviving on the battlefield, he thought to himself. Brushing that aside, Layla asked, "Say, which department did you pick for your second stage exam?" 3 of them, I suppose, Dane replied. The moment he said that, Layla guessed his intended major and dropped her jaw in shock. 3? Are you seriously applying for the liberal arts major? Come on, spill it. Aside from spellcraft and summoning, what else is there? She shot him a sideways glance, yet Dane just smiled mysteriously without spilling the beans. I'll let you find out at your own pace later. Why on earth would you pick the liberal arts major? I don't get it no matter how hard I try, Layla yelled out in frustration. However, Dane calmly replied that he simply wanted to study that specific field, making Layla's scalp tingle as she warned him, the acceptance rate for that major is practically zero. In response, Dane explained his motive for choosing such a notoriously difficult path. I heard that if you study liberal arts, you can attend literally any class you want, and you don't even have to declare a major until graduation. You get to study every single subject under the respective department heads. Before Dane could finish explaining, Layla cut him off because she already knew all too well. Who doesn't know that? Did you pick it just because you didn't want to study with me? She loudly accused. Of course not, Dane shook his head and replied. So you actually think you can pass that major? What can you even do besides spear techniques and summoning? Tell me. Layla pressed like an enraged lioness, leaving Dane somewhat flustered as he debated whether he should truly reveal the full extent of his talents to her. Time shifted to a meeting among the 3 department heads. Dinabo, Ingrid, and Dell, they had gathered to discuss Dane's exam situation. Since we're finally all here, the liberal arts major requires passing 3 separate rounds of exams. There's no way around it, he has to take them all. Spear techniques and summoning core circle magic are fundamentally contradictory. Passing both is practically impossible. What on earth is he thinking? Even though someone managed to clear 2 rounds in the past, almost everyone fails the final round right. Dell asked, glancing at her 2 colleagues. Addressing her words, Professor Dinabo nodded. Indeed, it would be much wiser to pick just one between spear play and summoning. Why didn't he just register for a single one? Hearing this, the 2 female professors let out a sigh. The liberal arts major was established 200 years ago, yet almost nobody has ever passed it. Back then it wasn't as strict as it is now. Centuries ago were different from today. The academy desperately needed talent during the era of conquest, so every single capable individual had to be utilized. If you had talent back then, you got trained immediately. Things aren't like that anymore, so the standards keep getting higher and higher. Applicants have to be absolute perfectionists. At that, Professor Ingrid sighed curiously. If that's the case, why even keep this major around? Nobody applies and nobody passes. Why not just scrap it already? Explaining this, Professor Dinabo gently shook his head. It's for symbolic reasons. It stands as a symbol reserved exclusively for the absolute most exceptional talents of the Empire. Acknowledging the explanation, Professor Dell nodded in agreement. That's right, it's very important, even if the major has faded and is mostly just a name now. At the same time, Professor Dinabo pulled out some documents and reminded them. I checked the records and only 2 people have passed it in the last 100 years. One dropped out and the other became the former emperor. Hearing this, sweat trickled down Professor Ingrid's face as she worried for Dane. That practically means unless you're a freak of nature, you have 0 chance of passing. Professor Dell quietly nodded in response. If he's the youngest son of war hero Arkensagers, I'm quite looking forward to it. This isn't an ordinary family. Then again, who knows, maybe he's just an arrogant kid. Ingrid shrugged. If it were up to us alone, we could let him in. But we're professors with positions to uphold, so we can't afford to be careless. Let's see how this plays out. Does he actually have the guts to challenge this symbol? The group muttered. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the second round examination hall. All 3 professors were present to test Dane. Standing before them, the protagonist calmly introduced himself. I am Dane Sagers, applying for the liberal arts major at the Royal Academy. Hearing him, Professor Dinabo nodded and asked, do you realize what applying for this major entails? Of course, I heard I have to pass all 3 rounds of exams to be accepted, Dane replied with a bow. Then, as if offering him one last chance out of courtesy, Professor Ingrid spoke up. You said your name is Dane, right? It's still not too late. I have immense respect for Earl Sagers. He is the greatest man in the Empire, and I don't want to see his son get disqualified, therefore. Before she could finish her sentence, Dane interrupted from across the room. Thank you for the advice, but I came here fully prepared to give it my all. His voice was filled with such unwavering resolve that it immediately snuffed out any remaining thoughts of discouraging him. Right, if he were the kind of person to give up easily from a few words, he wouldn't have registered for this major in the first place. Realizing this, Professor Dinabo took over to explain the rules. Very well, if that's your choice, so be it. The test consists of 3 distinct rounds based on the majors you've selected. Fail any single round and you will be disqualified on the spot. Even an ox could understand those words, let alone Dane. I understand, he nodded. Hearing that, Professor Dinabo turned to Professor Dell and said, all right, as agreed beforehand, let's start with the first round, summoning. Hearing this, the purple-haired female professor calmly stood up from her seat and walked toward Dane. Shifting to the protagonist's perspective, he had heard plenty about this professor. Professor Delphinus of the summoning department was renowned as the highest-ranking summoner in the Althian Empire, rumored to hold the record for simultaneously maintaining 3 Tier 2 or higher summons. He muttered to himself, fully aware of her reputation in any summoning-related matter. Meanwhile, Professor Delphinus didn't want to waste any time and cut straight to the point. The examination method for the summoning department is quite simple, entertain me. Hearing her prompt, the protagonist didn't look overly surprised. As expected of a liberal arts trial, there are no fixed standards or specific formats. Thinking for a moment, Dane made a request. Then could you summon a creature for me? A creature. Delphinus asked in confusion as if she hadn't quite caught his meaning. That's right, any kind will do. Dane nodded once more. His request nearly caused the other 2 observing professors to tumble backward out of their chairs. What did he just say? A candidate is actually asking a professor to perform a summon for him, Ingrid blurted out in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, sweat poured down Professor Dinabo's face as he tried to guess Dane's underlying intention. What is he plotting? Since there's no fixed format, I suppose he's interpreting it theoretically. Wait, does he actually want a face-to-face encounter with a summon? Shifting back to Professor Delphinus, after a few seconds of deep thought, although she didn't quite understand Dane's objective, she nodded and accepted his request. Very well, bold but interesting. I know this is far from ordinary, so I'll keep my eyes wide open to see what happens next. With that, she began chanting a spell, and as her incantation echoed, ribbons of shimmering magical energy swirled around the room, eventually converging together to form a spatial portal high in the air. The moment it appeared, a fierce gust of wind swept through the hall, knocking several spectators off their feet. Unbothered by the commotion, a giant wolf's head protruded from within the spatial portal, revealing a summoned beast with the head of a wolf and the physique of a human. The moment it emerged, it threw back its head and let out a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling across the surroundings. This was the berserk summon Edorak. Shifting to Dane, looking at the terrifying summon right before him, not only was he unafraid, but a look of genuine excitement crossed his face. What a spine-chilling sound. That's the most ferocious beast among Tier 4 summons, famous for attacking anything it sees. Since this is an entrance exam, I didn't expect much. But this is getting genuinely interesting. With that thought, Dane broke into an exhilarated smile. Opposite him, Professor Delphinus looked at Dane with an amused and slightly challenging gaze. Well then, I've summoned whatever creature I pleased. What are you going to do now? Around them, several other assistant professors witnessed the scene with wide, terrified eyes, panicking on Dane's behalf. Edorak is the most ferocious beast in Tier 4, even many knights in a one-on-one duel would struggle to defeat it. What on earth are they planning to do? Professor Ingrid said anxiously. Right then, under everyone's gaze, the young boy began walking slowly toward the giant wolf, causing even Professor Delphinus to panic and stop him. What are you doing? Stop right now if you provoke Edorak. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the giant wolf flew into a rage, letting out horrifying screeches to warn Dane not to come closer. However, our protagonist continued walking forward at a steady, calm pace. I just need to prove it in any way possible, right? He asked once more. Yes, but if your way of proving it puts you in danger, Delphinus warned. However, before she could finish her sentence, Dane cut her off with absolute certainty. There won't be any danger, don't worry. As he spoke, he slightly reached his hand forward, an action that immediately made the giant wolf even more alert. Its mouth continuously roared threats, glaring at Dane with eyes filled with madness. Yet for some reason, the longer it looked at Dane, the more its madness gradually subsided. Finally, it lowered its head in submission right in front of Dane. There, good boy, he praised with a soft comment, leaving Professors Dinabo and Ingrid in absolute disbelief at the unbelievable sight before them. What on earth is going on here? Dinabo wondered aloud. Meanwhile, Dane reached out to stroke Edorak's giant head. You've gotten bigger than Genfu, haven't you? As for Professor Delphinus, the one who had summoned this monster and understood it better than anyone else, she found it even harder to believe. I can't believe it. I can't believe a vicious Edorak would submit this easily. Thinking of this, she suddenly noticed a faint blue stream of energy connecting to her summoned beast. Is that a mana bond linked with Edorak? The color is faint, so it's not complete subjugation, but it completely erases Edorak's hostility, she murmured to herself. Naturally, the other 2 professors could see that energy thread as well. Ha ha, even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Is that innate empathy? That's amazing, the 2 exclaimed. Meanwhile, Delphinus began analyzing how the protagonist could have pulled off just now. Could it be that he approached Edorak, quickly analyzed the mana thread, created a matching one and connected it to himself? Since there was no other method, this might just be the most suitable way to tame it. That's an ability far superior to my own, and I used to be praised by my master. If he has talent like this, his future is truly something to look forward to. Thinking this, she stepped forward and acknowledged the test results. Dane Saugers, your abilities have been fully verified. Strong courage, calm judgment, and solid foundational skills. Without a doubt, you've passed the test. Beside her, Professors Dinabo and Ingrid nodded in agreement. Time quickly passed until evening. When Dane told Layla about his test results, she was utterly shocked. It ended in just 30 minutes, then you must be the top scorer. Hearing this, a curious look crossed Dane's face as he asked back, "What's wrong? I heard you were the top scorer in swordsmanship too." "No way you're the top scorer," Layla shook her head and said. "Cheer up, they threw a party to celebrate us passing, didn't they?" Dane answered with a smile. However, Layla still couldn't hold back her tears, refusing to eat. "Eat a lot, okay." Saying that, she could only cry inwardly, sigh, "I can't believe it. I never expected there would be such a massive gap. It feels just like an irresistible force of nature, a natural disaster. That's exactly what it feels like." Thinking this, she aimlessly wandered off. Seeing her crushed demeanor, Dane wanted to offer a few words of comfort. But before he could call out, Uncle Bout stopped him. "She wants to be alone, just leave her be, don't worry too much, Layla will get over it." Saying this, the uncle paused for a moment and asked the protagonist, "Have you contacted your father yet? The Count must be very proud." Naturally, Dane didn't need the uncle's reminder, he had already done it. "Yes, everyone is very happy," he nodded and said. Hearing that, the Duke glanced around at the people at the party and continued, "If it's the liberal arts major, it's well deserved." Everyone around was surprised. "Now that the exam is over, just get some rest and prepare for admission." In response, Dane didn't forget to thank him. "Yes, thanks to the Duke's care, I've had a wonderful time." Afterward, Bout seemed to remember something and asked Dane again, "Right, have you thought about what item to commission from the forge?" Hearing this, Dane honestly shared his thoughts. I'm thinking about a sword, but I don't have a concrete plan yet. My body is still growing, so I'm not sure how to design the sword. I'll think about it a bit more since this is a great opportunity." Hearing his explanation, Bout nodded as if he understood. "That's true, there's no need to rush, take your time." At that moment, a nearby servant quietly reminded the uncle, "Duke, it's time to check on the Duchess." Hearing this, Bout's expression changed and grew urgent. "I know, I'll be right there." Finished speaking, he hurried off to see his wife. Watching his retreating back, Dane guessed that the Duchess's illness was likely still ongoing. Beside him, Layla offered a more detailed explanation for Dane to understand. "Luckily, the symptoms haven't gotten worse, but they haven't improved either. It's been like this for several years now." Turning back to Dane, facing this situation, he could only sigh inwardly, what a tragedy. As someone who had never seen a family member fall ill, it was a feeling he couldn't truly comprehend. Should I go comfort Layla? He asked himself. Time quickly flew by. 2 days later, on a morning at the Royal Academy, the students who passed the exam were gathered for the opening ceremony. An old man stood before the crowd and gave a speech. "Great to meet you, new students of the Royal Academy. I am Hwold Hamet, the Academy's principal. Seeing the new students who overcame fierce competition to stand here today, I believe the Empire's future is very bright. All of you are talented prodigies of the Empire, but among this batch of freshmen in particular, there are many exceptional talents. There is even a student who passed the liberal arts major, a feat achieved by only 2 people in the past 100 years. This student has been approved by all 3 department heads, the Sword Arts Department, the Magic Department, and the Summoning Department." Hearing these words from the principal, the group of students below began to panic and look at each other. "Oh my god, they got into the liberal arts major? Unbelievable, who on earth is so talented?" Turning back to Hwold, not letting the crowd wonder for long, he invited the student up to represent the freshman. "Top scorer Dane Saugers, please step forward." Hearing the call, Dane calmly stepped forward. Once they heard his family name, the surrounding students gasped in awe. "That guy is the one who passed the liberal arts exam. What kind of blessings did the Saugers family receive?" At the same time, Dane's parents were also there to witness their son participating in the opening ceremony. "Do you see Dane over there? The boy has grown up a lot, he looks pretty good. First place, no less. You've raised your son wonderfully," Arkin Bout praised with a smile, causing Arkin to beam with pride and politely reply, "Compared to you, it's nothing." Hearing this, Bout's face turned somewhat frustrated as he complained about his 2 sons. "I raised 2 sons and neither of them turned out any good. The youngest enrolled without a word to anyone, the eldest was cast out, and the youngest ran away from home. Meanwhile, you have 2 daughters. I'm truly jealous, but you still have Layla, don't you?" Arkin replied with an awkward smile. Hearing that, Bout glanced at his daughter with a hint of regret. "I just wish my wife could be here too." Shifting the scene to Professor Delphinus, she was talking to Dane's older sister, Claire. You've been close to your summoned beast since you were a child, right? Yes, Professor, Claire nodded, making the professor even more certain of her thoughts. Indeed, harmony seems to exist from birth. Saying that, she gazed at Dane like she was looking at a monster. A child without any crest surpassed all summoners. Paying her no mind, Claire turned to voice a question of her own. Professor, if Dane's harmony level is high, is there a possibility he might summon creatures from beyond the horizon? Beyond the horizon. That's another world where the summoned creatures that disappeared 100 years ago used to be connected. To her question, Professor Delphinus could only give an uncertain answer. Who knows, the creatures from that place choose their own mages. Then there's a chance. Returning to Principal Hwold after looking at Dane's face, he nodded with satisfaction. So you're the rumored Dane Saugers. Feel free to fully showcase your talent inside the academy. With that, he handed the protagonist a piece of paper. Seeing this, Dane reached out to take the paper and affirmed, I will keep that in mind, Principal. And now, the representative of those who pass the exam will take the oath, someone shouted loudly. Just like that, time quickly passed and the opening ceremony concluded. Looking at the piece of paper in his hand, Dane reminded himself, I finally made it into the academy. It took a long time to get here, but I won't waste this new life. From now on, this is a brand new start. Shifting the scene to the academy's main lecture hall, the assistant professors reminded the new students, the academy introduction ends here. From now on, this is a new beginning. Take a short break, and for the next part, please enjoy the snacks at the back and rest comfortably. Hearing this, the students began turning to each other and chatting noisily. Meanwhile, the female swordsman Layla didn't forget to remind her close friend, listen, Dane, a lot of people are going to target you from now on. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you have to be careful. If anyone makes you an offer, think it through very thoroughly. Pausing for a moment, she lowered her voice to warn Dane, I heard that place is full of weirdos who weren't properly raised at home. Seeing her acting like a young mother worrying about her child on their first day of school, Dane sighed despondently, got it, I know. Hearing his reply, Layla immediately realized Dane wasn't taking her words seriously and warned him again. Don't brush it off, listen carefully. At the same time, upperclassmen cheerfully ran inside and pitched the new students to join their clubs. Haha, definitely got some fresh recruits. Grab that red-haired kid, that's the talent we've been looking for. They spoke cheerfully while recruiting freshmen like pyramid scheme agents, making Layla sigh in exasperation. The upperclassmen are already hunting freshmen during the break. Turning back to Dane, he found the scene rather amusing. I heard about this from my sister, it looks like there are lots of interesting clubs. Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, the seniors quickly remembered his existence and shouted to each other, find the Saugers kid who got first place. No, we have to get him into our club. They shouted and collectively stared at the protagonist, startling Layla. Dane, everyone's targeting you, what do we do? Run away from here first. With that, the female swordsman grabbed the protagonist's wrist and pulled him away in a rush. However, there was no way the seniors would easily let them go. Dane Saugers joined the fitness club where a perfect physique is nurtured and trained. A bulky senior shouted enthusiastically. On another side, a blonde senior eagerly chimed in, hey rookie, what do you think of the map research club? Join now and you'll get access to a brand new map. Our astrology research club gathers all the most exceptional talents. Look over there, it's the heir of the Thermion family, we can't let our precious young lady slip away, they shouted, chasing after the two like zombies spotting fresh meat. Hearing this, Layla was horrified by their overwhelming enthusiasm. Not joining, I'm not joining, the red-haired girl yelled. Meanwhile, this chaotic chase made the protagonist feel a bit nostalgic. I'm used to being chased by enemies, but this kind of situation is definitely a first. Being ranked first is truly exhausting, the young man whined inwardly. Time quickly passed, shifting the scene to a hallway where a professor was calmly walking. His identity seemed somewhat special, prompting the assistants to gossip. Is that Kelthas Redfield? Someone asked. His friend nodded in response. That's right, I heard he resigned as the head of the Royal Knights and immediately became a professor. Wow, an elite figure actually came here. But it's probably a pain now. Another student entering the liberal arts track after decades. Lately, life was so comfortable just writing essays occasionally and getting passing grades. That peaceful life is over now. He probably has to prepare lesson plans now, right? Even I find it annoying. Complaining voices started to echo. Meanwhile, Professor Kelthas was developing a headache. The orientation for new students is coming to an end. What an unbelievable situation. Why is the top-ranked student in my care? Thinking this, he glanced at Dane standing before him and asked, are you Dane Saugers? You got here early. Hearing someone call him, Dane turned and bowed in greeting. Hello, Professor, nice to meet you. All right, come inside. He continued and promptly invited Dane into his office. Afterward, Kelthas grumbled about his bad luck. I worked so hard to reach this position, I came here to rest, not to teach students. Even as an instructor, I'm already sick of nights. Thinking this, he turned to Dane with curious interest. Why did you apply for the liberal arts track? Because I want to do whatever I desire, Dane replied. Have you ever thought about switching to the special track? Kelthas suggested. No sir, Dane shook his head. At this answer, Kelthas's expression twitched slightly. Does that mean I have no choice but to mentor him? Is there really no other way out? If he didn't take the swordsmanship exam, it means he lacks confidence. Thinking of this as if a plan popped into his head, Kelthas continued, do you know any swordsmanship? I don't mean to offend you, but at least because you're in the liberal arts track and I'm your professor, you need a certain level of skill in swordsmanship. Shifting to Dane's perspective, he immediately smelled something fishy. Suddenly bringing up swordsmanship, I don't feel any sense of welcome from him at all. Dane frowned in thought and replied, it's not like I have no interest in swordsmanship. Hearing this, Kelthas immediately stood up from his chair and proposed, then great, shall we test it right now? Sure, Dane casually accepted, making Kelthas unable to hide his joy. Great, I've got him, he thought to himself inwardly and excitedly continued, then let's move to my training grounds. In saying this, Kelthas had a clear motive. Since he had the authority to evaluate students, he could simply use the boy's clumsy swordsmanship as a reasonable excuse to fail him, allowing him to easily kick Dane out. Next, shifting to the training room, Kelthas reminded Dane, there are plenty of swords here, just pick whichever one you want. Yes, Professor. He nodded and quickly looked at the practice swords placed to the side. However, looking at how the swords were arranged along with the trash scattered randomly on the floor, Dane felt deeply disappointed. Why is a training ground in a place like this? Even if there are no liberal arts students, this is getting a bit too extreme. Oh well, I'll just pick a suitable one. Thinking this, Dane casually picked up a sword. Is that enough? Kelthas asked back. Yes, this sword is enough, Dane confirmed firmly. Hearing that, Kelthas began laying down the rules. If you can attack me with that sword even just once, you pass. It won't be hard because I'll only move within a 2-step radius, he said confidently, completely unaware that standing right before him was a super expert in swordsmanship. Yes, I understand, Dane calmly replied. All right, then let's begin, Kelthas said coldly. While thinking to himself, he calmly accepted my conditions. Is he that confident? He wondered. Following that, Dane gripped the sword in his hand tightly and rushed forward to launch an attack. First, he aimed his sword directly at Kelthas's waist, which the professor easily sidestepped. However, that strike still left Kelthas secretly surprised. Oh, that's fast. Is that why he passed the liberal arts major? He thought inwardly. Right before the sword in Dane's hand began slashing and thrusting toward him as fast as a machine, startling the professor and forcing him to use his own sword to bat Dane's weapon away. Once done, he swallowed nervously in worry. That was way too close, using such abnormal swordplay. Could he be an idiot who actually knows how to use a sword? Furthermore, that kid moves like a battlefield swordsman, not with the posture of someone from a noble or knight background. Kelthas frowned in thought. However, before he could analyze much further, Dane rushed in to attack again. The protagonist's body continuously moved, unleashing lightning-fast attacks from all directions, forcing the professor to struggle immensely just to block them all. The longer they fought, the harder it felt. Unbelievable, I'm a tier 6 and I have to concentrate to this extent. I'm fighting a 14-year-old kid. He's not even using handicap points, but this style feels so familiar. Kelthas muttered to himself, as a memory from the past surfaced when he was on the battlefield and witnessed an enemy soldier wielding overwhelmingly powerful swordsmanship. Surprising, there's someone this fierce in the Drenix Empire too, yet that person didn't wear medals or banners symbolizing a knight. Who on earth was that person? Returning to reality while Kelthas was distracted and reminiscing about the past, Dane seized the opportunity to land a strike on his flank. Naturally, Dane stopped his sword the moment his weapon touched the professor's body, marking the end of the test. Looking at Dane's sword resting against his body, Kelthas mentally berated himself. Damn it, why did my mind wander off? Returning to Dane, seeing that he had won, he wore a satisfied smile and pulled back his sword. Professor, I think I've met the requirements. Hearing him say that, though unwilling, Kelthas had to grit his teeth and admit, you passed. Finished speaking, he looked at Dane with extreme wariness. This kid is a genius, a special genius. Even with handicap points, he's no less formidable than me, someone who has reached tier 6. Now I finally understand why he wasn't excited about the swordsmanship exam. Thinking of this, after realizing Dane possessed such massive talent in swordsmanship, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, with skills like this, why didn't you test for the sword arts department? Because I thought my family would be sad, Dane replied, a response that startled Kelthas. But very quickly, remembering Dane's background, he understood the reason. Dane's father is a master of polearm arts and his two older sisters are masters of magic and summoning. Could he have chosen all three just to meet family expectations? It's not that he lacked confidence in swordsmanship, I guessed completely wrong. Returning to Dane, unaware of the professor's internal thoughts, he asked, "Has the professor finished confirming everything?" His words snapped Kelthas out of his daze and he hastily nodded. "Ah, yeah, all right. You can leave now, I'll send you the notification soon." "Yes, thank you, Professor," Dane bowed and quickly left the room. Watching his retreating back, Kelthas could only lament his bad luck for a second time. What a failure. I bet the department heads who acted as examiners felt the exact same way. All my plans to chase him off so I could live comfortably have gone up in smoke. Afterward, Dane ran into his older sister Claire outside on the campus grounds, and she looked quite surprised that he had managed to clear the exam so effortlessly. "Did you really pass the test? That's seriously strange. Professor Kelthas isn't the kind of person who easily lets students pass. That professor usually only attends one routine meeting a year, but this time the headmaster had to call him in. He absolutely hates troublesome things." Hearing this, Dane felt a bit hard-pressed to accept it and complained, "He really is someone who just lives life the way he wants." To which Claire replied, "Yeah, that's why I'm so surprised. But it's a good thing nothing happened, Dane." Claire smiled and said, making Dane feel a warm sense of appreciation inside. "My second sister doesn't give empty praise, it's clear she's genuinely relieved that I'm safe and sound. That's one of the reasons why I like my second sister." At that exact moment, his older sister Arabella came running over from afar and shouted, "Oh, Dane, I was wondering where you went. Turns out you were hanging out with Claire. You passed the exam, didn't you?" she asked with a bright smile. Watching the moment the three siblings gathered together, the surrounding onlookers immediately burst into a flurry of excited murmurs. "Look at that, the Sagar siblings are all together. I thought just Arabella and Claire were amazing on their own, but now the youngest brother is even more skilled than his older sisters. What kind of family are they anyway?" the group whispered in awe. Shortly after, Dane followed a guide to tour the dormitory area. As they walked, the guide introduced himself. "My name is Max Howe, in charge of all dormitory operations. The dorms are divided into 3 zones based on entrance scores, and the highest ranked zone is called Danter 1, named after the first emperor. Student Dane, since you're the top scorer of the liberal arts major, you'll be staying in this zone. The cafeteria, training grounds, and library are all top tier, plus there are private lounges and magic projection rooms. Additionally, there are also classified facilities. It might not happen, but depending on your grades, there are cases where you might be forced to leave this zone." Arabella and Claire stayed in this zone too until they graduated. With that, he pulled out a key and continued explaining, "Here, this is your access key, Student Dane. We'll provide you with 2 spares, so if you lose yours, make sure to report it to me. Be careful from now on, there are a lot of eccentric students here. They aren't bad people, but unexpected things happen sometimes. Alright, go check out your room, and if you need anything, let logistics know." Finishing his spiel, Max left immediately, leaving Dane to let out a sigh. "Phew, should I go check out the room?" Thinking to himself, he hurried over to take a look around and admitted, "It's super high-end, but why is it so quiet?" Something felt very off. He couldn't sense any human presence at all, as if everyone had simply vanished into thin air. "What on earth is going on here?" Dane muttered with a frown. Extremely curious about the situation, Dane closed his eyes and concentrated on diffusing his internal energy outward. "Let's try expanding my spiritual perception," he thought to himself. Then, Dane's streams of energy began slowly spreading outward, drifting into every nook and cranny of the dormitory, and the layout of the area gradually mapped itself inside the protagonist's mind. A faint scent of machine oil drifted past his nose, accompanied by the quiet grinding of gears. "This is a trap." Realizing this, Dane figured out what was happening and broke into a subtle smile. "So that's how it is, a welcome ceremony," Dane muttered to himself. Just as he predicted, somewhere inside the dorm, a group of students was watching him through a simulated projection screen. Seeing Dane standing frozen without moving an inch, a red-haired student asked curiously, "Why isn't he moving? Does he actually have insane intuition?" Beside him, a blue-haired student complained, "Hey Arnold, do you think he figured out all the trap?" In response, the young man named Arnold flashed a confident smile, adjusted his glasses, and stated with absolute certainty, "No way in hell that's happening. My family, the Joulard family, are the finest hunters who have existed for hundreds of years, so I'm extremely confident in my traps." The handsome student speaking was none other than the eldest son of Baron Joulard, Arnold Joulard, a third-year student in the marksmanship department. Facing his confident declaration, one of the students in the group grew a bit nervous and asked if it was dangerous. Naturally, Arnold wasn't stupid enough to pull anything genuinely harmful. "Of course, I removed anything that could actually injure someone, it's just enough to make a fool out of him." Turning back to the group, upon hearing there was no mortal danger, they immediately grew excited and waited to watch Dane humiliate himself. This first welcome ceremony is going to be so fun to watch." That kid's gonna look pathetic by the time he gets here. Arnold's voice dripped with mockery, though another anxious voice piped up to ask, "Are you sure this is okay? That's the Sagar's family we're talking about." "So what? Every single one of us went through a very memorable welcome ceremony, haha." "Just wait, he's definitely going to be scared out of his mind," Arnold replied carelessly without a hint of fear. After all, when it came to major families, this kind of harmless prank among kids wouldn't ever warrant the adults stepping in. Unlike Arnold's confident front, a girl in the group frowned and warned him, "Did you forget he's the top scorer of the liberal arts major? Things might actually turn out differently this time. Both his older sisters are absolute geniuses, and if he managed to ace the liberal arts major, he might be even more of a monster than the two of them." The girl was Priscilla Neliel of the Neliel family, a fourth-year student in the Department of Neurology. Shifting back to Arnold, provoked by Priscilla's skepticism, he bristled and glared at her. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying he won't fall for my traps?" Before Priscilla could answer, a brown-haired student teased, "Didn't you practically look unconfident just a second ago?" "Stop laughing, that's not true," Arnold hollered back. Yet despite talking a big game, his heart was pounding out of his chest. Adjusting his glasses, he mentally coped to reassure himself, "There's no way he could spot my traps. I used stealth magic and greased the mechanisms so they wouldn't make any mechanical noises." Right as he thought that, Dane started moving again. This caused the entire group to scramble over to watch. "Hey, he's moving again. Really? Move aside," they shouted, elbowing each other for the best view. Returning to Dane, compared to the traps set by Lady Lily that he had to deal with in the past, these setups were absolute kindergarten toys. With just a single glance, he spotted every single one of them. Starting with a tripwire trap, trigger it with the slightest touch. "Guess I'll use a mana bullet then." Acting on the thought, Dane gathered mana in the palm of his hand and fired a mana bullet straight at a brown pouch hanging from the ceiling. The moment it hit, the brown pouch exploded, sending water cascading down like a waterfall. However, after observing the volume of water, Dane looked slightly surprised. "There's less water than I expected," he muttered to himself. There was still one detail Dane hadn't anticipated. Right after that, a floor tile suddenly flipped open and spewed a thick cloud of brownish smoke straight out into the hallway. The stench was so revolting it nearly made Dane pass out on the spot. "Good grief, what is this foul smell? Such childish tricks," Dane grimaced in disgust. Shifting back to Arnold's group, the eager anticipation they felt earlier had completely turned into annoyance. All that frustration was instantly unloaded onto Arnold, the guy who had confidently boasted that his traps would definitely succeed. "Hey Arnold, what gives? Didn't you say nobody could detect them? Why is everything falling apart right from the start?" It's just a coincidence, a total coincidence," Arnold stammered incoherently. "Coincidence, my foot?" Priscilla's voice was laced with disbelief, though Arnold continued nodding frantically. "Yeah, I held back too much at first, that's why he noticed. Just wait, he's definitely walking into the next trap." The bespectacled boy gritted his teeth, and seeing him stake his entire life on that claim, the other two guys nodded and decided to trust him one last time. There must have been a minor glitch. Let's just trust Arnold for now." Hearing that, Priscilla could only let out an internal sigh as an invisible wave of unease washed over her. "Why do I have a really bad feeling about this?" she murmured softly. Meanwhile, as Dane continued walking down the hallway, he quickly spotted the second trap. Facing this one, he let out a disappointed mutter. "Sigh, the second one is just as clumsy. Should I just wreck it?" Shortly after, the traps arranged by Arnold triggered. From all four walls of the hallway, countless boxing gloves came flying out, shooting around erratically. However, thanks to Dane's incredible agility, he easily dodged every single one without breaking a sweat. Even the intricately arranged spike traps proved completely useless against our protagonist. In the observation room, watching Dane's performance left the young group stunned into speechlessness before someone blurted out in awe, "As expected of the Sagar's family." Behind them, Arnold's face turned completely pale as he realized how utterly useless his painstakingly crafted traps were against someone like the protagonist. Even his two buddies lost whatever remaining faith they had in him. It's like Dane knows exactly where everything is. Arnold worked so hard to hide them, yet they're getting exposed this easily, the two muttered in disbelief. Still unable to swallow his pride, Arnold refused to give up. "Damn it, it's way too early to quit. There's no way he's dodging the final trap," he growled through gritted teeth, causing Priscilla to pause and ask, "What's the final trap?" Instead of giving a straight answer, the bespectacled boy flashed an enigmatic grin. Hee, you'll see soon enough." True to his word, they very quickly got to witness Arnold's ultimate trap. Right in front of the protagonist, a gigantic red dragon materialized, and not just that, right behind it loomed an equally massive goat-headed monster. Shifting to Dane, upon seeing these hulking beasts suddenly appear before him, he deduced, "Are those summoned beasts? Looks like they went all out and prepared some pretty strong ones." Dane praised them before noticing something off about the creatures. Wait a minute, something's not right. Squinting as he observed them closely, Dane quickly realized that the images of the monsters flickered with static and looked hazy, far from realistic. They're just illusions, all bark and no bite. No wonder they looked suspiciously powerful. An ordinary student probably would have bolted by now. But I don't need to dodge this at all. I just need to disrupt the mana flow and they'll vanish on their own. With that thought, Dane focused his energy right into the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the students watched in utter bewilderment as Dane stood his ground instead of running away. What? The guy isn't running. In fact, he looks totally relaxed. Wait, what is he doing? Is he gathering mana? Someone shrieked in horror. Those words hit Arnold like a bolt of lightning. Cold sweat poured down his face in torrents. He saw right through the illusions in an instant. No way, how is that even possible? The more he thought about it, the deeper the panic etched itself onto Arnold's face. Catching his expression, Priscilla clicked her tongue and shook her head. It's completely over, she whispered. Returning to Dane, once he gathered enough energy, he unleashed it directly toward the monster illusions. Instantly, the fake beasts shattered into nothingness in the blink of an eye, as if they had never been there at all. Brushing his hands off, Dane smirked. What absolute nonsense. Let's see where the mastermind hiding this stuff is. Shifting scenes back to Arnold's group for reasons unknown, they suddenly bolted out of the room with expressions of absolute terror. That's an Aetherak, run for your lives. Why is a thing like that here? Arnold, damn it, do something, the black-haired student roared. However, Arnold was already scared out of his mind and had zero courage left to fight off the giant wolf chasing them down. I don't know, what the hell even is that? Arnold screamed. Isn't that the thing you prepared? The red-haired student fired back frantically. Then, the giant wolf suddenly threw open its jaws and let out a deafening roar, sending the red-haired student screaming in absolute panic. At that exact moment, Dane's voice chimed in from right beside them. So this is where you guys were hiding. Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold and his group felt as though they had just found a lifeline. Spinning around to beg for help, newbie, if you did this, can you deal with it? We'll apologize, please get rid of that thing. Shifting back to Dane, feeling he had given the seniors quite enough of a scare, he dismissed the wolf summon, letting it dissolve safely back into a spatial portal. Only when it completely vanished did the group finally let out collective sighs of relief. Shortly after, the long-haired student dusted off his clothes and awkwardly cleared his throat to speak with Dane. Ahem, looks like the welcoming ritual kind of backfired. Welcome to the dorms, rookie. I'm Droyan Valentine, a fifth-year student in the Department of Alchemy and the sole heir to the Marquis Valentine family. Possessing a fine build and handsome looks paired with an easygoing charm, he extended his hand forward. Seeing this, Dane reached out, firmly shook his hand and replied, "Ah, yes, very nice to meet you," while mentally thinking, what on earth is this guy rambling about? Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, Droyan enthusiastically continued praising him. You're remarkably good at dodging traps. So you're taking the liberal arts major? That must be why the welcoming ritual failed. Arnold is probably devastated. He's the heir to the famous Juillard hunting family and the mastermind behind all those traps. Droyan cheerfully advertised, leaving Arnold deeply mortified. Damn it, why drag me into this? He shrieked. So he's the one who designed those traps, Dane thought with an amused smile. Next, Droyan motioned to the others. Hey everyone, come over here and say hello. Ah, right, the group replied, quickly stepping forward. Following that, Droyan pointed at Priscilla and introduced her. This is Priscilla, a fourth-year student in the Department of Holy Arts. Best not to mess with her for someone aiming to become a priestess, she's actually. Before Droyan could finish, Priscilla guessed where he was going with it, shoved the scrawny guy aside and hijacked the introduction. Gentle and beautiful, right? Very nice to meet you, I'm Priscilla Nerial, the outcast child of my family. Joining the Department of Holy Arts means I can pretty much kiss any dreams of marriage goodbye. In response, the protagonist offered a polite nod. Ah yes, looking forward to working with you. As they shook hands to formalize the greeting, Priscilla's eyes suddenly bulged like an ox's as she sensed the terrifying, dense well of mana lurking within Dane. What in the world? Why is your mana this ridiculously thick? Is this actually the level of mana someone our age is supposed to have? This is unbelievable, no way. Behind them, Droyan looked bewildered by Priscilla's dramatic reaction. Is that really such a big deal? He asked, to which the red-haired student replied, pretty sure it is. Meanwhile, Arnold looked deeply annoyed by the commotion. They're making such a big deal out of a little thick mana. Ignoring him, the red-haired student stepped forward and introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Dane. I'm Skal Hespro, a second-year student in the Department of Martial Arts. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm nothing like these muscleheads. Muscle is important, but martial arts isn't just about raw brawn as everyone thinks. If you're ever interested, just say the word and I'll teach you real martial arts, Skal promised. Finally, Dane turned his gaze to the last person. Arnold, who stubbornly turned his nose up in the air as if he couldn't care less about the introductions. This uncooperative attitude earned him complaints from the group. "Hey Arnold, what's your deal? It's your turn. Don't tell me you're still sulking just because your traps got wiped out. Getting bent out of shape over a little thing like that? Talk about petty," the group nagged, raising visible veins of irritation on Arnold's forehead. With no other choice, seething with anger, he reluctantly turned to greet Dane, though the only thing he managed to spit out was his own name, Arnold Gullard. That was the extent of his greeting, though Dane didn't mind at all and cheerfully smiled at the boy's bad mood. "I'm Dane Saugers, very nice to meet you." Seeing the boy still bristling over his shattered traps, Dane wondered to himself, should I give him some pointers? Not wanting to stare at his sour mug any longer, Dane offered a bit of constructive criticism. "Your traps were actually quite well made. You clearly understand mechanisms and triggers, but the paint job makes them too easy to spot. Why don't you try mixing F3 silver and D6 black in a 4:6 ratio instead of using pure D6 black? At that brightness level, it'll blend in much better. Aside from that, it's the kind of trap anyone would fall for." Standing nearby, the group watched in sheer dizziness as Dane casually started giving Arnold trap-making tutorials. Is he seriously tutoring Arnold on how to set traps? You're a fascinating guy. Shortly after the greetings wrapped up, the group escorted Dane to his new room. Walking alongside them, Dane mused inwardly, these people are pretty entertaining. Still, it feels great to have decent people around. Things are starting to get interesting. Time flew by, quickly shifting scenes to a corner of the school grounds where Dane was chatting with his close friend Layla. Nobody knew what he had just told her, but the swordswoman shrieked in absolute shock. "What? You're taking 6 major classes this semester?" In response, Dane calmly explained that it was only 3 majors with 2 classes each. Hearing this, Layla still shook her head at his overly nonchalant attitude. "There are general education courses on top of that. You won't even have time to sleep. Usually freshmen only take 4 classes, which means, let's see, I can probably skip the first class." Shifting to Dane, he gave Layla a slightly condescending look. "Can you even say that with a straight face? That's exactly why military science was added as 2 general ed classes." You're so heartless. I'm terrified of military science. My grades dropped so much last semester because of it," Layla complained, which Dane couldn't help but agree with internally. Fair enough. It really is the hardest subject. Then, checking the time, Layla hurried off. "That's the top scorer for you. See you later at the swordsmanship major class. I have to go attend my general lecture." Curious, Dane asked, "What general lecture are you going to?" Understanding cosmetics and skin care," Layla announced with a face full of excitement. While Dane could only chuckle internally, hee, just like a girl. Thinking that, he nodded and replied, "Got it, see you later then." Time passed quickly, shifting to the military science classroom where our protagonist Dane was currently sitting. Naturally, his appearance drew plenty of curious and probing gazes from everyone in the room. "Isn't that Dane Saugers? Why is he here? Is he actually planning to sit through the lecture? Could it be, being account son, he looks kind of cold?" I think I get what you mean." The whispers drifted straight into Dane's ears, making his face twitch slightly. "I can hear every single word you're saying," he muttered unhappily to himself, before opening his textbook to ponder the subject of general military science. "Based on what I read yesterday, some of this matches up, but other parts completely contradict reality. Makes sense. If theory and reality always matched up, no country would ever lose a war. But the reason military science is taught is because foundational theory matters. You need a baseline of theory to understand real-world battlefields, and by recognizing where reality deviates from it, you grasp the true utility of military science." Right as he thought that, a middle-aged professor with a stern expression stepped through the classroom door, instantly plunging the entire room into silence. "Hello everyone, I am Francisco Gabius and I will be teaching military science theory. Just call me Professor Gabius." Once roll call is done, we're diving straight into the lesson. Shifting to the protagonist's perspective, just by looking at the professor's stern face, Dane's estimation of him went up several notches. Judging by that look, this guy clearly has deep, hard-fought battle experience. This is going to be worth looking forward to, Dane thought to himself. Once roll call concluded, Professor Gabius launched into his lecture, his voice echoing through the quiet room. "You must dive deep into military theory if you want it to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers can afford to be reckless, but a commander must always balance victory against the lives of his men. Clearly, theory is crucial. Only by anchoring yourself in theory can you comprehend the reality of the field, and by recognizing the inconsistencies in practice, you discover the true purpose of military science. I'm genuinely curious how many of you talented students here will step up as elite commanders. In your opinion, what is the single most important element in warfare?" In response to the question, while everyone else hesitated, unsure how to answer, Dane suddenly raised his hand. Seeing this, the professor narrowed his eyes slightly and prompted, "Go ahead, the student who raised his hand, let's hear your thoughts." Answering without a shred of hesitation, Dane stated firmly, The most important principle is supply chains. Hearing this, a look of appreciation flashed across Gabius's eyes as he nodded. Spot on. Victory, conquest, upgrades, all of these mean nothing unless the supply lines are guaranteed. Fascinating, we've barely started and someone already nailed it, he said with amusement before throwing a follow-up question at Dane. Then do you know the 3 most critical factors in managing a supply chain? Answering the question, Dane replied, first is strict military administration. Moving supplies from the capital to the front lines involves not just physical distance but a long extended chain of command. If even a single person harbors selfish ambitions, corruption easily takes root, ultimately leading to severe supply shortages. When Dane spoke those words, he drew entirely from his own lived experiences on the battlefield. He wasn't just spouting empty rhetoric, he genuinely understood the reality of the situation. Most supply failures stemmed from unscrupulous middlemen, even if the shipments initially left safely. Correct, and next is, Gabius pressed on. This time, Dane answered with lightning speed, standardizing the supplies. If the quantity and weight of the supplies are standardized, mass production becomes possible. This immensely helps with rapid delivery, allowing frontline units to maintain their strategy without suffering losses. Hearing these words, the students around the classroom exchanged bewildered, wide-eyed glances and whispered, "What is he even talking about? That's not in the textbook." Not just them, even Professor Gabius couldn't mask the shock plastered across his face. Dropping his final point, Dane answered, lastly, local production. The longer a war drags on, the harder it is to maintain the first 2 conditions, and the quality of supplies inevitably drops. This forces frontline soldiers to figure out ways to achieve minimum self-sufficiency. Even if the quantity and quality are low, it provides a crucial emergency buffer, Dane said with a faint smile. Everything I'm saying is something I witnessed and felt firsthand on the battlefield, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the classroom fell completely dead silent. Staring at the protagonist with wide eyes and dropped jaws, nobody could utter a single word. Finally, Professor Gabius couldn't help but loudly praise him. That was an exceptionally brilliant answer. What year are you? First year, Dane replied. The answer left Gabius looking utterly perplexed. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered, "What, you're just a freshman? How on earth does a kid who just entered the academy know all of this?" He curiously asked for more details about what Dane had just said: strict military management, standardized logistics, and finally localized production for self-sufficiency. Those answers come from the practical experiences that soldiers and officers have had to go through on the battlefield. As someone with no battlefield experience, how on earth do you know that? Across from him, Dane's expression grew pensive. Naturally, he couldn't say that he had experienced this firsthand, so after a couple of seconds he bluffed, "My father often tells me about these things." "Your father? Then what's your name?" Gabius asked out of curiosity. "I'm Dane Saugers," the protagonist replied with a proud face. Upon hearing his family name, Gabius was completely convinced. The Saugers family? So you're the son of the Green Whirlwind. No wonder it all makes sense. If you're from the Saugers family, then you must be the student who passed the liberal arts major. No wonder your level is so different from the other freshmen. Thinking of this, with his doubts cleared up, he spoke up to the whole class. "Haha, so you all heard that clearly. Completing the military theory section that we study on our own is exactly what student Dane Saugers just answered. Applying theory to fit real-world situations based on textbook knowledge. This is the ultimate goal that military science aims for. Let's move on to the next part." With that, he looked at Dane with eyes full of anticipation. It's been a long time since an exceptional Saugers appeared. Time quickly passed. After the class ended, Dane ran off in a panic. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "I almost ended up in the graduate school." As soon as the class ended, Professor Gabius called me right over, and on top of that, he tried to persuade me to enroll in the graduate school. The professor seemed a bit too eager. Thinking of this, Dane remembered his second sister Claire's advice to him. "If anyone advises you to join the Imperial Graduate School, just refuse, reject them, and leave immediately." My second sister's advice really saved me. But it looks like he won't give up right away. Well, my current issue is that I still haven't adapted to the Academy's map because it's just too huge. The meeting spot with Lily was at the central fountain plaza. Thinking this, Dane strained his eyes to look at the map in front of him. Quickly enough, he found his destination. "Oh, here it is. Crossing through the Misty Garden is the fastest way," he muttered. The Misty Garden was a place where even on a clear day, visibility remained as restricted as if it were covered in thick fog, making it very easy to get lost and wander around inside. It was also a vast garden shrouded in dense fog, causing everyone to avoid it. Furthermore, there were rumors that ghosts appeared there at night. But this place doesn't seem anything like what Big Sis described, does it? "The weather is nice, so I got here in no time." No sooner had he spoken than, as if to contradict Dane, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from behind him. "Help! Is anyone out there? Is anyone there? Please help me." Hearing this pathetic sound, Dane turned his head toward the source with a curious look. Huh, someone's there, the sound is coming from deep inside. His mother had taught him that if someone was in danger, he had to rescue them immediately. There was still plenty of time before the next literature class so he could pull them out. Dane reminded himself inwardly and quickly headed toward the direction of the sound. Not long after, Dane successfully rescued some nameless student. Once saved, the guy chirped with gratitude. "Thank you, I thought I was going to be trapped in there forever." In response, Dane just waved his hand and asked, "All right, are you hurt anywhere?" The bespectacled guy said he was a bit tired but otherwise fine. Then he introduced himself. "I'm Ernest Dyland, a first-year student in the exploration department." Hearing this, Dane looked at the clueless young man as if he were looking at an alien from outer space. "Huh, an exploration department student got lost?" His voice was filled with astonishment, making Ernest's face flush with embarrassment and confusion. It's because I was too excited and wandered off without realizing it." "How excited do you have to be to lose your way like that?" Dane complained. Brushing aside the story about Gabius's absent-mindedness, Dane noticed his last name and asked, "If you're Baron Dyland, your family estate should be in the west. Is your crest a ship and a sailor?" "Of course, that's the most famous family when it comes to exploration, right?" Dane asked, and Gabius nodded in agreement. "That's right, my family has been charting uncharted seas and foreign lands from generation to generation." "But that sounds a bit tough for you," Dane silently reminded himself in his mind. Then Gabius embarrassedly scratched his head and asked Dane in return, "It's surprising that you know about our family. What's your name?" "I'm Dane Saugers," the protagonist replied with a smile. The moment he heard his family name, Gabius's expression changed instantly as he blurted out, "So you're the new student who passed the liberal arts major after 100 years. "Yeah, well, that's me." Dane awkwardly scratched his head. Meanwhile, Gabius began looking at him as if he were gazing at his own idol. "Oh my god, how lucky, I've wanted to meet you even if just once." Shifting to Dane's perspective, Gabius's overly enthusiastic attitude only made him even more flustered. Calming down, Dane suddenly noticed something a bit unusual about Gabius's appearance and frowned in thought. He said he wasn't hurt anywhere. Then what are those bruises? And there are scars too. They look very different from exploration injuries. Could it be? Dane speculated inwardly, a vague idea forming in his mind. To verify his guess, the protagonist asked, "Are you exploring this garden?" Hearing this, Gabius shared, "Exploring? I just feel excited. Actually, for me, not just the garden but anything new I approach is an exploration. Not just this maze-like garden but people and objects as well." Saying that, Gabius opened his backpack to show Dane countless items he had collected. "Look at this." Seeing this, Dane looked somewhat surprised and said, "Are all of these exploration tools? There's so many." "My goal is to explore every single place inside the academy," Gabius continued. Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice to remind the protagonist, "This misty garden is definitely one of them. There has to be something here. Cloudy skies and yet the fog is this dense. Isn't that a bit absurd?" Turning back to Dane, hearing mention of the garden changed his expression as he nodded. "That's true. So have you figured anything out yet?" To Dane's question, Gabius could only shake his head regretfully and replied, "Not yet, but I'm certain there's some kind of power inside this garden." "But isn't it true that no one has ever managed to figure it out?" Dane shrugged in response. However, Gabius had his own thoughts on the matter. "Yes, but what if there's a reason no one even thought to figure it out, or what if people tried and still couldn't?" "A reason why it can't be figured out?" Dane exclaimed inquisitively. At this point, the bespectacled guy slowly voiced his theories regarding the garden's bizarre phenomenon. "That's right now we can't tell. But supposing it's power created by unknown factors or entities, like the legacy of a vanished ancient kingdom, or summoned creatures from beyond the horizon." Shifting back to Dane, the words coming from Gabius's mouth started to spark his interest. "If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that really sounds interesting, doesn't it?" Dane nodded. As for Gabius, seeing someone agree with him made him very excited. "You think so too, right? I really want to find out the secret of this place." Returning to Dane, he hadn't forgotten that he needed to head to the lecture hall, so he temporarily paused the conversation. "Ah, right, I'm on my way to a lecture." Hearing this, Gabius was startled and hurriedly said, "Sorry, let's get out of here right now." However, before they could even move, the weather suddenly shifted and poured down heavy rain. Causing Gabius's expression to change, he turned back to remind the protagonist, "This is bad. I heard that when it rains, the fog gets even thicker." "What, if that's the case, it'll be hard to get out, right?" Dane hurriedly asked back. "That's right, we're going to lose our sense of direction," Gabius said through gritted teeth. True to their words, streams of fog began rising incessantly all around them, causing their visibility to drop drastically. Even when Gabius took out a compass from his bag to determine their direction, its needle spun in circles like a wheel without settling on any direction at all. As expected, the compass isn't working. There's no way to move now, the bespectacled guy said bitterly. Meanwhile, Dane asked back, can't we solve this using exploration skills? Up ahead, Gabius shook his head slightly and put away the compass. There's another path here, but the fog is too thick to reach it. Some unknown power is affecting this place. Hearing this, sweat began to bead on Dane's forehead as he muttered, an unknown power, damn it. Could we have walked right into a trap? Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, Gabius turned back to say, my body feels heavier. What should I do now? I'm sorry, Dane, this is all my fault. Up ahead, seeing the four-eyed guy look so worried, Dane reassured him, no need to worry, we should wait, observe the situation and figure it out from there. Then for some reason our protagonist suddenly felt a sensation quite different from Gabius. This fog, I feel a bit familiar with it. Am I just imagining things? What's going on? I don't feel weak. Instead, I strangely feel a surge of power. Could this be? Shifting to Gabius's perspective, he was now worried to the point of tears. Wiping away his tears, he said, this is bad. If things keep going like this, Dane is going to be in danger. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding stream of light suddenly appeared beside them, stopping the guy from crying. He turned to look and discovered that, for some reason, a powerful surge of energy was radiating from Dane's body, so intense that it pushed Gabius's body backward. What's going on? Such terrifying mana, he screamed out. Along with this mana dispersion, the fog surrounding the protagonist was blown away. The fog, is it clearing outward from Dane? Dane, what on earth is happening? Gabius anxiously asked. In response, Dane's expression grew confident. Gabius, let's go, I think I know the way out. Really? How do you know? Gabius dropped his jaw in shock. However, Dane didn't explain much. In his mind, he thought that perhaps he could uncover the secret of this place. Just like that, the two started moving quickly. Walking behind Dane, Gabius still couldn't suppress his inquisitive nature. What is going on? This is a mysterious fog that many mages haven't been able to explore, yet Dane can walk right through it as if nothing even happened. Moreover, the fog clears wherever he walks and visibility becomes clear. He truly is a miraculous guy, Gabius exclaimed in admiration. Soon enough, the protagonist's pace grew hurried. He reminded Gabius, we're almost there. Really, you found the path, the bespectacled guy said excitedly. However, the place Dane led him to was completely different. This is the center of the misty garden. Gabius let out an astonished cry as he stared at the fountain before him. Turning to Dane, seeing Ernest look so shocked, he figured the guy might know something and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Is there something special about this thing? An even more astonished look from Ernest answered his question. Of course, most students who come to the Misty Garden are looking for this. Saying that, Ernest's eyes suddenly lit up as if realizing something, and he let out an ah, you don't know the legend of this place? As for Dane, he truly didn't know a damn thing about this school's lore, so he could only shake his head. A legend? This place has a legend. Explaining this, Ernest calmly said, there's a legend here that if you reach this place before the fog clears, you'll be reunited with the person you long for the most. Beside him, Dane lost interest after hearing it. Another typical romance story. The protagonist let out an inner sigh and shrugged, asking Ernest, but with the road here being this difficult, how on earth is it still operating? Hearing this reminder, a curious look appeared in Ernest's eyes as he nodded in agreement. You're right. Next, Dane focused his gaze, staring intently at the fountain and offering his assessment. Unless someone is continuously supplying mana, could there be an energy source so powerful it doesn't need replenishment? Hearing this, Ernest's eyes slowly widened as he shouted, if that's true, then this entire garden could be a massive mechanism. Dane nodded in agreement and further explained. Given how unnecessarily complicated and convoluted the layout of this garden is, that might actually be true. Really, if this garden is a giant mechanism, then this magical fountain could be an ancient artifact, Ernest said excitedly, his eyes lighting up with curiosity and thrill like never before. Meanwhile, our protagonist had another speculation in his heart. And maybe the fog is related to it too. This feeling definitely, as if something inside was reacting, just like meeting an old friend. This is ancient magic. Dane silently analyzed in his head as he reached out to touch the fountain and slowly sensed its magic. Then, Ernest suddenly noticed some ancient characters carved inside the fountain and let out an astonished cry. Wait, this is the ancient secret script. Ancient secret script? Dane asked with a hint of curiosity. The bespectacled guy nodded and explained, that's right, at first I wasn't sure because I couldn't see it clearly, but now touching it I'm certain. This is the language of the long-forgotten ancient kingdom of Sekret. After hearing this, Dane couldn't hide his astonished gaze as he praised, you know about this too? Of course, I'm from the Dyland family. Learning ancient languages like this is essential for explorers. It's so frustrating to reach ancient ruins and not be able to read what's written there. Naturally, I haven't mastered every single language yet, but I learned this one from my father when I was a kid. Let me try decoding it, Ernest said with his eyes shining like bright stars, excitement and thrill clearly written across his face. In fact, this young man even took out paper and pen to take notes. Without waiting for Dane's consent, he threw himself straight into the exploration work, leaving Dane to only break into a goofy smile. Haha, his explorer instincts are truly flaring up. Just like that, time passed and Ernest racked his brain to decode the language inscribed on the fountain. As he worked, he muttered, "This word means qualification. What word is this?" "That's right, this is it, if you put these words together." "Dane, I'm done decoding it," he shared excitedly, and Dane asked what it actually meant, putting those words together. "Dane, I'm done decoding it," he shared excitedly, and Dane asked what it actually meant. Answering the question, Ernest immediately handed his notebook to the protagonist and shouted, "Those who possess the qualifications shall prove their strength." This was a rather obscure phrase, leaving Dane completely clueless. Qualifications, prove. Could qualifications here refer to ancient magic? Somehow, the closer I get to the center, the more familiar I feel, Dane thought to himself. Meanwhile, Ernest had a similar thought. Funny, isn't it? If the qualifications it refers to mean ancient strength, there's no way anyone could match that. To this, Dane simply replied blandly, "Thanks, Ernest." Finished speaking, he began channeling the power within his body into the bracelet that he and Old Man Droyan had obtained earlier. Shifting to Ernest's perspective, seeing Dane suddenly use his power as if he had an idea, the explorer hastily asked, "Hey Dane, what are you doing?" Without answering Ernest's question, Dane remained deep in thought. "They say runes hold power just from their shape. If I use this bracelet, it might react." Then, true to Dane's prediction, the ancient characters carved on the bracelet began to appear. "Strange symbols are showing up on the bracelet," Ernest shouted. Then, our protagonist reached his hand forward, and the bracelet automatically detached itself from his wrist, flying toward the fountain and triggering some kind of resonance. Next, the entire ground around them shook violently. "What's going on? It's shaking hard." "Dane, what did you just do?" "The fountain is sinking into the ground," Ernest screamed in astonishment, while Dane himself couldn't suppress his joy. "Awesome, that really was the right answer," he muttered to himself. "By now, even a fool would have figured out the problem. What's going on? Even the fog is clearing away, activating an ancient artifact this easily." The qualified person the fountain spoke of turned out to be Dane. Thinking this, Ernest stared intently at Dane as if wanting to figure out what kind of person his friend really was. However, before Ernest could think further, the giant blue crystal before them suddenly emitted a blinding light. Seeing this, Dane hastily reminded his friend beside him, "Ernest, look at that, something is glowing in the center." Hearing this, Ernest temporarily cut off his train of thought and focused his attention. Following that, both of them widened their eyes and dropped their jaws at the sight before them. "Wow, it's so pretty, it looks like a gem. That's definitely the energy source running the fountain." Ernest voiced his thoughts and Dane agreed, "Maybe. It's also the cause of all the weird phenomena inside this garden." "Now then, let's face the ancient power together," Dane calmly said. Following that, a complex magic circle appeared beneath the protagonist's feet, radiating an intense aura. Dane himself reached out his hand, feeling the energy radiating from it. "This power, ancient magic, it's identical to the power I have." Then he focused on the ancient script inscribed on the crystal and deduced, "Arcana once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy." "Awesome, I can read the ancient language I couldn't understand before. This really is the legacy of the Magic Kingdom Arcana, so I've absorbed this power," the protagonist said happily. However, just a second later, a sharp pain suddenly erupted in his chest, making Dane instinctively clutch his chest. "My heart, it suddenly hurts so much. Something is happening to my heart," Dane screamed inwardly. Then, according to his senses, a magic circle rapidly formed inside his heart. "Is this a magic circle?" Dane tried asking himself. "Cores and circles. Their roles are completely opposite. Having both is extremely rare. This combination is inefficient and can even damage the body. That's why magic swordsmen always have heart problems. That's why I didn't want to create a circle meant solely for magic. But I never expected it to be forcibly implanted into my heart." The protagonist sighed, anxiety clearly written across his face to the point where even Ernest could easily notice. He turned to ask Dane, "Are you really okay? You've looked so pale this whole time." Ernest's voice was filled with worry. Seeing this, Dane didn't want to make him overthink, so he forced an awkward smile and waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm just overthinking things. Hearing this, Ernest fell pensive for a few seconds. Then, not wanting to dig too deep, he nodded. Right, I was shocked too, but the power you absorbed, right? Both the fog and those ancient languages. It seems they're all connected to you. Shifting to Dane's perspective, Ernest's intense curiosity didn't surprise him too much. Ernest must be full of questions. He saw everything. It's best to get the situation straight first, Dane thought to himself. Thinking this, he shifted all the blame onto his older sister. I just did what my sister taught me, I don't know the details either. Is that so? Well, let me know when you figure it out, Ernest smiled and said. Dane nodded definitely. As the two left the garden, Ernest reflected on everything that had happened today and excitedly shared. Today I feel like my blood is boiling. That's the true spirit of an explorer. Dane, do you want to explore the Academy's mysteries with me? Then we can share any strange phenomena or secret places we find. Sounds fun, Dane replied with a smile. At the same time, he held a hint of anticipation inside. Who knows, there might be other places containing magic like this. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Ernest reminded Dane. Hey Dane, didn't you say you had a class coming up? Ernest's reminder startled Dane, reminding him of his class. He gave Ernest a pat on the shoulder and bolted off. Right, Ernest, sorry, I'm heading out first. Catch you later, the bespectacled guy laughed and said. Watching Dane's retreating figure gradually shrink into the distance, he fell into thought. He's truly an interesting friend. If I keep exploring alongside Dane, amazing things are bound to happen. I'm so excited. Returning to Dane, at this moment, his body was hurtling forward like a gust of wind. As he walked, Dane began to notice a few differences after his body absorbed the energy from that blue crystal. Strange, why is moving around so much easier? Even though the magic circle and core coexisted, there was no discomfort at all. Normally, a circle would obstruct the mana from the core, making the efficiency extremely poor. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, I don't feel anything unusual at all. No, actually it's the exact opposite. Mana flows through the circle and then seems to gather right back into the core. Furthermore, the mana inside the core is even purer than before. Awesome, I should contact my eldest sister, Dane muttered to himself. Time flew by, cutting to an estate located in some desert region. This was none other than the Hangston district. At this moment, our protagonist along with countless students of the Royal Academy were also present here for an unclear reason. Beside Dane, his close friend Layla excitedly shared. So this is the famous Hangston district I've heard so much about? Oh, I see the entrance. Right then, a massive gateway stood before the two of them. Looking at it, Layla let out an admiring gasp. That's definitely the famous magical barrier. A magical barrier? Dane's voice was filled with bewilderment. Hearing that, Layla realized Dane didn't know a damn thing, so she smilingly explained. It was created by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage of the Academy. This is a barrier activated once a year for freshmen with magical talent. When passing through it, the barrier displays a color depending on the quality and tier of a person's magic. Originally, it was a device used to detect and eliminate dark mages infiltrating the Academy. But after dark mages went extinct, it was repurposed into this. At that thought, a surge of deep curiosity welled up on Dane's face as he asked, "What does each color represent?" Explaining the question, Layla spoke up. Oh, it's like this. If there's no talent, no color appears at all. If the talent is decent, it turns yellow. If the talent is substantial, it's blue, and if it's overwhelming talent, it turns red. Layla recited fluently, leaving Dane astonished as he turned to praise the young girl. You really study a lot. Hearing that, Layla gave a subtle wink and proudly replied, I want to know everything about the Academy after all. Then she reminded Dane, oh, and by the way, all of your sisters turned out red. Well, Dane, I'm heading in first. After speaking, the female swordsman slowly stepped through the gate, and unsurprisingly, the color that lit up the gate was red, proving her to be an overwhelmingly talented genius. It's red, Layla said happily. That's amazing, Dane acknowledged with a nod. Hee, at least I'm good up to this point. Layla raised her hand to show off her achievement. Following that, Dane couldn't help wanting to test the extent of his own talent. Guess I'll give it a try too. With that, he slowly stepped toward the gate. Although he hadn't stepped inside yet, Dane had a speculation in mind. I'll probably get red too. Since I've absorbed ancient magic as well, it might even be stronger than usual. That was what he thought. However, the result produced by the gate was completely different. The color displayed on the gate wasn't red, blue, or yellow, but green. Looking at this stream of light, both of their faces turned bewildered. Green, what's going on here? There's no such thing as a green tier. Layla widened her eyes and turned to say to Dane. Yeah, seriously, the male lead awkwardly replied. Even he had no clue why this had happened. Time passed quickly, shifting scenes to a lecture hall. At this moment, freshman students were buzzing with chatter over the appearance of an unfamiliar face. Did you see his emblem? He's a student from the finance department. What is someone who only deals with money doing in the magic department? Someone asked. However, the person next to them shook his head and said, how would I know? Magic department classes are always super popular anyway. He probably just came to listen to the orientation and leave. Right then, standing before the group of students was a bulky, blonde-haired guy with an arrogant expression. Seeing this, an orange-haired student stepped forward to ask, Senior Arthur, why are you here? Responding to that, Arthur shared frankly, I dropped by because I have a message to pass along after class. But hasn't that guy arrived yet? I'm talking about cross-department student Dane Saugers. The person speaking was Arthur Diamant, a fifth-year representative of the magic department. Up ahead, the freshman hearing this wondered, he said he'd attend this class but I don't see him anywhere. Hearing that, Arthur swept his gaze around the room before nodding. Is that so? He must be taking his sweet time getting here. When he gets in, bring him to see me. Since he's Senior Arabella's younger brother anyway, I should pay him some special attention. Yes, sir, the freshman hastily replied. Just as Arthur was about to turn and leave, he was caught off guard by a chorus of noisy commotion erupting all around. Wow, he's actually so handsome. Look at those eyes, they look just like emeralds. It must be nice being the top scorer, being the center of attention wherever you go. The person standing next to him is Layla Thermion, right? Admiring whispers began to spread. However, for someone like Dane who detested noise, being stared at and gossiped about by so many people gave him a massive headache. Meanwhile, his close friend Layla playfully teased, how wonderful! The top student is always the talk of the town, no matter where you go. Elsewhere, catching sight of Dane, Arthur smirked. Oh, he's finally here. With that, he stepped forward and greeted him. Nice to meet you, Dane Saugers. I saw you clearly during the entrance assembly. You certainly stand out. His sudden words left both Dane and Layla stunned, prompting them to think inwardly, who is this? He looks like an upperclassman, but why is he acting so familiar? At that thought, Dane couldn't suppress his confusion and asked, who on earth are you? Doesn't the magic department teach basic manners? If you have business with me, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Dane's voice carried a hint of annoyance. The arrogant Arthur instantly felt veins bulge on his forehead with anger upon hearing those words. His eyes flared up and he gritted his teeth fiercely. What an arrogant brat, he cursed inwardly. Not just him, but the surrounding freshmen also sensed the tense atmosphere. Arthur looked like a ticking bomb ready to explode at any second, leaving them deeply worried for Dane. Did he really just talk to Senior Arthur like that? Isn't this going to turn into a huge problem? Offending an upperclassman means your academy life is practically over. Returning to Arthur, after taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, he scolded Dane. I came here specially because you're the younger brother of an upperclassman I respect, yet you act arrogant and don't know your place. Have you ever considered that your behavior might drag down your family's reputation? Hearing that, Dane sarcastically retorted, HMPH, I've never thought about it, and as far as I can tell, aren't you the rude one here? Across from him, Arthur's teeth clenched once more as he said in a cold voice, can you seriously not see the situation you're in? With that, he reminded himself, if I let this slide, my honor will be ruined. Senior Arabella will surely understand. Thinking thus, he decided to teach Dane a lesson. Looks like you need to be taught a manner or two, huh? Right as he finished speaking, Arthur began channeling mana into the palm of his hand. But unfortunately, before the two of them could start throwing punches, a booming roar echoed out. Bang! The professor slammed his textbook down onto the desk and barked, what's going on over there? Is there a problem? Hearing the authoritative voice, Arthur instantly shrank back and nervously explained, Professor, I just dropped by to welcome the freshmen. As Magic Department head Drivo, he knew full well things weren't as simple as Arthur claimed. However, since no serious incident had occurred yet, he didn't intend to dig deeper, merely giving a cold reminder. Is that so? Then save the socializing for after class. Hearing this, Arthur had no excuse to stay. Still, before leaving, he threw a cryptic remark at Dane. I'll let it slide this time. Watching him leave, Layla quietly cautioned Dane, you should be careful, that guy doesn't look pleasant at all. True to Layla's thoughts, Arthur had zero intention of letting this go easily. He coldly ordered a lackey beside him, take him to that place. The order startled the subordinate. Huh, but he's Senior Arabella's younger brother. Is that really a good idea? Arthur narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. I'll explain it to Senior later, just take him away. Shifting back to the classroom, once the noisy crowd cleared out, Professor Drivo began his lecture. Today is orientation, so we'll keep things simple and wrap up early. But since this is a combat-oriented practical course, let's start by measuring everyone's mana. As he spoke, he placed a device shaped like a dish with a hemispherical top onto the desk. Across from it, the students stared intently at the mana measuring device, excitedly whispering, wow, is that a mana measuring device? I've seen one before. Returning to Professor Drivo, he didn't keep the students waiting long, quickly instructing. If you place your hand on the device and channel your mana like this, you can see the number of your mana circles. Demonstrating directly, he placed his hand on the device and began channeling his mana inside. Right after, several magic circles manifested behind him. Seeing the number of circles, the students couldn't contain their shock and blurted out, "Wow, 8 circles, that's the caliber of a professor for you." Ignoring the students' cheering, Drivo continued explaining. Naturally, even at the same tier, the color becomes deeper the higher your proficiency is. However, there are cases where mana circles don't appear. That doesn't mean you lack talent, so don't worry. That's right, it's completely normal for some people not to have formed mana circles yet, the students chimed in. Drivo nodded and went on, "That's why we cannot rely solely on circle tests for evaluation. Since you're taking this class, you should at least know basic magic. We'll use this magic sphere to measure mana much more accurately. Use basic magic, psychokinesis, to control the sphere and demonstrate your mana control capability." Just like this. As he spoke, he manipulated numerous spheres to float all around the room. Seeing that sight, the whole class stared in amazement. Incredible, the magic runes formed perfectly. He can move spheres using just psychokinesis. "No need to make such a big fuss," Layla complained under her breath. Here, Professor Drivo continued introducing, "Even basic magic has variations in power and precision depending on the user. To move the sphere, you must infuse mana into it. Given your current level, managing 3 spheres at most is already quite impressive." Hearing that, swordswoman Layla glanced over at Dane and asked curiously, "Do you think Dane can control more than that?" In response, Dane gave a subtle nod. At that moment, Professor Drivo glanced at Arthur and proposed, "Arthur, you're just auditing, but could you demonstrate for your juniors?" Hearing this, the arrogant Arthur, looking for an opportunity to show off in front of Dane, thought to himself, "I'll make this kid understand the gap between us." Thinking thus, Arthur eagerly accepted, "Yes, Professor, I understand." Not just him, even Dane felt a spark of interest. "Now I'll get to see where all that arrogance stems from," Dane thought to himself. Shortly after, Arthur briskly stepped up to the podium and channeled mana into the measuring device. Instantly, 4 magic circles materialized behind his back. Seeing this, the freshmen couldn't help shrieking as if losing their minds. As expected of senior Arthur, he reached 4 circles. And the colors are so deep. Let alone the freshmen, whose level was nothing more than pampered amateurs. Even Professor Drivo nodded in satisfaction. "Looks like you've improved even further." Hearing that, Arthur replied with a smug face, "All thanks to your guidance, sir." Next, Drivo turned to address the class. Normally, achieving 4 mana circles is something only managed after graduation, but your senior here achieved it while still a student. This is true overwhelming talent. You should learn from him. Who knows, maybe his advice will help you grow further. The professor's words threw the classroom into an uproar. Meanwhile, Arthur took the opportunity to shoot Dane a teasing glance. "Too early to be shocked, Dane Saugers. I'll show you the real gap between us." Thinking to himself, he began manipulating the blue spheres, making them zip across the classroom at lightning speed. Witnessing that scene, the freshmen dropped their jaws. He's controlling the spheres to absolute perfection. No way, exactly how many are there? In reality, to pull this off, Arthur was sweating so profusely his back was soaked. Even so, he kept up a composed facade, staring straight at Dane with a provocative grin. "I've pushed my power to the absolute limit. How do you like that, kid?" Across the room, seeing Arthur go all out just to show off, the freshmen didn't hold back their praise. "Amazing, let's give him a hand." As expected of senior Arthur, which magic tower is he heading to later? Curious murmurs began to rise. Over here, seeing that Arthur had delivered a stellar performance, Professor Drivo dismissed him. "Great job, you may step down now." Arthur replied with a beaming smile, "Yes, Professor." With that, he turned back to glare at the protagonist with a mocking smirk. "Hee, I'd love to see what kind of mana level you've got." Unaware of his thoughts, Professor Drivo turned to the rest of the class. "Anyway, if you lack mana, nothing will happen. If you're nervous, you're free to leave the lecture hall right now." To his statement, the entire class fell completely dead silent. Nobody answered or walked out because, after all, to pass the exam into the Royal Academy, how could anyone possibly lack mana? Seeing that, the department head nodded and proceeded. "Nobody? Excellent, then let's begin. Step up in order, starting from the front row." Just like that, the students began bustling with excitement, waiting for their turn to be tested. As for Layla, having witnessed this routine many times before, she could only sigh and explain. "This is called orientation, but in reality it's just a way to put everyone's abilities on display in front of the whole class." Beside her, hearing this, Dane paused for a second or two before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, that's what the academy aims for." Next, the students took turns stepping up to the mana measuring device for inspection. A few students possessed a single magic circle, while others couldn't sense anything at all. As for the magic sphere control test, they fared even worse. Most could barely sustain control before the spheres dropped. Shifting to the arrogant Arthur standing off to the side and watching all along, he scoffed with contempt. What a total mess. At the same time, the blonde girl beside him hastily nudged him. Hey, it's that guy's turn. Hearing that, Arthur shifted his focus as it was now Dane's turn to test. Dane, I'll watch to see just how far your arrogance can carry you, he muttered inwardly, making sure no one heard. Without needing Arthur's attention, even Dane himself was curious about his current capabilities. To be honest, I'm quite curious too. Since I absorbed the ancient magic, something's bound to have changed. Thinking to himself without hesitation, Dane began channeling his energy into the measuring device. Over here, Professor Drevo eagerly awaited Dane Sagers' performance. During the entrance exam, he solved my test to absolute perfection. I'm dying to see how many mana circles he possesses. Thinking thus, he widened his eyes in intense concentration, determined not to miss a single second. But then, a completely unexpected event occurred. The measuring device suddenly flashed a bright red screen displaying the words, "Unable to measure." At that exact moment, the entire classroom erupted into chaos. What does that mean? Is it broken? If he has no mana circles, that means he has none. But why is it unmeasurable? The students muttered, stepping closer to Dane to get a better look. Meanwhile, our protagonist harbored his own internal theory. Could this be because of the ancient magic I absorbed? As for Professor Drevo, compared to the other students, he was the most shocked of all because he knew the true reliability of this measuring device. Coupled with the fact that he had never witnessed such a case before, this machine boasted 100% accuracy. It could screen out anyone trying to fake their tear. But now, it claimed it was unmeasurable. He had never seen anything like this in his life. Thinking to himself, unable to find a logical explanation, he could only awkwardly cover for it. It must be an overload. At least let's finish Dane's sphere control test first. Hearing that, Dane nodded in agreement. Yes, Professor. Up ahead, seeing Dane's case dismissed as a machine overload, the arrogant Arthur smirked derisively. Ha, I knew it. Nothing surprising there, rookie. Unfazed by his taunts, Dane slowly walked over toward the magic spheres. He felt a hint of regret inside. So it couldn't be measured? What a pity. But let's try this instead. I wonder if this thing will work properly. Thinking thus, he focused his mind and channeled energy into the magic spheres, causing them to float suspended in midair. However, what stunned everyone even more was that he wasn't controlling just one or two spheres but every single magic sphere placed on the desk. This left the entire class staring in wide-eyed horror. Someone shrieked in sheer disbelief. He lifted all of the spheres? No way, the highest record up until now was only 5 spheres. Not just the freshmen, even the upperclassmen couldn't believe their eyes. All the spheres? Is that guy out of his mind? The black-haired guy standing next to Arthur blurted out in shock. Meanwhile, the arrogant Arthur froze up entirely. How could this happen? He muttered under his breath, utterly unable to process it. Beside him, Layla looked at Dane with a blank expression. He's at it again. I'm not even surprised anymore. But I never imagined he could lift all of them. He's even more astonishing than I thought. Looks like after absorbing the ancient magic, he's grown even stronger. She deduced silently in her heart. Shifting back to Dane, manipulating these magic spheres felt rather entertaining to him. Thus, he decided to unleash just a tiny bit more power. All right, let's make this even more impressive. With that, he began maneuvering the spheres, arranging them in a specific pattern. Seeing this sight, Professor Drevo broke out in cold sweat. Am I seeing things right now? He's arranging the spheres with absolute precision. To form a picture, not even Arabella could pull this off. Following everyone's gaze up in the air, the outlines of a lion and a snake gradually formed. Someone screamed in shock upon realizing what it was. That's a lion and a snake. That's the family crest of the Sagers family. Amidst the uproar caused by Dane, Layla could only sigh and offer a word of caution. It's my turn now. Calm down, Dane. Dane slowly withdrew his magic at his close friend's request. Meanwhile, Professor Drevo showered him with unreserved praise. Truly outstanding, Dane Sagers. Even Sidrain, who never takes disciples, would be proud to call you his student. Responding to the praise, Dane gave a modest nod. Thank you, Professor. All around, the people hearing this explosive piece of news dropped their jaws. Wait, what? He's the disciple of the former Magic Tower Master? Now I finally understand why he entered the advanced magic department. Returning to Arthur's group, the black-haired lackey was sweating profusely, panic-stricken as he asked, Arthur, what do we do now? That guy is no ordinary person. He might even be stronger than you. In response, Arthur, losing his mind with worry as well, yelled back, Shut up, I'm thinking. Gritting his teeth tightly in tension, he cursed Dane under his breath. Damn it, the Sagar's family is terrifying, why are they all monsters? With that kind of level, we need to change our plans. How annoying, but if I pick a fight and end up outmatched in power, I'll lose too much face. If I can't beat him with skills, then I'll have to bring him under my wing another way. The arrogant Arthur plotted in secret. Then, as if reaching a decision, Arthur told his two cohorts, "We need to pull him into the student council." "What? The student council?" the other two cried out, but Arthur simply nodded firmly, explaining his reasoning. "Yeah, ever since I got a foot inside that council, controlling him will be much easier if he comes under my command." Hearing that, his two companions still couldn't accept the decision and tried to dissuade him. "But he's only a freshman," the brown-haired guy spoke up. The orange-haired girl hastily chimed in, "That's right, even we wouldn't dare dream of joining it." However, Arthur was dead set on roping Dane in and completely brushed off his subordinates' warnings. "It's unprecedented for a freshman to join the student council, but who cares? Rules are meant to be broken, right? Trust me, with him around, the reputation of our spellcraft department will skyrocket." Smirking to himself, he thought, "And naturally, my own reputation and career will soar right along with it." Ignoring him, Professor Drevo spoke with a deeply pained, regretful expression. "Absolute perfection, Dane Saugers. If I had known this beforehand, I would have competed with the other professors to ensure you entered the magic department." Hearing that, Dane calmly replied, "I'll do my best no matter which department I'm in." Professor Drevo then turned and shouted loudly to the other students, "Did you all hear that? Students in the magic department had better stay more alert." With that, he patted the protagonist on the shoulder and instructed, "If you have free time, make sure to come see me." For Dane, having the freedom to meet with the head of the magic department was a good thing, so he readily agreed, "Yes, Professor." Just like that, when the class ended, Dane and Layla quickly left the lecture hall. As they walked, the female swordsman Layla complained, "How do you pull stuff like that off? And why do you always manage to do such unbelievable things?" Dane shrugged, replying with casual nonchalance, "Well, to be honest, I don't really know either." His slightly smug tone made Layla a bit annoyed. "Do you think you're super special or something?" Seeing that her best friend seemed upset, Dane quickly changed the subject by praising her. "But you managed to make 5 orbs float too." Hearing this, Layla just pouted and mumbled, "You're not making me feel any better at all." Then she turned her face away, refusing to look at Dane anymore. Seeing her attitude, Dane could only force an awkward smile and think to himself, why does she sound like she's sulking? Before Dane could dwell on it much longer, Arthur stepped up with his two close cronies to greet him. "I've witnessed your skills. When we met last time, my behavior was out of line. Can we talk privately for a moment?" Arthur's current attitude and tone left Dane unable to hide his astonishment inwardly. "He completely flipped his attitude after seeing my skills?" Dane frowned in speculation. Right after that, Arthur didn't beat around the bush and stated his demands straight out. He wanted to invite Dane to join the student council. The student council was the body that decided policies and managed the academy's treasury. The members of the council were all illustrious figures possessing many exclusive privileges. For instance, the student council could issue disciplinary punishments to students or hold the authority to approve department events. As for Dane, he had heard a little bit about the student council through his genius older sister Arabella. "I already heard about it from my sister. It's an immensely powerful council and only a tiny handful of students get the chance to join." Dane thought to himself while Arthur tried his absolute best to persuade him. "What do you think? I'm planning to nominate you for the council. You've already far surpassed the entrance requirements, no testing needed. If you become a student council member, you'll automatically become part of the Dantera Club." Hearing this, Dane narrowed his eyes and reminded him, "I'm already in it." Arthur of course knew this full well, but he continued anyway, "Well, that's true, but who knows if you'll be able to stay in it forever." Not only that, student council members also get exempted from many other things. Hearing this, Dane genuinely found it hard to believe. Just how high is their authority anyway? Could they really have that many privileges? While Dane was still wondering to himself, Arthur widened his eyes again, pitching like an MLM recruiter. "Interested in joining the council?" To this question, Dane flatly refused without a single shred of hesitation. "No, I'm not interested. Even if I were to join, I'd only want to enter through my own raw strength. Besides, benefits handed out for no reason usually come with a very steep price tag." Across from him, Arthur's two lackeys exchanged looks filled with utter shock. As for Arthur, Dane's rejection infuriated him slightly. "Do you realize what you just missed out on? Stepping foot into the student council is the dream of countless other students. Once you spend a little time at the academy, you'll see how incredible this offer is. Come on, think it over again. An offer like this doesn't come around easily." Layla, standing nearby and seeing Arthur bother Dane over and over again, boiled with anger. What the hell, why is this guy so damn persistent? She irritably muttered to herself, then quickly grabbed Dane by the wrist and pulled him aside. Dane, if we dawdle, all the fruit tarts are gonna be gone, hurry up. Seeing this, Dane understood Layla was trying to bail him out, so he immediately played along. Ah, right, I almost completely forgot. Behind them, seeing the two of them just walking away like that, Arthur panicked and called out after them. Hey, where are you guys going? I'm still talking to you. Dane just smiled back and replied, I have more important things to attend to, so if you'll excuse me. Saying that, he didn't forget to silently thank his best friend in his mind. Thanks, Layla, perfect timing. Watching their retreating backs, Arthur still refused to give up. He shouted after them, Dane, I'm not giving up yet, I will convince you, Dane Saugers. Time quickly flew by. At this point, Layla was still complaining about that guy Arthur. He's such a pain in the ass. Still, it looks like he really wants to rope you into the student council. If you accepted that offer, it'd just be a convenient stepping stone for him to turn you into his pawn. Hearing this, Dane smiled and said, thanks for getting me out of there. Layla replied with an infuriated expression, her eyes bulging wide. The point is he totally ignored me, he didn't even bother asking me a single word. So that's why you're mad? Dane asked, offering an awkward smile. Then Layla let out a sigh and continued, it must be because of your ridiculously absurd talent. Today's test proved it. So you finally admit it? Dane asked with a laugh. Well, I don't really have a choice, Layla shrugged and replied. Then Dane asked her, by the way, do they actually sell fruit tarts? Layla answered, of course, this is the Royal Academy, if any dessert exists in the Empire it's bound to be here. Just like that, the two of them dragged each other off to buy pastries. In a different turn of events, Professor Drevo and Arthur were having a conversation. The professor asked, have you seen Dane's talent? Yes, he's truly incredible, Arthur nodded in admission. The professor burst out into a laugh, haha, he might even outclass Arabella. The professor's remark left Arthur astonished as he probed further, is he really at that kind of level? Answering this, a light smile spread across Drevo's face. He tilted his head slightly and said, magic is indeed a vague realm hard to pin down, but talking about innate magical talent it's not entirely out of the question. Beside him, Arthur was struck dumb by those words. Oh God, does he mean his talent has surpassed even the senior I admire so much, he asked himself. Returning to Professor Drevo, noticing that Arthur seemed to have bad blood with Dane, he advised him. Regarding that, Arthur, just turn a blind eye when it comes to Dane, treat him well so he can enter the magic classes. Hearing the professor's words, Arthur's hand instinctively clenched tight against his thigh. He thought angrily, gee, everyone's like that. They're all completely blown away by his talent. Then, despite his jealousy, Arthur shared his thoughts. Actually, I ran into him after class to invite him to the student council, but he turned me down. Hearing this, the head of the magic department was stunned. What, could he have caught wind of something from Arabella's end? His talent is far too amazing for us to let slip through our fingers. Just like that, the two of them fell into a gloomy silence. However, as if remembering something, Arthur probed cautiously, Professor, regarding that recommendation letter from earlier. Before he could even finish his sentence, the professor cheerfully replied, ah, that thing, it doesn't seem to be going very smoothly. But don't be too impatient. You still have 2 years left, right? Someone like you is bound to get recommended by the Magic Tower before graduation anyway. Shifting to Arthur's perspective, while he wore a bright smile on the outside, he was silently cursing the professor in his heart. Damn it. He said the exact same thing last year. Does he think I don't see through his real agenda? If I take one of the slots in the Magic Tower, it means losing a student he can mess around with, right? Is he actively blocking me? I heard he was the one who cut the 2 slots to the Magic Tower I tried applying for during my 3rd year. Thinking this, since there was nothing he could do to the professor anyway, Arthur had to say, all right, then I'll try my best to persuade Dane. Hearing this, Drevo nodded in satisfaction. Good, Arthur, I'm counting on you for this. His words made Arthur's face freeze for a split second. Damn it, my whole future is held hostage by this guy. Like it or not, I have no other choice but to do what he says. That damn old man, he cursed silently. Meanwhile, over at Dane's side, the protagonist was carrying a large bag over his shoulder as he turned to ask his best friend. By the way, Layla, is the path to the cafeteria always this packed? Why are there so many club events going on? Addressing the question, the female swordsman explained. If a club has too few members or can't prove its active status, it gets disbanded. This is my first time taking part in this many events, Dane added. Beside him, Layla glanced at the bag Dane was carrying and smiled. We won tons of prizes anyway. 20 mana stones, 15 lunch discount coupons, 5 meal vouchers, 8 convenience store discount coupons, and a treasure map. Then Layla reached out, picked up the map and asked, what's this? Dane replied. The senior host said it was bought at an auction in Arkender. Beside him, hearing this, the female swordsman's eyes lit up like car headlights. Bought at an Arkender auction? Then this thing must be super valuable. Seeing her money-hungry expression, Dane just offered a light smile and thought to himself, Yeah, my dad told me before. The Arkender Auction House is a place that specializes in collecting rare and beautiful items from all over the empire. The most skilled appraisers in the country examine everything to ensure only absolute masterpieces are put up for sale. Up front, Layla pointed at the seal on the scroll and exclaimed, "This seal is completely intact." "Is this an academy treasure map?" Dane guessed, and Layla nodded in agreement. "I've heard this academy has tons of hidden and secret places." Saying that, she tossed the map back to Dane. Looking at it, a thought crossed his mind. Ernest is gonna love seeing this. Shifting the scene to the assembly hall, this was a place mainly used for holding general education lectures. And right at this moment, our protagonist was standing outside the building. Gazing at the massive architecture before him, Dane couldn't help marveling. So this is where they teach imperial history. Before coming here, the head butler taught me all this in advance, so I already know most of the content. What a relief, Dane thought to himself. At that same time, his exploration-loving buddy Ernest greeted him from behind. "Hey Dane, we meet again." Hearing the familiar voice, the protagonist turned back to answer. "Ernest, are you taking this class too?" To Dane's question, Ernest cheerfully introduced, "It's a mandatory course for first years after all. I figured I'd run into you here." "We meet again? How do you feel? Is your body still holding up?" Dane smiled, but his reply was a bit vague. "Not much has changed. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain the details later." "Oh right, Ernest, there's something I wanted to tell you." Dane smiled, likely intending to bring up the treasure map he had just won. However, before Dane could say it, a red-haired guy leading a group of people approached Ernest up front to cause trouble. "Hey, you're Ernest, right?" Hearing this sound, Ernest's expression turned panicked, something that didn't escape Dane's sharp gaze. He wondered inwardly, "What's this?" Ernest's expression just changed. He's shaking. He looks utterly terrified. Across from him, the brown red-haired ringleader smiled cheerfully as if they were the best of friends. "Wow, Ernest, I didn't expect to run into you here. Long time no see, huh?" For some reason, sweat was beating down Ernest's face more and more from sheer tension. This made Dane think, he looks no different from a soldier with psychological trauma. Then Ernest stammered out a reply, "Braun." "Hey." Seeing this, the guy named Braun criticized him. "If you made it into the academy, why didn't you let me know? I got here first." Beside them, Dane thought, are they friends? But they don't look like an ordinary pair at all. Saying that, he watched closely as Ernest bowed his head and said, "Sorry, I didn't know." Braun stepped closer, rubbed Ernest's head and continued, "Damn, how'd you even get in here? I figured you wouldn't make the cut. Every time you talk, you shake like a leaf, don't you?" "Talk about good timing. I'm too lazy to go out and buy stuff since we bumped into each other here. Go buy me a sandwich," he said loudly with a smile, turning Ernest's face dead pale as he cried out, "What, right now?" Seeing Ernest refuse him, Braun's expression shifted slightly as his voice dropped dangerously. "What's this? You don't want to go, Ernest?" Ernest nervously explained, "I'm hanging out with a friend right now, so it's a bit inconvenient." Shifting to Braun's perspective, he glanced over at Dane and teased, "Your friend, though he does look kind of tough. What department are you in? If you're hanging out with Ernest, I can already guess your level." His tone was dripping with contempt. This stirred a flame of anger inside Dane's chest. "I don't know what family he's from, but that carefree, reckless attitude reminds me of thugs out on the battlefield." The more he thought about it, the darker Dane's expression grew. Still running his mouth with mockery, Braun chuckled, "Is this guy too chicken to answer?" However, right at that moment, a teacher took notice of their group and barked, "Hey you kids, what are you doing? Class is about to start, get inside." Hearing this, Braun turned to answer, "Right, we're heading in now." Finished speaking, he threw a parting warning at Ernest, "We'll talk after class. I've still got plenty to say to you. This academy is about to get a lot more interesting." With that, the red-haired guy led his pack of hounds into the classroom, leaving Ernest behind shivering with fear. Seeing the boy's trembling arm, Dane stepped up and asked, "Ernest, you okay? Who are those guys? Looks like you know them." Hearing this, Ernest forced himself to regulate his breathing and explained, "They're from another family. Back at home, they used to bully me. I knew they went to this academy, but the campus is huge and there are so many departments. I thought I wouldn't run into them again. Sorry for dragging you into this." Ernest's tone was heavy with guilt, making Dane pause in thought. But then he replied, "I'm fine, let's just go to class." He looked so pale, just how badly did they torment him? Thinking this to help Ernest feel a bit more at ease, Dane reassured him, "Don't worry too much, I'll go with you." Dane's words left Ernest unable to hide his surprise, but right after he shook his head and refused, "Go with me, you don't have to, I can handle it myself." Shifting to Dane, looking at Ernest's scrawny frame, he knew that handling it probably meant acting as a punching bag for Braun's crew. Dane asked, Are you seriously planning to go alone and just do whatever they say? If you do that, they're just going to keep bullying you like before. Come on, you saw my magic at the fountain. What are you still worried about? The protagonist's reminder made Ernest recall the moment Dane unleashed that terrifying surge of energy back at the fountain. He suddenly realized just how strong Dane really was. A glimmer of hope seemed to spark deep within his heart. Seeing this, Dane sealed the deal. So, we're going together. Time quickly passed. Before long, the history class ended and the two groups ran into each other once more. Across from them, Bronze spoke nonchalantly. It's so quiet here. Feels nice. Hey, Ernest, bringing back any memories? Before Ernest could answer, our protagonist spoke up first. Are you really his friend? Why are you dragging him out here just to pick a fight? Answering Dane's remark with a warning glare, Bronze stared him down and snapped. And who the hell do you think you are sticking your nose into this? You got a death wish. Dane coldly retorted, I'll throw those exact words right back at you. For an arrogant punk accustomed to bullying others like Braun, how could he ever stomach someone defying him? Veins bulged on his face as he screamed, What? You arrogant little punk, just because you got into the academy you think you're hot shit now. Have you ever heard of the Sauer family? I'm the heir to the most powerful family in the West. Dane provokingly picked his ear and shrugged. The Sauer family. Never heard of him. Across from him, Braun's face twisted into an explosion-ready bomb. His lackeys standing behind him chimed in instantly. What did that brat just say? Braun, are you just gonna stand there and take that insult? Seeing his lackeys getting riled up for a fight, Braun didn't disappoint them. He gave the order, hey, go get him, beat him to a pulp. Unfortunately for these lapdogs, completely unaware of Dane's true strength, they remained overly confident. Ernest, you really picked the wrong friend, now you're gonna get twice as beat up. The thug's threats terrified Ernest, causing him to take a step back and advise the protagonist, Stop it, I think we should get out of here while we still can. No matter how strong you are, these guys are genuinely dangerous. Especially Braun, he's been called a swordsmanship genius since he was a kid. Hearing this, Dane's gaze grew more focused. He said with keen interest, now I'm actually getting interested. Ernest, I'll leave one of them to you, take him down with your own fists. Me, Ernest yelled in disbelief. Dane continued, trust me, you can't keep living like this forever, can you? Shifting to Ernest, he genuinely couldn't comprehend what Dane was talking about. However, before they could chat any further, one of the thugs lunged forward and roared, What's with that calm look on your face? You're dead, asshole! The moment those words left his mouth, he threw a direct punch right at Dane's face, forcing the protagonist's head to tilt to the side. Seeing this, Ernest cried out in worry, while the thug gloated triumphantly, How does that feel, asshole? You wake up yet? I ain't done yet? Saying that, he cocked his fist for another swing, intent on teaching Dane a first-hand lesson. But did the protagonist look like he was gonna let him pull that off easily? Dane gently raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the punch. Then he cheerfully remarked, You threw the first punch clearly. So from now on, this is just self-defense. Across from him, seeing Dane speak so vaguely, the thug cursed, What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? As he spoke, he threw a punch forward. However, given Dane's close combat skills, the thug's punch looked no faster than a crawling turtle in his eyes. Instantly, Dane ducked to dodge the attack. Then, he clenched his fist and delivered a straight punch directly into the thug's waist, making his eyes roll back in agony. His massive body staggered from the pain, losing balance as he lunged forward. Seeing this, Dane seized the opportunity, quickly moving to the side before kicking straight at the thug's heel, causing him to lose his balance and crash down to the ground. However, right at that moment, a brown-haired thug from the group stepped forward and swung his fist. But once again, Dane dodged the attack with utter simplicity. Taking advantage of the brief moment before the brown-haired thug could recover his stance, Dane immediately slammed a straight punch into his chin, followed by a powerful shoulder check. As a result, his body flew backward like a torn sack, nearly colliding with another member of the group. Yet Dane's assault wasn't over yet. He had no intention of giving these thugs a chance to fight back. Immediately, Dane used his magic to conjure orbs of energy and fired them straight at the remaining two, sending them flying backward and passing out right on the spot. It sounds lengthy when described, but in reality, this fight took place in just a matter of dozens of seconds. After taking down the thugs, Dane looked somewhat surprised. Phew, why did I suddenly get so strong? Is it because of the ancient magic? All around, Ernest and Braun stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed as they watched Dane win so easily. What the hell? What on earth is happening? They muttered in utter shock. Meanwhile, a flash of hesitation crossed Arthur's eyes, but he still didn't forget to curse his subordinates. Damn it, you idiots. Up ahead, the flunkies began to wake up, coughing as they said, Braun, this guy isn't normal. But before they could finish, Braun howled like a rabid dog, Shut up, you look pathetic, you got taken down this easily. Hearing this, Dane turned to provoke him, well, planning to keep going. Or are you all just talk? Dane's provocative words made Braun's eyes flare with anger. He demanded, What did you just say? In the back, the last remaining subordinate, having witnessed Dane's strength, hurriedly advised Braun, "Stop it, that guy is strong, look at the way he fires magic bullets." But for Braun, how could he swallow the humiliation and let it end here? "Coward, should I endure humiliation in front of these kids? Get out of the way, let me handle this myself." As he spoke, he began channeling his magical power, creating a spatial gate right beside him. From within it, he drew a long sword and said in a cold voice, "Out in a desolate place like this, there's nobody around, so it should be fine. You've just made a huge mistake by forcing me to draw my sword." Seeing this, Dane merely gave a faint smile and praised, "That sword looks pretty decent." Unlike Dane's calm demeanor, Ernest was freaking out. "This is bad." Braun drew his sword. This could turn out really bad. When he saw Braun draw his weapon, Dane genuinely didn't know whether to admire him or not. Is he stupid or unimaginably confident? This guy is reckless. Doesn't he care about academy rules? Dane thought to himself. While Braun continued his threats, "You know what? When the weather is gloomy, fog rolls into this area, a fog so thick that nobody will ever find a missing person." Beside him, one of his subordinates, seemingly well aware of the academy rules, said anxiously, "Braun, is this okay? What if we get expelled?" Responding to that well-intentioned advice was only a crazed glare from Braun. He spun around and snapped, "Shut your mouth. Go beat up that idiot Ernest and bring him back to me." Seeing Braun's murderous gaze, the subordinate didn't dare advise him any further. He could only bitterly accept. "Fine then." Finishing his words, both thugs rushed forward simultaneously. Meanwhile, Ernest, witnessing this scene, was so scared he nearly pissed his pants. "Damn it, what should I do?" "Dane, if you fight Braun, what about me?" Hearing this, our protagonist remained extremely calm, leisurely saying, "Don't worry, those guys aren't scary at all. If it's a one-on-one, you can win. You've done plenty of exploring, your lower body strength is definitely great. So just close in and deliver a heavy blow." Hearing Dane, Ernest widened his eyes, unsure whether to believe it or not. However, at that moment, Braun and his cronies had closed in on them. "You guys are dead for sure," Braun sneered. Yet right at that moment, Dane suddenly turned and dashed off to the side, driving Braun crazy with fury. "HMPH, won't let me close in, huh? So you've gained some practical combat experience lately, haven't you?" Without replying to the provocation, before leaving, Dane simply told Ernest confidently, "Just do as I said." Just like that, the two of them quickly left the area. Meanwhile, Ernest seemed to feel more confident thanks to Dane's words. He clenched his fists and reassured himself, "That's right. Dane is right. I can't keep living like this forever." Opposite him, the brown-haired thug walked up to Ernest. Scratching his head, he spoke in a tone full of contempt. "Clenching your fists now, your eyes look like they've got some fire in them. Friends must be really important, huh? Looks like you just needed to stand next to him to feel more confident." He smirked and continued, "Come on, take a few hits and get lost. All right, I'll go easy on you." As he spoke, he interlocked his fingers to warm up. Meanwhile, Ernest's face was sweating profusely. He told himself, "Don't panic. Think, in this situation, what would Dane do?" Right then, the image of Dane dodging the black-haired thug's punch flashed in Ernest's mind. But before he could think of a plan, the brown-haired thug laughed out loud. "Well, let's just throw a few punches first." Saying that, he swung his fist rapidly toward Ernest. However, right before the punch hit his face, Ernest instantly lowered his body, using the top of his head to take the blow. Then he suddenly lunged forward, unleashing an all-out punch. "The person you knew, the old me, is dead." Ernest's powerful punch slammed straight into the thug's face, making him hurt so badly that he spat out saliva. Looking at the thug rolling around in pain on the ground, Ernest still couldn't quite believe he had taken him down. Sweat streamed all over his face and he shouted loudly, "I did it." Not far away, Dane heard Ernest's victorious shout and teased, "Braun, looks like your companion has gone down." Hearing that, Braun panicked and cried out, "What's no way? My friend losing to such a pathetic loser?" As he spoke, he turned around to check. And the only thing he witnessed was his crony lying flat out like a dead dog on the ground. While he was busy observing his crony, Dane glanced over at two brooms placed nearby and whispered, "Oh, looks like I found something interesting." Then Dane calmly picked up a broom. He chopped off the broom head, leaving only the handle, treating it like a spear. This made Braun feel as though he had been insulted, and he roared, "You think you can fight me with just that thing?" In response, Dane smiled and said, "That's more than enough." The protagonist's nonchalant statement, as casual as going grocery shopping, made Braun's face turn pitch black. He yelled, "You arrogant punk, today I'm going to grind you to dust. I won't kill you, so don't worry too much. I'll just leave a little scar on your face so every time you look at it you'll remember to fear me." With those words, he rapidly lunged toward Dane, swinging his sword repeatedly. Each of his sword strokes began producing sharp, whistling sounds cutting through the air. However, for Dane, these attacks were far too simple. With just a few basic movements, he could easily dodge them. Seeing this, Braun didn't hold back his praise, "You're better than I thought." Replying to that, Dane smirked dismissively, because your sword moves are way too predictable. Bronn shouted in anger, what do you know about my swordsmanship? You think you're the son of Duke Thermion or something? As he spoke, Bronn was also silently analyzing the situation in his head. He's trying to hold on by channeling mana into the stick, but he won't be able to keep that up much longer. Thinking that to make Dane nervous, he began unleashing threats. You're just a rat trapped in a cage. What can you possibly do with that broken stick? Across from him, Dane just silently smiled. Next, he concentrated even more mana into his stick and thrust forward with immense force. The lightning-fast thrust struck straight into Bronn's chest, making his eyes roll upward from the excruciating pain. Before his whole body curled up like a shrimp as he writhed on the ground. Just a wooden stick and it packs this much power, the thug thought in panic. As explorer buddy Ernest witnessed this scene, he widened his eyes and blurted out dumbfoundedly, incredible. He took down Bronn in a single blow. I knew Dane was strong, but I never expected him to be this strong. Unaware of those words, Dane walked over to Bronn, who was clutching his stomach in pain, and said, get up, once you draw your sword, you've got to fight to the end. My father used to say once you draw a weapon outside a fair duel, it means you're ready to accept all consequences. For Bronn, no matter how foolish he was, he now realized Dane wasn't as simple as he thought. He muttered to himself, damn it, this guy is in a completely different league. Then he turned and yelled, who the hell are you anyway? Hearing that, Dane introduced himself in a cold voice, Dane Saugers, eldest son of Count Saugers, a freshman in the liberal arts department. Hearing him say that, Bronn's eyes rolled wide open because the name Dane Saugers was way too familiar. Count Saugers? Could you be the first person admitted to the liberal arts department in 50 years? The genius, the youngest child of that family. I guess my introduction was a bit late, Dane whispered. While Bronn was going crazy with regret inside, he told himself, damn it, no wonder he was so confident, but why would someone like him hang out with that idiot Ernest? Returning to Dane, he began weighing his options. So what should I do with Bronn? What should I do? You drew your sword and you lost. Should I take your life? From my perspective, this wasn't a fair match to begin with, but since you actually drew your sword, the more he spoke, the colder Dane's gaze became. Killing intent began leaking from his body, turning the foolish Bronn's face completely pale. This bastard, he actually intends to kill me. Thinking that to protect his own skin, Bronn didn't hesitate for a second, hurriedly sitting up and kneeling before Dane to beg for his life. I'm sorry, I'm truly, deeply sorry. I didn't know you were from the Saugers family. I swear I'll never do something this stupid again. Before he could finish, Dane shook his head to cut him off. It seems you still don't get it at all. You're apologizing to the wrong person. As he spoke, Dane pointed toward Ernest, who was standing by watching. And it seemed that only when faced with mortal danger did Bronn's tiny brain finally start working. He immediately turned around, grabbed Ernest's arm tightly and pleaded, I'm really sorry, Ernest. I genuinely regret it. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done to you, so please forgive me. He cried out miserably as he spoke. Looking at his pathetic appearance, memories inside Ernest's heart began flooding back endlessly. Bronn, the guy I used to be so terrified of, is now kneeling on the ground like a pitiful wretch. Beside him, Dane stepped in and advised, hey, Ernest, let's end this. Whether you want to beat him until you're satisfied or just accept his apology and let it go, do whatever you want. Hearing this, Ernest's lips pressed tightly together. He began to hesitate. Meanwhile, Bronn knew that Ernest's next words would determine his fate. His hands instinctively gripped Ernest's arm as he admitted, that's right, you can beat me as much as you want, I totally deserve it. Returning to Ernest's perspective, seeing Bronn looking so miserable, all the anger in his heart suddenly seemed to extinguish. Honestly, I'd love to punch him once to blow off some steam. He muttered to himself and issued his challenge. Bronn, next time, fight me in a fair match, then I'll forgive you. The sudden proposal startled Bronn so much that he even stopped crying. However, Ernest didn't pay it much mind. He turned around and added, so for this time, I'll let you off. Beside him, seeing this, Dane gently nodded, you did great, Ernest. Just like that, the two of them quickly left the area, leaving the dazed thug Bronn standing behind. Around the same time, the female swordsman Layla tracked them down. Dane, I waited for you forever, but you didn't show up, so I had to come looking for this place. Saying that, she noticed the thugs sprawled out on the ground and turned to ask, what's this? Did you get into a fight? Hearing that, Dane explained, some people picked a fight with me first. As he spoke, Dane cast a brief glance at Bronn in the background. This made the female swordsman a bit curious. I wonder what idiot dared to challenge Dane. Out of so many people, why did they choose to mess with you? In the back, seeing Layla approach, Bronn's face turned as pale as raw liver because he recognized her identity. That's Layla. Is that really the daughter of Duke Thermion standing right here? Ignoring the spectators, Dane asked casually, he said he's in the same swordsmanship department as you. Do you know him? In response, the swordsman placed her hands on her hips and shook her head. Nope, I don't know him and I'm not very interested either. Then she curiously turned to look at Ernest and asked, and who is this? In reply, Dane said, this is Ernest Dillon, a freshman in the exploration department. Beside him, the explorer friend scratched his head awkwardly and greeted, Lady Layla, it's a pleasure to meet you. Oh my god, you don't have to be so formal, just think of me as a friend. The female swordsman waved her hand and asked curiously, so what do you study in the exploration department? Ernest replied, things like ruins, secret locations, basically exploring. Walking between the two of them, Dane chimed in, his family is famous for their explorations after all. Hearing this, Layla's eyes lit up brightly and she excitedly said, then shouldn't we show him the map we have? Who knows, he might have some clues. Dane replied with a wink, after all, that was my original idea when I went looking for Ernest in the first place. While Ernest on this side was still clueless, not yet understanding what they were referring to, what map all of a sudden. Dane turned back and smiled, we joined a club event last time and got a treasure map. Hearing that, Ernest figured everything out and let out an admiring gasp. I heard someone got a treasure map, but it turned out to be you guys. As he spoke, Ernest's face seemed to light up completely, making even Layla gasp in awe and remark, he's like a totally different person. Dane replied, probably just obsessed with ancient artifacts. Next, the female swordsman suggested, let's find a quiet place to sit down and check it out. After observing the map in his hands for a moment, Ernest's eyebrows furrowed slightly. This map looks complicated, doesn't it? Since it's a treasure map, you can't just look at it and understand it right away. It doesn't show the entire academy, it only points to a specific area. Saying that, she pointed to a spot on the map and asked, what is this? There's a lot of weird writing on the map. Beside her, Dane concentrated on observing it, then shook his head and said, I can read it but the meanings don't connect. Is there some sort of pattern to it? Reading up to here, they didn't make any new discoveries. Layla asked, so what do we do now? In reply, Ernest said, first, we have to figure out who made this map. That way, we can find clues to decode the symbols and read the map. Hearing him say that, Dane stroked his chin in thought, so decoding it right away seems like it'll be a bit tough, huh? Without letting our male lead finish, the explorer buddy reminded him of a detail. One thing is for sure, this map isn't located within the academy grounds. These architectural patterns were only used around the time the academy was built. Hearing this, both Layla and Dane nodded in realization and exclaimed, so it's somewhere nearby. Switching to Ernest's perspective, seeing the joyful expressions of the two as if they had already found the treasure, he depressedly reminded them, the problem is that this architectural style uses a unique secret magic belonging to Saul Hankston. This was an extremely famous name. Layla had heard it countless times, so she turned and asked, Saul Hankston, isn't he the founder of the academy and also a legendary archmage? Unlike her, Dane immediately guessed what Ernest was getting at. That kind of magic can't be used anymore, right? Because Saul Hankston didn't leave behind any disciples. Therefore, Ernest nodded in agreement. You know a lot, Dane. Speaking of Layla, she finally understood why Ernest wore such a depressed expression. I guess this wouldn't be easy, but I never expected it to be this hard. Hearing that, Ernest simply shrugged indifferently. In the end, the key is still finding out who made this map. That way, we can find clues to decode the symbols and read the map. Beside him, Dane smiled and suggested, once it's decoded, let's go treasure hunting together. His proposal was instantly echoed by the other two. I'm in too, that sounds fun. Before entering the academy, I only ever worked with my family. This is the first time I've had an experience like this. Their excited demeanor, like children going on a camping trip, made Dane chuckle inwardly. You guys look pretty eager, huh? This might take quite a while, so let's just investigate slowly. Hearing that, Ernest nodded. I'll look into it further too. Ah, here's your map back. Saying that, Ernest rolled up the map and handed it back to the male lead. However, Dane refused. You keep it. Isn't that better while you're decoding it? No need, I've memorized it all. Ernest said confidently, making even a super genius like Dane gasp in shock. No way, just how good is your memory? Let alone them, even Ernest himself didn't understand why he had such a transcendent memory. At this point he explained, for some reason I remember things like codes and texts extremely well. Dane and Layla gasped. So that means you have an incredible talent in certain fields. That must be super useful during exams, huh? But anyway, got it. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. Saying that, Dane reached out to take the map back while Ernest squinted and said, thanks. This is the first time I've searched for something without guys tagging along, so I'm really happy. Then, to celebrate this, Layla suggested, let's go get some food. Consider this a celebration for becoming a team. Sounds good, the other two responded. Just like that, the group dragged each other off to eat. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to the dormitory. More specifically, Dane's private room. At this point, he finally had time to organize his belongings. Man, so many things happened today, I should take advantage of the time to organize my stuff a bit. The important things given by my family should be placed somewhere easily visible, but where should I put this summoned beast egg? They said you shouldn't put living creatures into subspaces. Saying that, Dane looked around a bit to find a suitable spot for the large egg. However, right at that moment, the egg suddenly shook violently, making Dane somewhat panicked. Why did this happen so suddenly? For the past 7 years, there's never been anything like this. Is it because I moved to the academy? No, no matter how mysterious this academy is, the mana distribution here isn't much different from my room. Then, it can only be due to the ancient mana flow I absorbed inside the garden. I never expected it to trigger a reaction from the egg right away. Alright, I'll pour all my effort into this. It might hatch today, meaning I won't hesitate for a single second. Dane immediately placed the egg on the table and transferred his mana into it. Next, without Dane needing to actively transfer it, the egg itself emitted a powerful suction force to absorb the protagonist's mana, surprising him immensely. My mana is being drained continuously. I've been feeding it mana for the past 7 years. Exactly how much more does it need? I can't stay here, this room is about to collapse. What should I do? This seems like a perfect opportunity to hatch it. The more he thought, the more flustered Dane became. Finally, he took a risk and brought the egg to his older sister Claire's laboratory. Meanwhile, seeing her younger brother carrying an egg that was constantly radiating energy over, Claire stared wide-eyed and said, "It's reacting so violently, what the hell is going on?" In response, Dane explained, "It's still shaking intensely, I'm not even channeling mana into it anymore." Backing to Claire, she suddenly remembered something and reminded him, "Dane, isn't it time for dormitory roll call now? Skipping it won't do you any good." As for Dane, of course he had already prepared beforehand, so he just chuckled. "I've got a way to handle that, don't you worry." Cutting to the student dormitory, just as big sister Claire had mentioned, right at that moment, a tall guy along with 2 of his friends was walking fast down the hallway and shouting loudly, "My name is Albert, president of the dormitory council. Now, I will conduct the roll call in the Dantera lobby." Inside the rooms, the students realized someone had come to inspect, so they also rushed outside for the roll call. The roll call for the entire Imperial Academy dormitory was carried out according to standard procedures. Over here, their buddy Arneld glanced around, then worriedly said, "Wait, why aren't Priscilla and Dane out yet? Do they even know there's a roll call going on? If you're late for the monthly roll call, you get 1 disciplinary point deducted, and if you're absent, you lose 2. If you're late more than 3 times a semester, you'll face disciplinary action and community service. If you miss it more than twice, you get demoted from the dorm." Coming back to this guy Albert, seeing everyone whispering among themselves, he also barked loudly, "No moving around and no talking. Floor 9, Dantera lobby, you're not getting off easy today." His harsh attitude made Arneld a bit nervous. "I don't know why the atmosphere turned so serious today." Then, to satisfy his curiosity, Arneld asked, "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Albert waved his hand in the air, summoned a glowing blue screen, and said, "In the newly installed mana surveillance footage, this is pretty interesting. There's a scene where someone inside the dorm named Arneld sneaked outside. We tracked and confirmed she left the dorm premises just 5 minutes ago, but right now the system still shows student Priscilla is inside her room." With that, he immediately unlocked and stepped into Priscilla's room, and sure enough, there wasn't a trace of her anywhere. Seeing that, Albert was practically mad enough to laugh, his voice grinding out word by word. "Normally, we don't even check attendance, but starting today, we might just have to change the rules." His dangerous tone turned Arneld and his group's faces dead pale, and they silently muttered to themselves, "Damn it, a penalty point storm is coming." Afterward, following a thorough check, Albert's anger finally calmed down a little. "Everyone else looks generally fine, rooms are clean. Arneld gets 2 points deducted for unexcused absence. Make sure that's logged properly." "Yes, understood," the group weakly replied. Over here, Albert continued, "As for the last one, Dane Saugers, is he a freshman? And yet he's not here. Don't tell me he's missing his very first roll call." Explaining to that question, their buddy Droyan stepped up to cover for Dane. "No way, he's definitely in his room, he was just busy packing his stuff earlier." Without letting him explain any further, Albert waved his hand aside. "Enough, let's go in and check for ourselves." With that, he quickly walked into Dane's room and sure enough saw him fumbling with something. This caught Albert somewhat off guard. "Dane Saugers, you're actually in your room, didn't you know roll call was happening right now?" Hearing that, Dane awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied, "Ah, my bad, I was so caught up unpacking that I completely lost track of time." His smiling expression made it impossible for Albert to stay mad, so he just nodded. "Ah, well, it's the first day, so I guess that's understandable." Shifting the scene to Big Sister Claire's laboratory, naturally, he was currently inside the lab and the Dane Albert ran into was fake. Claire shrieked, "Isn't that the MK1 illusion projector?" Over here, the protagonist smiled and explained his trick. You said most people wouldn't notice. My image being projected from the machine connected to this device? With that, Dane opened his palm to reveal a circular device resting inside his hand, leaving his big sister completely speechless. After a few seconds, she sighed. I heard using that thing is super difficult. Since it's remote-controlled, the signal is easily interfered with, just a tiny glitch and you're busted. Responding to her, Dane shared. I anticipated that, so I tested it multiple times. As long as they don't get too close, it'll hold up fine. His confident demeanor made his big sister admire him 3 parts more. Internally, you've really got some guts, kid. By the way, how's the egg doing? It's clearly reacting to your mana, Dane. That means there's a high chance it's about to hatch. Though there are plenty of eggs that react like this and still end up duds. But just having a reaction like this alone is already a huge step forward. Hearing her say that, Dane furrowed his brow and asked, so what should we do now? Should I keep pouring mana into it? The blonde healer touched her chin in deep thought for a moment before saying, there are still too many unknowns with summoning sickness, so putting it into a mana stabilization device right now is pretty risky. But I don't think we should stop here either. Besides, I feel like this lab is the best place for it to hatch. Didn't Big Sis always set up mana barriers to keep things secret anyway? Her words instantly won Dane's agreement and he nodded. That's true, if we just leave it be, it might hatch anytime anywhere. Then, after puffing out her cheeks in thought, Claire finally made up her mind and said, alright, let's start. Dane, your mana is super pure, but I'll attach a mana filter just to be safe. Following that, once again, Dane began channeling his mana straight into the egg. And this time, the suction force emitted by the egg was even stronger than back in his room, to the point where sweat was pouring all over Dane's face. Oh man, is it still hungry? It's sucking up a massive pile of mana. What on earth is actually inside this thing? Not to mention him, Claire standing by and watching couldn't help but worry deeply, thinking to herself, this is a contract beast egg. Anyone with money can buy one, but getting it to hatch is a whole different story. The hatching conditions are still a total mystery. All we know is that the owner's mana has to match the mana frequency of the creature inside, whatever it is. Just how far does this kid's talent go? I knew he was good, but seeing it with my own eyes still leaves me speechless. Right as she thought of this, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the egg. Seeing that, Dane cheered excitedly, sis, did you see that? In response, Claire's voice turned a bit hurried. Got it, looks like it's about to hatch, just a little more. Alright, let's see what kind of creature this is. Then, under the expectant gazes of them both, the egg began radiating an intense burst of light, finally culminating in a small explosion that blew all the eggshell fragments flying away. Caught in the shockwave, Dane was sent flying straight backward, while Claire also had to cover her face and take a few steps back. Seeing that, Claire hurriedly ran over to check on her younger brother. Hey, are you alright? In response, Dane let out a huff and shook his head. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. And hey sis, look at that. As he spoke, Dane pointed forward to where the egg used to be. And right there stood a small, pale purple dragon, looking around blankly at them. A dragon, Claire shrieked, before watching the dragon repeatedly puff small bursts of fire in all directions. Oh man, it can even breathe fire, Dane exclaimed. But without letting him say another word, Claire eagerly shoved him forward and explained. Stop standing there like a dazed idiot, hurry up and get closer. There have been cases where a contract beast accepts the very first person it sees as its master. Dane, that's your contract beast, so move it. Following his big sister's advice, Dane slowly walked toward the baby dragon and muttered, up close, it's actually kind of cute. Hey there, little guy. My name is Dane, he said as he reached his hand out forward. Right after that, Claire's joyful voice echoed throughout the room. You've already bonded with it, Dane. Hearing that, the protagonist happily replied, yeah, this little guy looks way too cute. As he spoke, Dane gently reached out to catch the baby dragon while Claire excitedly rushed over and asked, how did you pull that off so easily? Let me see. Then, after intently observing the purple dragon for a moment, Claire's eyes suddenly went wide round as she gasped, it looks just like a summoned creature from the other side. Hearing this, Dane hurriedly asked back, are you serious? Claire nodded with a firm, certain tone. That's right, only a handful of chosen summoning geniuses can pull something like that off. Even I can only summon a fragment of a soul. I never thought our youngest little brother could summon something like this. This is a big deal, Dane. Seeing his big sister's dead serious look, our protagonist suddenly felt a bit nervous and asked, so does that mean it's not a familiar summoned creature? Over here, Claire started explaining. I know every single standard summonable creature, even in their larval stages, but I don't know any summon with traits like this little guy. The closest thing would be a dragon, but the details are clearly different. Regarding her assessment, Dane could only manage a smile. It doesn't look all that special either, so nobody actually knows what this thing really is. In response, the blonde summoner could only say, "We're going to have to figure that out from scratch. The problem is there isn't a single document mentioning a creature like this." Dane suddenly speculated, could this be an entirely new species? Why on earth did this thing come to me anyway? Could it have something to do with ancient magic? Unaware of the thoughts swirling in his head, Claire the summoner began looking around the mess in her room and reminded him, "Oh right, make sure you keep the eggshell safe. Some species that hatch from eggs eat their shells for nutrients." "Got it, so what should I do from now on?" Dane asked, and big sister Claire quickly rattled off a series of instructions. First, approach with caution. Try to log everything, what it likes and hates, how long it sleeps, whether it shows any aggression, how much it grows every day, stuff like that, blah blah. The more Dane listened, the more his brain fried and he muttered, "That's a lot, but it's definitely worth it. I don't really know what it's thinking, but I'm starting to feel like I really have to protect this little one." Over here, seeing Dane's pensive expression, Claire seemed to sense what he was thinking and said, "Are you planning to keep it with you right now? People might freak out if they find out. Why not just leave it here in the lab?" Hearing that, Dane nodded. "Maybe, but we can't hide it forever." The protagonist's words left Claire in a difficult spot, unsure of what the best course of action was. But before she could dwell on it, Dane waved his hand. "It's fine, even if I get caught, I've got you guys. It'll feel trapped if it gets stuck inside the lab." Up front, Claire could only sigh and agree, "That makes sense. Then let's use this opportunity to officially register you for a title." "A summoner's title?" Dane asked back, and the blonde smiled as she explained, "That's right, you're still a rookie, but your talent is crystal clear. It's tough trying to juggle everything, but now you've got a summoned beast. This is your chance." Returning to Dane's perspective after a few seconds of deep thought, he rubbed his chin and nodded. "Sounds right, let's do it then." Responding to his words, Claire asked, "All right, you registered for the summoning course, right? Orientation is tomorrow, and isn't the professor Tamaric Splavo? If you show off your talent there, someone is bound to bring up special admission. Normally, meeting those requirements is hard enough, but you're different, Dane. Of course, it'll need approval after that, but I'm sure you'll clear all the conditions." She spoke as she firmly patted Dane on the shoulder, while the protagonist himself seemed rather amused by the prospect. "Special admission? Sounds interesting. What should I call it?" Time quickly passed, and by now Dane had returned to his own dormitory. And right when he caught sight of him, Droyan worriedly asked, "Dane, where were you? You weren't in your room after roll call." In response, Dane answered, "I had some urgent business to take care of." Dane's words only made Droyan more curious. "How on earth did you get out during roll call?" Priscilla got busted immediately. "Well, there's always a way," Dane shrugged, leaving Droyan to only sigh. The Sagar's family always knows how to surprise people. His offhand remark made Dane a bit curious, tilting his head to ask, "Were my sisters like that too?" Droyan nodded and replied, "Your sisters are absolute legends in this dorm. Just ask any dorm student and you'll find out immediately. But don't worry, I'm the only one who knows you went out, so you don't need to stress." After saying that, Droyan waved goodbye to Dane. And the moment he stepped back into his room, the exhausted protagonist collapsed onto his bed and groaned, "Phew, good thing we made it back safely. What was Priscilla thinking, just walking out like that?" With that, Dane noticed the baby dragon flying restlessly in the air, occasionally puffing out tiny clouds of fire. Dane muttered internally, "It's way too hyped up, but it's seriously awesome." Memories flickered back into Dane's mind regarding how he managed to slip back into the dorm without getting caught. "Right here, this is the secret passageway my sister told me about. The main entrance is closed, so this is option 1. They've surrounded the whole dorm with a mana barrier. How am I supposed to break through that? First, I'll try sensing the mana flow. There's bound to be a weak spot." As he spoke, Dane gently pressed his hand against the barrier, slowly feeling it out. However, before Dane could even figure out how to dismantle the barrier, the dragon beside him started puffing fire, and instantly blasted a massive hole right through the magical barrier. Long story short, that was how Dane managed to slip back into the dorm without the management team noticing. Just thinking about the baby dragon's ability made Dane's whole body tingle with excitement. Is that a flame that temporarily neutralizes mana? Unbelievable. This dragon is genuinely an extraordinary summoned beast. Time flew by until the next day when the protagonist told Ernest about his new pet. But the name Dane gave the dragon left Ernest thoroughly baffled. "Happy? You actually named it Happy? Who names a pet that?" Dane shot back, "I think it's friendly and easy to say. Why don't you come up with a better name then?" His words left Ernest slightly startled and he glanced at the dragon. "Let's see. It's cute, but maybe the name should carry a bit more weight." Looking at Ernest's serious expression, Dane burst out laughing. "You really don't have to take it this seriously." After a few seconds, Ernest came up with a name and said, "Karnas, how about Karnas? Hearing that, Dane's footsteps came to an immediate halt. He turned back and nodded. Nice, what does it mean? Mystery fits pretty well, right? Ernest replied. And Dane was thoroughly satisfied with the name. Perfect. From now on, your name is Karnas, he said as he looked down at the baby dragon Karnas. Time flew by, cutting to the Bermuders Hall, named after the scholar Bermuders, which was also where the summoning department classes took place. By now, the group of students had quickly gathered there, and in another corner, Digron, the guy who had fought Dane back when they were kids, was also present. And he instantly recognized the protagonist, albeit with a shock. That's Dane Saugers. He stole my summon, and after we lost face at the banquet, my family completely collapsed in front of the public. Now my house can barely manage to hold onto its capital noble status. Of all places, I have to run into him here. He's taking the summoning class. Why do I have to take this subject now of all times? I've got to do everything I can to avoid him, Digron silently warned himself, his face dripping with nervous sweat. However, right at that moment, a big guy called out to him from behind. Hey Digron, first time retaking a class? Hearing that, Digron awkwardly turned around to answer. Yes, senior. Right after those words, the big senior threw an arm around Digron's shoulder and reassuringly cheered. Relax, it's no big deal. Everyone has to retake a class once in a while. This is my second time retaking this one alone, mind you. Just treat it like an easy A to outscore the newbies. The bulky senior cheerfully bragged about his achievements, while Digron, upon hearing it, could only force a polite smile so as not to offend his senior. Then, shortly after, the professor stepped into the classroom, causing the noisy chatter to abruptly vanish. Standing before everyone, the handsome Professor Tamaric spoke up. This class will start with the basic theories of summoning. This is crucial knowledge for anyone just stepping onto the path of a summoner. These theories will show up on the summoner certification exam, so study them carefully. Right after his words, the seated students broke into a wave of buzzing chatter. Wow, this professor looks super strict. I heard the official summoner exam is genuinely brutal. Opposite them, the professor overheard the whispering, so he nodded and gave the students a little warning. Of course, if you qualify, you can pass the special admissions test. That said, it's not easy in the least. In response to this, a random student shouted out, Professor, what are the actual requirements for that special admissions test? Answering the question with a hint of amusement in his heart, Tamaric cheerfully said, Right, I knew someone would ask that. Take a look. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a blue screen in midair and explained. First, you must summon a grade 5 or higher summoned beast using a blank imprint. Second, you must maintain the summoning for over 30 minutes. In the back, the students heard these sky-high requirements, their eyes popping and jaws dropping as they exchanged skeptical looks. A grade 5 summon? Even with a summoning imprint, that's already insane. Just a basic grade 7 beast is hard enough to push your limits, and you have to maintain it for 30 minutes. Not letting his students chatter any further, Professor Tamaric firmly turned back to deliver the final condition. Lastly, you must showcase your own unique flair to qualify for special admission. Even if you succeed on the first condition, you'll fail if you don't satisfy the third. No matter what, you have to make an impression to be considered special. Hearing this part, the students in class genuinely couldn't take it anymore. This is completely unreasonable. The first few requirements are already brutal, and now there's a subjective condition on top of that. Has anyone ever even passed this test? Not to mention them, even Dane curled his lip at the professor's condition. Basically, it just means if the professors like you, you pass. If they don't, you fail. Returning to Tamaric's perspective, the student's reaction didn't surprise him much, as he had witnessed it countless times. Now you all understand why this is called the special admissions test. Oh, and you'll also need recommendation letters from at least 2 experts in the field to apply. Opposite him, the students fell silent, unable to utter another word, seeing their blank expressions. Tamaric chuckled inwardly. Right, I knew you'd all be left speechless. Now nobody will dare try. Following that, the professor cast a glance toward Dane and thought, Dane Saugers, was it? What about that cross-disciplinary student? I heard about his entrance test from Professor Delfinzo, about how he managed to form a secondary bond with the grade 4 ether rat she summoned. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I refuse to believe something like that. Maybe she just has ties to the Count Saugers family and made the whole thing up to help him out. I want to verify this myself. With that, Tamaric continued his lecture. Your primary goal is to pass the regular exams, so keep working hard. If you can manage a summon, you'll pass easily, though I honestly don't think any first years can pull it off. Over there, the students continued to look confused, turning to look at each other without a single person saying a word. Even Digron swallowed hard with anxiety, while the protagonist's face was filled with doubt. He thought silently to himself, the new students must be so confused since they've only gone through the theory and compatibility tests. Up at the front, Professor Tamaric continued to smile, provoking his students. Seriously, no first-year students know how to summon? What a disappointment this year. As he spoke, he gave Dane a subtle, sideways glance. This made the main character's scalp itch slightly as he thought, he's looking right at me so naturally. Is he trying to test my abilities himself? If that's the case, it means... Dane decided to prove his strength a little bit, so he stood up and said, "I can try, Professor." His bold declaration was immediately met with a response from the handsome professor. "Oh ho, is that so? What is your major and name?" Hearing this, Dane replied, "I'm a first-year cross-disciplinary student, Dane Saugers." "Ah, I heard about you from the department head. They said you have exceptional talent," Turmeric praised, while Dane waved his hand in response. "Well, if that's what the department head thinks." Switching to Turmeric's perspective, his expression tightened slightly as he silently evaluated Dane through their recent conversation. Well, look at this kid. Normally people either act modest or full of pride, but he responds so smoothly. Thinking that, Turmeric stated bluntly, "There are a lot of rumors about you, but that kind of talent, objectively speaking, is practically absurd. Anyway, can you demonstrate your ability for everyone right here, right now?" Now he's just spelling it out, Dane thought to himself and nodded in agreement. "If you want, I can do it, no problem at all. But if I prove myself, could you write a recommendation letter for me to apply for the special admissions exam?" Dane's sudden statement left the professor inside the lecture hall, and all the students utterly speechless. After a few seconds, Turmeric finally opened his mouth. "You're asking for a recommendation letter for the special admissions exam? You understand what that means, right?" As for Dane, he had just heard Turmeric explain the conditions, so how could he possibly forget? He affirmed, "It means I have to show overwhelmingly superior talent right here." Turmeric frowned and asked, "What if you can't do it?" Dane shook his head. "I haven't even thought about that." Right after those words, veins popped up on Turmeric's face, but he forced himself to stay calm, whispering inwardly, "This is way too confident. Even Claire Saugers, your older sister, would never be this confident." Thinking that, as if wanting to teach the kid in front of him a lesson, Turmeric cheerfully agreed, "All right, come on up here. If you really meet the conditions, I'd be more than happy to write you a recommendation letter. But talking is easy." Putting the professor aside, the remaining students in the class started screaming like the house was on fire. What is he thinking? He isn't even majoring in summoning. Anyway, he's Claire's younger brother. What the hell is wrong with this Saugers family? Without paying attention to the student's words, Turmeric issued his final warning. "But if you fail, you'll have to accept all the consequences. No matter what those consequences are, do you still want to try?" After a few seconds of thought, Dane agreed, "Yes, I'll do it." Hearing that, Turmeric didn't bother trying to dissuade him anymore. He amusedly requested, "Great, come on down. As luck would have it, I already have a summoning imprint right here." Just like that, Dane quickly walked toward the podium, muttering to himself, "I wasn't planning on doing this right from the very first class, but whatever, screw it. Might as well take whatever I can get." Thinking that, Dane reached out to pick up the white card in front of him, and slowly channeled his energy into the card, whispering, "Answer my call." The words had barely faded when a magic circle began to form in midair, and from within it, a gigantic wolf leaped out. A dangerous aura radiated from its body, and with just a single glance from it, it made the group of students tremble like sheep facing a wolf. "Oh god, it's real. Isn't that a rank 5 summoned beast? How can you do that using a blank imprint?" In another corner, young Digron instantly recognized this wolf as his own summoned beast, which Dane had snatched earlier. "That's my Genfu." Unaware of these thoughts in his mind, Dane confidently turned to the professor and said, "Professor, I've summoned Genfu." On this side, Turmeric was still completely frozen at the sight before him, his face covered in sweat as he screamed inside. How did this kid pull that off with just a blank imprint? Is he making a formal contract already? Or is it because of something else? Even so, he had only just managed the summon. There's no way he can maintain the summon for 30 minutes. Thinking of that, Turmeric felt slightly more calm and said, "Impressive, just like the stories, but the second condition isn't so easy to pass." In response, Dane didn't want to waste time, so he proposed another option. "That's true, I can't take up the class's time either. How about I show the professor something else instead?" His words brought a look of curiosity to the professor's eyes as he asked, What do you mean by something else?" Not to mention him, the students were equally curious, turning to each other and buzzing with chatter. What is he planning to do now? The Saugers family is truly terrifying. Back in Digron's train of thought, for some reason, the young man felt a bit anxious at this moment. Gosh, the third condition is to show something special. In the end, it all comes down to the professor's judgment. If the professor is being this firm, is he really going to pull it off? Thinking that, all the students in the class stared at the protagonist, determined not to miss a single moment. And the professor nodded in agreement. All right, let's see what you can do. And the professor nodded in agreement. All right, let's see what you can do. At the same time, Dane parted his lips and chanted some hard-to-understand spell. And to everyone's utter astonishment, Genfu's body slowly grew larger, and its claws became sharper than before. Witnessing this, even Dane himself, the caster of the magic, was amazed. This really is the power of ancient magic, he muttered to himself, while the group of students almost went crazy, the wolf roaring as if it had just seen a resurrected dinosaur. Summoned beast reinforcement? Isn't that something only fifth-year students can do? And he's not even a student in the summoning department. On this side, the giant wolf Genfu let out a loud roar, instantly silencing the chatter of the students. As for Dane, he smiled and looked at Tamarick, asking, "Is this enough to prove my uniqueness, Professor?" Back to Tamarick, the teacher had completely frozen by now. Good lord, he can even perform a link reinforcement, so everything they said was true. How does this kid have such unbelievable talent? I can hardly believe my own eyes. The more he thought, the wider the teacher's mouth opened, unable to snap shut. Seeing that, Dane almost burst out laughing. Looks like even the professor is shocked. Can't blame him, even I feel that way, he thought to himself while reaching out to stroke Genfu. After about a few seconds, Tamarick finally regained his composure, coughed a few times, and said, "Ah, well, this is truly special. We'll discuss the recommendation letter later." "Yes, I understand," Dane said with a smile, while Digron watched from behind and secretly swallowed hard with anxiety. He's matured way more than before. What a terrifying kid. To sum it up, after a brief commotion, the class resumed. I could always feel the professor's gaze focused on me, but I couldn't be bothered to react. Dane could always feel the professor's gaze, occasionally carrying that kind of bewildered look. I heard he's very strict. Sis will probably find this hilarious when she hears about it. This is part of the recommendation letter down. Should I ask Professor Delfinso for the rest? Dane wondered in his heart. Not long after that, the class finally came to an end. All right, let's end our class here for today. Just like that, groups of students began leaving their classroom one by one. While walking, a voice suddenly called out, "Dane Saugers." Hearing someone call him, the protagonist turned back, looked at the somewhat familiar red hair, and frowned as he asked, "Ah, you're Digron Turin, right? You're Genfu's former owner, so you're studying at this academy too." Hearing this, Digron said sheepishly, "You still remember me?" "That's right, I have to retake classes after failing an exam." Looking at his awkward expression, Dane was slightly curious. Isn't he here to seek revenge or something? Why is he talking so strangely gentle? Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, Digron scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, "Actually, I saw you earlier and was planning to ignore you. It's been a while, but I still think that back then I really did something wrong to you." Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, Digron scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, "Actually, I saw you earlier and was planning to ignore you. It's been a while, but I still think that back then I really did something wrong to you." Seeing this, Dane's face broke into a gentle smile as he nodded. "That was years ago, don't worry about it, I'm fine." Hearing this, Digron asked happily, "Really? Then can I keep studying here? I won't cause any trouble or get in your way." Hearing this part, Dane seemed to guess something. "Oh, you think I'm going to report you so you'll get expelled or something?" Dane thought to himself, then stepped forward to pat Digron's shoulder and reassure him. "No, don't worry, everything is fine." These words made Digron feel extremely happy, and he cheerfully said, "Thanks, Dane. If you ever need anything, just say the word." These words made Digron feel extremely happy, and he cheerfully said, "Thanks, Dane. If you ever need anything, just say the word." This led Dane to guess, looks like Karnaz has woken up and started acting up. Could it be hungry? Thinking about that, Dane immediately turned to ask, "Right, you're from the summoning department, aren't you?" Perfect timing, I need to pick up some supplies from the shop. Can you show me the way? In response, Digron gladly shared, "Sure. That place is called Hughes and Bowden. I'll probably be visiting there often. It was founded by 2 alumni after graduation and it's been around for over 30 years. Regarding common items, blah blah, the trend these days is blah blah." Seeing his chatty friend sharing so happily, Dane had a few thoughts. Does he really look genuinely apologetic? Looks like I don't need to give him attitude. At the same time, the little dragon Karnaz suddenly poked its head out, casting a curious gaze outside, causing Dane to quickly warn it, "Calm down, Karnaz." Right after that, the two of them walked to the shop together. Pale golden sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, adding a warm touch to the afternoon atmosphere. On the way, Digron turned his head and asked with a curious look, "What do you need help finding?" "Actually, just tell me what level of summoned beast food is left, I'll handle the rest," Dane replied. "I just need food for it." Digron nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully with a confident sparkle in his eyes. "Oh, that's right up my alley. I used to handle compatibility training, so this is small stuff. By the way, what kind of creature is your summoned beast?" Dane hesitated for a moment before answering, well, it's a wyvern. He thought to himself, well, Karna's looks a bit like a wyvern anyway, their diets should be pretty similar, right? Hearing the answer, Digron suddenly shouted, his voice full of excitement. A wyvern, a tier 3 summoned beast that big. Seeing Digron looking excited, Dane quickly raised a hand to signal, lowering his voice. Yeah, but it's still small, so remember to keep it a secret. At the same time, Karna's inside the black cloak began to squirm, letting out tiny squeaks. Dane muttered to himself, if this gets out, I'll definitely know who the culprit is, none other than Digron. Digron was still excited and continued. A wyvern? Soft food is best then. Even though it's small, wyverns have a huge appetite. They'll start eating meat in about a week. Dane nodded slightly, silently praising, as expected of an expert, but why on earth did this guy fail his exam? When they reached the shop, a bustling atmosphere enveloped the place, with shelves packed full of magical items glowing with mysterious lights. Digron glanced over the stalls and nimbly picked up 2 small bags of food, turning to Dane with a smug smile. Here, this one is made from 17 kinds of ingredients. And this is a soft mix blended with milk, take both. Dane accepted them, smiling brightly with a grateful tone. Thanks a lot. Thanks to you I managed to buy everything, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do. Seeing Dane acting polite, Digron frowned and nodded. Is that all you need? Do you need anything else? Dane shook his head. That's enough for now. Digron excitedly suggested, since we're here, look around more, there's tons of useful stuff here. Finding it reasonable, Dane nodded. All right, let's take another stroll around. The two of them leisurely strolled around the shop, which sold countless magical items, from glowing outfits to brightly colored support potions, to sparkling triple-shot staves. Suddenly, Dane stopped, his eyes lighting up when he saw a gorgeous magic staff in front of him. He spoke up with a delighted tone, oh, this looks pretty neat, doesn't it? But right at that moment, a warning voice rang out from beside him. Hold on, this isn't something a beginner can handle. Before mastering summoning and you're already asking for weapons, watch out for getting hit by a magic curse, step back. Near the staff was a neatly pasted warning sign, do not touch randomly, especially beginners. We take no responsibility for the consequences. Digron nodded in warning, that's right, Dane. Staves like that are usually meant for 4th-year students, just touching it will drain your mana dry. But Dane didn't seem to care, he thought to himself, come on, it's not that big a deal, the more they forbid it, the more I want to try. Brushing off all warnings, Dane reached out and grabbed the scepter. The shopkeeper panicked and yelled, new student, don't touch it, it's dangerous. But before he could finish, Dane had already gripped the staff tightly. The orb at the top of the staff suddenly emitted a mysterious light, dazzling like a precious gem. Dane smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, it's craving mana. Instantly, he channeled mana into the staff, feeling the surging power inside. The shopkeeper stared wide-eyed, stammering, what the hell just happened? The staff absorbed enough mana and stabilized. He thought to himself, even with enough mana, hardly anyone can control it. Dane still smiled calmly, this isn't too bad, is it? Digron, standing next to him, couldn't hide his astonishment. Dane, I know you're good, but you're truly top tier. The shopkeeper stepped closer, placing both hands on his hips in irritation. Are you really a first-year student? I've never seen anyone like this. Dane smiled lightly and replied, I'm Dane Saugers, Senior Claire's younger brother. Hearing that name, the shopkeeper jolted slightly, his tone completely changing. Oh, the top student of the interdisciplinary department? Even Claire in her first year couldn't hold this staff. I underestimated you. If you'd said so earlier, I would have given better advice. Dane gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, attitudes change faster than flipping a pancake. The shopkeeper continued, are you going to buy this staff? Dane shook his head, putting the staff back in its place. Ah, no. Why's that? You know how to use it, why not buy it? It looks troublesome and can't even handle that much mana. The shopkeeper was surprised. This staff is more than enough for 5th or 6th year students to use. Dane looked at the staff and thought to himself, it feels like pouring an entire well of water into a tiny teacup, totally not worth it. Finally, he said, I'll just take the bags of food. The shopkeeper muttered, why are all the children of the count like this, even your second sister? In her 4th year, everyone was excited to hold a staff except her. She refused, saying it didn't look cool. Dane frowned, nodding as he thought to himself, that's definitely my sister. Thinking that, Dane said, well, if I need anything, I'll come back later. Saying that, he quickly left the shop. Digron, let's go, we'll take this. Afterward, Dane and Digron paid and left. The shopkeeper watched them go, muttering, why are all geniuses so weird? After leaving the shop, Dane found a secluded, quiet corner. He carefully placed the 2 bags of food he had just bought in front of the wriggling Karnas inside his cloak. Looking at the tiny wyvern with eyes sparkling like 2 jewels, Dane chuckled gently. They're good, eat slowly, don't choke. Karnas ignored the advice completely, diving straight into the food bag and emitting happy squeaks. Each soft bite melting in its mouth made the little creature clingy, its tiny tail wagging furiously. Seeing that scene, Dane shook his head and thought to himself, next is the basic class. Layla said there's only 5 minutes left, I need to hurry back to the dorm. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from a nearby alley, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. The sound of clashing and shattering debris sent flying everywhere made Dane pause. He frowned and muttered, what was that? The noise came from that alley. Vulgar curses drifted out from the small alley, cold as a blade. Hey punk, lower your tone and beat him to a pulp for me. Another voice sounded equally vicious. Stupid clown, can't even open your mouth after a few punches. Dane narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising. Someone else wanting to act tough again, huh? There was nobody here yesterday, you're out of luck today. A weak voice replied, trembling yet full of defiance. I'm not scared of you guys anymore. Hearing that, Dane froze, his heart beating hard. Wait, that voice is. He immediately turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the alley. There, Ernest was cornered by 3 thugs. His appearance was a miserable mess. Messy hair, crooked glasses, trembling limbs, but his eyes still flashed with a defiant spark. The red-haired thug, clearly the ringleader, sneered in deep contempt. Did you hear what he said, claiming he's not scared? The guy next to him laughed uproariously, chiming in, big mouth but shaking like a leaf. Ernest clenched his teeth tightly, his hands gripping hard as he thought, these bastards waiting until I'm alone to jump me. One of the guys spoke up in an arrogant tone, who's going first? There's nobody around here. Another grinned wickedly, let me, my jaw still hurts from him last time. All 3 advanced with a formidable aura. Despite his fear, Ernest put up a guard and roared, don't come closer. All 3 burst into laughter, taunting mockingly, haha, this loser actually dares to raise his fists. Got lucky once and thought you're tough now. Inside Ernest's mind, despair welled up. This is bad, can I even do anything this time? But right at that moment, decisive footsteps echoed from afar. A calm voice tinged with sarcasm rang out, capturing the attention of the whole group. You guys again. The blond guy turned his head. His eyes widened when he recognized the person who had just appeared. He yelled out in a slightly panicked voice, Dane Saugers. Dane didn't care at all about their astonishment. He strolled over, a faint smile on his face, and waved at Ernest. Ernest spotted Dane as if he had just found a lifeline, his eyes lighting up, and his voice trembling with emotion. Dane. When Dane appeared, the group of bullies started buzzing with chatter. What's going on? You said nobody was coming. One of them snapped furiously. Another replied, who cares about that right now, just grab some weapons. Dane glanced at them and muttered to themselves, this is getting troublesome. He looked around thinking to himself, there's no one else here, right? Then I'll just have to give you guys a taste of pain. Instantly, a surge of mana erupted from Dane's body, startling the bullies with fear. In the blink of an eye, countless spears materialized in the air, pointing straight at them. Seeing that, one of them screamed, what the hell is that? Can he use magic too? The guy with the crew cut trembled as he spoke. Isn't the Saugers family famous for spear arts? The red-haired guy yelled back angrily, you idiot, did you forget that's Arabella Saugers' style? Nearby, Ernest let out a surprised gasp. Dane, with the floating spears hovering in the air and aiming at the bullies, spoke coldly. Alright, take your pick, either back off nicely, or get beaten to a pulp. Hearing this, the 3 bullies turned pale as a wave of terror surged through them. Right after that, the nearby wall was marked with countless cracks as if struck by something, and the ground suffered the exact same fate. The bullies were now sprawled face down on the ground, letting out miserable cries of pain. Ernest, still trembling, stepped closer and spoke, thank you, Dane, my hands and feet are still shaking like crazy. Dane smiled and replied, as long as you're safe, that's what matters. Then he continued, Ernest, let's train together from now on. Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his still aching arm and asked in surprise, what? Dane answered, you said you wanted to beat Braun, right? Ernest nodded with a wry smile. Ah yeah, that's true. Dane continued, that's why I'll help you get stronger. Ernest could only smile. Haha, I'm always relying on you. Afterwards, the 2 of them walked together across the school grounds. Dane turned to ask, oh, by the way, have you joined any clubs yet? Ernest replied, not yet, I've been searching everywhere but couldn't find any exploration or archaeology clubs. Dane wondered, I thought for sure there'd be some. Ernest explained, there's a map research society in our year. But that's a mandatory course, not a club. I also checked out a few map analysis clubs, but they all just use excuses to be lazy. Such a disappointment. Hearing this, Dane rubbed his chin and mused, looks like most people just want an easy life. Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, but why are you asking about clubs? Are you planning to join one? Dane answered, it's just that everyone is recruiting freshmen so aggressively, it got me wondering if it's really that important. Ernest explained, they say you have to choose carefully because once you join, you aren't allowed to switch for a whole 2 years. Dane chuckled wryly, the rules are stricter than I thought. Choosing the wrong one means wasting 2 whole years. At that moment, the school grounds were flooded with recruitment signs from various clubs, everything from the Dessert Gourmet Society to the Book Discussion Club. Suddenly Dane came to a halt, turned around and said, "How about we start our own club?" Ernest was surprised. What kind of club?" Dane replied. "A club where we can do whatever we want." Ernest was still puzzled. "What do you mean?" Dane explained. "I mean, we can train together, explore ruins, hang out and eat whenever we're free, and do whatever we please with total freedom. What do you think of the idea?" Ernest's eyes shone brightly, and he hurriedly agreed. "I'm in. Going along with you is bound to be fun." But before he could get too excited, he suddenly asked, "Wait, will a club like this even get approved?" Dane confidently answered, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Ernest nodded. "If you say so, I'll take your word for it, but why did you suddenly think of this?" Dane smiled. "Because all those club invitations are too annoying and I always have to turn them down. None of them caught my interest, so I might as well make my own." Ernest asked further, "If I join, will I get to learn more spear or sword techniques?" Dane smiled. "Naturally, that's a given. Who knows, you might even discover some hidden talents of your own." Ernest beamed. "Awesome, we're definitely going to learn a lot from each other." Then he suddenly remembered. "Wait, I heard you need at least 3 people to start a club, right?" Dane nodded. "We've got Layla. I'm sure she'll join." Ernest also flashed an awkward smile along with that, and continued, "Since we brought it up, let's go ask her right now." Shifting the scene to the club registration office, the 3 of them chatted as they walked. Ernest spoke up. "We just submit the application form here, right?" Layla excitedly chimed in. "Sounds easy enough, let's fill it out quickly." Dane glanced at her, thinking to herself, so typical of Layla. She dropped the Sweet Exploration Club just to tag along with them. Layla turned around and said happily, "The Dessert Club gets together to taste sweets every week. It's a perfect match." Dane nodded. "We can do that too if you like." Eris chimed in. "I love tarts too, we can do whatever we want." Dane added, "If you want to socialize with seniors, that's fine too, but just following Ernest is enough." Hearing that, Layla looked satisfied and flashed a bright smile. "Application form is done, let's go register." At this point, the 3 of them stood outside the office door to register the establishment of their guild. The 3 of them filled out the club application form together and took it to a room to request confirmation. Suddenly, Layla let out a loud cry. "What? The rules changed!" A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and explained, "Yeah, the Academy currently has over 3,000 clubs and most of them are inactive, making them very difficult to manage. So starting this year, setting up a club requires official approval, not just a notification." Dane's expression tightened slightly as he asked, "If it requires approval, what do we need to do?" Layla sighed. "Man, talk about terrible timing." The blonde girl continued, "You need a recommendation letter from a permanent professor. Do you need me to give you a template?" Dane nodded. "Just give me the template first." While thinking internally, trouble is starting right from the beginning. Afterward, the 3 of them left the room. Layla lamented, "As freshmen, where on earth are we supposed to get a recommendation letter?" Ernest nodded in agreement. "Seriously, we haven't even met any professors yet." Layla continued, "We can't just pick some random teacher to get a signature." Dane smiled. "Actually, I already have someone in mind." Layla and Ernest shouted in unison, "What? Who is it? We're just freshmen, we'll probably get looked down upon." Dane wore a confident smile. "You guys just have to trust me." Ernest and Layla could only stare wide-eyed, completely speechless. Shifting the scene to the office of Professor Keltas, Dane sat down to present the club formation plan. After a moment he thought to yourself, "Damn it, he said he'd hear me out, but why is this so hard now?" Keltas spoke up. "Why are you kids here?" Dane replied. "Professor, actually we want to start a club." Keltas was quite surprised. "Oh, sounds interesting. What kind of club is it?" Dane smiled. "A club for sword practice, exploring the academy, and fun adventures. But since we need approval now, we need a professor's recommendation letter." Keltas wondered, "A recommendation letter?" Dane nodded. "Yes, we're looking for an amazing professor to ask." Hearing this, Keltas stiffened slightly and thought to himself, "Looking for a professor? You came all the way here to find me and you're saying that to my face? You brat, do you think you can find any professor better than me?" Right as that thought finished, Keltas smiled and said, "Haha, isn't there a professor right here? Why look far away? I'll endorse you myself." Dane replied, "Professors are always busy, I'm afraid of bothering you." Before he could finish, Keltas cut him off. "Busy with what? At least I can handle this much. Now what do I need to do?" Dane smiled. "Really? Then please sign here, Professor." He quickly pulled the registration form out from inside his clothes. Keltas happily took a pen to sign the form and said, "My only student wants to start a club, of course I have to support it enthusiastically." Dane smiled and bowed. "Thank you very much, Professor." Once he got the signature, he thought to yourself, that went smoothly. After finishing up, he immediately reunited with Ernest and Layla. Layla cheered, "Unbelievable, we got the recommendation letter so fast. Are you close with the professor?" Ernest chimed in. "We couldn't even get a word in." Holding the recommendation letter in his hand, Dane smiled. I pretended to ask about swordsmanship and luckily won his favor. Ernest nodded. Anyway, I'm just glad we succeeded. Layla patted her chest excitedly. So we're really starting a club now. Dane nodded. Now we just need to submit the application. Thinking about the prospect of the club being established, Ernest went wild with excitement. I'm so hyped, it's going to be so much fun. Layla marveled. I thought this was going to be super hard, but Dane made it look like a piece of cake. Dane pulled out a blank sheet of paper and spoke. Now we need a name for the registration. What should we pick? Nomming, it turned out to be a long story. Ernest said, the name has to represent our image. This matters. Layla nodded. I don't want anything too childish or meaningless. The two of them scratched their heads in frustration and muttered, what name should we pick? Watching the two of them, Dane smiled faintly, thinking to himself, they're really taking this seriously. Suddenly, he felt something moving inside his clothes. Glancing down, Dane muttered, Karna's waking up at a time like this. The baby dragon crawled all over his body, making Dane fidget. He whispered, not now, Karnas. Ernest spoke up. Dane, did you think of a name? Dane answered, anything is fine by me. Layla questioned, what, you're the one who proposed this and you have no ideas? She pointed at Dane's shirt. Hey, there's a lump under your shirt. About to get exposed, Dane muttered internally, I haven't even introduced it yet. He stammered, oh, well, this is. Ernest and Layla's eyes locked onto him. Layla pressed on, what are you hiding? Suddenly, one of Dane's buttons popped open, and a dark shadow darted out. It turned out to be Karna's, the mischievous baby dragon that had escaped. Seeing the adorable baby dragon, Ernest and Layla went wide-eyed with their jaws dropped. Dane smiled wryly, thinking to himself, we're totally busted this time. Layla pointed accusingly, what is that? A summoned beast? Why did it crawl out of your shirt? Don't tell me the egg you got from Big Sis Claire hatched. The baby dragon hovered over Dane's shoulder, letting out a cute growl. He nodded, yeah, it was born not too long ago. Its name is Karnas. Ernest cheered, hello Karnas, long time no see. Layla angrily snapped, Ernest, you knew about this too. Dane hurriedly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name is more important, Karnas. Let's think about it on our way to the registration office. At the registration office, the blonde woman held the paper and frowned. Magic, Summoning, Spear Arts, and Swordsmanship Exploration Club. The three of them could only smile wryly at the utterly ordinary name. The woman asked again, are you guys sure you want this name? Dane nodded. Yes, please approve it for us. After getting approved, the three of them left the registration room. Layla turned and complained, Dane, never name anything ever again. Dane frowned, doesn't it sound fine? Layla shouted, no, it doesn't sound fine at all. Ernest hurriedly tried to mediate. Haha, don't worry too much, we can always change the name later. Shifting the scene to the office of Turmeric, the professor of the summoning department. Someone walked in and spoke up, I hope I'm not interrupting. Turmeric replied, haha, not at all, welcome Dean. The person who arrived was Delphinso. She sat down and asked gently, how has it been lately? Turmeric answered, there are plenty of talented students but I worry the professors will get overworked. She emphasized, in particular I heard rumors about one exceptionally outstanding student. Turmeric stammered, ah yes that's right, he thought to himself, did word about class spread that fast? Delphinso held her teacup and continued, I heard your class has an interesting situation. I'm not interfering with your class, just curious. Turmeric replied immediately, no, of course there's no problem, you're the dean, this is completely normal. He set his teacup down and continued, there is a very notable student, even more exceptional than expected, surprisingly enough. Delphinso smiled, must be Dane Saugers, I personally approved his enrollment. She continued, I heard you promised to write him a recommendation letter, right? Turmeric nodded. Yes, that's true, Delphinso went on. Since the special admissions test requires 2 letters, I figured I'd write the other one. Turmeric was surprised. You're writing it yourself, she smiled. He clearly has the talent, how could I just sit back? Turmeric mused internally. Such a cunning snake, she's trying to snatch everything. He clenched his fists and muttered, right, she's always like that, I underestimated her. Delphinso spoke up, Professor, is something bothering you? Turmeric startled and hurriedly replied, no, not at all. Delphinso stared straight into his eyes. Is that so? Let me see the letter whenever you finish writing it. After all, we should be upfront with each other about this. Turmeric frowned slightly, feeling nervous. Of course, that goes without saying. Having achieved her goal, Delphinso stood up. Then I'll take my leave. Watching her retreating back, Turmeric gritted his teeth in deep thought. His hand clenched so tightly it trembled as he muttered, you think I'll just sit back and let things go your way? She's trying to pull Dane over to her side, but I won't let that happen this time. I have to secure that genius first. Shifting the scene to the school grounds, Dane walked and muttered, only the history of the Empire's founding class left today, right? Dane sighed, still got time, maybe grab some fruit tarts or something. Suddenly a figure approached and called out, Dane Saugers. Dane turned his head and saw an unfamiliar blonde girl. He asked, who are you? She answered, "Hello, I'm a messenger from the academy. Professor Delfinso, the dean of the summoning department, is calling for you." She smiled, leaving Dane puzzled as he muttered, "Isn't it Professor Tamara?" He asked further, "What reason does the dean want to see me for?" The blonde girl replied, "She only mentioned the recommendation letter, wants you to come immediately. Shall we go now?" Dane nodded. "Ah, a recommendation letter, huh?" But inwardly he muttered, "Summoning me so abruptly, something's not right." The Imperial Academy, the cradle of the Empire's brightest talents where the flame of academic passion burns fiercely, is notorious for its cutthroat level of competition that far exceeds all expectations. Especially the power struggles among professors. A department's influence dictates the budget, equipment, and facilities it receives. Here, the three biggest departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, always receive the highest budget allocations. A professor's reputation and evaluations shift accordingly, directly impacting their core responsibilities. In the office of the Dean of Summoning, Delfinso looked out the window and muttered, "I can't stay stuck in third place forever. I can't keep losing to those guys." She mused, "If that boy joins our department, we can easily surpass the magic department. The problem is Professor Keltas from the interdisciplinary department. Even so, his sister Claire studies here, so it'll be hard for him to refuse. I just need to make him interested in summoning and the opportunity will present itself." Suddenly a voice echoed from outside, "Professor, I've brought Dane." Delfinso answered immediately, "Come in." She smiled and spoke, "The academy must be keeping you busy, Dane. With your talent, I'm sure you're getting plenty of invitations." Dane humbly replied, "I still have a lot to learn, so I'm approaching everything with a freshman's mindset." Delfinso nodded, "How modest. That eagerness to learn is a very precious attitude. Is there any subject you're particularly interested in?" Dane smiled lightly, "Haha, I haven't chosen a specific major yet. I want to do well in all of them." Delfinso nodded, "Wanting to excel comprehensively is truly the spirit of a new student. Do you know why I called you here?" Dane shook his head, looking unsure. She continued, "I heard about the wondrous event in Professor Tamarek's class. You summoned Denfu and successfully performed an enhanced link. With a skill like that, how could a department head like me sit still?" She smiled. "With your abilities, you should participate in the special admissions exam." Delfinso continued, "Professor Tamarek and I have agreed to write a recommendation letter for you." Dane gradually understood the reason and replied, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Professor. Writing a recommendation letter for a student outside the summoning department is the first time I've ever done this, because your talent is exceptionally rare." Writing a recommendation letter for a student outside the summoning department is the first time I've ever done this, because your talent is exceptionally rare. Dane wondered, "Summoning?" She nodded, speaking honestly, "Someone qualified for the special admissions exam doesn't need any more ordinary lessons, but precisely because of that, I want to personally instruct you." Dane pondered quietly, thinking to himself, if the department head herself is making such an offer, the summoning department must be quite lacking in talent right now." She continued speaking, "Oh right, have you joined any clubs yet? If you're interested, there are many wonderful clubs in the summoning department." He replied, "Thank you, Professor, but regarding clubs, I've already established one with a few friends." Delfinso startled, "What, you've already established one? The regulations for that are so strict." Dane smiled, "Yes, it certainly wasn't easy, but fortunately Professor Keltas wrote a recommendation letter for us." Hearing this, Delfinso's eyes widened wide, and she muttered, "That obnoxious Keltas, he never attends faculty meetings and is always lazy. Yet he beat me to the punch." She clenched her fists in anger. "He dared to ruin my plan of guiding him into my summoning club." She calmed down and continued, "Well then, congratulations on starting a club. Whenever you have free time, drop by my laboratory. There are many fascinating things there." She mumbled inwardly, "I'll just cast out the bait for now." Then she went on, "I have a few rare items like an unhatched spirit beast egg." Hearing this, Dane felt a hint of surprise. He immediately asked, "A spirit beast egg, you say?" She continued, "That's right, just a single unhatched egg is valued as much as an entire castle. It's that rare, so you must definitely come take a look." Dane startled, slipping his hand into his coat, thinking to himself, "Oh crap, I'm already raising one right now." Delfinso smiled, "Don't worry about the recommendation letter, Professor Tamarek and I will issue it to you. If you have any questions about the exam, feel free to ask me at any time." Dane cheerfully said, "Thank you for your concern, Professor." She picked up a cookie and said, "Have some dessert while we chat. The treat you brought looks absolutely delicious." While enjoying it, she muttered, "Tamarek is probably planning to beat me to it again. I need to write that letter quickly, just to see the look of astonishment on those guys' faces when they find out." The next day, Claire met Dane and spoke up, "Dane, Professor Delfinso just contacted me." Dane wondered, "Contacted you?" Claire nodded, "Yeah, right after submitting the recommendation letter, the Summoning Guild contacted her today. They're sending examiners to the academy right away." Dane startled. They're arriving that fast? He muttered. Too fast, they clearly want to recruit me. Claire blinked in surprise. Professor Delfinso likes you a lot. What did you do to catch the eye of someone usually so strict? Dane gave a wry smile. I don't really know, maybe just because I'm a top student. Claire continued. Anyway, you're about to be called up for the test. Back when we took it, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, maintain them, and perform enhanced links. Dane exclaimed loudly. 3 beasts at the same time? This is getting serious. He muttered. Sis, Claire passed the special exam when she was only 16 after all. Claire continued. Yeah, but nobody knows what this exam will be like. They don't announce it beforehand. With Professor Delfinso's recommendation letter, you meet the qualifications, but there's also internal political maneuvering within the summoning guild. Dane wondered. Internal maneuvering? Claire explained. You probably didn't know. Professor Delfinso has repeatedly turned down requests from the guild, so they don't like her. They won't let her gain the upper hand easily. Dane pondered. Meaning the exam might be harder because of that, right? Claire nodded. It's a possibility. But I'm not too worried about you. If you got hurt because of adults' political games, I'd feel terribly guilty. Dane smiled. Don't worry, sis, that won't happen. He thought to himself. I have no intention of getting caught up in those traps. 2 days later, the inspection delegation from the Summoning Guild arrived at the academy led by President Elgard Poten. He spoke up. Long time no see, Professor Delfinso, she replied. How have you been, sir? Elgard nodded. Right, just how brilliant is the student you recommended anyway? Delfinso calmly replied. Apologies, Mr. President. His talent is far too extraordinary. I simply couldn't ignore it. Elgard continued. Then you should have taken a seat on the guild board when we offered it to handle everything smoothly. Delfinso gave a wry smile. You know how it is. I still value my responsibilities at the academy. If I took a position in the guild, I wouldn't be able to devote myself fully to the academy. She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, do you think I don't know you're trying to pull influence over to your faction? Because of the guild's greed, I almost died several times on those reckless expeditions. She turned around. Then please follow me, we can talk while walking. Elgard nodded. Very well. He thought to himself, HMPH, the recommendation letter has already been sent, so I'll cooperate, but I don't like this kid one bit. Along the way, Elgard asked, that boy is Dane Saugers, Claire's younger brother, right? Delfinso replied, yes, his talent truly runs in the Saugers family bloodline. Elgard continued, I heard he summoned a Tier 5 Denfu, performed an enhanced link, and during the interdisciplinary exam performed multiple links with spirit beasts simultaneously. Delfinso nodded. That's correct. He turned to her. Such ability is truly phenomenal, causing a shock throughout the entire guild. Even considering the Saugers family, I didn't expect the younger brother to surpass his predecessor. Could he already be on par with Galderin? Delfinso gave a wry smile. I'm not sure if he has reached Galderin's level yet, but once you see it with your own eyes, you'll understand. Elgard frowned. We will evaluate him very strictly. The special admissions exam has always been like that. Delfinso nodded. Yes, I understand. The appearance of the Summoning Guild caused a commotion among the academy students. One person blurted out, what? The Summoning Guild at the academy? What are they here for? Another replied, I heard Dane Saugers received a special recommendation letter. Another student chimed in, that first-year student who caused a shock in Professor Tamarek's class, the one who even managed beast enhancement. Someone else angrily shouted, unbelievable, is there anything related to summoning that he's not good at? After a while, Delfinso and Elgard arrived in front of the summoning department's entrance. She cheerfully said, all right, this is where the exam will take place. Elgard glanced at the summoning department emblem and muttered, very well, let's go inside. At the testing area, light trickled through the door cracks, illuminating an entire chamber. At this moment, Dane was standing in the middle of the courtyard, then spoke up. I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, Lord of the Southern Territory and head of the Saugers family. My name is Dane Saugers, it's a pleasure to meet you. As soon as he finished speaking, a confident smile rested on his lips. Seeing this, Elgard muttered internally, impressive indeed, it's hard to believe he's only 14 years old yet has such a presence. Now I understand why they were in such a hurry to send the recommendation letter. Elgard stroked his chin lightly and spoke, I am Elgard Poten, president of the Summoners Association. I've heard a great deal about you, you've received no small amount of praise. However, this test won't be easy. Seeing this, Dane showed no fear and immediately replied, yes, I am fully prepared. He mumbled in his heart, he's acting friendly but nothing about this is pleasant. Then Elgard turned to the assistants behind him and said, no need for small talk, let's begin right away. Everyone get ready. Seeing this, the 2 people standing behind immediately answered, yes, sir. Delfinso in the back frowned slightly and spoke up. I wonder what kind of trial the president has prepared for us. Looking toward Delfinso, Elgard stated, whether you pass or fail is up to me. Elgard Poten has the final say. If you object, you can withdraw from the exam right now. Dane immediately replied, I agree. He continued, during the exam all forms of cheating are strictly prohibited. If the exam is judged to be unfair, the results will be cancelled and your summoner status could be revoked. Keep that in mind. Dane calmly answered, yes, I understand. Elgard went on, good, then we shall see what this uniqueness of yours is. Right after that, he raised his hand high and announced, the test begins. The supervisors standing around him each had a summoning magic circle appear before them. Immediately afterward, it drew in all the surrounding energy to further reinforce the magic circle. Seeing this, Dane muttered, this is. Suddenly, strange sounds emitted from the magic circles. Right after that, a massive wave of energy enveloped the entire testing grounds. Seeing this, both Dane and Delphinso frowned slightly. Delphinso muttered to herself, they activated the magic circles, does this mean? Right after that, the surrounding mana currents converged toward Elgard. Instantly, his eyes widened slightly as he spoke, answer my call. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive surge of mana poured out from his magic circle. Following that was the appearance of a huge, extremely ferocious creature with a head resembling a lion. Seeing a massive amount of mana pouring out, Dane muttered inwardly. Just as I predicted, the president's mana is terrifying. I didn't think the exam would have a scale like this. Right after that, his eyes widened. Staring at the creature before him, he wondered to himself, this thing is way more dangerous than usual. Surrounding it appeared lightning bolts containing a tremendous amount of mana, bringing an extreme sense of danger to anyone facing it. Seeing this monster appear, Delphinso standing in the back suddenly shrieked, no way. A tier 3 summon, that's Antares. The Antares clenched its fists, tilted its head back and let out a huge roar, causing all the surrounding mana around it to suddenly erupt, kicking up thick dust across the testing site. Bracing himself against this immense pressure, Dane muttered internally, now I understand why sister was worried about me. Looking at the summoned beast before him, Elgard crossed his arms and spoke, since you're a genius, this level should match your rank, right? He frowned slightly and said, you can use any weapon you deem necessary. The task is to subdue Antares by any means possible. Looking at the fierce summoned beast standing before Dane, Elgard continued, this is the requirement for the special selection test. Seeing this, Delphinso gritted her teeth angrily in her heart. That old man clearly wants to see me fail. He's trying to make a fool out of me. Elgard spoke in an unpleasant tone, but with your outstanding talent you probably have nothing to worry about, right? Of course, if you're scared you can still back out right now. Dane immediately replied without flinching, no, I'll proceed with the exam as planned. Seeing this, Elgard smiled slightly. Very well, I'll give you a bit of time to prepare. Right after that, Dane reached into the subspace in front of him and fumbled for something. He muttered to himself, good, I have the exact right thing for a situation like this. Immediately afterward, he pulled something out and muttered, the spear that Sis Claire gave me on my 7th birthday. Now I finally have a chance to use it. Looking at the beast in front of him, Dane muttered, it's big so it probably has plenty of openings. I'll strike fast and pull back. Seeing this, Elgard frowned slightly. He's using a spear, truly the bloodline of the Sagar's family. Right after that, his gaze shifted to a corner of the testing area, where Tamaric and several students had arrived to watch Dane's test. Seeing this, Tamaric could only gape and stammer, what the hell is this? Making him fight a tier 3 creature, isn't that going too far? Hearing the familiar voice, Delphinso glanced back and spoke, it seems Professor Tamaric has arrived as well, he'll probably object to this. Elgard remained unbothered and replied, it's fine, he's ready, let's begin. Right after that, his expression turned solemn as he immediately stretched out his hand forward and said, Antares, destroy the enemy in front of you. The moment he finished speaking, Antares immediately started gnashing its teeth and hissing. With glowing red eyes, it instantly used its strength to lunge fiercely toward Dane. Dane calmly waited for the monster to approach, and muttered, all right, come at me. As it drew near, the monster abruptly accelerated and lunged right at Dane. But instantly, with his proficient spear fighting skills, he blocked the monster's attacks. Right after that, he dashed swiftly behind the monster. At this point, Dane's expression was no longer as calm as before, and he began to take the matter seriously. His mesmerizing movement also left the onlookers all around stunned. Countless sudden exclamations rang out, gosh, what kind of movement was that just now? Ignoring those words, Ardain quickly recovered his defensive stance. He couldn't help breaking into a confident smile, thinking to himself, looks like the special training is starting to pay off. Opposite him, the monster didn't seem very affected by the wound. Therefore, it continued to rage and charge at Dane to attack. As soon as it closed in, it flailed its massive hand, slamming it directly toward the protagonist, carving a dreadful trough into the ground. Fortunately, Dane dodged to the side in time, otherwise he would have been smashed into meat pie. Seeing his prey escape, a flash of red light appeared in Antares' eyes, filled with fury. Next, it rushed in closely without stopping, unleashing punches that forced Dane to continually leap backward. With every punch from this giant monster, it left a large bowl-shaped crater on the ground. His close friend Dane couldn't help praising Antares' strength internally. Wow, no wonder it's rank 3, that size and moving at a speed like this. On the opposite side, Antares seemed to be getting smarter. It realized that closing in on Dane wasn't going to be easy. Therefore, right at that moment, a blazing yellow flame suddenly erupted from its body. Then it thrust its hands forward, releasing a scorching column of flame. Seeing this, Professor Delfinzo couldn't suppress her anxiety and screamed. He took a direct hit. Beside her, the old man Elgard stroked his beard, nodding with immense smugness and satisfaction in his heart. Even with enhanced strength, facing Antares is still completely insane. Looks like I can already guess the exam ending early. That was what he thought. However, Dane was about to slap that old man's face. Inside the flames, Dane's spear spun continuously, creating a powerful gust of wind that blew away the surrounding fire. However, Dane was also somewhat startled by the previous attack. That was genuinely close. Just a little more and I'd be done for. Alright, time to end this. Right after that, he unleashed his mana to boost his body's strength, then dashed forward quickly to attack. However, Antares reacted extremely quickly. Before Dane could even land his attack, it clenched its fist and struck straight ahead, tearing the ground to shreds. Too bad an attack that missed Dane was completely useless. Right at that moment, he circled around to the side, targeting the giant's waist, while thinking to himself, for the finishing blow, I'll use what my father showed me. Concentrate mana at the tip of the spear to create an explosion, a single point burst. Just like that, taking advantage of the moment before Antares could recover its guard, Dane's explosive spear tip thrust straight into its waist, and easily pierced deep into this massive body. The pain caused by the wound made the monster roar violently. Meanwhile, Dane gripped his spear tightly and thrust forward with all his might. Streaks of blue energy continuously released outward. In the end, the explosive power of the attack took effect, blowing a large hole into the monster's waist. However, whether this lion man creature had doped or not, damn it, after taking a hit like that, it could still gather strength into its arms as if wanting to retaliate. As for the crowd of spectators watching and witnessing the protagonist's strength, the whole bunch dropped their jaws. Amazing, the spirit beast's attack barely landed, and what on earth was that amount of mana? Returning to the battlefield, this giant monster had practically hacked the game. Right now, the area of its wound was covered in a blazing yellow flame. Within mere seconds, its wound regenerated as if nothing had ever happened. Moreover, being wounded only drove the monster even more insane. A series of deranged noises started coming out of its mouth. Moreover, being wounded only drove the monster even more insane. A series of deranged noises started coming out of its mouth. Witnessing this, Dane felt his scalp go numb. Oh lord, looks like it's really pissed off. The words had barely left his mouth when the lion man suddenly opened its maw, spearing out a scorching flame, startling Dane into hastily leaping to the side. However, his spear remained stuck in Antares' waist, causing him to look a bit dazed. Damn it, my spear. Keltas hurriedly ran over from outside, sweat beading on his forehead, his mouth cursing non-stop. Damn it, I'm not late, am I? Why are they holding an exam in such a desolate place anyway? His heart thumped heavily, anxiety mixed with annoyance. The moment he pushed the door open and stepped inside, the scene before him made Keltas pause, his eyes widening in astonishment. He gritted his teeth, his gaze locked tightly onto the brilliant mana barrier in front of him. His voice trembled with doubt, a barrier inside the testing area. What on earth are they summoning? From inside, Ultima lifted its face to the sky and let out a fierce roar that seemed to tear the air apart. Its eyes boiled with fiery rage, flashing intense red glints that stabbed straight into Keltas' eyes. His expression darkened, his heart pounding hard from shock as he clenched his fists and shouted in fierce outrage, "What? A tier 3 Ultima?" Horror mixed with excitement made his body tremble slightly. Down in the arena, Ultima had just batted away Dane's spear, sending it spinning across the ground and leaving long gouges in the dirt. The wound caused by the spear was still oozing blood, unable to heal immediately. The monster growled with bloodshot eyes, glaring fixedly at Dane as if wanting to devour him whole, while Dane stood opposite, quietly muttering to himself with a hint of admiration, "It took a hit like that and didn't even flinch. It really is tough as nails." He nodded, the corners of his mouth curving into a confident smile as he thought to himself, "A spear isn't going to hurt it." Then he flicked his hand, his eyes flashing with determination. "Sorry, Dad, but I guess I have to use a sword after all." Instantly, Dane drew the sword from his waist, its blade glinting under the mana light. He frowned, staring straight at Ultima with a confident smile on his lips. "Let's start round 2. His action left the entire audience stunned, while Elgard stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he spoke. "Ha ha, using a sword now." Delfinso beside him nodded thoughtfully. "Makes sense, this is an independent exam, so a bit of weirdness isn't strange." Elgard nodded in agreement, though his eyes revealed deep astonishment. True, but what's terrifying is that he's still this calm. That posture looks just like a veteran warrior who has been through countless battlefields. Up in the stands, the crowd of students whispered amongst themselves, their hearts racing with excitement. Keltas stood in the back, narrowing his eyes as pride mixed with curiosity welled up inside him, and he spoke in a firm voice. Now we'll truly get to see what he's capable of. Down in the arena, Alterma lunged straight at Dane with a fierce look, its fists clenched tightly into a giant ring of fire radiating scorching heat. But Dane didn't flinch at all, standing his ground and calmly receiving the monster's continuous barrage of attacks. The skills of a true swordsman were clearly displayed through his exceptional agility and superior speed. After trading blows a few times, Dane stepped back as thoughts flashed through his mind. He muttered in sheer admiration, "Not bad." After fighting for a few weeks, it's shifted from pure strength to speed, reacting precisely to every single move of mine. Alterma didn't let up, launching into a frenzied attack, proving it wasn't an easy opponent to subdue. Maintaining his composure, Dane swung his sword to block every single strike. The moment he spotted an opening, Dane swung his sword hard, slashing across Alterma's arm. However, the attack didn't inflict any damage, prompting him to mutter with a hint of surprise. Both arms are completely coated in flames, making it tough to pierce through with sword aura. Alterma accelerated even further, raining down a tempest of punches, while Dane's mind overflowed with thoughts as he muttered to himself. I'd love to crush it with ancient magic, but with all these eyes watching, I guess I'll have to do it this way. Up in the stands, Delphinso was overcome with extreme anxiety, her face turning pale. As she turned to Elgard with a trembling voice, "Chairman, this is way too dangerous. If a student gets hurt, none of us are escaping punishment." She brought a hand to her chest, preparing to activate a forced recall. But Keltas suddenly appeared from behind, stopping her with a deep yet confident voice. "Hold on, just watch." Delphinso startled and turned back in surprise. "Professor Keltas, when did you get here?" Keltas smiled, his eyes sparkling with absolute faith. "I understand your worry, but it looks like Dane has already figured out a strategy." Down in the arena, Dane continued swinging his sword to parry Alterma's onslaught. Suddenly he spotted an opening, his eyes widening as a flash of decisive light sparked within them. A magical circle materialized beneath his feet. Mana burst forth brilliantly as Dane accelerated, dashing straight toward Alterma, and unleashing a countless flurry of razor-sharp slashes. Deep, gaping gashes appeared across Alterma's thighs, causing it to throw its head back and roar in agony. A miserable shriek echoed out as the monster lost its balance, its strikes growing erratic, and with a fierce expression it slammed both fists into the ground while flames flared up around its body. Elgard started in surprise up in the stands, his voice filled with astonishment. Did he combine swordsmanship and magic right in that split second? Keltas nodded with a confident smile. "Looks like we should have summoned something stronger instead." Hearing that, Elgard's expression sank as he clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "Damn it, a tier 3 summon should have been enough to make him fail. Yet he's completely blown past every single expectation." His heart raced with a mix of anger and admiration. Down in the arena, Alterma opened its mouth wide as rings of fire formed around its jaws, signaling a terrifying incoming attack. Dane smiled faintly to himself. One last desperate struggle. Talk about being stubborn to the bitter end. He clenched his fist, a look of grim determination flashing in his eyes. "I didn't want to use this, but it's time to wrap this up." Above Dane's head, 3 mana-infused spears suddenly materialized, hovering in midair. He stared straight at Alterma with a smug smile, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The air in the arena grew suffocatingly tense, as if the entire world was holding its breath before the clash between the terrifying might of the Tier 3 Alterma and Dane's explosive magic. Sensing the danger, Alterma threw its head back and let out a fierce roar, a thunderous sound that shook the ground. It opened its jaws and spewed a brilliant pillar of flame, hurtling straight toward Dane with a heat that scorched everything in its path. But just as it prepared to strike, Dane's 3 glittering mana-wrapped spears darted forward at breakneck speed. Alterma froze, eyes wide with shock, leaving it no time to dodge. The energy from the spears erupted, triggering a massive mana explosion that rattled the entire arena. The 3 spears pierced straight through Alterma's body, leaving 3 gaping holes in its torso as the monster was blasted backward like a snap-string kite, screaming in agonizing pain as a wretched wail echoed across the space. Dane stood in the center of the arena with a cold gaze, the corners of his mouth curving slightly into a satisfied smile. His heart beat steadily, yet his chest swelled with the thrill of victory as he maintained the astonishing composure of a seasoned warrior. Up in the stands, Delphinso turned to Elgard, her face pale and voice laced with worry. "Chairman, this exam is going way too far." Keltas stood behind them, frowning as he spoke in a deep, challenging tone. "Going too far, what do you mean?" Delphinso's eyes flashed with anger as she snapped. No matter how talented he is, forcing a freshman to subdue a Tier 3 summon, do you honestly think that's reasonable? Elgard sensed the mounting tension and offered a forced smile to diffuse the situation. Ha ha, but the results turned out fine, right? His words only made Delphinso erupt further. She cried out in fierce indignation, fine. It's good enough to be written into the Empire's history books. A freshman using a spear, a sword, magic, and even a forced binding contract to subdue a Tier 3 summoned beast. This is utterly insane. The crowd in the stands fell silent, their hearts pounding at her emotional outburst. Once the battle concluded, Dane calmly stored his weapon away into his subspace, acting as unbothered as if he had never faced a terrifying monster at all. Elgard and Keltas exchanged glances, frowning deeply as awe filled their hearts while they thought, that finishing move was genuinely earth-shattering. Suddenly, Dane approached Alterma and extended his hand toward it, shocking everyone present and triggering a wave of awestruck whispers across the stands regarding absolute power. Dane had established a forced contract with Alterma, suppressing its hostility, and making it a flawless conclusion both tactically and in terms of results. Still furious, Delphinso spoke up. If word of today gets out, people are going to say this was an unfair test deliberately rigged to make him fail. Cornered, Elgard turned to explain, Professor Delphinso, I implemented clear safety measures. But his answer didn't appease her as she sprang to her feet with a reproachful voice, and yet you just sat there while he went toe-to-toe with it? Elgard stammered, scrambling for an excuse that was. Before he could finish, Delphinso glared at him with resolute determination. As a professor, I cannot just turn a blind eye to this, Chairman. Elgard gritted his teeth, nursing bitter thoughts inside. Damn it, how did it end up like this? The whole plan is completely ruined. Keltas stood in the back, closing his eyes in quiet contemplation. He muttered with deep admiration, I knew he was a genius, but to this extent. Right from the start, he resembled a seasoned knight much more than a freshman. The gazes of Keltas and Delphinso locked onto Dane, burning with resolve. I absolutely have to take him on as my personal disciple. Once the exam concluded, Elgard stepped forward and announced in a booming voice, the exam is over. To Dane, who has successfully passed this special trial, we officially confer the title of Summoner along with this badge. May you continue to showcase your talents as a summoner of the Empire. Accept it. Dane accepted the badge and bowed in gratitude, his eyes sparkling with pride. He stared at the golden badge in front of him, engraved with strange runes, and muttered, a gold badge is only given to those who clear the special exam. That's seriously cool. Holding the badge in his hand, Dane pondered for a moment before raising it high, channeling a massive amount of mana into it as he muttered, answer the call. Instantly, mana surged out from the badge, shooting straight up into the air to form a giant magical circle. From within, a tide-like wave of mana gushed forth, and something shot out rapidly, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Elgard's eyes widened as he yelled out, what on earth is that? Down in the arena, a creature with long ears and stubby legs appeared. It was a summoned beast that looked like a little rabbit. Information displayed, Alterma, Tier 4 Summoned Beast, Enhancement Type, capable of overwhelmingly boosting the summoner's physical capabilities. Looking at the little rabbit, Dane smiled with delighted amusement. Pretty high tier, huh? And super cute too. He stepped closer and said softly, great to see you again, Alterma. The air suddenly fell still, everyone standing frozen and speechless at the unexpectedly adorable sight. Delphinso glanced over at Keltas, who was also petrified, thinking to herself, everyone looks completely stunned. She cast a look toward Dane, deep in thought. With this many people watching, the entire academy is definitely going to turn into a complete circus. Just as predicted, students buzzed with chatter all over the campus grounds, with one shouting, is he the one who passed that special exam? And another replying in utter shock, what on earth is the SRES family made of? With a stunt like this, he's even surpassed his older sisters. At that moment, Dane, Ernest, and Layla were walking across the academy grounds. Countless eyes gravitated toward them as Ernest turned to Layla in utter confusion. Layla, I honestly don't get any of this. Can things like this actually happen? Layla crossed her arms and replied indifferently, her eyes sparkling with absolute confidence, don't try to understand it, just accept it and you'll get used to it. The guy's from a whole different world. Ernest changed the subject excitedly. Oh right, I finally decoded that map. Layla brightened up, her eyes lighting up. Really? You're amazing. Dane chimed in with a calm yet eager tone. So once it's fully decoded, let's hold our first club meeting. Hearing that, the group grew thrilled, with Layla chirping, awesome, I'm getting so bored. While Ernest clenched his fist happily, I'll do my best to decode it even faster. Dane remained calm with a smile, thinking to himself, to be honest, I'm really curious about it too. Then he turned to the others, Professor Keltas called for me, so I've got to head out. Catch you guys later. Inside the training room, Keltas waited for him, looking at Dane with a deep, authoritative voice. Alterma is a terrifying summoned beast. A summoner from the Renick Empire once called out two of them and it was a complete nightmare. Just 2 of them took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dane startled. Thinking to himself, I remember now, I heard Professor Keltas was actually present in that battle. Keltas stepped closer with a sharp gaze, and yet you took down that creature without a single scratch. Dane awkwardly scratched the back of his head. It was just luck, sir. Keltas shook his head with a serious expression. Sometimes being overly modest is a double-edged sword. In my view, your decision to switch to a sword was the right call. Dane startled inwardly, thinking, the professor is definitely no ordinary person. Keltas turned and walked slowly. At just 14 years old, your mastery and poise in swordsmanship far exceed your age. He paused, his voice dropping lower. That's why I want to ask you. Would you like to formally learn swordsmanship from me? The proposal made the air feel like it froze solid. Dane's gaze grew resolute, his heart beating fast from a mix of excitement and pressure, and he took a deep breath to steady himself for an answer, carrying the determination to rewrite his own destiny. Across the parchment, line after line of text was penned by Dane to send word of his safety to his family. Dearest parents, I hope you're both doing well. The scorching summer is almost here, and outside the brilliant sunlight pours down upon the vast academy where I study. Today is no different as your youngest son remains busy with life at the academy. Currently, Dane was studying swordsmanship under one of the academy professors, and he cheerfully shared this news with his family. Oh, I've completed the swordsmanship lessons with Professor Keltas that I mentioned before. He was extremely dedicated and happy while teaching, something Dane could genuinely feel himself, and he had learned a great deal of theory which made him think coming to the academy was truly a wonderful choice. His quill flew quickly across the page to jot down his thoughts. Now I'm able to execute swordsmanship much more smoothly. Thinking of something pleasant, he smiled amusedly. Perhaps it's time for me to forge a sword at the forge. A moment later, Dane paused and capped his ink bottle. The contents of the letter didn't just cover himself but his friends as well. Oh, Ernest finally decoded the map, and he even discovered that the designer was none other than Saul Hankston. He also wrote about the adventurous exploration of the ruined ancient areas within Dane's academy, located far to the east below the now-abandoned Aymer Holy Hall, where people rumored something extraordinary was hidden within the saints' catacombs. Rereading the letter, Dane felt somewhat dissatisfied, wondering if writing things down in such detail was a good idea. Then he picked up his pen and scratched out a few words. I shouldn't write down too many specifics. Remembering the wooden door blocking the passageway, he changed what he had written in the letter anyway, since that place was a restricted area where entry was forbidden. Dane thought to himself silently. Most importantly, there was the major issue of undead creatures appearing there, and he recalled telling Ernest and Layla about the undead's presence, leaving both of them completely terrified. Undead. The two of them looked at Dane with a Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, speechless, crying without tears, expression, crying out, "That's so creepy, Dane." In the letter, Dane continued recounting his story. I thought about giving up, but luckily I got some help. The help he mentioned was a beautiful blonde maiden who, upon hearing his request, reacted with shock and horror. What? You want me to go with you into the restricted area? Are you out of your mind? He wrote her identity clearly for his family to know. The person who helped was Priscilla, a student from the Department of Theology. Following that was a brief lesson Priscilla taught Dane's trio. Listen carefully, undead creatures will vanish if you destroy their core. She carefully cautioned them. Oh, but before that, you absolutely must receive a baptism from me, leaving Ernest and Layla dazed and clueless as they followed her instructions. Soon after, all 4 of them explored the catacombs together and fought the undead. Dane, smash its core, channel all your dense mana into one strike. Purple streams of light filled the air to help everyone hold back the skeleton horde, and just as expected, Priscilla's holy power was terrifyingly strong. Thanks to her baptism, the kids were able to handle the undead easily. Layla skillfully wielded her sword to hack through every obstacle, not to mention that her swordsmanship had also improved leaps and bounds. Ernest and Priscilla watched each other's backs to keep one another safe. On another front, Dane valiantly fought the undead all by himself. The fierce battle raged on until one of the undead's arms was blown high up into the air. Finally, Dane's group reached their destination, an ancient architectural site now blanketed in moss. After braving the night, they reached the underground catacombs and at last discovered the treasure. Layla followed behind with skeptical questions. Is this really from 300 years ago? As Dane pointed ahead with absolute certainty. That's right, the treasure is right here, the treasure the Emperor desperately yearned for yet could neither open nor claim. Upon finding the treasure, both he and Priscilla smiled happily. Ernest and Layla couldn't help breaking into broad grins either. The object they found turned out to be a massive red gemstone. The treasure was literally a glowing red jewel of magnificent splendor. Dane had to use both hands just to lift it. Everyone was overjoyed looking at it in his hands. as their club's very first achievement brought them immense happiness. The four of them couldn't hide their profound sense of fulfillment after this journey. Standing in the middle of the catacombs, they laughed heartily, everyone too exhilarated to even catch a wink of sleep. Dane directly wrote down everything on paper, causing the whole academy to fall into complete uproar. He even reluctantly recorded his own decision, thinking he should keep a low profile for a while as clear light shone into the neat and tidy room. At this point, Dane paused to ponder for a moment. Then he still chose to tell his family the origin and background of the treasure while regarding the true nature of the gem. Everyone would be surprised to learn that it was originally an ancient mana right? And perhaps he didn't even need to mention further that the gem had given him another mana ring. Finally, he stopped writing, whispering to himself, yes, he would tell them directly when the opportunity arose. Dane leaned back against the chair and told himself until then, he would rely solely on his sister. Just at that moment, the calling voices of his friends echoed from outside. Dane, what are you doing? We have to leave right now. There's no more time to clean up the club room. He quickly grabbed his bag while loudly replying, all right, I'm coming right out, before adding a sentence at the very end of the letter. Oh, and after that day, Priscilla also joined the club. Dane opened the door and walked outside. Waiting for him was the familiar presence of the three people including Ernest, and he happily declared in the letter that now the club had 4 members. Ernest glanced at Dane to urge him, Dane, let's go already. Priscilla pretended to be unhappy and teased, you, how dare you keep your seniors waiting? Layla chimed in playfully, that's right, we're very busy too. Seeing this, Dane scratched his head and smiled brightly to explain, sorry, I had some things to clean up, hurry up. He helplessly wrote in the letter, but because they kept complaining that the club's name sounded so silly. The sound of their chatting echoed throughout the space in the corridor. Today I'll take care of all the heavy lifting, of course, besides you, who else among us could do heavy work? Dane stepped closer and closer to the 3 of them. Then they looked at each other and smiled happily. From then on, a group of 4 was established, so they decided to abbreviate it as Naman. The sky was clear and wonderfully bright. The entire school seemed to brighten up under the brilliant sunlight. Inside the room, a long sheet of paper was covered with lines of text. At the magic department, there was a notoriously difficult exam, an exam lasting a full 24 hours, having to endure a whole day without eating or sleeping. The desks around were empty, the space so quiet you could even hear a pin drop. As long as you didn't bring other people, all kinds of open materials were permitted. This was an exam infamous for its harshness. Dinabo stood with his hands behind his back in front of the window and sighed with emotion. But Dane passed it very easily. He calmly analyzed, he completely grasped my intentions. Not only is he good at problem solving, his ability to analyze the environment surrounding the problem is also extraordinarily stellar. Dinabo crossed his arms, showing mixed emotions. I feel sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I've ever craved a student from another department so much. Suddenly he turned to probe, so, how is the task I gave you going? Arthur heard this and silently looked at him. Then he timidly reported, he keeps refusing the invitations to join the student council. If he joins, he wouldn't just hold one position, but could even advance to a key role deciding the future policies of the academy. Hearing that, Dinabo turned his face back to look at the scenery, replying in a calm tone, I see, even when I sent a 5th-year student like you, it still didn't succeed. Dane's figure appeared in his mind and he pondered with annoyed frustration. Damn it, what an unpredictable kid. He doesn't have the vanity or arrogance common at this age. All predictions were completely wrong. Outwardly, Dinabo stood solemnly and seriously while stubbornly resolving in his heart, but he cannot escape my grasp. Thinking of the future prospect, he smiled happily. His inner self remained steadfast and unyielding. I will definitely hold tightly onto him, in the distant mountains and lofty cliffs acting like a wall blocking the path. In the room full of books, Arabella's laboratory, a concerned voice asked inquiringly, is Arthur from the student council still following you around? Dane helplessly replied, yeah, it's a bit annoying. Arabella put her hands on her hips and complained unhappily that Professor hasn't changed at all. It was the same during my time. Seeing this, he rubbed his head and asked doubtfully, did he do the same to you? She admitted right away, Arabella unhappily recounted, he even said he'd make me the president of some student society. Dane surprisedly commented, president of a student society sounds pretty prestigious. She immediately refuted that Professor likes to lure talented kids to turn them into his pawns. She also revealed other mysterious information to him. Those with ability but humble backgrounds and unclear career paths are easily trapped. Hearing that, he immediately remembered Arthur's close relationship with Dinabo. Oh, so that's why Arthur kept tailing Professor Dranavo. Dane smiled smugly and probed, then me refusing was the right thing, right? Arabella looked at him and affirmed with certainty, of course, that Professor is very dangerous. Not only is he talented, but he's also a master at pulling people over to his faction. If you accidentally get involved, you'll become a puppet obediently listening to him, so you must be careful. Unassured, she carefully warned him no matter what he offers, refuse immediately. Dane listened with full patience and answered, I understand, sister, I'll be careful. Suddenly the door of the room was flung wide open. Arabella surprisedly and defensively cried out, what is this? Someone holding a blue orb lifted it high and called for help. Dane, so you're here, look, I found something terrifying. The newcomer was Dane's three friends. Layla, taking the lead, anxiously pleaded, Ernest brought this back from the restricted area, could you take a look at it for me? But hearing her words, Arabella terrifiedly and incredulously interrogated, what, the restricted area? Did you guys actually go into the restricted area? The three of them didn't feel anything was wrong and instead smiled brightly with pride. Seeing that Dane helplessly covered his face, not daring to watch, I already clearly told them to keep a low profile for a while, sorry, sister. Dane approached Ernest and anxiously asked, Ernest, how surely since the visit to the Aimer sanctuary the guards have tightened security even more? He smiled and comforted, don't worry, Dane, as an explorer I have to overcome such challenges. Hearing that, he looked at Ernest and hesitated to ask, well, that is indeed your forte, but isn't it still too dangerous? He crossed his arms and answered with a firm tone, I understand your worry, Dane, but the explorer's blood within me is boiling, I couldn't just sit still. Seeing that Dane felt relieved and thought to himself, ever since visiting the Aimer sanctuary, Ernest has also become much more proactive. Thinking of the presence of the man in the black cloak at Aimer, he felt that Ernest's reaction was only natural, that is easy to understand. Saul Hangston, the only person said to have touched the realm of the Nine Shackles after the fall of the Demon King kingdom of Arachna, a place created by such a genius, any explorer's eyes would light up. Over there, Layla was trying hard to beg and plead with Arabella, Senior, please take a look at this. She helplessly grumbled, you kids really only cause trouble. Dane glanced at the three of them and curiously asked, so what is Layla holding? He looked at the orb faintly glowing in Layla's hand and guessed, did something get stuffed into the mana wave detector? Hearing that, Ernest touched his nose and hesitated to recount, well, the thing is, last night I couldn't sleep, so I took a walk into the restricted area. When he got there, he discovered something strange and suspicious. You know, Saul Hangston's laboratory is located in the restricted area, right? I kept hearing strange sounds coming from inside the building. Ernest terrifiedly and fearfully glanced around, searching. It sounded like machinery operating or something being manufactured. It gave me goosebumps. Furthermore, the noises coming from inside kept echoing in his ears and even mixed with human voices. Dane still felt suspicious and incomprehending after listening. So what? Even though it's a restricted area, guards still have to go in and out, so hearing human voices isn't strange. Ernest scratched his head and rebutted with certainty, it's not just the guards' voices, I'm sure of it. His gaze became sharp and filled with doubt, and the most suspicious thing is, he recounted that the blue orb suddenly glowed brightly at that moment. The mana wave detector I left running as a backup detected mana. Dane terrifiedly and incredulously blurted out, what, no way. After Saul Hangston's death, all the items in the laboratory were moved to the memorial hall, so nothing inside the laboratory could emit mana waves. At that moment, the blue orb helped Ernest realize the hidden secret of that place. He cautiously continued, exactly, that means. Afterwards, Ernest panicked, felt anxious, and fled the restricted area. Remembering the gloomy scenery of the building, he solemnly asserted, inside Saul Hangston's laboratory, there is definitely something unknown. Dane was also made to feel serious and doubtful by his attitude, mana waves, huh? A moment later, in Arabella's room, she seriously announced, Ernest, you guessed right, there really is something in there. Ernest surprisedly asked back, really, Senior Arabella? She placed a sheet of paper on the table and declared, that's right, and it's no ordinary thing. Hey, look at the data I analyzed here. Priscilla and Layla leaned down to examine the information inside. Following them, Dane also picked up the paper to read carefully. The paper was filled with writing and continuous fluctuating curves. These fluctuations are very similar to the samples I collected. Ernest, of course, not all of them match if we remove the ambiguous samples. Hearing that, Dane looked at Arabella and calmly asked, what's the conclusion? She smiled smugly and declared, that inside that building there is definitely something huge. The three of Ernest widened their eyes in horror and chorused, something huge. Arabella looked down at the blue orb on the table and probed, that's right, this type of fluctuation usually emits from an object containing a terrifying amount of mana. You said you struggled a lot to capture the fluctuation, right? She looked at the three of them and confidently explained, I think it means something blocked the waves from leaking out. Ernest heard this and sat there dumbfounded without a word. Arabella didn't mind his reaction and continued to explain. As for whether the person who hid those mana waves was Saul Hangston or someone else, we don't know yet. On one side, Dane once again looked at the data on paper and seriously pointed out, The only certainty is, whatever it is, it's valuable enough to warrant hiding them on a waves. Arabella nodded in agreement with Dane's thought. She crossed her arms and recounted, anyway, that's how it is, and as far as I know, the guards don't even step foot into Saul Hangston's laboratory. Back then, I even snuck into the restricted area when I was bored. Priscilla surprisingly widened her eyes and asked back, really? Dane looked at the proud look on Arabella's face and helplessly thought, even you were like that, huh? Well, I guess no one can resist Saul Hangston's charm, truly a teenage wizard. Finally, she summarized, anyway, I don't know what they're hiding, but if it relates to Saul Hangston, it will definitely be a heaven-shaking discovery. It could be something containing Saul Hangston's mana, or even more powerful. On the table, the mana detector was still emitting a faint, endless blue light. Hearing that, Ernest gripped his hands tightly in joy and spoke up, if that's true then it's amazing. Layla still asked with some confusion, but why is that thing in an otherwise empty laboratory? Arabella praised and complimented, Ernest is truly extraordinary. He found this completely by instinct. Seeing that, Ernest immediately straightened his face and expressed gratitude. Thank you, senior. You've helped me a lot. Arabella looked at him and helplessly asked, this kid, what is he planning to do with something like this? Beside him, Dane harbored doubt and secretly guessed, but high chance it's not a real mana core. The previous crypt exploration trip of the four of them showed that there was nothing suspicious inside. Throughout the journey, he paid close attention to being alert and sensing his surroundings, so he could affirm that, if it were a real core, he probably would have noticed right when stepping into the restricted area. Dane frowned and pondered silently, then what? He looked at the light emitting from the orb and let himself sink into thought. What on earth is in there? Opposite, Ernest probed to wake him from his train of thought. Dane, what should we do now? I already told you to be careful for a while. Isn't this wave worth investigating? Layla also chimed in to persuade him. Yeah, even if you don't go, Ernest will go no matter what. He definitely answered. Exactly. Dane looked at the three of them and pointed out the disadvantages. We can avoid surveillance somehow, but no one knows what might appear inside the laboratory. Are you guys really confident? Layla raised two fingers and answered smugly, of course, our club is very strong. Ernest confidently asserted, that's right, furthermore Karnaz is with us. Priscilla crossed her arms and firmly replied, I won't lose either. Seeing that, Dane helplessly complained, Ernest and Layla were one thing, but now even sister Priscilla, Arabella was also helpless with no solutions. If it's like this, we really can't stop them. Right after that, she pulled out a scroll and warned, all right, if you refuse to listen, at least take this with you. Dane curiously asked, what is this? Arabella put on a serious expression and introduced, this is a rune scroll, you guys know how to use it, right? Then she pointed to the scroll and explained how to use it to the four of them. If you encounter danger, don't hesitate, tear it immediately. It will instantly teleport you back here. Forced teleportation will shock your body and mana a bit, but it's better than dying, right? Layla wasn't scared and instead asked cheerfully and happily to confirm, are you really giving us 3 of these precious scrolls? Priscilla gratefully expressed, thank you, Senior Arabella. She also carefully reminded them, remember this, you guys tend to forget that restricted areas lead to suspensions, and getting suspended twice definitely means getting expelled, understood? The 3 of them cringed cautiously and replied yes. Dane smiled to reassure them, don't worry, sister, nothing will happen, but Arabella remained unconvinced, don't just talk big. Finally, she could only helplessly watch the 4 people in front of her let them scout the area. Her warning echoed in the room, all right, then return safely and tell me what you discovered, all right. Then the space returned to silence as if no one was inside. A while later, the 4 of them gathered in one spot and opened the map to look. Ernest explained the detailed plan to the other 3. Here, the infiltration route, the entrance is from here. There will be a blind spot in vision when moving to this building. We will take advantage of that gap to enter, Dane satisfyingly praised. Ernest, not bad. After discussing everything, everyone packed their backpacks and necessary gear. We will start acting in 2 days. We have distributed exploration gear according to headcount and checked the infiltration route in detail. Ernest thoughtfully instructed everyone on things to note. From here on, we must sprinkle anti-tracking powder while moving. When we arrive, Karnaz's role will be very important to melt the dense mana barrier without leaving a trace. We need Karnaz's flame. Dane nodded in agreement. All right, I'll prepare. Priscilla crossed her arms and also offered her opinion. We must also prepare Plan B for emergencies. Instead of blindly tearing the scroll, we should presuppose action directions for each case. Layla surprisingly agreed. Sounds reasonable, Sister Priscilla. Finally, Dane formulated the combat plan. He calmly assigned roles to everyone. So let's do it this way. We'll arrange the combat formation like this. I'll be in charge of mana detection in the front. Layla and Ernest will be in the back. He signaled Priscilla and Sister Priscilla will stand in the middle. Sister Priscilla is quite vulnerable to ambushes. The young lady agreed without a single hesitation. All right, understood. Then he turned to give Ernest his task. Ernest, this time use a short bow instead of a staff. You've practiced a lot, so just shoot with a supporting mindset. He happily accepted. All right, leave it to me. Dane looked at everyone and seriously and cautiously warned, everyone remember. He reiterated the danger of the restricted area. The top priority is not getting caught. We don't know what is hidden inside. Ernest massaged his arm and curiously spoke up. All right, I wonder what's in there. I'm so excited, Layla fearfully prayed, just hoping it's not ghosts. Seeing the good state of the three people, Dane confirmed, is everyone ready? Facing him were three faces without a trace of fear, only excitement. Then, Dane actively and loudly announced, Romantic Club, let's go cause trouble. On the high wall of the building, some guards outwardly stood guard seriously, but their chattering voices kept echoing around. So annoying, if it's like this every day I'll die, just wait a bit, it's 20 more minutes until shift change, which idiot dares to sneak into the restricted area like this? Just wait until they get caught. After those words, the space fell back into silence. The flickering firelight illuminated the figures of the guards. In a corner of the forest, Layla widened her eyes in surprise and blurted out, why are there so many guards? Ernest whispered a guess. I heard they doubled the guards recently. Turns out it's true. It must be because of us. Hearing that, she anxiously probed, what do we do now, Ernest? In the darkness, the figures of the four fumbled and moved quietly. Then they quickly ran in one direction, following Ernest's guidance. At this hour, everyone is tired. There will be a gap. I know which side guards the least. Let's take that path. Near the high wall, another team of guards arrived to announce, it's time for shift change. One standing guard grumbled, looking at them, so boring, almost fell asleep. Another guard suspiciously asked, why are you so late? Behind the relieving guard team, the four of Dane nimbly sprinted past. The other guard, oblivious, was still complaining. Everyone has already dispersed. Following the last person jumping over the wall, they all safely avoided the guards. But because of the momentum from that jump, it made a guard turn to investigate. Seeing that the standing guard asked doubtfully, what's wrong? The guard rubbed his head and probed, did you hear anything? The other guard unconcernedly replied, probably just wind. The guard suspiciously confirmed, really. It was fortunate that the guard didn't pay attention anymore. Finally, that group of guards left. All right, good job everyone. From upon the wall echoed the confident and assured voice of a guard, guaranteed not even a mouse can slip through. While down below, the four of Dane all knelt on one knee to maintain balance. He calmly reported, good, so we've successfully infiltrated. Under the moonlight, the large house was silent without a sound. But now at the stairs inside the house suddenly echoed a reminder, watch your steps everyone, the door down to the basement is coming up. A moment later, Dane's group stopped in front of a tall, large door. Priscilla praised, it's here, thanks to Ernest we got in pretty easily. Letting him lead the way was indeed a wise choice. Suddenly Dane discovered something and spoke up to stop them, wait, is there a mana barrier here? He carefully looked at the blue light surrounding the door and muttered a guess, the closer to the center, the stronger it gets. Saul Hankston is certainly cautious about intruders. Analyzing up to here, he contradicted his own words. No, it doesn't feel like that. Dane approached and touched the magic circle, then evaluated this barrier. It doesn't carry Saul Hankston's mana feeling. He seriously observed the barrier layer and concluded, it's completely different. Layla heard this and confusedly asked, really, how can you tell? Dane casually explained, Saul Hankston lived a very long time ago. This barrier looks new. Ernest propped his chin and incredulously exposed, meaning someone else got in here before us and erected a new barrier to hide something inside. Dane seriously affirmed, right. He looked toward the door and cautiously guessed, something very dangerous might be hidden inside. Priscilla panicked and probed, so what do we do now? Go back? Layla looked at her and resolutely opposed, how can we go back now that we've come this far? Maybe an academy official came in and set up defenses then left. Ernest looked at the three of them and solemnly shared his thoughts. I think otherwise, no, this looks more like the work of an outside intruder. If the Academy discovered a new relic of Saul Hankston, they'd have no reason to hide it this secretly. Hearing that, Layla unhappily spoke up, so besides us, someone else is also targeting this treasure, my treasure. Priscilla crossed her arms and helplessly corrected her. We came here to explore, not to steal treasure. Suddenly Dane seriously affirmed, that's right. He looked around the architecture of the restricted area and calmly analyzed, they're different from us. They deliberately erected a barrier to hide something. Whatever it is, running into them will cause a lot of trouble. Layla also sighed worriedly and pointed out, if they harbor malicious intent, it'll be hard for us to stop them. But Dane smiled positively and expressed, yeah, this place might have become a lot more dangerous, but I believe in the power of the romantic club. We are strongest when we're together, right? While inside, Dane thought differently. Sounds reasonable, but honestly I'm dying of curiosity. Ernest, not knowing what he was thinking, tearfully called his name with emotion, Dane, while Layla crossed her arms and boldly and confidently agreed. Well, hard for anyone to beat Dane, that's true. Priscilla, seeing that, helplessly followed the majority opinion. If I let you kids go, something will definitely happen, so I'm coming along too, no other choice. Ernest and Layla, hearing that, looked at her with sparkling eyes. After confirming everyone's intent, Dane smiled and declared, no, one object's good, then we'll go all the way. Then the whole group turned to seriously deal with the barrier on the door. Despite some hesitation and fear, they decided to continue moving forward. They summoned the baby dragon to breathe fire at the barrier. Karnaz did a great job breaking the mana barrier. That barrier couldn't withstand Karnaz's flame. A while later the door finally opened. When they opened the door and stepped inside, all four had to go through intense danger evasion. Ahead was a corridor full of traps stretching infinitely. Dane warned as they walked, Ernest, get down, watch out everyone, the floor is collapsing, follow me. They nimbly jumped high to prevent traps. The stone path echoed with the movements made by the four. Then they arrived at a large gloomy room. After bypassing countless traps, they finally arrived. What is this place? I didn't expect such a large room underground. There's a giant room. Piled up there were wooden chests and sacks of rice. Another corner even had a dining table and a bed. Ernest discovered this before everyone else and called out to remind them, look everyone, there's a bunch of food here. Someone definitely lived in this place. Dane also thoughtfully pondered, strange, the space has signs of habitation, as if they stayed here quite a long time. Layla turned back to look at him and suspiciously asked, could the Academy have come here to research? He disagreed with this idea. That possibility is low. Dane glanced around and signaled, look closely. He pointed at the pile of wooden chests nearby and analyzed carefully. If this were really an Academy investigation, the Academy would have provided equipment. The items here are all different, coming from various places, and some are even illegal. If it were actually the Academy, they wouldn't have kept it so secretive. Dane looked at everyone and drew his conclusion. Sister Priscilla is right. This is clearly the work of someone else, not the Academy. Hearing this, Ernest fell silent with apprehension. Afterwards, Dane assigned everyone to search the items in the room. Let's check around quickly. We never know when the owner of this place might return, and with no light and this gloomy atmosphere, it gives people the creeps. Following his instructions, Layla searched through the wooden chest. Priscilla inspected the walls. Meanwhile, Dane knelt down to examine the floor. Suddenly, his hand sensed something suspicious on the ground. What is this? Beneath this room, I can feel a massive current of mana. Suddenly, Ernest called out, drawing his attention, Dane, come look at this. Dane stood up and asked, did you discover something? He announced, there's a staircase leading down behind this wall. He hadn't expected the answer to appear so quickly. We can witness firsthand the source of the mana we felt from above ground. The gloomy staircase led down to yet another underground basement level. Even with torches hung on both sides of the walls, they couldn't illuminate the space. Suddenly, an eerie purple glow emanated from the end of the stairs. The four of them followed the path to a room containing a massive blue crystal block. And upon seeing the sight, the group was struck with unbelievable shock. I can't believe it. I've never seen such a huge magic stone. Is this thing hidden deep underground? Dane gazed up at the magic stone, thoughts racing through his mind. Without a doubt, this is Saul Hangston's aura, radiating overwhelming mana. Then he looked down at the complex magic array carved beneath his feet to confirm. There are more magic arrays carved all around. Dane examined the magic stone emitting mana in the center of the room with a heavy heart, conjecturing, what on earth are they planning to do with this thing? Who is behind it and for what purpose? Suddenly, Ernest shouted in a panic from behind, oh no, everyone, someone is coming this way. He looked around in a panic at the others. Priscilla and Layla turned around at the sound, only to hear Ernest's terrified warning, the perimeter devices we set up around here are sounding the alarm. Dane immediately hardened his expression and heightened his vigilance. Outside the building, a group of figures in black robes sneaked closer. Someone who seemed to be the leader gave an order, hurry up. The other three bowed respectfully in response, understood, Captain. The group quickly broke into the building, their objective targeted in one direction, to harvest the mana essence from Saul Hangston's core inside. The captain ran while fanatically declaring, glory will be ours. The subordinates respectfully replied, yes. Their voices echoed through the quiet space of the stairwell. A moment later, they reached the lowest floor of the building and pushed the door open to step inside. The captain took the lead, guiding the group into the room. When he arrived in front of the magic stone block, he reported, we've made it inside safely. Then he turned to give orders to his subordinate, you, go clean up the room. If anything unusual happens, report immediately. The subordinate bowed respectfully, yes. One of them looked toward the stairs and sighed, we can finally catch a breather for a bit. The guy next to him asked, we have to stay here for a full 2 months. The bald guy nodded affirmatively, maybe even longer. At least our food supplies are enough, so that's not a problem. Having answered, the man stepped onto the stairs. Unexpectedly, a trap mechanism suddenly sprang open along the stairwell wall. Dozens of swords shot straight out toward the two of them from above. The bald man's eyes widened in horror as he watched the dangerous weapons close in before him. The next second, both of them were blasted backward with miserable screams. They tumbled down the stairs and crashed back into the room. Hearing the commotion, the captain rushed out anxiously and asked, what's going on? No one answered him, save for the heavy sound of a door slamming shut. Soon after, an unusual purple gas drifted in, filling the entire room. One of the subordinates inhaled it and asked with a shudder of discomfort, what kind of gas is this? The guy next to him stammered in terror, poison gas. Instantly, he whipped his head around and cried out in panic, Captain, this is. The captain hunched over and gave a stern command, fall back. Struggling as he covered his mouth and nose with his hand, he warned with great difficulty, it's a trap. A moment later, the four of them, Dane and his group, tied up the men in black together and searched their belongings. Ernest gasped in amazement, there's a lot more stuff than I thought. He picked up a piece of paper, skimmed through it, and concluded, a logbook. Layla chimed in to add, a few gold coins and all sorts of miscellaneous items. She pointed out with curiosity, there's even something else in the back pouch. Behind them, Dane quietly observed the captured intruders. He frowned in silent contemplation. Who on earth are these people? They're clearly targeting Saul Hangston's magic stone. He looked at the four unfamiliar faces before him and guessed skeptically. Could they be people from the academy, or... Suddenly, Priscilla approached Dane carrying a notebook and reported, Dane, take a look at these notes. They seem pretty important. He accepted without a moment's hesitation, yeah. Dane took the notebook and read the information inside with a serious expression. The paper recorded instructions for a strange experiment. During the essence extraction phase, always maintain 2 extraction machines. When progress reaches 60%, add another one. If the magic array is damaged, stop immediately and reinforce it. Check the attached magic array diagram. Dane pondered and repeated, essence extraction. Priscilla gave a straightforward assessment, sounds pretty dangerous. He agreed, yeah, extremely dangerous. Ernest also approached him with a long sheet of paper. Not only that, these guys even have a continent map. Dane asked back in stunned disbelief, a continent map? Layla widened her eyes in surprise and commented, the Empire controls those extremely strictly. They're absolutely forbidden from being taken outside. Ernest guessed solemnly, could they be some sort of rebel faction? Hearing it all, Dane didn't reply immediately, falling into a silent ponder with too many suspicious points. Catching sight of something, his eyes widened in shock. Opposite them, a strange liquid was oozing from the captain's mouth, and a flickering light gleamed inside. That was. Dane reached out to touch the man's mouth. He frowned, his gaze growing resolute as he thought, just as I thought. In his hand lay a tiny purple tube, suicide poison. This reminded Dane of the knowledge his mother had taught him when he was young. I remember learning about this from my mother. He glanced at the men in black, thoughts racing through his mind. This is used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members so secrets aren't leaked in emergencies. They're brainwashed into committing suicide and given poison vials. What kind of organization would do something like this? Suddenly, Priscilla discovered something else in a book and called out to remind the others, everyone, look at this. There's a set of rules written here. All 3 of them turned around in surprise. Right after that, Priscilla read the contents aloud with a serious tone, for a new world. The rules echoed through the quiet room. Rule 1, security must always be put first, more important than life itself. Rule 2, we always act to change the world. Dense lines of text in the book recorded confusing regulations. Rule 3, do not inquire into the identities of other members. We are one, yet we are separate individuals. Rule 4. Reading to the end, Priscilla frowned and reported, this part is the most suspicious. Dane asked doubtfully, suspicious? She explained clearly, there are coordinates written here. I'm not sure of the exact location, but it's near the academy. In the center of the room, the magic stone block served as a light source, helping the 4 of them see everything clearly. At the very bottom of the page, a special number was written. Priscilla looked at it with puzzled inquiry, 3458, where is that? Ernest rested his chin in his hand and replied thoughtfully, wait, if it's that location. Seeing this, Dane looked at him and asked, Ernest, do you know that place? He answered affirmatively, yes, that's the supply transportation route near the back gate. Layla gasped in astonishment. So that's how they got in. Dane concurred with her thought, looking calmly at the men in black over there to analyze. High chance that's it. Someone inside the academy definitely must have aided them. Upon hearing those words, both Priscilla and Layla fell silent without a word. Dane and Ernest fell silent as well. Then he looked at the massive magic stone and slowly spoke up to break the heavy atmosphere. A secret organization trying to extract Saul Hangston's essence. What on earth are they planning to do with that essence? Eventually, the four of them reached a unanimous decision to return. We decided to leave quickly. Along the stairwell, the quiet steps flickered with a purple glow as if no one had ever been there. Back in the room, a pitch-black circle was sucking up all the assassins' belongings. All of their items were gathered into the subspace for investigation. Once that was done, the four of them looked at the captured assassins and made a joint decision to report the matter to the academy leadership and guards. However, before leaving, Dane glanced at the magic stone and offered a suggestion, and well, it might be a waste to go back empty-handed like this. The other three stared in bewildered surprise and cried out in unison, "What?" He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the block of stone. Then Dane made a bold request, "Let's take this magic stone with us." He looked at the magic stone emitting a faint glow and thought, if we leave it here, it'll just fall into their hands anyway. Instead of letting unknown people use it for some conspiracy, it's better for us to take it ourselves. On the wall, the purple radiance still quietly cast its light. Suddenly, an alarmed voice rang out in the room, "Captain, wake up! This is bad, Captain!" Roused by the noise, the captain woke up in a daze and questioned, "My head, what's all this ruckus about?" One of the subordinates looked at the crystal block in terror and reported, "The magic stone! The magic stone is empty." The captain glanced at him in disbelief and yelled, What kind of nonsense are you babbling about?" The other two subordinates also looked toward the ordinary-looking blue stone block ahead, and realizing the guy's words were true, they cursed angrily, "Damn it! The people who set the trap must have done this." The captain widened his eyes, refusing to believe it. No way. Suddenly, a squad of guards marched in from outside. The guard captain looked at them defensively and barked, "Stand right there." The guard threatened angrily, "Who dares violate this sacred academy? We won't let any of you get away." An assassin blurted out in panic, "Why are the guards here already?" The guard immediately commanded, "Catch them, don't let a single one escape." The captain gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it all." Right after that, the squad of guards rushed forward with weapons to attack the assassins. And witnessing this scene, he deduced with bitter resentment, "Could the organization have abandoned us?" Raising his gaze to look at the solid gray fortress wall standing out against the turquoise sky blazing with sunlight, an involuntary cry broke from his lips. "This is driving me crazy." A figure slowly stepped out from the fortress gate, a cold gaze sweeping across the space. The person sighed, "After decades of peace, is this forbidden area causing trouble again?" The young blonde captain of the guards yelled with an angry expression, "Have the intruders confessed anything?" His bald subordinate touched his chin in thought for a moment before replying, reporting, "Not a single word. We might need harsher measures." In his mind was the image of the three individuals who had just been bound, three faces wearing three different expressions, angry, helpless, and dejected, as they all maintained a stubborn silence. The captain pointed firmly at those who had just been captured and ordered, "Then beat them until they wake up. After completing the preliminary investigation, transfer them to the interrogation room." The bald man immediately replied, "Understood, sir." He frowned in deep thought, "This incident is extremely serious. Even though we doubled security, 5 intruders still managed to slip in." He observed the soldiers packing back and forth in front of him with suspicion, a sense of unease welling up inside him. "I'm definitely going to be punished, and I might even lose my post." Suddenly, a soldier rushed over, "Captain," he reported, "an investigator from the Ministry of Magic has arrived." The captain showed extreme surprise. "Why are they here already?" He pressed the back of his hand to his forehead and massaged it with an annoyed expression, worrying intensely, "Damn it, I didn't expect that lazy old professor to show up here in person." From inside the base came a voice of astonished questioning, "Meaning? You heard noises in this building, noticed the mana barrier vanish, and then found the intruders inside?" The captain immediately confirmed, "That's right, sir." Dinabo felt puzzled, strange. Saul Hangston's mana barrier isn't that easy to break. His gaze shifted toward the bound individuals, highly perplexed. If they were capable of doing that, why did they let themselves get caught so easily? The captain closed his eyes briefly, a look of depression evident on his face. "I don't understand it either." He brought forward a book and said with a flustered tone, "By the way, we found this among their belongings. Would you like to take a look?" Dinabo was surprised. "A book?" He reached out and took the thick blue book, sensing a cold magical energy emanating from it. Dinabo carefully opened it and slowly flipped through the pages one by one. After a thorough examination, he announced with a serious expression, "It's sealed with magic, only authorized personnel can open it, but someone forcibly broke the seal." The captain was shocked. "What? How is that possible?" Dinabo tucked the book inside his tunic with a resolute look. "I'll take it back for further investigation. There might be other hidden spells on it." The captain gave a flustered, forced smile in an attempt to steady himself. "Of course. I only skimmed it, but it seems they belong to some secret organization." Dinabo frowned, his gaze turning sharp. "A secret organization?" The captain reported further. "We also discovered a giant mana stone in the basement. It's taller than a full-grown man." Dinabo wondered, a mana stone, but the basement was supposed to be empty. The captain also felt doubtful. "We found it strange too. Why would a giant mana stone be located in the forbidden area?" Dinabo parted his lips slightly, pondering for a moment as his mind quickly pieced together all the abnormal details. Finally, he decided to order, "Lead me there, I want to see it for myself." At the academy fountain, many students were animatedly discussing the latest topic. "Did you hear? There's trouble in the forbidden area again. The guards are running around like crazy. Why are there so many incidents lately? It feels so unsettling." Standing on the porch, Priscilla couldn't help feeling troubled upon hearing this. Good grief, that place has been in a frenzy since yesterday's commotion. Knowing her current mood was quite unpleasant, Dane smiled and changed the subject. "Priscilla, did you find anything?" Sure enough, she shifted her focus immediately. "Yeah, I heard the Ministry of Magic team caught them and even Professor Drenavo came in person." Ernest muttered, "If the professor himself came, this must be serious." Layla awkwardly scratched the back of her neck. "We really did stir up a massive mess. It's already made it into the Daily Academy newspaper. Want to see?" Hearing that, Ernest lost his composure. "What? So fast? Walls have ears indeed." The information in the newspaper was written very clearly. "Forbidden area infiltrated. 5 strangers being interrogated by the Ministry of Magic. Captain of the Guards, I take full responsibility for all mistakes." While everyone was engrossed in reading the paper, Dane quietly stood in the background thinking, if Professor Drenavo showed up in person, he must have realized the severity of the situation. He thought for a moment and spoke up, "But if the Ministry of Magic is handling it, it should be fine." Priscilla sighed despondently. "Yeah, they're notoriously ruthless. They'll use all kinds of spells for questioning." Layla timidly shivered and asked, But will they find out it was us?" Contrary to her, Ernest was remarkably optimistic and tried to comfort her. "Come on, calm down, we wiped away all traces." He also consoled the young maiden. "Actually, the Academy should be thanking us. If not for us, those intruders wouldn't have been caught." Hearing that, Dane admitted defeat. "What kind of logic is that?" Seeing them chat so cheerfully, Dane chuckled and nodded softly. "Don't worry, they fell right into a trap without even knowing we were there. For now, let's just lay low for a while." Then he turned to his friend. "Ernest, you brought their stuff with you, right?" The other started slightly before answering. "Ah, yes I did. Here are the analysis results, take a look." The group shared a single thought. Who knows, maybe by tracking their trail, they all anticipated something. We might find another treasure like Saul Hangston's essence. A few days later, the academy plunged into chaos once again. A crowd of cavalrymen stood majestically on the campus grounds. This time it was due to the arrival of the Royal Investigation Team, They marched in with heavy footsteps. Flags bearing the royal insignia fluttered in the air. Others stood to the side watching. The royal family rarely sets foot in the academy, yet today they've arrived with dozens of people, banners flying, truly unprecedented. Under the scorching sun, no one uttered a word. Somewhere else, down in the basement, a robust-looking knight muttered, "Strange." Frowning, he continued, "The Amer Holy Hall had an intruder without a trace, and now we find strangers hiding in Saul Hangston's laboratory." This person was none other than the commander of the 4th Royal Knighthood, Delphian. Someone else nodded in agreement. "This matter is very strange. We've been tracking the trail but still haven't found any clear results." He glanced toward the person and asked in a low voice, "What about the barrier?" Facing the pressure of someone of high status, a young woman holding a paper stepped forward hesitatingly and replied, "Yes, we're still investigating, but so far we haven't found any clear signs." Hearing this, Delphian walked away in frustration. What a headache, especially since this is one of Saul Hangston's designs. Then he raised his head. He asked cautiously, "What do your highness think about this?" 3rd Prince Edward Dantora. Caught off guard by the question, the prince looked flustered, averted his gaze to the side and stammered in response, "I haven't thought of anything yet." Seeing the item, Delphian sighed even more annoyed. "I understand, your highness." Dinavo only now noticed this person's appearance and panicked immensely. Wait, did the 3rd prince himself come here? Why on earth did he have to come in person? Edward closed his eyes to sense it. In a silent space, he gradually perceived something mystical. Are these traces of a melted barrier? It's hard to tell, but the surface is somewhat unusual. At this moment, the third prince no longer had his previous awkward demeanor. Instead, he crossed his arms seriously. It's as if it was melted and then reassembled. His lips pressed tightly together as he silently praised, "Whoever broke through it is truly impressive." Saul Hangston's barrier was created to last for centuries, and up until now, no one has ever managed to break it. Hearing this, Delphian in front nodded. Indeed, a flawless steel fortress that was never pierced, yet now it has been shattered. Edward uttered a terrifying piece of news while remaining completely calm. That means even the royal barrier can be infiltrated. Suddenly his eyes widened. His body felt a pain that pierced straight to his gut. Sweat streamed down the prince's pale face. Unable to bear it any longer, Edward clutched his stomach. Seeing the other's strange state, Delphian anxiously spoke up, "Your Highness." He ran closer, frowning as he asked, "Does it hurt anywhere?" Edward lowered his head and calmly replied, "It's fine, just a usual ache." The man with the fierce face softened his tone and advised, "Please, if you feel any discomfort, tell us right away and we'll head back immediately. The investigation is important, but your health matters more." The prince's personality seemed to change. "No, I came here of my own accord." He raised his arm and waved it. "Don't worry, my arm is fine." Meanwhile, Dinavo watched from the side and thought, the prince and the knight commander appeared together. Those two are keeping an eye on him too, so we probably have to be very careful this time. Delphian advised, "Perhaps you should step outside to rest for a moment. If things get worse, please let us know right away." Hearing this, he gently answered, "Yeah, I will." Before leaving, he couldn't help looking back. Such a pitiful person, branded as a useless prince, and now even his hand disobeys him. Delphian frowned slightly. If only his highness had been born with a healthy body. At this moment, the prince's solitary figure stood there alone in silence. Yet as soon as he left, Edward revealed an annoyed expression. "Damn it, there's always something getting in my way." Looking at the surrounding scenery, he thought to himself, "But now is not the time to hesitate. I need more clues and have to find them myself." Edward began to walk. "They told me to stay put, but..." He closed his eyes and thought, "Sorry, Delphian." Over here, he asked his subordinate, "Are there no traces at all?" The person said it was around 5:00 a.m. and Dinabo replied, "Right before sunrise, that's when it happened." Delphian asked further, "What about the mana detection spell?" "Nothing detected, sir." Hearing that, he grew tense and flustered. Right at that moment, someone from afar ran over to report, "Commander, bad news, His Highness has disappeared." Delphian panicked upon hearing this. "What? No way, he was just right here." The person recounted in confusion. "It happened while the guards let their guard down for a split second." Hearing that, he widened his eyes in horror. "Idiots." Delphian immediately shouted to those around him to halt all other activities, stop the investigation, and find His Highness right away. The others immediately and solemnly shouted, "Understood." He felt constant anxiety inside. His body is already weak, yet he still... Why? On this side, Edward ran continuously through the forest. His steps were swift. "I must advance this investigation at all costs." Edward looked ahead and resolved, "This time His Majesty will have to pay attention to me. Since I lack talent, I'll prove myself through effort." He told himself, "I cannot remain a useless prince forever." Shifting scene to another place, the Bonia forest. Layla stood with her arms crossed to instruct, "Ernest, that posture isn't stable, try it again." Hearing that, he asked confusedly, "Like this?" She praised, "Better." Dane, standing nearby watching, smiled faintly. "Looks like he's starting to get used to the training here, and Layla is helping him a lot too." At this moment, his hand also reached out to prime his mana. Circles began to form around Dane. "Thanks to this, I can focus on controlling my mana better." He looked at his hand and smiled happily. "Now I've completed 2 mana rings and even succeeded in layering a 4-tier code structure." Suddenly, Dane's eyes turned blue as he stared straight ahead. "Ancient magic is truly amazing, but every time I focus on the 4-tier spell, I see it more clearly." First, he looked at Ernest, the mana flowing through the human body. Then Dane looked at Layla, "Truly extraordinary, wonder what I'll see next time." Just like that, a small swirling vortex seemed to churn in the air. The two of them unexpectedly raised their heads to look. Ernest startled, "Wind," and Layla confusedly asked, "Dane, what spell is that?" Dane smiled and answered, "Wind bomb, a compressed air projectile." Hearing that, he widened his eyes in astonishment. "Amazing, I've never seen a mana explosion that big." Layla also marveled, "Must be because it's a 4-tier spell, the power is terrifying." He looked at these blowing winds again. Dane reached out to control it. "Well then, just throw it gently." At this moment the wind began to rise gently. no longer as fast as before. It swept past the tree trunks, winding smoothly. Suddenly someone from afar collided with it and let out a miserable scream. The three friends saw this and startled, asking themselves, is someone over there? The tree branches there were snapped and flung into the air. A moment later the dust gradually cleared, tree trunks rolling on the ground. The three of them stared blankly in that direction and quickly ran over. Layla anxiously asked Dane, did you hear that too? There's someone there. He quickly replied, yeah, I heard it clearly. In his heart Dane worried internally, damn it, I thought only we were here. So the three of them told each other, let's go check it out, be careful, what if they're hurt? Shifting time back a few minutes, Edward had walked into the forest where they were training. So there's such a large forest inside the academy grounds. Looking around, he couldn't help sighing. Students here must be very happy, studying and laughing with friends, I'm so jealous. Edward's mood turned somewhat sorrowful. If I wasn't born a prince, could I come to an academy like them? He smiled with relief, hoping for the future. Just thinking about it makes my heart beat fast. Right after that, Edward snapped out of it to remind himself, no, daydreaming again. Let's focus on finding clues about the intruder. In the distance, he heard a strange sound and curiously walked over. What's that sound? Then Edward stopped in an open clearing to observe. Is there someone in the forest? Something in the air seemed to be rushing over simultaneously. That spot was precisely where Dane's trio was training. Observing the scene, Edward felt curious. Students practicing, they look around my age and they're very skilled too. Layla turned to ask Dane, can you check my sword form again? This movement feels a bit stiff. He walked over and offered advice, measure your steps. After the pivot, step your back foot back half a step. Hearing that, she adjusted and said, got it, let me try again. Just like that, Edward watched them train from afar. Here goes. Staring intently at where they stood, he startled. Did she just say Dane? Wait, Dane Saugers. Edward instantly recalled Dane's identity. The freshman causing a stir across the academy, it really is him. This was famous news. Everyone knew Dane Saugers, a name known even to royalty, admitted to the research department, excelling in 4 different fields. At this point his mood sank, and I can't even handle a small task, while keeping watch on their actions from the other side. Edward felt a twinge of jealousy, and he, dubbed a genius among geniuses, still works hard training like that. Inside, his heart began to yearn. If I could also enter the academy, maybe I would have met friends, learned many things, and laughed like them. Right at that moment, something like a gust of wind lunged straight toward him. Edward panicked, unable to dodge in time. Something is flying this way. It carried Edward along as it barreled straight toward where he was hiding. A loud crash echoed, and the tree trunks there were shattered into multiple pieces by the shockwave. This simultaneously affected Edward hiding behind those trees. He was flung up into the air with a bewildered look on his face, followed by the miserable scream that Dane's group had heard. In the forest behind the academy, Ernest anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Dane also looked confused. "Sorry, I thought nobody was here." Suddenly he exclaimed, "Wait, that uniform, it looks just like the Royal Investigation Team's uniform." Layla shrieked in surprise, "So, are you a member of the Royal Investigation Team?" He hurriedly stopped her. "No, Layla, that person is probably..." Dane shrewdly realized, right, that's the Royal Investigation Team's uniform, and that red hair, the royal family's hairstyle. Ernest guessed, could it be, "Are you royalty?" Those words left him speechless, and beside her she started crying in panic. Only then did the person react and start to stand up. Then he scolded, "You fools." Dane hurriedly knelt down. "I am Dane Saugers, eldest son of Count Saugers, greetings to your highness the prince." Next he immediately confessed, "Your highness, this humble servant is deeply sorry, I have committed a grave offense." He panicked equally. This servant is Ernest Dillon, eldest son of Baron Dillon, freshman in the exploration department. She trembled. "Layla Thermion, eldest daughter of Duke Thermion, freshman in the swordsmanship department. Please forgive our impudence, your highness." The prince laughed. "It's all right, I'm not hurt at all, just a little startled." He further acknowledged, "More importantly, it's nice to meet you all like this. Dane Saugers, I've heard a lot about your reputation." Furthermore, the prince mentioned, "The Dillon family is famous for exploration, you'll surely become a great explorer. And the daughter of the Thermion family, you're the winner of the Dainter Cup, right? I watched that finals match." Layla answered awkwardly, "Yes, it's an honor, your highness." "Rise, all right, enough introductions, you may stand up." They respectfully replied, "Yes, your highness." Ernest expressed, "I'm truly relieved to know you're unharmed, but why did your highness come to such a desolate place? This place is so remote that even academy students rarely visit. Precisely because of that, this place is great for training." Now it was the crown prince's turn to feel shy. "Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Team to inspect the academy, but I went for a walk alone and got lost." He took the initiative to bring it up. "You know about the strange occurrences in Saul Hangston's building, right? We're investigating that but haven't found any clues yet, it's frustrating." They asked out of curiosity. Did you come to investigate? They revealed, we also discovered a few oddities, but it's hard to be certain. Dane thought to himself, they discovered something. An ordinary person probably wouldn't notice, but they don't seem very confident either. He guessed, so that strange phenomenon, was it discovered by your highness himself? He hesitated. You could say that. Ernest, and she whispered, crap, everything leads back to us. If discovered, we're totally finished. Meanwhile, he just stood there silently watching. Dane silently assessed, unlike the first two princes, the youngest prince, the third prince, is around our age. I heard he's just an ordinary person with no special talent. Internally, he felt doubtful. How strange, we spread anti-tracking powder very carefully around here, yet he still found it. Moreover, he noticed an anomaly others couldn't. There's no way he's ordinary. Dane speculated, could he be hiding some special ability? The prince repeated, actually I just got lost and ended up here. This academy is quite complicated. They politely shooed him away. Then you should head back soon. The investigation team must be looking everywhere for you. They probably got lost too, since this is their first time at the academy. He looked flustered, and the campus is so large. However, he made an excuse, so while I'm still here, I want to hear you guys talk a bit about life at the academy. Ernest and Layla were surprised by his friendliness. Our story. He muttered to himself, even if you're a prince, you're still just a teenager. Shut away in a palace for too long, it's natural to be curious about normal life. He asked, so what were you guys doing just now? Training. They answered, yes, since this place is quiet, we usually use it to practice. Despite that, Dane remained suspicious, yet there's something very strange. This prince makes me feel suffocated, as if a stream of mana is tightening around me. He wondered, can mana flow this way? Maybe I should observe more closely. At the same time, in another part of the campus, it was noisy. What about that spot? Not here. Damn it, move to the next building. Students gossiped, that's the Royal Investigation Team. What's happening? Looks like they're looking for something. They whispered, did they catch the culprit? No way, if they did, the Magic Legion would be here, not the investigation team. The atmosphere is so tense. They anxiously called out, Your Highness. The captain feared, damn it, not here either. Where on earth did he go? He muttered to himself, we don't even know who's involved in this or what faction stands behind them. If the prince, with his unhealed hand, gets into trouble wandering alone, demotion would be the least of my worries, but if something happens to him. Right at that moment, a subordinate ran over to report. Captain, a witness appeared. Someone wearing a gold-trimmed cloak was seen heading toward the forest outside the academy. The captain found hope. Really? Bring that person here immediately. He immediately ordered all units head to the forest outside the academy. Top priority is ensuring His Highness's safety. The subordinates chorused, yes, sir. He wondered, the forest, why would he think of a place like that? Doubt welled up inside him. Don't tell me, he discovered something. During that time, the prince confided in them. How envious. If I wasn't born into royalty, maybe I could have lived like a normal person, unburdened by a prince's responsibilities. Perhaps the gods truly despise me. Dane hesitated. Your Highness, if I may ask a question. He asked, what is it? Dane Saugers speak. Granted permission, he spoke up. Is your hand hurting badly? Just a normal question, yet it panicked the prince, who thought in shock, no, how do you know? She looked at Dane with a question mark. His Highness's hand. Why? The prince hurriedly concealed it. You must be mistaken. He wondered, really, but from what I can see. She frowned. Dane, what nonsense are you talking about? Across from them, the prince stared intently at Dane, worrying he would press further. That attitude left Dane in a dilemma. After a moment of consideration, he dropped it. If you don't wish to speak of it, that's fine. I intended to forget everything I saw and heard today anyway. He thought to himself, this guy, could he really have noticed the condition of my hand? Layla nagged, Dane, what are you saying to His Highness? This Dane sometimes says the weirdest things. Please forgive him, Your Highness. But the prince confirmed instead, no, he's right. He and she froze, thinking together, what, really? A silence enveloped them. A moment later, he honestly admitted, my right hand is no different from a crippled hand. Dane Saugers, how did you figure that out? Dane fell silent as well, unsure how to respond. Then he revealed, to be precise, I didn't see the condition of your hand, rather I saw the flow of mana heading toward your hand being blocked. The prince looked stunned. What? You can see the flow of mana with your naked eyes? He stated, that's an ability I gained after an ancient artifact fortunately fused with my body. At the same time thinking, actually it's due to ancient mana, but I can't tell the truth. He was startled. An amazing ability, so you can find the true cause. Dane replied instantly, no, I can't see the deep-rooted cause, but at least right now I can understand the reason why you feel pain. The main cause was that the mana flow, which should have traveled down to his hand, was blocked at his wrist and refluxed upward. He could feel it, a hand that Mana could never reach. And as a result, it was slowly dying. Dane stepped closer, Your Highness. Alongside that he probed, May I ask what happened? Hearing Dane's question, Edward's mood darkened slightly, and a moment later he spoke in a low voice. It started when I was about 1 year old. As he spoke, he reminisced about the past. From the time Edward was in his crib, there were no problems at birth, but at some point it turned out like this and he could only hold eating utensils by the age of 7. Initially, when he first managed to hold a spoon, his hand would tremble nonstop. He could only hold a pen and write after turning 10, and to be able to write, Edward had to put in far more effort than anyone else. But there were the most important things that, no matter how hard he tried, he could never manage. He couldn't learn swordsmanship, horse riding, all the things a prince should learn, and magic was even more out of the question. The moment he touched them, his hands would start shaking uncontrollably. This was the greatest sorrow and torment of Edward's life. Speaking of this, a flash of loss and disappointment returned to his eyes. Edward turned his face away slightly, not daring to look straight at Dane's group, his voice carrying a cold, self-deprecating tone. I've lived like this until now, a shameful prince who doesn't dare let others know. Hearing his entire story, Dane felt a touch of empathy and thought to himself in silence. So he suffered from this issue since he was very young. That's the reason he isn't as prominent as the other princes. Contrary to him, Layla and Ernest were flustered after hearing it, panic-stricken as they clutched their heads in fear. Layla stammered, But Your Highness, is it really okay for us to hear a story like that? While Ernest nervously chimed in, should you really be telling us such a huge secret? With a calm expression, Edward shook his head, looking casual yet certain as he replied, It's fine, I trust that you'll keep it a secret. Then he continued, Besides, my mood is very good today. No matter what royal physicians and mages tried, they couldn't find the cause, but I finally figured it out. Just as Edward finished speaking, Dane suddenly asked him an out-of-nowhere question, Do you trust me? Edward gave a slight nod, offering a half-serious, half-joking smile. Of course I do. How could someone from the Sagar's noble family lie to me? If that were the case, they'd have to be a master swindler to dare trick a prince. Hearing him say that, Dane winced slightly, thinking helplessly, what kind of joke is that? At that moment, Edward extended his hand again, his voice dejected with a hint of self-mockery. As you can see, strength is slowly leaving my hand. I know sooner or later this hand will become completely useless. But then he quickly rallied his determination, eagerly asking Dane, So, can you cure it? Dane kept a blank expression, not answering him right away. Ernest and Layla wore tense expressions, falling silent without daring to breathe loudly as they glanced between Edward and Dane. Dane pressed his thin lips together. The next second he spoke in a flat tone, I'm sorry, Your Highness, I'm not a physician. Hearing that, Edward widened his eyes, freezing for a brief moment. Then he closed his eyes tightly, helplessly letting out a discouraged remark, I figured it wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, Dane spoke up again, making a serious proposal to him, but if Your Highness wishes, I could give it a try, causing Edward to instantly widen his eyes and freeze in place. Dane still wore a bright smile as he looked at him. Deep within the quiet forest, a loud, excited shout rang out, Really? Then do it right now. Edward scratched his head with a cheerful grin, promising, If you can cure my hand, I'll do whatever you ask, prompting a bewildered Dane to ask back, Really? Then, lowering his gaze slightly, he stated his plan in earnest, If that's what you wish, I'll try to alter the mana flow. However, if it fails, you could die. Hearing that, Edward bolted upright in sheer terror, letting out an involuntary, disbelieving gasp. What? Dane continued, If this attempt goes wrong and harms Your Highness, I will undoubtedly be executed for attempting to assassinate royalty. At his words, Edward vaguely envisioned a scene where Dane, Layla, and Ernest were tightly bound and dragged away by royal guards. Even knowing the severe consequences, Dane resolutely went on, But I still have many years to live and a lot of things I want to do. So if I succeed in healing your hand, Here he suddenly paused, furrowing his brow with a complicated expression. Staring straight at a dazed Edward, he asked point-blank, How will you reward me? Ernest couldn't believe Dane had the nerve to ask Edward that question straight to his face, his expression shifting uncomfortably, while Layla was equally shocked, instinctively covering her gaping mouth. Only then did Edward speak up, asking Dane, Are you trying to bargain with me right now? To which Dane answered honestly, I don't accept vague risks. However, it's a different story if an attractive enough reward is put on the table, he admitted frankly without hiding his ambition. Edward was left completely frozen for a full 5 seconds by his bluntness. In the quiet depths of the forest, an echoing voice broke the silence a few seconds later as Edward offered a half-joking remark, Bargain with me, you're the first person to ever suggest that. Dane replied dryly, I just noticed that every prince bestows favors to secure patronage. Edward lowered his voice to deliver a firm assessment of him. You're something else, Dane Saugers. He curved his lips into a light smile and offered a word of praise. Impressive. Then, staring right into Dane's cold face, he negotiated generously. Dane Saugers, if you heal my hand, I will grant any request you make, he said before bursting into a relaxed laugh. Dane hadn't expected him to agree so easily, asking with lingering doubt, is that really true, Your Highness? Edward held out his hand, casually brushing it off with light ease. Yeah, my hand is going to lose its function anyway. At worst, failure will just bring that moment a bit sooner. Afterward, he stepped closer to Dane, patted his arm, and gave his commitment. So let's give it a try. Even if it fails, I'll at least leave a final testament declaring your innocence. Dane stiffened, unsure whether to laugh or cry, while Layla let out a few forced, awkward laughs and Ernest closed his eyes with a heavy, weary sigh. Edward's other hand remained resting on Dane's arm. Finally, Dane gave a short, succinct agreement, I'll try. Edward expressed his heartfelt gratitude, splendid thank you. Saying that, he raised his hand to make a sign over the left side of his chest. Though he had made the bold offer so easily, Dane couldn't help wrestling with his own anxieties, whispering internally, this might be the biggest event of my life. If I succeed, it's a monumental victory. If I fail, it's a disaster. Quickly regaining his composure, he resolved within himself, then I have to succeed at all costs. Thoughts settled, Dane told Edward, first, Your Highness, please sit down and make yourself comfortable, to which Edward complied with a brief, very well. Edward sat down on a stone ledge thinking to himself, I've practiced controlling mana flow since I was a child, so I'm quite confident. The three of them, Dane, Ernest, and Layla, stared at him with tense expressions. Edward tilted his head, closed his eyes, and relaxed as he thought, besides, I also carry ancient mana within me. Dane stepped forward, knelt down, and took hold of his hand. He felt along the finger joints. Closing his eyes slightly, he announced in a low voice, I'm starting now. Edward quickly drifted into a hazy, drowsy state. Dane began channeling mana into him, wrapping Edward's hand in a faint, hazy blue glow. Dane closed his eyes, throwing every ounce of focus into the task. The radiance grew brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, deep in another part of the forest, people were calling out to one another, how's your side looking? There's a sheer cliff ahead and we can't get past. A soldier dashed over in a rush to report to Delphian, Captain, there are multiple forks ahead, causing him to gravely mutter, damn it, I don't have enough forces to split up here. Suddenly, Delphian sensed something and whipped around in high alert. Staring into the bushes and intersecting paths, he thought in confusion, no way, what is this feeling? Abruptly, he raised his hand high. Then he gave the order to his troops, everyone take cover. All the soldiers simultaneously drew their swords. Gripping their weapons tightly, Delphian commanded the group, move as quietly as possible. One soldier dashed lightly forward ahead of the rest. A multitude of other soldiers followed closely behind. They moved with utmost stealth, not daring to make any loud noises. Reaching their destination, they halted, and Delphian gripped his sword tightly, marching aggressively forward. At that moment, Dane was still holding Edward's hand to execute his magic, while Layla and Ernest stood nearby, watching anxiously without daring to make a peep or cause any disruptive noise. Suddenly, a strange sound cut through the air, causing Dane and Edward to slowly open their eyes. Layla and Ernest nervously turned their heads to look as well. Leading his troop with a grim expression, Delphian looked coldly at Dane, Layla, and Ernest, demanding, you scoundrels, how dare you do that to His Highness? All at once, a man lunged toward Dane's group, roaring, you bastards, what do you think you're doing? He glared at them savagely, raising his sword high. Layla screamed in terror, the knights are surrounding us. Dane panicked internally, damn it, they're closing in, I need to explain. Thinking fast, he reached out to cast his spell. Meanwhile, the man had already charged forward with a sharp blade, shouting, how dare you touch His Highness? While Dane scrambled forward thinking, he's too fast. Watching the descending blade, he couldn't help thinking, at this rate, I'm going to get wrecked. Right at that moment, the red-haired prince suddenly appeared, stepping right between them. Stop, Delphian. Delphian widened his eyes and blurted out, Your Highness. Edward fixed his gaze firmly upon him. A moment later, a worried Delphian asked him, Your Highness, are you all right? Do you have any idea how worried we've been? To which Edward calmly replied, don't worry, I'm fine. The knight nodded a few times before asking, why did Your Highness wander so deep into this area and who are these people? And Edward answered, I was just wandering around while investigating and ended up getting lost here. As for them, I'll explain on the way back. Finishing his sentence, Edward glanced down at his right hand, thinking, the feeling in my hand is different, there must be some progress. Then he looked at Dane with an appreciative gaze, I'm heading out. Thank you, Dane Saugers. Dane smiled back, I only did what I could, Your Highness, it was my honor. Not long after, along the woodland path back, Delphian asked, so he's the son of Count Saugers? And Edward answered, yes, he's my benefactor. Hearing that, Delphian couldn't help wondering, your benefactor? Prompting Edward to look at him with a meaningful expression, he has become someone invaluable to me. Then he asked, so tell me, what kind of gift should I give in return? Delphian looked confused. A gift? What does your highness mean? While thinking privately, they might be noble kids, but you only met them today. Edward rubbed his chin in thought. Ordinary gifts probably won't satisfy me. I want to give them something truly precious. The moment he finished speaking, as if remembering something, his lips parted and he let out an instinctive exclamation. Edward smiled at Delphian. Well, what about that item? He leaned close to the man's ear and whispered softly. After hearing it, Delphian's eyes bulged as he blurted out, Your Highness, surely not. Edward wore a mischievous smile. Is it inappropriate? While the other worriedly asked, Isn't it a bit too much? I thought you'd be happy just making friends. The prince cheerfully continued, Compared to what Dane did for me, this isn't over the top at all. Send a messenger back to the palace to bring everything here immediately. Helplessly accepting the command, Delphian conceded. Understood. Matters settled, a cheerful Edward hummed to himself as he walked in front. Watching him from behind, Delphian fell into sudden thought. Come to think of it, this isn't a bad thing. The images of Dane's trio instantly flashed in his mind. They were the children of the Sagar's Count and the Termian Duke, and through this, the relationship between the royal family and the major noble houses could grow much stronger. He added silently to himself, It will also become a major backing for His Highness. Beneath the blinding sunlight beating down upon the palace tile roofs, a week later they were invited to the royal palace, arriving at the reception room of the annex. Sitting in the center of the room, Edward spoke up, My hand has gotten better with no side effects. Thank you, Dane. Dane bowed slightly in response. I'm relieved, Your Highness. With that, the prince gestured toward the side and said, Please take a seat. Once everyone was settled, Edward spoke again. I've prepared a little something to show my gratitude. Please accept it. This is everything I thought was worthy of you. Seeing the item, the three members of Dane's group simultaneously widened their eyes and gasped, Your Highness, this is. Inside the small box resting on the table lay an exquisite badge indeed. A royal token of authority. Edward smiled in explanation. It's very simple to use. If you ever run into trouble, present this token and everything will be resolved. Still in a daze, Ernest looked up and asked, Can we really accept this? To which Edward replied, Naturally. Dane comfortably addressed him, Thank you very much, Your Highness. Edward added, Enough with the formalities, just enjoy yourselves today. The three sitting to his left spoke in unison, Yes. A short while later, a table full of gorgeous dishes was laid out before them. Layla happily nibbled on a piece of pastry, thinking, Meeting the prince that day turned out to be an unexpected stroke of luck. Beside her, Ernest was also enjoying a sandwich in his hand, though he muttered, Still, the identities of those intruders remain a mystery. Meanwhile, Dane leisurely chewed his food. None of us suspected anyone, and the strange incident just faded into silence. Edward sat at the head of the table, happily enjoying the fine food. The sky outside the window remained as brilliant a blue as when they first arrived. Then, after some time, midterms arrived and a joyful voice echoed from beneath the academy grounds, The exams are finally over. Dane turned to Layla to ask, Layla, how'd it go? And she waved her hand as she answered, The major specific papers weren't too hard and the general subjects were probably fine too. Clenching her paper, Priscilla cried out in bitter frustration, As for me, I wish this world would just burn to a crisp. How could the exam questions be so difficult even after memorizing the entire scripture? Seeing her like that, Dane could only offer a forced smile, thinking, Turns out the Department of Theology isn't easy either. Ernest spoke up then, Well, at least it's over, and Dane quickly chimed in, We're free. Hang in there, everyone, we've got a few days off, what are you planning to do? Ernest grinned and replied, I'm thinking of joining that fitness club, the one that focuses on physical conditioning. What, you, Ernest? Priscilla stroked her chin and gave him an appraisal from head to toe. Looks like you finally realized your weaknesses after those combat simulations, huh? You know what you're doing. Ernest confidently retorted, That's right, just wait and see the results, prompting the blonde girl to add a parting warning, Don't get yourself hurt. Following that, Layla suddenly offered a soft smile, I think I'll head home for a bit. My mom's been wanting to see me for a while. With that, she looked at Dane. What about you, Dane? He hesitated slightly before answering, I'll probably spend some time studying in the library. Studying right after the exams. Dane lowered his gaze slightly, continuing, Actually, there isn't really anything else to do. Oh wait. The image of himself as a child facing the Duke suddenly flashed in his mind. What Layla said just reminded me. Back then, young Dane had been staring intently at the gift in his hand. When I was 7 years old, the Duke gave me a gift, the emblem of the Termian forge. He muttered to himself, I've been meaning to forge a new sword so I might drop by that forge. Meanwhile, Layla and Ernest both marveled, It's been so long since you brought that up, you're really a hardworking guy. Under the blue sky, Dane suddenly spoke up, Actually, Layla, I'll go with you. To my home, sure, but why so sudden? He rubbed the back of his neck, explaining, I just figured I'd like to see what your family's forge looks like. Layla turned her head away and muttered under her breath, "You're the only person on Earth who would call that just taking a look." At that moment, Ernest suddenly asked, "Can I go to the Termian Forge? That's bound to be an amazing experience." Amidst the closely packed rooftops, a cheerful voice rang out, "You want to come too? Sure, the more the merrier." Later, on the path leading to Layla's house, the house of Duke Thermion, "I'm so nervous, just don't touch anything and we'll be fine, understood?" "Of course, I'm just looking." Layla suddenly turned her head and spoke with a tone of regret. "It would have been more fun if Sister Priscilla could have come along." As top student, the month-long department period meant no breaks. Dane looked at her and replied, "Yeah, can't be helped, I heard she was summoned to the temple." Then Ernest suddenly grew curious. "Layla, how long does it take to get to the Thermion territory from here?" Layla quickly answered, "Less than an hour by carriage." Ernest gasped upon hearing that. "So close? I lived way out in the west, riding a horse took nearly a month to get here." The three of them simultaneously stopped along the way to chat. "Then you must have had a hard time enrolling, right?" Ernest suddenly turned to Dane. "And what about you, Dane?" He answered, "It only took me a day to get here, my house has a teleporter." Layla shrieked in surprise, "A teleporter?" She spun around, putting her hands on her hips in disbelief. "You actually used that to get here in a day?" Dane admitted without hesitation. "Yeah, didn't I mention it? This is the first I'm hearing of it." Layla suddenly recalled two particular striking blonde heads. "Right, makes sense. Your sisters probably used that gate too, right? They help you a lot with your studies at the academy, I'm so jealous." Taking a few steps forward, she sighed, "Wonder how my older brothers are doing lately." Dane and Ernest stood behind, thoughtfully watching her. "Come to think of it, she's never mentioned her older brothers before." One of the two suddenly spoke up to ask, "Layla, what kind of people are your brothers?" "Today's weather is just wonderful for heading home," Layla chatted as she walked. "My eldest brother was really nice before he left for the east, he used to play with me every day." She mentioned each of them with different expressions, "And my second brother just loves teasing me, sometimes he really makes me mad." Dane smiled as he listened and mused, "Looks like she's very much loved by her brothers." Ernest on the side had a question, "Does your second brother live in the mansion too?" Layla's face scrunched up as she waved her hand. "No, he's the overly free-spirited type." Even she, as his younger sister, didn't understand the reason. "One day, he suddenly ran away from home and nobody knows where he is now. He said he went out to train or something, but I don't buy it." This answer was truly hard to believe for an ordinary person. Ran away from home. Layla's eyebrows tightened, her tone dropping. "Ever since he became a knight, he's lived away from home. Honestly, I don't understand why he did that." Ernest chimed in with an emotional sigh. "So a young knight, huh? Your family is full of extraordinary people." She didn't deny it much. "The eldest is just hardworking, but the second one is unpredictable." Dane looked at the pink-haired girl with a pensive look. "Sibling disputes are common among the nobility." He realized this clearly didn't happen in their family, but obviously the Thermion family didn't seem like the rigid type. Perhaps there was a deeper story behind it. Before long chatting and walking, they arrived at their destination. Three knights suddenly walked up to the three of them and the one in the middle spoke, "Milady, you're here." Layla recognized him, Sir Asmar. He smiled friendly and bowed respectfully. "Long time no see, how have you been? Hearing you were coming back, I came right here." The grand gates of the Thermion family swung open to welcome them. "Come on in, everyone." Their little daughter immediately ran over. "Father." The cheerful father welcomed her. "You've grown taller since the last time I saw you. How is life at the academy?" She happily bragged to her parent all at once. "It's great, I'm studying hard too. When you see my grades, you'll be surprised." The Duke laughed sincerely. "Ha ha, I'm looking forward to it." Then he directed his gaze to the other person who had arrived. "And look who's here, Dane." Dane stepped forward, smiling to bow to him. "Duke, it's been a long time, so glad to see you again." The Duke assessed him from head to toe. "You look much sturdier than before." Ernest shyly introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Duke. I am Ernest Dillon." It seemed he clearly remembered what his daughter wrote in her letter. "So you're the friend Layla keeps mentioning in her letters. Our family also has several ancient artifacts discovered by the Dillon family. Layla, your friend is truly impressive." Praising Layla's friend meant praising her too. "Of course, that's my friend for you." The Duke turned and urged them inside. "Don't just stand outside, come on in. We've prepared a small party to welcome you kids." Hearing that, the three of them chorused, "Really? Thank you so much, sir." Amidst Layla's sparkling, excited eyes, he turned around to lead the way. "Follow me." Dane smiled with interest and struck up a conversation with the girl. "I really liked your house's fruit tarts last time. Will I get to eat them again?" Layla had anticipated it, smiling and gesturing. "I knew it, so I told them to prepare strawberry tarts in advance. You'll love it." Inside, the party wasn't all that small. After a hearty feast that hit the spot, Dane felt immensely satisfied. "It's been so long since I've had food this good." Ernest scratched his head in realization. Now I understand why Layla was so excited. Layla was still chewing a piece of cake in her mouth. Too bad Senior couldn't come. They promised each other, let's meet up together next time. Suddenly all noise erupted as a group of people walked in. Unable to contain his curiosity, he leaned over to whisper, Layla, who are those people? She replied, they're knights of my family, father invited them to the party. I heard many others would come too once they knew you were dropping by. Dane's tone turned indescribably vague. Really? Why do I have such a bad premonition about this? As if reading his mind, they stepped forward to meet him. Qantas Daggerweld, greetings, young Master Dane Saugers. Dane also politely greeted them back. Pleased to meet you, Layla has told me about you guys. You're the Duke's knights, right? The leading older fellow smiled sociably. Yes, that's right, we've heard a lot about you, young master. It's a true honor to meet you in person. If you don't mind, we'd like to chat for a moment. He had no reason to refuse. Ah, of course. Layla put her plate down on the table and shared a rumor with him. I heard the Thermion Knight squad is one of the strongest in the Empire, though second to the Royal Guard. Right now, countless apprentice knights are fighting to join. The other side also stepped up with a friendly attitude. I've also heard the Saugers Knight squad is very famous. Dane didn't hide anything as he shared. That's right, my squad mainly trains in spear techniques, largely thanks to my father. His eyes flashed with genuine admiration. Because the developmental history of the Saugers family was truly admirable. Ever since his father taught spear techniques on the battlefield, it gradually evolved into a true knight order. And now it was the Empire's only Spear Knight Legion. The Thermion Knight Order expressed deep admiration and shared their thoughts. We've always been curious about your training methods, young master. You must be great with a spear. He gave a modest, wry smile. Ha ha, just passable. Suddenly Layla chimed in exaggeratingly. Dane is good at everything. Even if all of you attacked together, you wouldn't be able to beat him. The leader looked shocked upon hearing that. Really, milady? The rest of them genuinely found it hard to believe. Even if we attacked together, no way. Dane felt something was off. Layla, don't say things like that. Then they stood straight in a neat line and spoke sonorously. Then, young Master Dane. They simultaneously bowed their heads and issued a challenge. We formally challenge you to a friendly match. Please give us some guidance. Dane's expression wavered without answering immediately. Wait, right here right now, why is my bad premonition always right? Layla's face remained nonchalant and unbothered as she reassured him. It's fine, it'll be okay, go show them what you're capable of, Dane. He turned to look at the expectant faces of the knights. Right now he was forced to reluctantly agree. If you guys want it that badly, I accept. The bunch immediately set off toward the training ground. True to rumors, the Thermion Knights were practically the best squad. Dane had to fight 5 people all by himself. Even so, his spear handling skills remained extremely fluid. Furthermore, his movement speed was agile as he darted back and forth. His posture stayed rock solid without losing an ounce of stamina. His intensely focused expression exuded an extraordinary aura. The audience consisted of only 3 people, the Duke and the 2 friends. Yet the Duke's face was filled with utter astonishment as he watched the match. Dane's footsteps pressed firmly and steadily against the ground. From the very beginning, he hadn't taken a single hit. The spear in his hand knocked away the swords in the knights' hands. One by one, losing their weapons, they became the losers. The last sword was knocked spinning high into the air. Victory was completely sealed amidst the stunned looks of the group. Dane calmly planted his spear against the ground. His expression was utterly triumphant with the outcome completely secured. His face seemed to radiate a dazzling halo. After a moment of blank shock, the Duke hurriedly announced, "Victory goes to young Master Dane. What an impressive match." Regarding the victory reward given by the Duke, Layla chimed in, "Oh, father's giving you a gift?" He nodded. "Yeah, a few books written in ancient language." She nodded assuredly. "I once told him you're interested in ancient languages, maybe he remembered." Hearing that, he shyly thanked her for her good intentions. "Really? Thanks a lot. The Academy library is heavily restricted. These will come in handy." She just smiled and replied, "Better to let someone who truly cherishes them read them rather than letting them gather dust." Dane frowned, looking around to find his remaining companion. By the way, where's Ernest? Layla knew where he was dragged off to. He went with the butler to the artifact warehouse. He looked super excited. Hearing that, he grew curious too. "Really? I'm quite curious myself." Suddenly her expression rushed him anxiously. "Aren't you tired? Go take a rest, it's vacation time." He stammered a refusal. "I'll rest after stopping by the blacksmith tomorrow." Hearing that, she relaxed, taking in the atmosphere of the place. "Feels so great. After testing, getting to come home and see family. Father even looked genuinely happy seeing your spear skills. People would think you're his biological son." Dane felt awkward since she brought up her second brother, yet his expression changes completely when mentioning your second brother. What's that about? Mentioning this caused Layla to suddenly fall silent. After a long while she began to recount the reason. That's what frustrates me. The eldest brother still sends letters occasionally, but the second brother went completely radio silent and father won't give a reason either. This caused her newly brightened expression to droop again. No contact, no explanation at all. Before he could speak, a noise came from the direction of the woods. Layla, sharp-eyed, noticed it and spoke up. Wait, what's that? Something's moving over there. Dane followed her cue and observed as well. Suddenly he agreed with her sharpness. Yeah, I can sense it too. At this moment, a current of magic churned continuously in the air. Dane vigilantly looked ahead and said, "Come out before I have to walk over there myself." His hand gradually directed his magic toward the bushes. From inside came a responding voice. All right, I'm coming out, stop acting so fierce." Hearing this voice, they paused. Layla hesitatingly spoke up. This voice. From within the bushes came rustling and footsteps. Someone slowly stepped out and said, "Talk about a tense situation." Leaves flew into the air as the voice rang out. "I was just watching my little sister walking with some weird guy." Then a man stepped out from the bushes and stood right in front of them. He smiled and greeted, "Long time no see, my little sister." This person was Delward Thermion, the second son of Duke Thermion. Dane saw him and frowned as he muttered, "Don't tell me this is." He looked in shock at the person carrying a bundled sack on his shoulder. Her older brother. Shortly after, Layla immediately started pummeling Delward in anger. "Oh God, do you know how worried I was about you? Not once did you contact me." He clutched his head. "Ow, Layla, that hurts." She didn't stop at all as she shouted furiously, "You're too much. I waited for news from you all these years, even the second brother wrote home, but what about you?" Delward raised his head with an awkward smile. "Ow, you hit hard, looks like you've been training hard, huh?" Layla didn't let him brush it off and kept hitting him. "Yeah, I've gotten stronger, let's see if you can take this today." Dane nearby worriedly intervened. "Enough, Layla." Right at that moment, his hand reached out toward her. Delward unexpectedly pulled Layla into a hug to stop her actions. He smiled gently and murmured, "I'm sorry, Layla, I never forgot my family." Delward's words were full of sincerity. "I had my reasons." He added, "Sorry for leaving you alone all this time." Just like that, Delward gently consoled, "I'll explain everything, so calm down." At this point she tearfully asked, "Really? So it wasn't because you didn't want to see the family?" He immediately affirmed, "Of course not, Layla, I never forgot my family, not even for a single second." These words also moved Dane deeply. Afterward, Delward gently released Layla. Then she stood straight and asked, "Then tell me, where have you been and what have you been doing all this time?" He crossed his arms and reminded her, "First of all, can you give us some privacy?" Suddenly, Delward hurried over to grab Dane's arm. "No, Dane will listen with me, he knows how to keep a secret, don't worry." She looked straight at Delward and insisted, "Just say it." The guy next to her also looked flustered. "Layla, it's fine." Delward looked at Dane and couldn't help evaluating him as he spoke. He knew who he was. "You're Dane Saugers, right? I've heard a lot about you. They said a talented new student just entered the academy." Delward assessed his appearance. "I noticed those striking silver locks. Turns out you're my sister's friend." At this point he reconsidered, "And our families are pretty close anyway." So Delward rubbed his head and said, "All right, I understand, you seem trustworthy, Dane. This is family business, so don't spread it outside." He immediately affirmed, "Yes, I swear on my family's honor." Delward looked at Dane and frowned. "Fine, let's move this elsewhere." They walked over to a more secluded spot and Delward sat on a chair to say, "Actually, all this time I've been in the Drenic Empire." Hearing that, he startled and shouted, "The Drenic Empire?" Layla also worried, "What? Why'd you go to such a dangerous place?" He frowned and answered, "I went to find a cure for Mother's illness." Delward continued, "She's been bedridden for too long. Ever since I was little I searched everywhere for clues about that sickness." Just like that, he traveled all over and those clues finally led him to the Drenic Empire. Despite hearing that, Layla was still furious. "Even so, you sneaked into enemy territory?" Dane also worried internally. "Yeah, that's seriously dangerous." She angrily continued, "You could have told everyone and searched together, why'd you have to go alone?" Delward smiled as he answered, "I didn't have any other choice back then. I had the chance to infiltrate the Empire, but I didn't want to put my family in danger. At least I made it back safely, see? I'm fine." Hearing that, Layla lost her cool again and wanted to lunge forward and punch him. "What are you talking about?" Dane hurriedly stopped her. "Layla, hear him out a bit more." At that point she calmed down slightly and asked, "All right then, why are you only coming back now?" Delward's expression grew sorrowful as he looked down, seemingly harboring something in his heart. He continued speaking, "Actually, I found what was needed to cure the illness, but those ingredients don't exist in the Drenic Empire, so I came back here." Hearing that, she was confused. "If it's not there, does that mean it's in the Altian Empire?" He answered, "Right, for now I only have a few clues, but I'll follow them step by step." Delward lowered his voice slightly. I also discovered something else in the Drenic Empire. His expression grew grave. What mother is suffering from isn't an illness, it's a curse. The two of them were stunned in shock upon hearing this, a curse. He went on to explain, yes, strength gradually fatting, trembling limbs, dizziness, vomiting blood. And then purple marks appearing on her back, all of it matches the symptoms of a curse completely. These words struck Layla like a bolt from the blue, and she murmured, good grief. Layla muttered, repeating those words, mother's sickness is a curse. He nodded silently in confirmation. Then Delward spoke again. At first I didn't believe it either. Curses don't just appear naturally, meaning someone intentionally cursed mother. She felt confused upon hearing that. Who would do such a thing? Delward replied, I'm not sure who holds a grudge against us. To be honest, our family has quite a few enemies. At this point he grabbed her shoulders. Layla, we can find the mastermind later. The important thing right now is breaking the curse. By this time she was tearing up as she asked, is there a way? He answered, yes. Delward smiled slightly. I've found both the ingredients and the ritual to perform it. Most of the ingredients aren't too hard to find. He continued, they're just expensive but still acquirable. Only one thing is a problem. The most important ingredient here is the tear of Roxana. Hearing about this item, she asked, What is the tear of Roxana? Delward answered, a legendary material said to be able to cleanse virtually all existing curses. People say it's located in the Haverox Mountains between the two empires. The two of them were astonished when they heard this location. The Haverox Mountains? He answered, yes, rumors say it lies within ruins guarded by an ancient creature. Hearing these words, Dane couldn't help but reevaluate something deep within his heart. He recalled that location, the ancient ruins, and thought that this whole business was starting to smell suspicious. Delward stated firmly, Layla, I'm going to go find it. I know it's dangerous, but I have no other choice. Worried, she asked, what, you're planning to go alone? What about the Termian Knights? To which he replied, my strength is now equivalent to someone with 5 cores, well, precisely 4. Delward added, more importantly, if the knights march over there it might spark another war between the two empires, so the safest option is for me to go alone. Hearing that, she protested, even so, I can't let you go by yourself. Smiling at her reaction, he said, I'm not just blindly charging in, I'll be fully prepared. Suddenly, Dane chimed in with a reminder. If it's ancient ruins we're talking about, there's someone who understands those things better than anyone else. Startled, the two of them turned to him and asked, who? He replied with a mysterious smile, looks like I'll need the help of our club this time. Deep in the night at a certain mansion, someone suddenly blurted out, an ancient entity along with ruins. If we're lucky, this could be a massive discovery. Resting a hand on his hip, Dane probed, you think so too, right? And Ernest eagerly responded right away, yeah, I want to go right now. Across from them, Delward irritably spoke up, you two kids don't have an ounce of fear in you, do you? Frowning, he lectured them, I understand you're excited, but this is genuinely dangerous. It's not child's play. Dane immediately countered, well, isn't going up Mount Habarovsk alone dangerous too? Sometimes you have to travel in a group instead of being by yourself all the time. Standing beside Delward, Layla chimed in agreement. That's right, the Dillon family is full of explorers. If you go alone and get lost, it'll be a disaster. Hearing them both say that, he hesitated for a moment. That's true, but watching Delward's expression, Dane thought to himself, his mind must be in complete turmoil. The image of the man standing silently by his mother's sickbed flashed in his mind. I can't even imagine how much he's suffered wandering the territories for years just to cure his mother's illness. Alternating between Delward's retreating figure and his dead serious expression, Dane couldn't help but admire him. And to think he even gathered the information and returned safely, he's definitely no ordinary warrior. Outside a nearby doorway, the quiet dark night still blanketed the scenery. Delward finally relented with a sigh of resignation. Fine, going together is fine, but it has to be kept in absolute secrecy before we leave, while we're on the way, and even after we return. The moment he finished speaking, the faces of the other three lit up instantly, radiant smiles blooming across all of their faces. Yes, of course. A short while later, a small box was brought out and placed on the table. Layla asked with a puzzled look, what's this? To which Delward replied with a gentle smile, a gift, open it up. Narrowing her eyes suspiciously, Layla retorted, trying to win me over with a gift, huh? I'm not going to let you off that easily. Witnessing the scene, Ernest chuckled awkwardly, Layla's really mad, huh? Prompting Dane to turn his head and advise his friend, don't say another word, she was even scarier a minute ago. Across the table, Layla slowly reached her hand out toward the small gift box. As she popped it open, a melodic tune chimed out and she began, if this turns out to be some nonsense, I swear. The lively, cheerful, and gentle music dancing around her ears abruptly cut her unfinished sentence short. Wearing an expression of surprise, she stared at the two figurines inside the music box. This is. The two figurines bore similar shapes, just one larger and one smaller. Layla stammered out, Mom, and me. The smaller figurine among them possessed a face that looked startlingly like Layla's, smiling sweetly amidst the soothing, pleasant melody. Delward spoke up from beside her to confirm, yeah, from back when our family was happiest. I had a craftsman in the Drenic Empire make it. The two figurines of Layla and her mother stood on a golden platform inside the music box, holding hands as they danced, and he added, I made it thinking of the time when Mom was still healthy. What do you think? Swept along by the rhythm, the two figurines slowly moved as if coming to life, while a young Layla laughed joyfully without stopping. Overwhelmed with emotion, Layla struggled to hold back her tears as two droplets slowly welled up at the corners of her eyes. She softly murmured, "It's so beautiful." Delward pressed his lips together slightly, gazing at Layla with a tender, loving look as he remained silently quiet. Standing off to the side, Dane and Ernest smiled along with the music as if celebrating for her. Layla suddenly turned to look at him and expressed, "Looking at this makes me feel like Mom got better." Squinting her eyes into a smile as her tears spilled over, she whispered, "Thank you, brother." The music continued to play alongside the scene of the mother and daughter holding hands. Delward pulled his younger sister into an embrace, closing his eyes with a tender smile. "I'm the one who should be saying thank you." Cradled in his arms, Layla quietly shed tears as she listened. Delward continued, "Thank you, Layla." Watching from afar, Dane and Ernest were deeply moved by the sight, with Ernest unable to hold back his own tears. Amidst that scenery, the small music box kept playing its crystal-clear tune. At the same time, over at the banquet, the Duke of Termian looked around before asking in bewilderment, "Wait, come to think of it, where did all the main guests go?" Tilting his head in confusion, he wondered, where on earth did they all run off to? As for Dane's group, they were currently gathered in the mansion's courtyard where Layla voiced her regret. "You really can't stay? You should at least meet Dad." Hearing that, Delward resolutely refused. "Sorry, Layla, I don't know what's going to happen next. I'll say hello to Dad next time, hope you understand." He suddenly grabbed Layla's arm and instructed further, "I left a communication code inside the crystal, just call anytime. I'll be staying in the Empire a bit longer, so if you need anything, I'll come right back." Lowering her head shyly, Layla replied, "All right, but please be careful," to which Delward answered firmly, "Of course, I'll be back soon." As if suddenly remembering something, he spoke up, causing Layla to look up. "Ah, and this too." Delward handed over a small, carefully wrapped pouch. "Take it, it helps reduce Mom's symptoms." He looked gently at Layla and carefully advised, "Remember to give it to her regularly and don't tell Dad what I told you." Layla stared wide-eyed at Delward for a few seconds before snapping out of it and answering, "Okay, I'll take good care of Mom." Hearing that, he fell silent, staring intently at Layla without looking away. With a smile, Delward offered his parting words, "Well then, I'll leave my little sister in your care. When I get back, let's all go up the mountain together." Dane enthusiastically responded, "Of course, have a safe trip." Right after that, he immediately turned around to build momentum. Delward leaped high enough to clear the mansion's fence, calling out, "I'm heading out. Take care, Layla." In an instant, he vaulted over the boundary wall, his signature family-colored hair streaming behind him. Within a few short seconds, Delward's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only the starry sky and the familiar fence as usual. Wearing a worried expression, Layla pressed a hand to her chest, whispering, "He's really gone." Ernest immediately stepped in to comfort her. "He'll be fine, Layla. He looks insanely strong." Right at that moment, Dane startled as if sensing something, quickly glancing off in another direction. Dane turned and asked for a favor. "Ernest, can you help calm Layla down for a moment?" Prompting a confused Ernest to ask, Where are you going?" To which Dane hastily made up an excuse, "I left something in the room, I'll be right back." Watching his retreating back, Ernest smiled and said, "All right, go ahead, I'll stay here with Layla." The courtyard where they had just been standing emptied out in moments. The bright full moon hung high above, casting its glow across the night sky. Meanwhile, along a cobblestone path, the sound of hurried, relentless footsteps echoed out. Delward dashed forward in long strides, thinking tensely, "These guys are so persistent, I never thought they'd track me all the way here." Darting past dark windows, he reasoned, "Luckily they don't know I'm from the Termian Duchy. They must have been lingering around while I was inside the mansion. It was a good thing I snuck out through the secret passage." Bursting out of a small alley just before leaving the Drenic Empire, Delward furrowed his brows tighter the more he thought about it, revealing that "I'm from the Althian Empire" was a huge mistake. He kept running forward at top speed, his cloak billowing behind him. "How much longer can I keep this up?" Gritting his teeth in frustration, he resolved within himself, "I have to break my mother's curse at all costs." Suddenly, Delward slammed on the brakes, his shoes sliding across the ground with a harsh screech. He stopped with his entire body rigid, his already tense face darkening completely. Staring at the dead end blocking his path, Delward couldn't help cursing out loud, damn it. Right at that moment, the men in black cloaks hunting him down caught up to the spot. One of them abruptly called out, "You left too long of a trail." Two other black-cloaked figures emerged one after another from around the corner. Even on a nearby rooftop, two more men stood waiting. Delward found himself cornered on all sides with no way out, and he muttered through clenched teeth, "Is this really the end?" Standing in the middle of the assassin's circle, Delward mentally took stock, in total about 10 of them. The assassins slowly drew their blades, prompting Delward to assess, "One look and you can tell they're seasoned pros." Resting his hand on his sword hilt, he calculated, "If I'm lucky, I can take down 2 of them." Delward gritted his teeth in fierce anger. Drawing his sword and glaring at the assassins, he thought, "Sorry, Layla, looks like I won't be able to keep my promise." One assassin frowned, staring right at him. He roared the command, "Kill him!" and the surrounding assassins immediately lunged at Delward to attack. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance, relentlessly slashing at him with their swords. He was forced backward against the wall. Delward mentally lamented, "If I knew things would turn out like this, I should have apologized to Dad before leaving." He froze, eyes widening as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. A faint greenish light flashed, and then it continuously zipped back and forth through the ranks of the assassins. The assassins tried in vain to block the streaks of light with their blade. One of them cried out, "Captain, those are mana bullets," and the lead assassin demanded angrily, "What? Who's helping him? He always operates alone. Who on earth managed to bypass the traps and get all the way in here?" A familiar figure materialized behind their backs and Dane spoke up, "Assassins shouldn't be this careless." 2 of the assassins whipped their heads around to look at him. Glaring at Dane, they barked, "Who the hell are you?" He smiled and replied, "You don't need to know." A short while later, Dane and Delward had wiped out the assassins. Checking the bodies one by one, Delward said, "I didn't expect you to show up out of nowhere like this," to which Dane replied with a smile, "I had a bad feeling so I followed you. Besides, I figured we should deal with them quickly. It would be a pain if rumors started spreading." Delward wondered, "Even so, it's hard to believe. You're only 14, yet you dodged all the traps and managed to get close." And Dane answered, "I learned from my mother. She taught me how to disarm traps and infiltrate places." Smiling, he said, "I see. Thank you, you saved my life." He continued, "These guys are the ones who have been dogging me relentlessly, so this is how you manage to shake them off." After a moment, Delward slung his bag over his shoulder and said, "Layla's really lucky to have a friend like you," to which Dane replied with a smile, "It's nothing." Delward added, "They've been trailing me ever since the border." Scratching his head with a sigh, he went on, "I don't get how they keep picking up my trail," prompting Dane to muse, "In situations like this." He channeled mana into his eyes and thought, "Usually, targets get tagged with something." Before his eyes appeared the mana pathways on Delward's body. Lowering his gaze to the man's feet, Dane spotted a strange current of mana tracing a circular pattern, and he realized, there it is. Dane spoke up, "I think I know why. Check the sole of your shoe." Pulling off his shoe, Delward asked, "What do you mean?" He answered, "There's a mana signal tracker attached to it," causing the man to instantly freeze. Staring at the glowing light on his shoe sole, Delward muttered, "For real." Dane explained, "Assassins frequently use these. It's so small you wouldn't notice it, but its tracking range is very strong. It was probably planted on you before you crossed the border." Delward wondered, "How did you spot it?" "I completely missed it," and Dane urged, "Take it off first," to which he quickly agreed, "Ah, right." Dane stated, "They won't be able to track you anymore, so you can rest easy," and Delward replied, "That's a relief. I'll need to be much more careful from now on." Dane suddenly fell silent in deep thought. Staring at Delward, who was busy removing the tracking device, he asked, "Still, why are you traveling all by yourself like this?" He questioned further, "Wouldn't it have been better to visit the Duke first? You could have explained everything to your eldest brother and asked for help." Delward let his arms drop to his sides. He pressed his lips together in silence. Thinking of his father, Delward explained, "Dad probably just thinks I'm useless. He wanted me to become the head of the house, but I ran off right after graduation." He added, "He probably wouldn't believe what I have to say anyway." Delward continued, "And my brother has even less political ambition than I do. He's stationed far away in the eastern region, busy fighting monsters. There's no way I can ask him for help." Raising his head to look at the night sky, he said, "So for now, going it alone is still easier. I'll gather all the ingredients to cure my mother and prove myself to my family." He concluded, "Now's still not the time." Dane replied, "I understand," thinking internally, "If that's what you want to do, I respect it." Afterward, Delward put his shoes back on. Smiling, he said, "All done, I've cleared it all out. I will definitely repay this favor." Dane smiled back, "Sure, I won't mind accepting." Then, handing over a piece of paper, the man said, "This is my communication code. Call me if you ever need help." Dane remarked, "You have to stay alive to pay off your debts," prompting a hearty laugh. "True." He accepted the slip of paper from his hand. Dane said, "Thanks, I'll keep it safe." while Delward hesitated before adding, and, please look after my little sister, to which Dane answered, got it, you can count on me. Delward forced a bright smile. Dane smiled back in return. Walking away, Delward muttered to himself, I shouldn't tell Layla about tonight. Smiling to himself, he thought, if she found out, she'd definitely want to chase after me. Faint moonlight trickled down onto the main road. Dane smiled and mumbled, I should head back. A nearby street lamp emitted a warm, pale yellow glow. The next day, back at the academy, Dane asked Layla, how's your mom doing? And she replied, she's doing a lot better, she even managed to eat today, prompting him to say, that's great. Layla recounted, Dad was really happy too. He acts indifferent on the outside, but he's actually super curious about my brother. Dane asked in surprise, you told your dad everything. Layla smiled and answered, not everything, just that he dropped by and left some medicine. Tilting her head, she added, but besides that, we've got something more important today, remember? Leading Dane to ask, important. Layla declared, let's go to the Termian Forge. Before long, they arrived at their destination and Layla introduced it. This is the Termian Forge. Dane gasped in astonishment. This is a forge, it's so huge it looks like a small town. Clasping her hands behind her head, she nonchalantly answered, yep, it's so sprawling that the area around the forge feels like a small village, though only a few blacksmiths actually manufacture equipment here. Layla also emphasized that since it was run by a small group of master blacksmiths, security was extremely strict, and entering without a token was strictly forbidden. He couldn't help wondering, what about you, Layla? She admitted honestly, even as a member of the Thermion family, I can't just walk in freely without going with my father. Hearing this, Dane felt a bit nervous, so that means don't tell me I have to go in all by myself. Layla nodded, that's right, even I've never been inside. Dane was about to receive such a cool weapon on his own, and Ernest looked at him with full admiration. I'm so jealous, Dane. He swallowed hard and stepped forward. No other choice, I'll go in quickly, so wait for me. Dane walked into the forge area alone. Along the way, two people were chatting. Even though this place is huge, there really aren't many people around. He couldn't help marveling silently. The scale is truly gigantic. Dane cast his gaze around to observe everything, from the furnaces to the manufacturing workshop. His eyes turned toward a display area for weapons. I wonder what kind of weapon I'll get. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, accompanied by a loud noise. Dane stared blankly upward. What was that? Sounds like the earth is quaking. His eyes narrowed when he spotted something. No. In front of him, a giant holding a massive hammer was walking over, and he confirmed to himself, those are footsteps. It was the blacksmith Volbak who looked down at Dane. So it's you, the kid who received the forge's token. He panicked inwardly. A giant like that actually exists? After a few seconds of freezing up, Dane awkwardly greeted, hello, I'm Dane. I received the token from the head of the Thermion family when I was young. It's an honor to meet you. Volbak confirmed with a stern tone, I've heard a lot about you. Thermion doesn't hand out tokens casually to just anyone. Dane swallowed nervously. I understand. I look forward to your guidance, while silently wondering, does he talk to the Duke so casually? He frowned to remind him, let me make this clear first. Your status means nothing here. There are only blacksmiths and non-blacksmiths here. Even royalty Thermion is the only exception. Volbek paused for a beat before continuing, even as a member of the Thermion family, you still need actual capability. These words made Dane swallow unconsciously. Even so, he deeply admired him, a master who didn't fear royal authority, truly an extraordinary person. He urged, follow me, I'll show you the inside. Dane quietly followed behind Volbak as they traversed a long, wide corridor, torches mounted on the stone walls casting a pale yellow glow. He marveled, the deeper we go, the larger and wider this place gets compared to the outside. He explained, it's built to match my body size. I'm of mixed blood, half dwarf, half human. That combination gave me this large build. Think of it as a special physique. Volbek warned, so don't say anything rude about my appearance. Dane replied without hesitation, of course not, while thinking, looks like he's been through a lot. Walking for a bit, Volbek stopped and asked, all right, kid with the token, you came here for a reason. What do you want? Dane hesitated, actually, I haven't decided yet. This will be an important weapon for me, so I have to consider carefully. He nodded, right, very wise, but from what I want to see, what you want is already quite clear. He was curious, what do you think I want? Volbek reached out to push open a door and replied, I smell metal. From the scent alone, I can tell how a weapon was forged and what shape it takes. He speculated, you carry the scent of a good spear and a good dagger on you, so what you want is neither a spear nor a dagger. Dane couldn't help being surprised, being able to tell a weapon just by smelling it, truly amazing and accurate too. Volbek glanced back and urged, get in, this is my private workshop. After stepping inside, he placed several swords onto the table, and Dane stepped closer to observe. Volbek offered a suggestion, since you already have a pretty good spear and dagger, what do you think about a sword? While asking, he also thoughtfully inquired, is the table too high? He shook his head. It's fine. Dane thought carefully. A sword. He expressed, right, it's one of the weapon types I'm best at. It's the foundation of combat and also the most powerful weapon. Volbek teased, your dad would probably scold you if he heard that. Dane chuckled, true, but as you can see, I'm still growing. If I make a sword now, won't it be hard to use when I get bigger later? He shrugged, that's not a problem at all. I can easily craft a sword that you'll still use comfortably even when you're fully grown. That's what a true blacksmith does. He suddenly recalled, a sword, it's indeed a common weapon, but in my past life it was the weapon I used best, if he forges it right. After a moment of deliberation, Dane decided, all right, I'll choose a sword. Volbek praised, a wise choice. Actually, when I first saw you, a suitable sword style popped into my head. Given your build, I could instantly picture the perfect design. He looked surprised. Really, that makes things much faster. He replied with a firm nod, yes, I'll let you pick whatever material you like. Dane's eyes widened further, revealing excitement. Then, Volbek grandly declared, it's best if I show you directly, follow me. He continued, leading him to the material warehouse. Looking at the colorful mineral stones in front of him, Dane couldn't help marveling. Amazing, are all these used to craft equipment? Volbek said proudly, you could say every kind of mineral in the world is right here. He eagerly proposed, can I look around? He didn't refuse, sure, feel free to choose. Granted permission, Dane approached closely to observe, this thing looks extremely rare. Seeing that reaction, Volbek was somewhat at a loss for words, you've got a good eye. The colorful mineral stones glowed continuously. Dane rubbed his chin in indecision. Impressive, not only are there rare minerals, but also many types I've never seen before. A lot of things look really interesting. He reached toward a blue stone and Volbek spoke up, that's Terragang. He introduced, it's light, durable, and can deflect impact forces. It's better suited for armor than weapons, though right now there isn't enough to forge a complete set of armor. Dane nodded and shifted his attention to a red stone. I see, what about this one? Volbek hurriedly stopped him. Ezendanio, don't touch it, it's poisonous. You have to use neutralizer gloves to handle it. He panicked and pulled his hand back, swallowing a gulp. So dangerous, I can't use this one. Suddenly, Dane was drawn to something else. His gaze settled on a black mineral stone. That one feels really strange. Dane quickly jogged over to the pedestal holding the stone and asked, what is this called? Volbek stood behind him with a deep gaze and didn't answer immediately. After a good while he slowly spoke up, that is Arcanium. Hearing this, Dane startled. He stammered, Arcanium, don't tell me it comes from the ancient magic kingdom of Arcana. Volbek stroked his beard in confirmation, right, it's a metal excavated from the royal castle ruins of that ancient kingdom. It's extremely rare, very little of the ruins remains now and almost nothing is left from the foundation of the old royal palace. He added, but besides knowing it's a metal, no one has been able to determine its use or composition. Dane wondered, why? Volbek explained, because it cannot be melted or analyzed. With current technology, nobody can melt or test this ore, so it's just viewed as a rare collectible. Hearing that, he fell silent. Seeing Dane unresponsive, Volbek reminded him, since it's practically unusable, you should look at something else. He startled, what about the one next to it? He replied, that's Artma, only found deep within the veins of the Haverox Mountains. Volbek kept talking, but Dane didn't seem to hear anything else. He pressed his lips together. What is this feeling? Dane's gaze was pulled back to the black stone from earlier, as if it were calling out to him. That feeling grew clearer and clearer, like a whisper in the silence. Choose me. He stood motionless, completely drawn in. Suddenly the stone trembled slightly, as if moving. Dane looked astonished. No way is it reacting to me. Before he could think further, the stone suddenly emitted a beam of light. Dane widened his eyes in astonishment. The light from the stone spread powerfully, startling even Volbek. The beam of light swiftly enveloped Dane's body. Startled, Volbek shouted out in alarm, hey kid. At the Thermaean Forge, Master Blacksmith Bolvark with his impressive beard couldn't hide his amazement. What on earth was going on? The Arcanium chunk, a metal previously deemed impossible to forge, was actually reacting in his hands. Dane Saugers, the young man with distinctive red and white hair, thought to himself. It reacted just from him looking at it. Didn't that mean it could actually be forged? Master Bolvark was so shaken he broke out in a sweat. Dane's extraordinary mana-sensing ability had triggered an unprecedented phenomenon. From the stone, Master Bolvark could clearly sense the scent of metal. In this state, working it might actually be feasible. He still couldn't believe it. Arcanium was a metal that no one had ever been able to use before. While Master Bolvark stood dazed, wondering who on earth this kid was, Dane showed extreme excitement, as if he had already foreseen the result. After a while, the Arcanium cooled down and returned to its original solid state. Master Bolvark looked at Dane and declared decisively, you said you wanted to forge a sword, right? Then let's do it. I'll forge it myself. Dane cheered with joy, expressing absolute trust in Master Bolvark's craftsmanship. But that was the only time Arcanium reacted. No matter how many times they tried afterward, the metal refused to melt, bringing all their efforts to a dead end. While everyone was fumbling around, Karna's, Dane's companion, a small dragon-like creature, also looked worried. Dane suddenly remembered the thing that had melted Arcanium in a split second was Karna's brilliant flame. The terrifying heat from that flame was the key to solving the problem. Back in the present, Dane was chatting with his two friends, Ernest, the bookish guy with glasses, and Layla, the enthusiastic pink-haired girl. He explained, "We've decided to seal Karna's flame inside an artifact." That artifact was a lantern containing Karna's powerful flame. With this heat source, Master Bulwark would be able to continue the forging process. Layla happily said, "That's amazing, you're getting help from Karna's again. A sword made of Arcanium, it's bound to be incredibly strong and beautiful. How romantic is that?" Dane nodded firmly, his eyes flashing with determination and anticipation for the legendary sword about to be born. After everything was arranged, the group decided to head back to the academy, but first, they had to grab lunch. Naturally, the group cheerfully headed into town. A week later at the academy, students were buzzing around the bulletin board. A major event was about to begin, one reserved for the most outstanding talents and even sponsored by the royalty. It was the recruitment notice for the academy's regular monster suppression team. This activity would take place under the command of the Fourth Night Order. With huge rewards and fierce competition, this event attracted everyone's attention. Dane's group was there too. The entire academy was burning with excitement over this monster suppression. Dane smirked. He knew that not only was there a reward, but this being a royal event, it was a chance for everyone to showcase themselves. Layla suddenly remembered something. Wait, the Fourth Night Order. She narrowed her eyes, trying to connect the dots. Wasn't that the Night Order led by the man who accompanied the third prince last time? What a coincidence. Priscilla, the blonde girl from the Department of Divinity, confirmed. "Are you talking about Sir Delphian Want?" Layla turned around and teased. "Right, Priscilla wasn't there then. Everyone went crazy over those royal gifts." Another student curiously asked, "Has the suppression location been announced?" Someone nearby replied, "I heard from a friend in the Department of Divinity that it's a ruin near the capital." Hearing the word ruins, Ernest's eyes instantly lit up. Dane noticed keenly, "Your eyes changed the moment you heard the word ruins." Ernest explained that it was an ancient site abandoned for some reason and monsters had moved in to occupy it. Priscilla sighed, complaining that monsters were such a hassle. She stated, "The Department of Divinity gets automatically dispatched, so I have to go too, probably to heal the injured, right?" Layla turned to Dane with curious eyes. "What about you, Dane? Are you planning to go?" Dane was silent for a moment, his eyes gleaming with thoughtful calculation. Dane thought to himself that Priscilla had to go and Ernest would definitely participate just because of the ruins. He turned to Layla and said, "Layla, isn't this a great opportunity for you to gain combat experience against monsters?" He continued in a resonant voice, "There's nothing better to get stronger than actual combat. Let's register together. I'm going too." Layla immediately agreed. Hearing Dane's decision, Ernest's eyes behind his glasses also turned resolute. Layla chimed in excitedly, "So our whole club is participating, right? This is going to be so fun." Dane reminded Ernest, "Don't let your guard down too much, Ernest. They're still monsters, and the selection test won't be easy either." Ernest looked a bit worried but still agreed. Dane smiled confidently. He knew that even if Ernest seemed weak in combat, his knowledge and skills regarding ruins were top-notch. Ernest would definitely have a chance to shine. "Then let's start our special training today." The group burned with fighting spirit, agreeing to meet after class, determined to give it their all this time. The scene shifted to a large and magnificent hall of the academy, where students were lined up neatly, signaling that a momentous event was about to take place. A few days later, the monster suppression team selection officially began. This was one of the Academy's biggest annual events. The students tried their best to show off their abilities, hoping to catch the eye of the Royal Knight Order and the nobles. For the professors and important figures like Sir Delphian and the Third Prince sitting in the stands, this was a chance to witness the students' growth firsthand. Sir Delphian Want, the esteemed commander, turned to report to the Third Prince, "Your Highness, all preparations are complete." The Third Prince, an authoritative royal with red hair, smirked. "Good, let's begin." A horn sounded, officially kicking off the grueling selection. The Academy flag was hoisted, and the operator's voice echoed everywhere. "We will now begin the selection for the monster suppression team." Immediately, the atmosphere became electric with the excited cheers of the students. The selection was held in a large arena inside the Academy. The test started with sword fights. Students lunged at each other, the sound of clashing metal ringing endlessly. Meanwhile, in another area, mages were also showing off their talents with colorful and powerful spellcasting displays. One-on-one duels using spears and other weapons were also fiercely contested. Physical fitness tests took place where students from the combat department showed off their muscle power in barehanded combat matches. Meanwhile, the summoning department was also in its trial phase, with summoned magical beasts fighting. The atmosphere of the selection was extremely tense and fierce on all fronts. The bracket charts were constantly updated, showing the students' progress through each elimination round. Meanwhile, in the royal meeting room, a heated argument was taking place. The department heads refused to yield. Dane Saugers must be assigned to the sword department. Absurd, with such outstanding magical talent, he obviously belongs to the magic department. It's all meaningless, he must enter the summoning department, no doubt about it. Another professor praised Dane's spear skills. Have you guys seen that student's spear techniques? Just hand him a spear and he'll skewer everything. Witnessing the chaotic scene, the third prince just shook his head, thinking that this argument would never end. He interlaced his fingers and spoke up. Everyone calm down. Sir Delphian just silently observed with a stern expression. Hearing the third prince's voice, the professors instantly fell silent, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the room. The third prince said, seeing everyone arguing so passionately, it's clear he's truly an exceptional student. Isn't that right, Sir Want? Sir Want bowed in confirmation. That's right, Your Highness. There have been students taking 2 departments, but in history, no one has ever passed all 4 departments with the highest scores. The third prince smirked, thinking to himself, as expected of Dane. He tapped his finger lightly on the table, seemingly having made a decision. He stood up and said, even if I choose a department myself, this argument won't end. Therefore, I've come up with a solution. A professor anxiously asked, What is it, Your Highness? The third prince looked straight at them, his voice full of authority. There is only one way to properly utilize his special ability. That is to have him directly join my own unit. The final decision was made, putting an end to all the turf wars and opening up a completely new future for Dane. The third prince had his eyes on Dane Saugers, believing that with Dane's overwhelming talent, there was only one logical way to use it. And that way was to have Dane join his personal unit. A move showing he wanted to turn Dane into his own piece. Scene cut to the day the suppression team departed. The schedule for this campaign was quite simple. They would stay in the ruins for 2 days to hunt monsters, serving both as a security measure and a test of the students' skill. However, the atmosphere for this trip was quite tense, as everyone hoped no one would lose their lives. Some families even forbade their children from participating because no matter how talented you were, dying at the hands of monsters was still a waste. Everyone looked very tense. Priscilla Neriel, the blonde girl in Dane's group, said this was a real battle and they had to be careful not to get hurt, because the healing team couldn't be everywhere. Dane also cautioned his friends, saying that since they would be moving separately, he couldn't protect everyone, so they had to be extremely careful. Priscilla then reassured them not to be too scared, because the Night Order would thoroughly protect the students throughout the campaign, though people still died sometimes. Her words made Ernest and Layla even more frightened, wondering if this trip would really be okay. Dane advised everyone not to overexert themselves or act alone. If it looked dangerous, run immediately. Everyone chorused in response. Afterwards, the army moved into position. A commander ordered everyone to gather and quickly move to their assigned areas. Another emphasized doing their best in their assigned roles and absolutely not dying. That was all. Dane Saugers, belonging to the Royal Direct Unit, excitedly rallied everyone to go. Layla Thermion of the Combat Division cheerfully said her goodbyes. Ernest Dillon of the Scouting Division was also very excited, wondering how long it had been since an adventure like this. And Priscilla Neriel of the Healing Division wished everyone a safe return. All the students faced forward together, beginning a challenging journey. They arrived at the Rawasan region. Along the way, Dane Saugers felt something was off. He approached Sir Hilderin, one of the commanders, to ask. Dane said he heard the initial plan was to head west of Rawasan. He was told they would reach the camp in half a day, but now they were heading east instead of west as planned. Dane wondered why the route changed so abruptly. Dane's sharpness caught the attention of the deputy commander of the 4th Royal Knight Order, Royas Hilderin. He praised Dane and asked him to keep what he was about to reveal a secret, as it might cause panic among the other students. Dane looked understanding, keeping silent and agreeing to keep it a secret. Sir Hilderin began to explain, sweat pouring from his face, showing that the situation was far from simple. He revealed that monster movements had been detected west of Rawasan, where they originally intended to go. A massive horde of monsters was approaching. A large group was confirmed heading toward the ruins. According to the Rawasan Ranger unit, their number was at least 300. Dane was shocked to hear that number, 300 monsters. He analyzed that bizarre monsters usually had distinct traits and didn't tend to gather. The fact that they were gathering and moving to one place was abnormal. Sir Hilderin once again had to acknowledge Dane's sharpness. He said that based on his experience in cases like this, it was very likely the ruins themselves were attracting the monsters. Dane couldn't help but worry, wondering what kind of ruins could attract monsters. Sir Hilderin explained that was why they were detouring to the opposite side. He reassured Dane that no matter how many gathered, they would be burned to ashes before their forces. Dane expressed agreement. But deep down he still had an ominous feeling. Ruins that attract monsters, if not dealt with quickly, things could turn very bad. Right at that moment, a soldier ran over to report to the deputy commander that they had arrived at the campsite. Sir Hilderin immediately ordered all units to pitch camp, demanding all preparations be completed before sunset. The soldiers chorused their acknowledgement. Twilight fell over the mountains, signaling a long night ahead. As night fell, Dane's group stood on a cliff observing. Priscilla remarked that this terrain was bad for defense. Dane agreed, but with such a large crowd, they had no other choice. Layla anxiously asked Dane if something was going to happen. Dane replied it was hard to say and they should assign watch shifts carefully, especially keeping watch toward Ruwasan, where the threat from the monster horde lay. Dane looked toward the mountains, an uneasy feeling rising up. The whole group felt something chilling. Suddenly, Dane felt something squirming in his shirt. It was Karna's, his little dragon. It wanted to crawl out. Karna seemed very agitated. Dane didn't understand why it was suddenly acting like this. Right after that, Karnas flew out, hovering panically and sounding an alarm. This unusual, violent reaction was a bad sign, catching the group's attention. Layla anxiously asked Dane what was happening to Karnas. Dane didn't know either but guessed it was sensing something. Ernest and Priscilla also noticed the abnormality. Ernest said Karnas was in a state of high alert. There was definitely something out there and a wild dragon's senses couldn't be ignored. Priscilla immediately urged Dane to report it to Sir Hilderin right away. Dane immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Karnas kept flying around in a panic, its cries full of anxiety. Dane told his friends he would go report to Sir Hilderin and ask them to watch over Karnas while he was gone. Everyone agreed and Dane quickly left. Inside the command tent, Sir Hilderin looked skeptical when hearing Dane report about an attack. Dane urgently said they needed to reinforce defenses, mobilize magic students to thicken the barrier and prepare maximum countermeasures. But Sir Hilderin just told him to calm down. He thought Dane was being overly sensitive since it was his first camping trip. He claimed he had sent scouts to the mountainside and there were no issues, then asked Dane what proof he had. Dane was flustered. He couldn't exactly say Karnas reacted, so he had to make up a reason. He lied that they had found monster dung, footprints, and fur, and all of them seemed recent. However, Sir Hilderin brushed it off, saying even if they were recent, it was just a few. Monsters weren't stupid enough to attack when seeing such a large force. He told Dane to rest easy and go rest, and if anything happened they would handle it. Dane was furious, he clearly wasn't listening at all. Dane still tried to persuade, saying they still needed to reinforce, especially near the mountain, moving guards forward. But Sir Hilderin lost patience and yelled at him to stop. Sir Hilderin angrily stood up abruptly. He pointed at Dane's face and scolded that no matter how talented he was still just a student. His army was the elite of the empire. Finally, he kicked Dane straight out. Dane was left speechless at that arrogance. When Dane returned, Ernest angrily said this suppression had failed from the start. Priscilla asked Dane what they should do now. Unexpectedly, Dane said this might actually be good. His friends looked blankly, not understanding. Dane explained with a meaningful smile that since they had given a warning, it would be a justified reason for them to act, and superiors wouldn't be able to argue later. Priscilla seemed to understand Dane's intention. Ernest and Layla panicked, asking if he wanted them to go stop it themselves. Dane's face became extremely resolute. He asserted they couldn't ignore even a small chance. This concerned the lives of the knights and academy students. Dane had decided to take action himself. The monsters suddenly attacked and stepped into Dane's traps. Chain explosions occurred, wiping out a large number of monsters. Wave after wave of monsters rushed up and were blown away by preset traps, preventing them from pushing deeper inside. At the campsite, a soldier panicked and shouted loudly, alerting everyone that monsters were launching a night raid. Everyone was ordered to quickly arm and gather. The scene became chaotic. A terrified student yelled that he had no actual combat experience yet. Meanwhile, the knights were also urgently preparing. The night order quickly gathered. A commander shouted loudly, demanding everyone get into battle formation immediately as this was a live combat situation. A guardsman hurriedly ran to find the deputy commander to report the emergency situation. He panted as he reported to the deputy commander that a large number of monsters were approaching from Mount Ruwa. By estimate, their number reached about 200. Hearing the number 200, the deputy commander was stunned and shocked. The soldier reported further that fortunately explosive traps were slowing their advance, and it looked like a few students were holding the front line. The deputy commander asked in surprise about explosive traps, since he had never ordered their installation. The deputy commander suddenly realized something, sweat breaking out. He thought to himself, could the person doing this be Dane Saugers? Meanwhile, outside, Dane's traps continued to work their magic, wiping out wave after wave of monsters rushing forward. Monsters including goblins and black wolves collapsed on the mountainside, unable to break through the barrier of traps. At this moment, Dane's group watched from above, with one of his teammates celebrating the fact that the traps had actually proven effective. The purple-haired girl in the group looked down, noting that the army below finally seemed to have grasped the situation and were now regrouping and advancing. Layla, the pink-haired girl, let out a small snort and said, "See, wouldn't it have been better if they had just listened to Dane from the start?" Keeping a serious expression, Dane reminded everyone not to let their guard down. He explained that the monsters they had just seen were likely just fast-moving vanguard forces, and the truly powerful ones would come later. Looking excited, Layla figured that everything up to that point was just a warm-up, and she was ready to show the monsters her true power. Dane stood in deep thought, observing the situation from above with a pensive look on his face. He remained silent for a long while, as if analyzing something. After a moment of reflection, Dane felt that something genuinely wasn't right about this attack. He noticed that the goblins and black wolves, two species that usually didn't cooperate, were fighting alongside each other. They were even attacking simultaneously and in an organized manner instead of rushing in chaotically out of instinct. Dane concluded that this wasn't normal, sensing that they were being directed by someone pulling the strings from behind, and his intuition told him that person was about to appear. Just as Dane predicted, a colossal dark shadow emerged, signaling the start of the second wave. Layla and Ernest assumed combat stances, their expressions extremely tense. Ernest shouted to warn Dane that they were closing in. A much larger army of monsters, including massive orcs, appeared and let out a roar, prompting Dane to order everyone to hold their formation. The massive and ferocious army of monsters charged straight toward Dane's group. A blonde girl alongside Ernest and Layla also readied herself, declaring that the second half was about to begin. With a confident and decisive expression, Dane ordered the entire team to wipe out all the monsters. Immediately, Dane began chanting, preparing to unleash his trump card. A gigantic pillar of magical light shot up into the sky, signaling that a powerful summoner was about to emerge as Dane commanded it to answer his call. In the distance, the army of knights and other trainees felt a massive surge of magical power that immediately drew their attention. The vice commander looked shocked, asking what that was, while a soldier wondered if it was another explosive trap, though the guard from earlier recognized the difference. He stammered that it was a Tier 4 summoner, Etherak, leaving the vice commander and the other trainees too stunned for words. Right after that, Etherak, a giant wolf surrounded by a swirl of purple energy, appeared and let out a powerful roar. Etherak plunged right into the thick of the monster horde, tearing them apart effortlessly with its razor-sharp claws. Goblin after goblin was ripped to shreds beneath Etherak's claws. Even the massive orc stood no chance against it. Etherak rampaged all by itself, easily sweeping through a wide area of the monster horde. Witnessing the scene, the purple-haired girl gasped in amazement that the monsters couldn't even move, while Ernest recognized it as Dane's summon and called it insanely strong, though she reminded him not to lower his guard. Ernest confidently replied not to worry, promising he wouldn't let a single one slip past. With that, Ernest drew his bow and fired an arrow imbued with magic toward the monsters. His arrow easily pierced right through a massive orc. Layla was also fighting with everything she had, using her sword to hack the monsters to pieces. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, and they kept pouring in continuously, forcing even Ernest into a hard struggle to hold his ground. He couldn't help but be amazed by their endless numbers. Suddenly, the fiercely attacking monsters abruptly turned around and fled all at once. Ernest shouted to let Layla know that the monsters were running away. With sharp eyes and refusing to give them a chance to escape, Layla immediately gave chase. She quickly closed the distance to the fleeing monster horde. Layla's pink hair whipped in the wind as she surged forward. Shouting that she wouldn't let them get away, Layla swung her sword to attack. She plunged into the midst of the monsters, swinging her refined blade with expert precision and cutting down foe after foe. Her slashes were sharp and immensely powerful, and not a single monster could put up a defense. Layla's sword flashed in the night, weaving a deadly dance. She fought with high enthusiasm as monster blood splattered everywhere. Watching the scene, Dane smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself that it was just like Layla. All her hard training had finally paid off. Suddenly, Karna's Dane's little dragon flew over and let out an unusual cry, as if it had sensed something. Dane turned back to ask Karna's what was wrong, his expression turning serious. Standing amid the countless monster corpses, Dane asked Karna's if there were stronger enemies lurking deeper inside, feeling his own blood starting to boil. Dane decided to leave Etherak behind to hold the defensive line. He trusted that with the others around, the rear would be fine. Dane let out a breath, steeling himself for a bold decision. He thought to himself that this was the first time since his past life that he was charging straight into enemy territory like this. With a confident smile, Dane ordered Karnas to follow him, and the two headed deeper into the mountain to find the true mastermind, bringing Chapter 72 to a close. Not long after, Karnas's fireballs began flying across the battlefield, roasting the orcs into piles of charred barbecue meat, facing the terrifying firepower of the little guy. Not a single orc could put up any resistance, as they could only scream in despair, while Karnas kept on spitting flames without a moment of rest. On the other side, our protagonist swung his sword in combat while offering praise. "Great job, Karnas. You've gotten a lot stronger, little guy." Saying that, Dane swept his gaze forward to concentrate on the path ahead, while simultaneously executing a strike that instantly hit two orcs, making them wail in agony. Next came an uninterrupted flurry of sword swings. Seeing the incredible durability of these bulky monsters, Dane couldn't help but offer a compliment. "Not bad, you guys still have this much energy left. Back in my past life, I probably would have run out of mana and exhausted myself ages ago. But with this body possessing ancient mana, that's no longer an issue." Having finished speaking, he gently touched down on the ground, gazed at the red dragon ahead and asked, "Are you the leader of these guys?" The red dragon didn't answer, but its eyes turned bloodshot, looking utterly furious. Seeing that, Dane declared, "Right then, I'll clear you out in a flash." The scene shifted to the student's location, where the monsters had now been completely wiped out by them. A young soldier ran up to report to the commander, "Vice Commander, we've completely eradicated the magical beasts." Hearing this, the commander looked somewhat surprised and asked back, "Really?" The soldier nodded repeatedly, "Yes, thanks to the trainee named Dane who took down the Alpha." Amidst the chaos of the beasts, the coordination between the Knight Order and the trainees really paid off. Luckily, the casualties were kept to a minimum. Upon hearing this, Royal seemed lost in thought. He looked over the monsters that the students had taken down and analyzed. Is this even reasonable? There were up to 200 magical beasts, 200 of them. At that scale, mobilizing the entire Knight Order might not even have been enough. Yet they were stopped by just 4 trainees. On top of that, the vast majority were wiped out by a single person. Is this what a genius looks like? Is just using the word genius enough to explain this? He gritted his teeth in thought. And to clear things up, he directly sought out the protagonist shortly after, greeting him. "Dane Saugers, you saved all of our lives. I'm sorry for ignoring your warning. If it weren't for you, we surely would have been ambushed by the magical beasts before we could react. And without a doubt, people would have been severely injured or even lost their lives. But now, only a few suffered minor injuries." With that said, he placed a hand over his chest, annoyed with himself, and spoke in a loud voice. "On behalf of everyone, I want to express my gratitude to you and your teammates." Across from him, Dane seemed somewhat surprised by the gesture, while the other 3 beamed with bright smiles. All around them, people began chiming in with thanks. "That's right, thanks to you guys we're alive. You saved the entire subjugation squad. This is a miracle." The soldiers raised their swords high in unison, while the trainees burst into continuous applause. Finding himself treated like a hero, Ernest couldn't stop grinning. "Thank you everyone, though we didn't do this just to be praised." Layla also nodded and chimed in. "Everyone worked hard." Turning back to Dane's perspective, he calmly replied to Royals, "This isn't my achievement alone. If you guys hadn't rushed in to reinforce us so quickly, it would have been hard to subjugate them. I'm sure the vice commander has realized it too. This whole thing isn't normal at all." Noticing something unusual, Royals hastily asked back, "What are you seeing, Dane?" Dane slowly explained what he had noticed. "That's right. The magical beasts moved in a very disciplined manner, as if they were receiving instructions. Even when they saw a powerful summoned beast, they didn't flee out of instinct. Above all, many different types of magical beasts gathered in one place without fighting amongst themselves. Pulling off a secret ambush like that is simply impossible." Hearing this, the vice commander also realized the gravity of the threat, acknowledging that what he said was true and that this subjugation might be even more dangerous than they had imagined. In his heart, he felt deep admiration for Dane. "To think I looked down on such a perceptive kid, how utterly embarrassing." Thinking that, he continued, "A messenger will be heading to the main camp of the subjugation force soon, and I will have a detailed report of this incident submitted. Now I understand why His Royal Highness placed you in his direct unit. I'll make sure the messenger reports thoroughly on your exploits." Dane smiled and thanked him. Afterwards, Royals turned to look at the group and asked further, "Right, you guys are a club, aren't you? What's the name of the club?" Standing in the distance, Ernest smiled and replied, "Romance, we are the Romance Club." Royals nodded and continued, "Romance, that's a fine name. I look forward to seeing your romantic performances in the future." Next, he began assigning tasks. "Now, let's start cleaning up the battlefield. Guards, sweep the entrance in case any magical beasts escaped. Everyone else gather the carcasses of the magical beasts and burn them. The group shouted in unison, understood. The scene shifted to the prince's location, where the sounds of strategy discussions echoed inside the meeting room. We must position the martial arts department on this side. The spear department will take the front line, followed by the martial arts department joining the fray. Since Area A has a concentration of magical beasts, we must encircle and wipe them out in one go. A commander spoke up. Your Highness, what do you think about having the magic department launch an attack at Point B? Hearing this, the prince shook his head in refusal. The idea is nice, but it's best to have the magic department observe the situation first. That area has treacherous terrain and we probably haven't fully grasped it yet. Witnessing his sharp remarks, the people inside the meeting room couldn't help but be shocked. What was going on? Just recently the whole world whispered he was cursed, so how could he change like this? Wasn't he supposed to be the most obscure prince? Just what on earth had happened, or had he been hiding his true self all this time? Standing off to the side and observing, one couldn't help but wear a faint smile on his lips. How wonderful, Your Highness! Not long ago those hands used to tremble while holding a spoon, yet now you command commanders so majestically. I don't know how your hands healed, but Your Highness has completely regained your confidence. Unaware of his thoughts, the prince's voice rang out. Knight Want, you said there's an area having problems, right? Tell me about it. Breaking out of his thoughts, one stepped toward the command table and explained. Yes, Your Highness. Right in this area, one of our reconnaissance squads went missing, and just a moment ago, another squad vanished without a trace. Once information made everyone's eyes go wide. 2 entire squads are missing. One could only give a helpless nod. That's right. Because this area is located near the center of the ruins, I suspect a strong magical source is at play. If we don't push closer to the ruins, I'm afraid we won't be able to thoroughly resolve this issue. Asir was flustered by the appearance of someone calling himself the Reaper, wondering why a high-ranking Reaper of the organization would wander into such a heavily guarded place. The young man emphasized that Asir surely knew how impossible it was for anyone to break in here, so he shouldn't just brush it off. Asir broke out in a cold sweat, his face completely drained of color as he couldn't fathom how the person in front of him managed to bypass the barrier and the dense swarm of monsters. Dane held his blade right against Asir's throat, coldly reminding him not to underestimate the situation, warning that this wasn't a joke and his life was in his hands. Asir gripped the edge of the table tightly, his heart filled with suspicion as he wondered who on earth this young man was and what method he used to sneak in all alone. Dane tilted his head to look at him, his voice dropping into a menacing tone as he ordered him to confess honestly if he still wanted to keep his pathetic life. Asir could only stay silent with sweat streaming down his face, the opponent's overwhelming presence rendering him speechless and unable to utter a single word of protest. Meanwhile, Dane secretly felt smug that his voice disguise and Reaper aura had successfully fooled the old man, marking the first phase of the interrogation as a success. Dane smirked and asked if the fun was about to begin, while the faint glow from his magic staff signaled that secrets were about to be laid bare. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Dane stood towering over him, pressing for his true motives as the atmosphere in the room grew more suffocating and tense than ever before. He interrogated him about the reason for gathering this gigantic army of monsters, suspecting that he was plotting to overthrow the Empire using the power of orcs and goblins. Facing the barrage of sharp questions, Asir kept his mouth firmly shut, lowering his head and trying to stay calm though his trembling shoulders betrayed him. Dane shouted for an immediate answer, suspecting he was carrying out some crazy experiment or following someone's orders. At the mention of orders, Asir froze for a moment with a nervous twitch, a tiny reaction that didn't escape the sharp eyes of the Sagar's genius. The blade pressed closer, emitting a bizarre and dangerous purple smoke while the crushing pressure made him feel as if the breath of death was right behind his back. Dane's gaze flashed with coldness upon noticing the opponent's reaction, capturing the deep-seated fear in the man's heart in the blink of an eye. Images of mysterious cloaked figures flashed through Dane's mind, wondering if the organization behind him was connected to them. He bluntly asked if he was a member of some secret organization, a direct question that caused Asir to freeze and his complexion to turn ashen. Stunned with his eyes wide open in disbelief that his secret had been exposed, panic began to take over his mind as he looked at the Reaper. Asir stared intently at the opponent's uniform and badge, utterly baffled as to how an outsider could possibly know of their existence. He screamed that he wouldn't confess anything and would keep it a secret even in death, but Dane remained calm as if he had anticipated this reaction. Dane wore a cunning smile behind his mask, looking extremely dangerous as he knew all too well how to make even the most stubborn individuals open their mouths willingly. His hand slammed heavily onto the table, creating a sharp crash that shattered the silence, marking the moment to shift the interrogation to a more brutal approach. Dane leaned in close to Asir's ear, whispering about a proper greeting. Seeing the guy's smile, he could only tremble from a sudden chilling sensation down his spine. He looked at Dane with his eyes wide open in terror. He warned him in a cold voice that he wouldn't repeat himself, forcing him to choose between spilling the beans or facing a bitter end. Dane's blazing red eyes pierced straight into Asir's mind, a murderous gaze that made him feel as though his soul was being choked by a terrifying entity. Dane, in his half-human, half-demon form, threatened coldly. He asked if he wanted to confess everything here or experience what it felt like in the dungeon. Asir crashed to the ground, trembling as he asked where on earth this young man had crawled out from. He couldn't possibly believe someone could break into this place without anyone knowing. Dane secretly felt pleased because the illusion was working extremely effectively. If this guy was in cahoots with the others, everything would become much easier. With a blade held right against him, Dane ordered him to state his true purpose. The space fell completely silent, save for Asir's panicked, gasping breath. Dane stepped forward, each footstep landing on the floor like a hammer blow to Asir's heart. The panicking old man backed away, his mouth stammering as he begged the young man to stay away from him. The sound of boot heels tapping against the floor carried heavy pressure. Dane raised an eyebrow, asking if he really intended to keep quiet until he died with a blade at his throat. A close-up of Dane's eerie eyes made even the viewers shudder. Invisible pressure radiating from the young man made the air in the room feel like it was freezing solid. Asir screamed in despair, preferring to die rather than knowing nothing to confess. His willpower was completely shattered before the terrifying intimidation of the Reaper. Dane's cold gaze seemed to pierce through every lie. He was waiting for a psychological crack in his opponent to finish the conversation. The short sword once again became an effective tool for exerting pressure. Dane knew exactly what he needed to do to get this old man to open his mouth willingly. Dane unexpectedly rattled off the organization's regulations regarding prioritizing security over life itself. The young man smirked, praising him for being nothing like those other idiots. Asir froze, his face turning pale as he asked why he knew those classified secrets. The organization's core secrets were being clearly held by a stranger. Dane sneered inwardly because his reaction was just as he predicted. The notes gathered previously were indeed the key to manipulating this guy. By the flickering candlelight, Dane continued playing the role of a powerful superior. He reiterated the code of conduct, making Asir completely believe the false identity. Asir naively asked if this was a test from the organization or not. He thought the incident at the academy was just a trap to test him. Seizing the moment, Dane asserted that only now could the two of them talk properly. He smiled secretly because the prey had completely fallen into the illusion trap he had set. Asir's attitude suddenly shifted, feeling extremely honored to receive the challenge. The fear from earlier now turned into a laughably blind worship. The young man retrieved his short sword, preparing for the next step of the plan. The opponent's blind trust was the strongest weapon he had right now. Dane inwardly judged Asir to be a true fanatic and decided to play along to the end. He pretended to praise him for safely getting past the dense swarm of monsters. Asir dropped to his knees, swearing to dedicate his entire loyalty to the organization. He was ready to do whatever it took if given an order from above. A close-up of Asir's lowered head showed total submission. He had no idea he was prostrating himself before the very enemy he sought to destroy. Dane looked down with an emotionless expression, thinking to himself that this actually turned out well for him. A fanatic would be an endless source of information if you knew how to exploit them. Dane smirked craftily, knowing for sure the prey had walked into the trap. The psychological game was over, and victory belonged squarely to the genius of the Sagar's family in the very beginning. The young man changed to a cold tone, scolding him for losing hundreds of crucial monsters. This was the finishing blow that sent Asir scrambling to make up for it with classified information. Asir knelt at the feet of the man he thought was his superior, profusely apologizing because the appearance of an unidentified enemy had ruined all the plans. Dane, in the persona of the Cold Reaper, declared he would handle the accountability later. He demanded that the guy focus on completing the immediate task to redeem himself. Hearing this, Asir felt like a weight had been lifted, hastily promising not to let his superior down ever again. This old man really was easy to fool. Dane chuckled inwardly because his clumsy act had unexpected results. He winked triumphantly as the prey had completely fallen into the trap. The young man continued steering the conversation, asking Asir to reconfirm the true purpose of this mission to test his loyalty. Asir was slightly stunned by the unexpected question, not understanding why his superior would re-ask something so obvious. but he still didn't dare delay his answer. Dane raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze reminding him of the test. The pressure from the young man made Asir break out in cold sweat, hurriedly clasping his hands to confess everything cleanly. He confessed that the main mission was to incite the monsters to cause utter chaos across the Empire, a vicious and brutal plot. In addition, they wanted to test the power limits of the magic staff he held and report back all the collected data. The staff glowed with an eerie blue light. Dane realized this was what allowed an ordinary person like Asir to control an entire army of monsters. Dane pressed him on how much he knew about this weapon. Asir honestly confessed that he was just the chosen user and didn't know the specific details. The young man was secretly surprised to learn this power wasn't innate but bestowed. This proved the organization behind it possessed extremely high technical proficiency. Asir trembled as he added that this was an extremely dangerous item. He felt like he was straining himself to suppress an energy on the verge of exploding. A close-up of the ancient scepter of the legendary kingdom of Arcana. A long-lost treasure now appeared in the hands of these calculating rebels. He believed that increasing chaos would help change the world according to the organization's will. A mad ideal held by those who wish to overturn order. Dane inwardly judged this to be a terribly cliché and predictable plan. He maintained a cold expression so the old man wouldn't suspect his true identity. Through the tale, the young man definitely identified them as being in cahoots with the assassins he had encountered in the restricted area earlier. He even suspected that Professor Denabo at the academy was also closely connected to this dark organization. Things were starting to get interesting. Dane decided to turn this place upside down. He wondered what the organization's higher-ups would react like when they found out everything was exposed. He pretended to reveal that he was sent by a powerful figure at the academy who had been quietly watching Asir all this time. Asir froze, astonishingly guessing that person must be the academy branch head. Extremely valuable information Dane had just accidentally extracted. The young man nodded in confirmation, adding that that person was very satisfied and had high expectations for him. Asir beamed, almost moved to tears. Dane inwardly mocked the opponent's stupidity. Even though he wasn't sure who the spy was, the name Branch Head narrowed down his targets. To bring down the curtain, the young man told Asir to close his eyes to receive a gift from the mysterious superior. He fell for it hook, line, and sinker, his face showing clear excitement waiting for the reward. Asir obediently followed suit, feeling overjoyed inside thinking he was about to get promoted. He had no idea the thing about to drop on his head was actually a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Asir shut his eyes tightly, his face grimacing with a mix of suspense and excitement. He held his breath waiting for the honorable gift from his superior without realizing disaster was about to strike. Dane smirked meaningfully while holding a white rectangular object in his hand. With half his face still bearing the terrifying shape of the Reaper, he prepared to grant this sinner an ending he could never have imagined. Dane Saugers appeared among the desolate ruins after finishing his work. Ernest immediately cheered happily upon seeing his friend still intact without a single scratch. Dane walked leisurely over, not forgetting to apologize for being a bit late. The young man explained that squeezing information out of the traitor took much longer than he had originally imagined. Ernest chuckled, saying he had always stood here waiting for Dane to return. Looking at the bespectacled guy's beaming face was enough to tell how much trust he had in his friend's abilities. Right at that moment, Ernest noticed something sparkling in Dane Saugers's hand. It was a magical stone radiating an extremely mysterious and powerful-looking green glow. Dane flashed a meaningful smile, confirming he had squeezed every single secret clean out of Asir. His gaze was sharp, showing that everything was still under his control. Turns out the final gift the young man gave the traitor wasn't simple at all. Sir Delphian held the small box in his hand, his face showing clear seriousness as he listened to his explanation. Inside that box was paralysis poison, a powerful paralyzing toxin. Just a small dose was enough to make any stubborn fellow obediently lie motionless. Looking at the box, Sir Delphian was secretly amazed by Dane Saugers's thorough preparation. This young man was not only good at fighting but also extremely deep in using schemes to cope. Dane coldly stated that even if that guy woke up, he couldn't possibly escape. With the effect of this poison, he would just be like a fish on a cutting board waiting to be processed. Ernest heaved a sigh of relief, saying they didn't have to worry about that guy anymore. Immediately, Dane Saugers demanded that both of them destroy the barrier to report the news to the main force right away. However, Ernest still looked slightly worried and broke out in cold sweat. The guy was apprehensive that once the barrier disappeared, the monsters would completely lose control and fall into the most frenzied state. Dane Saugers smirked, saying that was the opportunity he had been waiting for all along. When losing their controlling will, the monsters would tear each other apart until completely wiped out. Hearing this hardcore sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight plan, Ernest finally understood. The guy nodded eagerly in agreement, preparing to join Dane in destroying the seal of the annoying magic barrier. The two quickly got to work, with Ernest confidently affirming he was ready. The final preparations were done, now just waiting to watch the good show about to unfold. A moment later, the night sky suddenly lit up with brilliant bursts of magical fireworks. Explosive sounds echoed everywhere like a signal for a glorious victory of our side approaching. Multicolored beams of light continuously danced in the air, lighting up the entire ruined sky. This sight looked pretty artistic, signaling that the dangerous mission had finally been completed smoothly. Exactly 6 hours since Dane Saugers and Ernest went deep into the ruins, everything was settled. Time hadn't passed too long, but the results brought were truly beyond expectations. The magical fireworks weren't just for show, but also a signal of victory to the entire army. The knights standing below looked up, everyone showing unmistakable, overwhelming joy. Observing from afar, Third Prince Edward Danter wore a deeply satisfied smile. The guy was extremely pleased to see the plan go smoothly, just as he had expected beforehand. Immediately, Edward ordered a total assault to sweep away the final remnants. Sir Delphan drew his sword and led the Fourth Knight Order, charging straight into the center of the ancient ruins. The army marched thunderously, their towering aura scaring even the monsters. The plan to wipe out the enemy in a flash was progressing extremely smoothly and favorably. The ancient ruins now became a battlefield for the largest-scale sweep ever. The old stone structures shook with the heroic footsteps of the army. The battle was extremely fierce as the soldiers confronted the ferocious orcs head-on. The sound of clashing weapons rang out harshly amidst the rubble, with dust blinding everywhere. A soldier shouted loudly, demanding the whole team hold their formation against the enemy pressure. No matter how frenzied the monsters were, they couldn't possibly pierce the defense. The commander's resonant voice drowned out the roaring, ordering the whole team to focus all their might. The battle was super intense, with everyone straining to finish off the sticky monsters. The battle at the ruins was getting hotter than ever. The knights had to continuously channel internal energy, shouting at each other to pour all their mana into their weapons to withstand the terrifying pressure from the ferocious green orcs. Amidst the encirclement, the fierce red-haired girl swung her sword to slash away enemies while still clicking her tongue in awe. The monsters this time looked much tougher and tankier than previous waves, making her spend quite a bit of stamina. Just as she predicted, the deeper they went into the center of the ruins, the more abnormally enhanced the monsters' strength became. The red-haired girl's sword swings began to grow heavier as she faced the escalating pressure. While the combat faction was struggling to hold off the enemy, Priscilla Neriel arrived just in time to support. The blonde mage quickly deployed magical circles, reassuring her teammates to endure a little longer so she could heal them. Priscilla closed her eyes tightly, concentrating hard to chant while ancient runes ran all across the air. The soothing green energy flow from her magic began to spread, healing the injuries of the exhausted knights. The situation was extremely urgent. A commander immediately ordered the whole team to focus magic firepower toward the southwest. Brilliant purple light beams erupted, targeting the giant lion monster snarling and baring its claws. The Knight Order received the order, immediately forming up to protect and open the way forward. Though the orcs were as numerous as ants before the coordinated teamwork of the Legion, they began to be pushed back noticeably. The power from coordinated attacks made the scene more chaotic than ever. The monsters bit each other or were blasted apart under the overwhelming might of the Expeditionary Legion, creating a bloody spectacle. Sir Delphan once stood in the middle of the battlefield, his sharp gaze observing every smallest movement. The commander's face showed clear determination. He wouldn't let any monster escape this encirclement. The fierce commander roared, ordering the soldiers to wipe out all remaining monsters clean, leaving not even a single one. Sir Delphan's aura seemed to add fuel to the entire combat-eager legion. The knights rushed in like whirlwinds, mercilessly hacking and slashing the green orcs. Lightning-fast sword slashes tore the air apart, turning the ruins into a literal meat grinder for monsters that had lost their control. Harsh explosions echoed everywhere as magic collided with monster flesh. The destructive power was strong enough to make the ground shake, dust flying everywhere to obscure the vision of the participants. A maximum explosion erupted, marking the complete collapse of the monster's final defense line. Everything shook violently, showing the sweep was coming to a most satisfying end. Ernest eagerly held his bow and ran over to report to Dane Saugers that the main force had arrived to reinforce just in time. Seeing the bespectacled guy's beaming face, you could tell he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Dane Saugers smiled faintly, his expression extremely calm as if everything was within his calculations. The young man was very satisfied because the plan to break the barrier had gone extremely smoothly and brought a huge victory. The cleanup of the scene started in a rush, with Dane and Ernest heading back together to report the situation. The two intended to go pay audience to the third prince right away to end this grueling mission. Dust from the explosions still lingered around the ancient buildings in the ruins. The post-battle scene looked quite devastated, but the most important thing was the hazard had been officially removed completely. The cliffside houses had returned to peace after the magical firestorm. The entire ruin area seemed to be gradually recovering after the frenzied monsters were wiped out completely by the Royal Legion. In the central area, Third Prince Edward Danter began his solemn honor speech. He declared that in this campaign, someone had made massive contributions, far surpassing everyone else. All the knights stood at attention, listening to Edward praise the mysterious hero who stood on the front lines. According to him, this person stopped the sudden monster raid, paving the way to victory. The crowd of students couldn't help but be curious hearing the prince mention the brave soul who infiltrated the center of the ruins. Thanks to the valuable intel on enemy weaknesses this person brought back, our losses were significantly reduced. Edward stood high up, pointing at the person standing next to him and affirming this guy directly subdued the enemy in the fiercest battle. All eyes now turned to the platform where the hero's identity was about to be revealed. Cheers echoed throughout the ruins as the knights simultaneously raised their swords and spears to celebrate. The lively spirit of the honor ceremony made the atmosphere more bustling and heroic than ever. The soldiers chorused "Long Live," excitement spreading across the cliffside. After life-or-death moments, they could finally exhale and celebrate a lit victory. Third Prince Edward smiled brightly, declaring he would grant a huge reward to the campaign's hero. He looked toward Dane Saugers, preparing to drop a shock that would knock everyone over. Third Prince Edward called out Dane Saugers's name resoundingly. He affirmed this young man's heroic actions would become a shining example for the entire empire to follow. Edward Danter stepped forward, placing a hand on Dane's shoulder as official recognition before everyone. A rare intimate act between a noble prince and a student. Edward continued dropping a bomb that made everyone freeze when he expressed wanting Dane by his side as a friend. The word friend, uttered from the prince's mouth, truly carried 1,000 pounds of weight. Sir Delphin once broke out in cold sweat, unable to believe his ears upon hearing that shocking declaration. The veteran commander seemed shocked by the prince breaking class barriers. The crowd of students below began whispering among themselves extremely excitedly. A friend? The prince just called Dane a friend? No one understood what was happening to this lucky young man. Dane laughed, saying Edward's declaration was no different from a heaven-shaking explosion. The prince also acknowledged this could push him into a tight spot, but Dane was still glad for the trust. After the excited moments, Dane's gaze suddenly became pensive. The young man remembered and wondered where the traitor Asir's fate would lead. Edward Danter's expression instantly hardened when mentioning that person. The prince radiated a much colder and more serious aura than before. Edward revealed that he would be thrown into the royal dungeon, a place likened to a living hell. Screams echoing every day made it a terror that even he had never stepped foot in. Hearing this, Dane understood that Guy had no chance of survival to come back out. But regardless, he had already extracted all valuable information from him beforehand. Edward thought that ending was completely deserved and wanted to give an extra reward for Dane's hard work. Yet our young man maintained a humble attitude, saying that was already too much. Dane fell silent for a long time, as if weighing something very important in his head. His gaze was contemplative, showing the young man was preparing to make a special request. Actually, he had a weighty matter he wanted to ask the prince's help with. Seeing Dane serious, Edward also generously told him to speak out whatever he desired. The two stood alone in a corner of the platform to discuss matters of state. The space suddenly became unusually quiet, leaving only the secret dialogue between the prince and the new hero. Dane bluntly brought up the true enemies targeting the empire and the prince himself. This stern warning made Edward ponder the potential hazards as well. The young man's face was extremely serious, showing the scale of this plot was much larger than imagined. The political game was now officially beginning to heat up. The ruin campaign closed, leaving an unusually peaceful scene beside the majestic waterfall. yet behind that peace were undercurrents waiting to erupt. A few days later, the setting shifted to the magic department head's office at the academy. The atmosphere here was enveloped in silence and full of secret plotting. Professor Drenavo stood by the window, muttering the name Dane Saugers with an extremely annoyed expression. This young man's presence seemed to be turning all his plans upside down. The department head endlessly wondered about the content of the conversation between Dane and the third prince that day. The terrifying silence over the past few days made him even more uneasy and anxious. Right at that moment, a figure in a black cloak quietly stepped into the room without making the slightest noise. This mysterious appearance signaled a gathering that was not healthy at all. Drenavo startled and turned around upon feeling the warmth of a stranger standing right behind his back. His face showed clear shock at being broken into right in his lair at midnight. The intruder spoke mockingly, asking what the professor was so seriously lost in thought about. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned extremely tense. A bearded guy smiled craftily under his cloak, telling Drenavo there was no need to be surprised at all. The chapter ended with the appearance of the dark faction, promising extremely fierce developments ahead. Arthur walked down the hallway, wondering if the professor was still here. He intended to go in and report the detailed schedule for tomorrow before leaving to rest. Just as he was about to open the door, Arthur paused upon hearing someone inside ask if there was anything unusual. He stopped his footsteps entirely, realizing the professor was entertaining guests at this hour. Arthur peeked through the crack of the door, sweat starting to flow profusely from tension. Inside was a gloomy atmosphere shrouding the enclosed room. Professor Denabo was standing with someone in a black cloak, who said dead men tell no tales. The old professor sneered, confident that even if that guy spilled everything, he knew nothing about him. The cloaked figure smiled smugly, affirming Denabo's position would still be safe. Denabo's gaze revealed clear sinister intent under the dim light. The cloaked figure promised to soon send people over to support the next plan. Arthur hid behind, shocked and not believing what he had just heard. The story started mentioning the investigation team and the recent conquest. Arthur narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Clearly they were hiding a huge secret. He began to feel creeped out by the truth about the teacher he always respected. The conversation shifted to a high-ranking personage, coming soon to whip the academy back into shape. Denabo clicked his tongue, thinking it was just a formality since they had prepared countermeasures ready. The cloaked figure still carefully asked once more if there were any loopholes. The professor wore a smug smile, assuring the positions of both wouldn't be shaken at all. Then he mentioned someone the organization was keeping a special eye on. Arthur jolted when hearing the name Dane Saugers escape the old professor's mouth. The cloaked figure emphasized that Dane had achieved great merit but essentially ruined the organization's plan. He demanded Denabo quickly recruit or deal with this young man. Denabo crossed his arms and nodded, promising to focus all his might on the new target. In their eyes, no matter how talented Dane was, dealing with him was only a matter of time. Before leaving, the cloaked figure didn't forget to remind the professor about the recommendation letter. Denabo responded generously, treating it as a small gift for the help he had provided. He promised to send an official letter of recommendation to the Magic Tower soon as scheduled. The mysterious figure bowed and prepared to vanish into the night. A sly smile crept across the face hidden beneath the cloak. Arthur was choked with outrage, never expecting that the professor would use his future to trade with traitors. The office door slammed shut, putting an end to the dark conversation. Arthur turned and ran for his life, his breathing turning ragged with fear. He realized he had just overheard a secret that could shake the entire academy. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the night, and he knew he had to find Dane immediately. Arthur bolted through the silent rows of buildings, not daring to look back even once. The scene shifted to the park, near the dormitories late at night. Under the dim yellow streetlights, Arthur was recounting the whole incident to Dane Saugers. He emphasized that their next target was none other than him. After listening, Dane summarized the situation with eerie calmness. He deduced that Denabo must have been in such a rush that he left behind such a basic flaw. Arthur anxiously asked if Dane would be okay if the professor found out about this. Arthur told himself he had nothing left to lose after being abandoned like a disposable pawn by the teacher he had always respected. He bitterly recounted how Professor Denabo had used the recommendation letter as bait to turn him into unpaid labor. Even though he felt desperate, Arthur still recognized the terrifying scale of this conspiracy and sought Dane out for help. Arthur admitted that among everyone he knew, Dane was the strongest and most reliable. Dane listened quietly, his gaze reflecting understanding for the pain of betrayal the person before him felt. He knew that discovering his professor was a member of a traitorous organization was far too massive a shock for him. Dane thought it over. This was no longer just a matter of simple trust, as it now directly impacted Arthur's future. Arthur lowered his head in silence, his lonely back casting a long shadow under the academy's dim lights. He looked up at Dane with quiet desperation, asking what he should do to break free from this dead end. Dane's gaze turned sharp as he realized a golden opportunity had practically delivered itself to his doorstep. Subduing someone close to Denabo like Arthur would make his plans run much smoother. Dane asserted that Denabo's power was nothing compared to the Third Prince, and exposing this conspiracy would yield far greater benefits. Arthur froze upon realizing Dane was suggesting he step into a plan riddled with mortal danger. Dane stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture that served as a promise of absolute protection. With a confident smirk, he declared that he already had a foolproof plan. Instead of continuing to serve the cunning old professor, Dane suggested Arthur place his complete trust in him. Dane's firm words struck right at the assistant's heavily wavering mindset. Without hesitation anymore, Arthur affirmed that he would do whatever Dane asked to claim back his own justice. The night slipped away in silence, signaling that the pieces were beginning to move across the political chessboard. 2 days later at the academy, a peaceful facade still blanketed all daily activities. Inside the laboratory, Denabo went on a rant chewing Arthur out for his delay, while Arthur could only bow his head in apology and make up an excuse about a lab accident. From afar, Dane watched quietly, feeling satisfied as everything was playing out exactly as predicted. A triumphant smile crossed his face seeing Arthur play the role of a submissive subordinate to perfection in front of the old professor. Originally, Dane had planned to tail Denabo himself and have Ernest gather the evidence, but Arthur's appearance changed everything. Arthur stood beside Denabo, playing out the exact role of an undercover mole operating right under the enemy's nose. No one could track the old professor's movements closer than his own close assistant. Dane believed that with help from the inside, catching Denabo red-handed was only a matter of time. He stood tall in the middle of the schoolyard, his cold gaze fixed straight toward the laboratory building. He softly muttered Denabo's name with a knowing smile, as if victory was already secured in his hands. Looking at the old professor's arrogant demeanor, Dane thought to himself that the man was digging his own grave without even realizing it. Professor Drenavo was pouring out a stream of disappointment over Arthur's results, leaving the young man to only bow his head and apologize. The old man held out his hand sarcastically, stating that Arthur should have ranked first during this subjugation, and at this rate, the recommendation letter might as well be written off. Arthur continued to accept the blame with a resigned look, while Drenavo began to find this guy increasingly annoying. Smashing his fist down onto the desk with a bang, the old man roared and asked if Arthur actually knew what he did wrong. The old teacher's anger still unappeased, he scolded Arthur, saying that for all his past brilliance he had now become utterly pathetic. He asserted that if Arthur handled this matter properly, he could still hope for a bright future ahead. Letting out a sigh, Drenavo changed his tone and announced he would give him one final chance. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Arthur wore an expression of clear anxiety before this heavily veiled offer. Offering a chance to redeem himself, the old professor began leading Arthur right into his trap. Immediately after, Arthur hurried off to carry out his assigned task. Drenavo's instructions still echoed in his mind. Go to that exact place to retrieve a vital item. He dashed across the courtyard at top speed, ignoring the surrounding gazes. Drenavo had emphasized that this was extremely important, which was why he trusted it to the person he trusted most. Arthur ran with gritted teeth, sweat streaming down his face. The old teacher had added that surely he wouldn't fail at something so simple, to which Arthur affirmed he'd leave it to him. Running while deep in thought, Arthur realized this was precisely the kind of information Dane Saugers needed. A flash of a smile crossed his face. This was his golden opportunity to drag down this corrupted professor. According to the plan, in a week Arthur would have to head toward the Academy's supply route, where a secret door would be left unlocked. Returning to the present, Arthur met someone in private and handed over the small item clutched in his hand. Drenavo's words still rang in his ears, stating that if the situation hadn't been so unfavorable, he would have gone himself. The recipient of the item was none other than Dane Saugers, who observed in silence. Dane's gaze was pensive as he calculated his next moves. The item had been cleanly handed over. Arthur recounted his entire conversation with Drenavo to Dane, and asked what he thought about it. Dane wondered if the professor had ever made Arthur do anything similar before, but he confirmed this was the first time. Lost in thought, Dane felt a new plan slowly taking shape in his mind. He deduced that the professor intended to dump all the blame onto Arthur should anything go wrong. Arthur nodded in agreement, both understanding that they could not afford to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dane asserted that they couldn't let a single thing connected to that secret society slip through the net. A bait tactic was proposed by Dane right away, causing Arthur to let out a sigh of relief. The objective was to create a situation forcing Dragonslayer out into the open and cutting off all his escape routes. Dane crossed his arms, pondering which method would prove most effective at this moment, while Arthur waited in silence. He turned to ask Arthur if he dared to execute this highly risky plan. Under the sunset, Dane affirmed that he himself would be the one to orchestrate that situation. Arthur wore a confident smile, asserting he would use every means necessary to complete the mission. Satisfied, Dane told him to get ready, as the two would soon get back in touch to finalize the strategy. Dane's determined gaze showed he was ready for this hunt. Arthur displayed an equally unyielding resolve, as everything seemed to be going smoother than expected. "We should report this news to the prince as well," Dane said, looking out over the panoramic view of the academy. A week later, at the academy's supply route, Arthur, clad in discreet attire, moved stealthily through the dark. Dragonlayer's instructions came back to him: head north to an inn on the outskirts of the capital, sit at the far left table, and wait to receive the delivery. Arthur darted his eyes around, searching for the designated location. In his mind, he repeated the instructions to himself, knowing the inn had to be somewhere in this area. There it was, his gaze locked onto an old wooden building matching the description. Arthur quickened his pace toward the inn, determined to cause as much chaos as possible to disrupt this transaction. He gripped the communications scroll tightly in his hand, the one Professor Dragonslayer had given him to use if things took a turn for the worse. His footsteps advanced steadily toward the objective. He told himself that eventually, that foxy old professor would be forced to show his face himself. The inn loomed clearly in the hazy twilight shadows. Inside the inn, the noisy and bustling atmosphere contrasted sharply with the eerie silence outside. Arthur sat alone in a secluded corner, trying to act as normal as possible while he waited. Despite his best efforts to suppress it, tension was clearly visible in his eyes. A flashback surfaced. Dane Saugers had handed him a box of poison-laced needles, telling him it would come in handy during the mission. He clutched the secret weapon tightly in his hand, Dane's words of encouragement still ringing in his ears. Dane hadn't forgotten to remind him that he wasn't alone, as Prince Edward would always be watching and backing him up from the shadows. Suddenly, Arthur noticed a shift in the inn's atmosphere. The wooden door squeaked harshly as someone stepped inside. A strange man with dark purple hair and a dangerous aura appeared at the entrance. Arthur held his breath as he observed, immediately realizing this guy was no ordinary inn patron. The stranger gave a slight smirk, sweeping his eyes across the smoke-filled room. He leisurely paced past the rows of tables and chairs, heading straight for the corner where Arthur was sitting. Finally, he stopped right in front of Arthur, casting an invisible pressure that blanketed the space. Arthur looked up, confirming in his heart that this was the person he needed to meet. The sound of his footsteps came to a complete halt, and silence enveloped them both. Arthur's hand twitched slightly, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The purple-haired man narrowed his eyes at Arthur for a long moment before muttering that he had never seen this face before. However, he let out a scoff and shrugged it off, saying that didn't matter much right now. At an old inn where conspiracies were starting to brew, a brown bag was dropped with a thud onto the wooden floor. Arthur gave a slight start, worry clearly etched across his face. At a corner table, a disguised Dane Saugers sat across from Arthur to conduct an underground transaction, with Arthur confirming this was the item he needed. The man instructed Dane to wait a moment after he left before heading out, and to transfer the item immediately. Dane looked into the bag and showed extreme surprise, hatching an entirely different plan in his mind. Arthur stood up to leave and Dane called out after him, asking if he was heading off just like that. Dane's hand secretly gripped a vial of paralytic poison he had prepared in advance, intending to make his move right then and there. Seizing the moment while Arthur had his back turned, Dane decided to act, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Glancing at the people around him, he realized he needed to draw the crowd's attention. A heavy blow to the back of Arthur's neck caught him completely off guard. Dane's gaze turned icy cold, contrasting sharply with his earlier gentle demeanor. A sharp impact echoed right through the middle of the inn. The attack left his target dazed. A nearby waitress stared in panic at the scene. Arthur collapsed onto the floor, completely motionless. Dane felt triumphant as the paralytic poison proved exceptionally effective, keeping everything right on track. He feigned a hurried approach, speaking in a panicked, worried tone. His plan was to cause as massive a commotion as possible to ruin the transaction. Dane shook Arthur's body, shouting loudly for him to wake up and asking if he could hear him. Arthur foamed at the mouth, completely losing consciousness as the play began turning dramatic. Whispers broke out from the surrounding tables, with every eye locking onto the pair. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, having drawn the innkeeper's attention. The innkeeper ran over to ask what was happening, while Dane feigned innocence, claiming the person had suddenly passed out. He looked at Arthur's fallen body with an expression of deep suspicion and tension. Dane continued playing the role of a panicked student, trying his best to look innocent. But the innkeeper's expression shifted instantly, glaring at Dane menacingly as he realized something was amiss. From behind his back, he stealthily drew a dagger, having no intention of letting Dane leave alive. He launched an attack, shouting that cheap tricks wouldn't work on him, turning out that this entire inn was staffed by professionals. Dane dodged, still crying out that he was an academy student and demanding he stop. He glanced around and saw the others starting to make their moves. Both the male waiter and the waitress simultaneously drew their weapons, revealing themselves as assassins in disguise. Sharp blades were unsheathed, ready to silence witnesses. Dane faked astonishment upon realizing the entire inn was a den of criminals. He found himself caught right in the middle of their encirclement. The innkeeper clicked his tongue in annoyance as things were gradually getting more complicated than anticipated. He gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing a fly like Dane dare to ruin an important transaction. He threatened that Dane would pay with his life for what he had done and wouldn't be allowed to die easily. The assassins surrounded him with sinister smiles, absolutely certain their prey had walked into the trap. Dane put on a frightened expression, thinking to himself that this situation was really bad and he had nowhere left to run. But immediately, his attitude shifted. Dane realized this was the best scenario for him to drag yet another character into the mess. He was ready to stage the scene as an incident where a student was attacked by a secret organization colluding with Professor Denabo. Dane pulled out a magical scroll, preparing to activate the final trap to drag Denabo down into the abyss. Amidst the encirclement of assassins, Dane Saugers remained calm, holding the magic scroll ready in his hand. He challenged them to see who was really about to be in trouble. Dane began activating the scroll, mana surging powerfully right inside the inn. He declared it was time for that person to make an appearance. Brilliant blue light radiated from the scroll, enveloping the space. The teleportation magic had been successfully activated. The innkeeper and his henchmen were stunned, not understanding how a student could possibly possess and use a teleportation signal scroll right at this moment. He panicked and wondered if Dane was calling reinforcements. Mana poured out in torrents from the scroll, terrifying everyone present with its sheer power. One of them screamed in disbelief, questioning whether Dane was actually a mage. Dane curved his lips into a sinister smirk. Everything was unfolding perfectly according to the script he had painstakingly arranged. A gigantic magic circle materialized and glowed brightly, ready to pull the target to the scene. The blinding light prevented the assassins from looking directly at it. The innkeeper broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this item wasn't just for calling people. He gasped out loud upon feeling the pressure of the teleportation spell. The assassins panicked, realizing this was forced teleportation magic. They couldn't believe a student could pull off such a feat. Amidst the blazing stream of light, a figure began to take shape. The plan to unmask the mastermind had entered its decisive stage. Professor Denabo appeared right in the middle of the inn in utter bewilderment. He still had no clue what was happening to him. Dane stared intently at the professor, secretly feeling pleased that the biggest prey had walked into the trap. The scenario he had been waiting for finally began. Denabo looked around in shock, realizing he was standing in a shabby inn full of armed men. He stood dazed upon finding himself suddenly teleported here. The magical glow gradually faded away, revealing the chaotic scene before everyone's eyes. Silence enveloped the room for a brief moment. The innkeeper recognized the newly arrived person as Denabo and gasped in astonishment. The connection between them was now laid bare before Dane. Dane immediately launched a verbal attack, loudly questioning Denabo why he hadn't come himself instead of sending someone like Arthur to do the job. He added a suggestive question about whether this uproar was part of his plan too. He gave a cold, faint smirk, inwardly mocking Denabo for showing up so quickly according to his intent. All accusations now pointed straight at the professor. Denabo froze, still failing to digest what his student was saying. He pressed on what absurd nonsense Dane was rambling about. Arthur still lay sprawled on the ground, motionless after succumbing to the paralyzing poison. He served as living proof for the assault Dane had staged. The assassins' hands still gripped their weapons tightly, caught in a dilemma as things went too far. Those blades now looked truly ironic before the professor. Dane held out the glowing pouch shining brightly in his hand. This was the exact commodity Denabo was craving, which now served as evidence incriminating him. Denabo's face drained of color, gritting his teeth in fury as he realized he had entirely fallen into a student's elaborate trap. His career and reputation were hanging by a thread. The entire inn became a stage for the shocking unmasking. Denabo yelled, demanding an explanation for what was going on when he saw Arthur lying there and his subordinates surrounding Dane. He realized he was in an indefensible position. Dane stood tall and proud, holding the glowing pouch with a steady gaze locked onto Denabo. He was ready for the final step to completely overthrow this traitorous professor. Denabo scolded Arthur as an ungrateful brat, complaining that he had mercifully taken him in only for him to repay him like this. Arthur snapped back, telling him not to be ridiculous since he only viewed him as a tool and intended to throw him away. He bluntly declared he was completely fed up with acting like a slave to someone like him. Arthur unexpectedly ignited flames on his hand, causing Denabo to scream in panic, unable to believe his eyes. He clenched the spatial pouch tightly, magical flames flaring up violently, threatening to burn everything to ashes. Arthur warned the professor not to pull any tricks, or else he would burn this precious item right away. The henchmen in the inn also started panicking, telling the professor to stop him because they couldn't let the item get ruined. Denabo gritted his teeth bitterly upon seeing the crucial item being used as a hostage. But for Arthur, he thought to himself, this situation was enough to begin the next phase of the plan. He looked at the old man before him and muttered, "The fish has taken the bait, now it's your turn, Dane." Immediately, a brilliant blue glow began coating all the windows of the building. A colossal magic array suddenly activated, engulfing the entire tavern from the outside. The blue mana stream swirled fiercely, sealing off every corner to prevent anyone from escaping. Light flared intensely, piercing through even the tiniest cracks in the inn's walls. The entire structure was submerged in a brilliant sea of mana when viewed from afar. An aerial view showed the magical trap fully cast, encompassing the tavern area. Inside, light began seeping through the glass panes, stunning everyone. Everyone in the tavern was dumbfounded, feeling a massive magical pressure weighing down on them. The bald innkeeper also went wide-eyed, feeling the ground beneath his feet shake violently. Denabo tried to channel mana only to meet with helplessness as his hands trembled endlessly. The old professor broke out in a cold sweat, vaguely realizing what this terrifying entity sealing the place was. Arthur smirked, confirming to him that it was a high-level mana disturbance field. This magic turned the whole building into a perfect anti-magic zone, cutting off all retreats. Arthur delivered a fatal blow, saying nobody could escape now, not even the professor. Denabo turned pale, only able to gasp in utter shock upon finding himself caught in the trap. He trembled looking at his useless hands, unable to believe someone dared to move against him. He wondered where Arthur got the nerve to do this, certain a tremendously powerful force must be backing him. In Denabo's mind flashed the image of a mysterious army surrounding the perimeter, waiting outside. He realized if he got caught here, all his efforts put into hiding would go up in smoke. The tower of power he painstakingly built at the academy was about to collapse completely tonight. In his panic, Denabo screamed orders for his subordinates to seize Arthur immediately. The lackeys drew their weapons and rushed forward at his command, hoping to use Arthur as a ticket to escape. Arthur clicked his tongue, knowing it would be hard for him alone to fend off these assassins for long. He gripped the evidence pouch tightly, silently urging Dane to hurry up and end this. Right at that moment, a loud explosion rang out, the windows smashed to pieces by the swords of the task force. The army from outside flooded in like a whirlwind, surrounding those trying to attack Arthur. Dane Saugers appeared right at the front of the formation with a cold gaze fixed on the professor. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, imposing armored figures occupied every vital position. Their swords swung upward, radiating an aura that completely overwhelmed all the sinners in the room. Knights bearing signature blue cloaks simultaneously drew their swords, ready to suppress the entire scene. The innkeeper stammered incoherently upon recognizing the identities of these powerful visitors. Arthur beamed brightly, pointing straight at Denabo and proclaiming loudly, "It's the Royal Knights, Professor." A loud blast echoed as the doors were blown open, smoke and dust filling the entryway. The heavy footsteps of the Knight Order advanced quickly into the tavern interior. The solemn rank of knights marched forward, leaving no loophole for the criminals to escape. The leading knight commander gave a resounding order for everyone to freeze, followed by the appearance of Dane and Prince Edward. He declared that from this moment on, all of them were placed under arrest in the name of the royalty. The lackeys and assassins in the tavern stood frozen, sweat pouring down profusely from being ambushed out of nowhere. Dane smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself that this timing was far too perfect for a roundup. He stared deep into the professor, and affirmed with certainty that Denabo's doom had officially arrived. Professor Denabo completely collapsed, dropping pitifully to the floor under the pressure of the knights. He gritted his teeth in fury upon realizing he had entirely fallen into a meticulously calculated trap. Denabo couldn't comprehend how his identity had been exposed so quickly. His hands trembled on the floor, all his accumulated power and prestige vanishing in an instant. He dropped his head to the ground, lamenting the overly rapid collapse of the Tower of Status he built with his own hands. Looking down from above, the Knight Order had surrounded the entire scene, forcing everyone to drop their weapons and surrender. Those attempting to resist were crushed to the ground immediately, left crying out in despair. Each member of the secret organization was subdued one by one, leaving no one able to escape the encirclement. Ropes began tying the hands of the criminals tightly in preparation for escorting them back to the capital. A long procession of secret society members was led away under the strict escort of the royal knights. Dane looked around the scene, feeling satisfied because this harvest exceeded even his expectation. He and Prince Edward discussed the outcome, having successfully rounded up over 10 members of the secret organization here. Edward smiled and praised Dane's strategy, affirming he had done a stellar job on this mission. The item they intended to trade was actually a spatial pouch filled with the organization's dark secrets. Spilling out from the bag were numerous pieces of evidence, handwritten orders aimed at erasing all traces of treason. Dane proposed gifting Arthur a royal recommendation letter to the Mage Tower as a well-deserved reward. Prince Edward agreed, as with this letter, Arthur's status and safety would be guaranteed after rendering service. Each criminal was escorted away from the area, the atmosphere gradually returning to the night's intrinsic quiet. Denabo walked away silently and dejectedly in chains, leaving behind all his lost glory. Dane stood there, his deep gaze observing the fruits of labor after a high-stakes mental chess game with the secret organization. Once again, this shocking event promised to shake the entire academy to its roots in the near future. The award ceremony began solemnly right on the academy grounds. The first name called out was none other than Dane Saugers. Following that were Layla Termian, Ernest Dillon, and Priscilla Nerial, the members who fought side by side in the recent mission. Third, Prince Edward personally presided over the event, declaring this student group had achieved outstanding feats and served as a shining example for the whole school. Ernest and Priscilla both showed clear relief, as the mission finally ended peacefully following Denabo's arrest. Prince Edward handed the achievement certificate directly to the group's representative. Thanks to Dane's merit, the whole club shared in this honor. The crowd of students below began whispering and gossiping excitedly, rumored that Dane single-handedly took down over 200 or even 500 monsters. The female students still hadn't gotten over the shock of learning an esteemed professor like Denabo was a spy, sending chills down their spines just thinking about it. Despite receiving countless benefits after this campaign, rumors surrounding Dane continued to spread far and wide beyond anyone's control. However, the greatest harvest for Dane was discovering the existence of this organization plotting to overthrow the world. He told himself he had to prepare thoroughly to deal with them before his peaceful life was destroyed. While Ernest was still waving excitedly to the crowd, Dane quietly slipped away. Edward smiled with satisfaction watching the young heroes back, flanked by his close knight commander. Leaving the ceremony, Dane's mind shifted back to the item he had sent to Bulwark beforehand, wondering if the blacksmith had figured anything out yet. The sharp sound of a hammer striking echoed from the Termian forge. Dane stepped in just as Bulwark was examining the magic staff. Its appearance looked ordinary, but Bulwark affirmed this staff was forged with blood, startling Dane upon hearing it. The blacksmith explained that it didn't react to ordinary fire at all, and the only thing that caused it to transform was human blood. Dane's expression began turning tense upon realizing the malevolent nature of this item. It was aldius, an ancient metal that could only be forged after being soaked in the blood of dozens of people. Bulwark pointed to the core of the staff, stating it was the cause of the faint smell of blood lingering inside the ordinary outer shell. He emphasized this was an extremely dangerous item known to very few. Dane genuinely didn't expect Denabo to possess a weapon this terrifying. It wasn't just bloodthirsty, it could also drive its user mad if not handled carefully. Dane crossed his arms in thought, wondering why, if it liked blood so much, it wasn't forged into a sword or spear instead of a magic staff. Bulwark stroked his beard, preparing to offer his own assessment on the matter. It seemed only aldius material could withstand the terrifying power radiating from that gemstone. Dane stared at the staff, inwardly grasping the true purpose of the one who created it. He gripped the shaft tightly, sensing the massive pressure hidden beneath the dark metal exterior. Dane stood silently for a long while with the deadly weapon in hand. He felt this thing was genuinely unstable and shouldn't be allowed to exist recklessly. The gemstone atop the staff continued emitting a mystical, alluring blue glow. Bulwark nodded in confirmation that this was an extremely rare item, not something just anyone could lay hands on. Dane unexpectedly brought the staff toward the blacksmith and decided to gift it to him outright. Bulwark's eyes went wide with surprise, unable to believe this kid was generous enough to give away such a treasure. He smiled, saying he never used staves anyway, so leaving it to someone who understood its value like Bolvark was better. Seeing Dane's sincere gaze, Bolvark harbored no more suspicion. He reached out to take the staff and promised he wouldn't refuse this priceless gift. Bolvark thanked him profusely for finally getting precious material to satisfy his passion for forging. But Dane also smartly asked for the gemstone at the top of the staff back, as that was what he actually needed. Bolvark agreed immediately, since he only cared about the metal part and didn't care much for magical stones. He excitedly said after removing the gemstone he would look into a new sword for Dane right away, making the youth nod repeatedly. Bolvark turned away to prepare his tools, still muttering in awe about the powerful ancient mana core. Dane narrowed his eyes calculatingly. There was no way he would easily pass up a treasure like this. After successfully separating the mana core from the staff, the two moved to the storage area for Dane's new sword. It was Bolvark's rare ore warehouse, filled with shimmering mineral rocks of all colors. Bolvark announced the sword was nearly complete, needing only sharpening and a little tuning. He urged Dane to try lifting it. Dane cautiously reached out to grip the hilt, feeling its weight and perfect grip. An exquisite sword glowing with a transparent blue light appeared, leaving him unable to hide his astonishment at the blacksmith's masterful craftsmanship. The blade reflected Dane's excited eyes, truly a masterpiece with every detail exuding unbelievable intricacy. Seeing the kid's satisfied expression, Bolvark chuckled proudly and asked if he really liked this gift. Dane gazed at the sword a little longer, still unable to take his eyes off its beauty. The sword emitted a faint, ethereal glow, looking graceful yet powerful. He noticed that the sword's reaction was identical to the time he had touched the arcanium ore before. Dane tried swinging it with a basic motion, and the speed and flexibility brought by the arcanium truly exceeded his expectations. Half doubting, he asked if this thing was prone to breaking, causing Bolvark to snort and scold him for underestimating such a legendary material. The blacksmith asserted firmly that ordinary metals stood no chance in comparison, and this sword wouldn't chip no matter how roughly he used it. Despite being very pleased, Dane still had one minor concern, which was whether there was a way to make the sword glow less. With it glowing this brightly, how could he carry out covert operations or assassinations at night? It was simply way too conspicuous. Bolvark laughed heartily, calling this kid peculiar for not being satisfied and instead finding things to complain about everywhere. To complete the final step, the old man asked Dane to channel his unusual amount of mana into the sword. Dane nodded, planted his footing firmly, and prepared to follow the instructions. Closing his eyes, he began focusing to direct the flow of mana from deep within his body. Gripping the hilt tightly, Dane began releasing his energy. Immediately, magical circles and brilliant auras began swirling fiercely around his feet. A colossal pillar of energy erupted from the sword, illuminating the forge brilliantly with a truly terrifying presence. The room shook violently under the pressure of the wildly surging mana, while Bolvark stood by watching intently. The sword vibrated intensely, as if rejoicing from eating its fill of mana. Dane started feeling that something wasn't right, as this sensation was completely different from before. Like a bottomless pit, the sword was frantically sucking dry his mana without stopping. Bolvark chuckled with satisfaction, knowing full well that this sword would completely accept and synchronize with Dane's mana. Although he found this to be a perfect combination, Dane broke out in a cold sweat and asked how long he had to maintain this. The blacksmith looked at him with an excited gaze, showing no intention of telling him to stop. Shouting loudly, the blacksmith demanded that he pour mana into it until he had zero energy left, leaving Dane to groan at this absurd request. A teal stream of mana began rolling turbulently around the blade. Dane gritted his teeth in endurance as the sword sucked away nearly half of his mana. He tried holding his grip steady, feeling the magical pressure growing heavier by the second. Narrowing his eyes, he concentrated heavily on every movement of the energy current. The sword flared brilliantly, reacting violently to the new source of power. Standing nearby, Bolvark remarked that only this weapon possessed enough capacity to contain his unique type of mana. Dane was slightly surprised by the blacksmith's assertion. The old man explained further that because it was forged from arcanium, it would become terrifyingly powerful once it absorbed mana. Hearing that, he began pondering deeply about its true might. With this momentum, Dane was certain the sword could slice through anything in the world. He cast his gaze around the workshop, searching for something sturdy enough to test it on. His eyes locked onto the staff named Aldius, and he decided to use it as a guinea pig. Dane pointed straight at the target, signaling that he was ready to strike. Bolvark yelled in shock, thinking the kid was about to wreck his precious item. But he just chuckled it off, saying splitting it open for analysis would be even better. The blacksmith clicked his tongue in defeat, figuring he might as well let him do as he pleased. The wooden staff was set up in position for the decisive slash. A sword stroke whipped upward, tearing through space at breakneck speed. The light from the mana swept horizontally across the room, blindingly bright. The blade carrying blue electrical arcs sliced cleanly through the obstacle without meeting the slightest resistance. Even Dane was stunned to see his sword stroke turn out to be this formidable. The sturdy staff was sliced cleanly in two in an instant. The two wooden pieces fell to the floor with flat cut surfaces completely free of scratches. He thought to himself that even in his past life, he had never seen a weapon as overpowered as this. The sword still hummed with lingering electrical sparks after the impact. Bulbak picked up the piece of wood to inspect it, finding the cut surface so flawless it left him speechless. The blacksmith shouted in astonishment, having never seen Aldius cut this cleanly before. Normally, when using mana to slash, the cut would look ragged due to an uneven energy flow. But this cut proved that Dane's mana had completely mastered the blade. Bulbak congratulated him, affirming that the two of them had truly merged into one. From this day forward, this would be the world's one-of-a-kind arcanium sword crafted exclusively for him. A confident smile broke out across the face of the genius young master. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, clearly sensing a powerful connection with the new weapon. Dane nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the fruits of labor shared between himself and Bulbak. It was the sole sword capable of bearing the load and reacting to his ancient mana. All the final preparations were finally in place. He smiled softly, feeling thrilled to have gained another formidable companion. Amidst the shimmering mana light, Dane raised the precious sword high as a declaration for his upcoming exploits. The sharp blade reflected the light, ready for any perilous journey ahead. As he stepped out the workshop door, he called back to ask the old man to sharpen the blade one last time to perfection. The blacksmith grumbled that this kid was way too picky, but still gladly led him along. The sound of hammering echoed clang-clang across a corner of the street, marking the birth of a new legend. A few days later, we returned to Arabella's laboratory. She was excitedly praising how the data Dane brought back was a huge boost for her research work. Dane remained as modest as ever, saying he should be the one thanking her, while resting on the table was the ancient mana core from the Kingdom of Arcana. Staring fixedly at the glowing orb, he told himself, "All right, my turn." Dane took a deep breath and began channeling his energy, preparing to fully absorb this source of power. Instantly, emerald mana sparks began dancing around his body. The moment his hand touched it, the energy from the mana core flared up violently as if about to explode. Closing his eyes tightly, he tried to stay calm against the wildly rushing tide of power. The laboratory space began shaking violently, causing the surrounding furniture to creak in protest. Powerful waves of mana spread outward, enveloping the entire spacious room. Standing amidst the brilliance, Dane's back stood tall and resolute as he accepted everything. The magical energy began saturating his palms and spreading throughout the blood vessels in his body. After a spell of straining himself, everything finally subsided and stabilized. Standing outside to watch, Arabella's jaw dropped in sheer shock. A relaxed expression emerged on Dane's face as he felt the miraculous change within. He could feel every single heartbeat of the new mana current swirling right against his chest. A brilliant mana circle had officially formed to perfection. Dane smiled softly, feeling unusually refreshed throughout his body following this breakthrough. His eyes snapped open, sparkling with a powerful deep blue magical light. And just like that, he had officially broken through to the third circle. Time slipped by another few weeks, and the atmosphere at the academy grew quite lively. Everyone was chattering excitedly, because the final exams were right around the corner. Layla Thermion and Priscilla Nerial were happily discussing a trip, with Priscilla even planning an adventurous backpacking excursion up north. Just as things were cheerful, the communication device in Dane's pocket suddenly buzzed violently. He paused briefly, wondering who could possibly be calling him at this hour. Pulling out the device to check, Dane still couldn't guess who was looking for him. The moment he picked up, a lively greeting rang out from the other end. "Hey Dane, long time no see, I'm almost back in the capital." Just from the voice, Dane immediately recognized an acquaintance, who even asked if he could drop by the academy to see him for a bit. It turned out to be Dayward Termian, and the sudden appearance of this explorer older brother surely meant something important was up. Layla chewed Dayward out right in front of the building for wandering off for so long, without letting her know anything. She started throwing hands, punching and demanding to know what Dayward considered Dane to be since he only notified him upon returning. Dayward could only grit his teeth and take the beating, not daring to utter a single word back to his younger sister. Observing from a distance, Ernest shook his head in resignation since this torture session had already dragged on for a full 10 minutes. Chuckling, the young man asserted that this was entirely Dayward's fault for his terrible communication habits. Dane looked at Dayward with deep understanding, understanding, guessing that the older brother probably still felt guilty toward his sister, which was why he hesitated to give advance notice. Layla hadn't cooled down yet, threatening to hit him even harder if he dared drag his battered body back like that again. Seeing the situation getting too tense, Dane stepped in to intervene, telling Layla to calm down since he was back safely anyway. Turning to Dayward, Dane warmly asked if he was truly alright after his recent expedition. Dayward immediately grinned from ear to ear, waving at Dane enthusiastically as if nothing had happened. Layla crossed her arms and let out a cold snort, nodding that he came back earlier than expected while Dane announced that all preparations were in order. With a confident look, Dayward affirmed that he had gathered all the necessary items for the plan. But right after that, he changed his tone to a serious one, mentioning that the single most important item was still missing. The group cast curious gazes toward Dayward to hear what could possibly be so important. Rare ingredients were laid out in disorder across the table, and now only the Roxana's tier was needed to consider it complete. Ernest confessed he wasn't well versed in alchemy, but could tell at a glance that this pile of materials was extremely hard to find. Dayward puffed out his chest proudly, bragging that it took a lot of effort for him to gather this many items. Remembering suddenly, Layla asked for confirmation if Roxana's tier happened to be located somewhere in the Haverosk mountain range. It was a shimmering crystal, but aside from rumors placing it in an ancient ruin, there were no other clues. Dayward planned to hand these precious materials over to an acquaintance who was an alchemist, prompting Ernest to ask in surprise why Dane didn't craft it himself. Ernest felt a bit nervous about entrusting the group's hard-earned results to a total stranger. Dayward explained that curses were very complex and a single slip-up would cause a backlash, so they had to seek a true expert. Seeing Dayward guarantee that the person was trustworthy, Layla also nodded in agreement and asked further about the exploration plan. Looking toward the snow-capped mountain range, she worried that the ruins being hidden too well would cause the group to waste a lot of time searching. Dayward admitted that information on that border region was scarce, so he came up with the idea of asking Dane for a favor. Dane started, sensing a bad omen from being targeted by this explorer brother. Sure enough, Dayward could only offer a knowing, awkward chuckle at his younger brother's sensitivity. That night, Dane began considering using his connection with the third Prince Edward to gather information. The majestic imperial palace scenery appeared, and Edward curiously asked what special request Dane had for him. Dane brought up the matter bluntly, asking for detailed information about the Haverosk mountain range and the ruins hidden there. Seeing Edward smile warmly in support, Dane felt a lot more relieved. The prince agreed to help immediately, stating that his knight order had quite a few former mountain rangers who knew the terrain well. Dane bowed in gratitude, but Edward waved it off, telling him to make himself at home since it was just a small favor between friends. Sipping his tea, Edward wondered why Dane chose that remote mountain range as an exploration target. Narrowing his eyes at Dane, he wondered if this was a newly discovered archaeological site. Dane explained that the group was searching for an important item, and his intelligence network hadn't reached that region yet. Edward pondered for a moment before agreeing to assist, though he didn't forget to remind him that it was an extremely dangerous place. Because it was a sensitive border region, he told Dane to act tactfully to avoid causing unnecessary political conflicts. Dane assured him that wouldn't happen, while Edward chuckled with amusement at the adventurous nature of this trip. The prince was so excited, he even wanted to go along if he weren't so busy with royal duties in the capital. Dane smiled warmly back at the young prince's enthusiasm and sincerity. As the meeting concluded, Edward promised to contact Dane soon once he got word from the Royal Ranger unit. Once all the information was squared away, it was time for the group to knuckle down and prepare thoroughly for the trip. Dayward began passing down his exploration experience, instructing everyone to pack as many dried rations as possible because it was hard to light fires on the mountain, and they had to avoid leaving tracks for rangers to find. The guy personally inspected the climbing gear, explaining that the soil terrain there was very soft, so anchors easily pulled loose, requiring a specialized type instead. With large and small bags neatly packed, Dayward reminded them to choose low odor, filling dried rations to ensure stamina while climbing high mountains. Ernest looked at the explorer older brother with deep admiration, believing that with this knowledge Dayward could literally teach at the exploration department. Right while they were busy, the magical communication device suddenly lit up with a message from the third Prince Edward addressed to Dane. Through the device, Edward announced that he had found the location of the ruins entrance, but warned that the Ranger Knights couldn't push any further because they hit a dead end right after entering. Dane listened closely before thanking the prince for the valuable information provided. However, Edward wasn't done yet, reminding the group to watch out especially for a creature named named Dranius prowling around the ruins. Hearing the monster's name, Dayward's and Layla's expressions immediately turned noticeably serious. It was a giant lizard species with supreme camouflage abilities, turning it into a terrifying predator that even seasoned rangers struggled to deal with. Dayward patted Dane's shoulder, asking him to pass along his thanks to the prince, while Dane asserted that the group's safety came first, so thorough preparation was never redundant. With all final preparations complete, Dayward wore an excited smile, urging everyone to hit the road quickly. Confident smiles bloomed on the members' faces, each having readied their mindset for the challenging journey ahead. Dane nodded decisively, his gaze revealing intense determination for this upcoming expedition. The adventure officially began with the ultimate goal of finding the Tears of Roxana at all costs, though Layla still didn't forget to remind Ernest not to get too excited and let his guard down. The group moved urgently, deciding to use teleportation magic to reach the city closest to the mountain range to save time. Time flew by, and after 3 solid days of horseback riding from the teleportation point, finally, the gloomy Oliva Marquisate territory appeared before their eyes. The group urged their horses into the territory, the crisp sound of hooves echoing sharply along the desolate road. Layla looked around with a puzzled expression as she stepped foot into this frontier region for the first time. Dayward suddenly halted, realizing something was terribly wrong when witnessing the desolate state of the territory, while the surrounding atmosphere also grew strangely, inexplicably weird. Viewed from above, the town appeared eerily gloomy and silent, making everyone feel an uneasy chill. The streets were devoid of people, the gray houses shrouded in a hazy mist just like a ghost town. Dane frowned with deep concern, wondering what on earth had happened to this land to make it fall into such ruin. The group was leisurely riding horses through a lush green valley surrounded by majestic mountains. Dane signaled to stop, telling the gang they needed to forage some hay for the horses first. He decided to head into town with one other person to scout. Arthur nodded in agreement immediately, while Priscilla smiled knowingly behind them. Before anyone could react, Priscilla nimbly leaped off her horse with lightning speed. Dane blinked in confusion, asking why, and Priscilla said she would come along because she felt something felt very strange about this place. Seeing Priscilla's serious expression, Dane also began to worry, asking what on earth she had sensed. She affirmed her intuition told her this definitely wasn't a good omen. Dane scratched his cheek and clicked his tongue. Well, caution was better, so he agreed to let her come along. He turned to instruct the other two to stay here and watch the horses, leaving the town reconnaissance to him and Priscilla. Arthur enthusiastically said he'd take the opportunity to let the horses rest and stuff his storage space full of hay. Priscilla urged Dane to move faster, her expression looking a bit impatient. Their destination was a gray stone fortress, its gateway manned by 2 guards waiting on standby. Up close, these guys looked rugged and hostile, nothing like ordinary sentries. Dane observed silently, realizing their outfits looked like clerical vestments, yet they carried weapons. One guard raised a hand to block the entrance with an extremely arrogant attitude. He barked out, asking who the 2 of them were, where they came from, and what purpose they had daring to wander into this territory. Dane maintained a calm demeanor, explaining they were merely travelers stopping by to buy provisions and hay. The guard narrowed his eyes appraisingly, questioning whether they were just passing through or planning to stay here for good. His gaze eyed Dane as though trying to probe right through his bones. The guard next to him was no different, casting a wary and suspicious glance. Priscilla took one look at this attitude and immediately knew these people heavily shunned outsiders. Finally, the guard let them pass, but with a warning to get their stuff and leave immediately. Dane politely bowed in thanks and led Priscilla inside. But the guard called out after them, his voice threatening them not to be foolish enough to poke their noses into the Marquisate's affairs. Stepping past the city gates, Dane realized that although it seemed bustling inside, watchful gazes still trailed them nonstop. Priscilla abruptly closed in, whispering into Dane's ear that these people seemed to belong to the Trillion cult. Seeing Dane looking puzzled, she explained this was a notorious heresy fiercely hunted down by the Imperial Church. Priscilla's gaze drifted toward a dangling banner printed with their signature magic circle symbol. Priscilla clenched her fists tight, her face filled with indignation when mentioning these people. Seeing her looking distressed, Dane pressed her on what heinous crimes they had actually committed. Priscilla's voice trembled with anger as she recounted how they had ruthlessly sacrificed tens of thousands of innocent children, all for the insane goal of summoning a demon god to seek a fake salvation. Dane was struck dumb upon hearing this, unable to believe there were people in this world cruel enough to treat human lives like dirt. He gasped in horror, realizing child sacrifice genuinely exceeded anyone's imagination. Priscilla looked at the surrounding scenery with a saddened gaze, fully grasping where the gloom shrouding this territory stemmed from. The residents here all looked haggard and dazed like soulless husks due to the pain of losing their children. Unable to bear it any longer, Priscilla began channeling mana into her palms to form a magic circle. Her eyes burned with determination as she wanted to report this incident to the Grand Sanctuary immediately. Dane, startled, realizing Priscilla was acting too rashly. Acting now would definitely get them exposed instantly. He quickly stepped forward to grab Priscilla firmly, stopping her before it was too late. Dane urged her to calm down. This was enemy territory and impulsive actions would be extremely dangerous. He glanced at the trudging townspeople, understanding that caution was paramount right now. Priscilla remained endlessly tormented over the fate of those poor children. "But what about the kids?" she whispered softly. Dane looked deep into her eyes, his voice dropping into a stern reminder. "Priscilla, look closely around you." All across the town, residents trudged like shadows, the atmosphere thick with fear and gloom. Priscilla suddenly awoke to the brutal reality of this place, shock clearly written across her face. Her gaze hardened, indignation still smoldering beneath her calm exterior. Dane reiterated their primary objective was finding a cure for Layla's mother, and they couldn't risk everyone's lives over a reckless stunt. He gave a slight nod, signaling her to restrain herself. Priscilla finally softened her tone, agreeing that they should go buy hay first to avoid suspicion. The two began striding down the gray stone-paved street. The eerie silence was chilling, broken only by the steady sound of their footsteps. Dane said he understood how she felt, especially as a genuine priestess of the sanctuary. They passed by antique, yet gloomy houses completely lacking everyday vitality. "Still, we can't act thoughtlessly," Dane continued emphasizing, his voice filled with warning. The surrounding townspeople seemed to be actively avoiding the gazes of the two strangers. Dane kept observing, his sharp eyes silently cataloging every detail of the area. He suggested that while out buying supplies, the two of them could quietly take the opportunity to scout the enemy's strength. Priscilla paused for a beat, seemingly weighing Dane's suggestion. She narrowed her eyes at the figures in black roaming the streets in droves. Dane suddenly broke into a cold smile. "Fine, let's see just how evil these guys are." Priscilla also regained her composure, brushing her hair back and smiling in response. "Agreed." The sky overhead was gray, thick dark clouds gathering like an omen of an approaching storm. Viewed from above, the market looked unusually deserted, citizens moving sneakily like ghosts. Everyone here rushed past, none daring to lift their eyes to look at anyone else or strike up conversations with strangers. When Dane asked for directions to buy hay, a middle-aged man with a weathered face pointed across the way. "Hey, go over that way." Priscilla gave a brief nod of thanks to the poor man before continuing onward with Dane. Dane glanced around, silently counting at least 100 soldiers mingling within the crowd. Ahead of them lay a large building with majestic arched architecture, a place Dane knew was heavily guarded. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from a nearby street corner, catching their attention. A man collapsed to the ground, begging pitifully and in terror. Please spare me, my family really doesn't have any children left." Feet clad in black cloaks trudged closer as a threatening voice rang out. "No children, you say?" A man with deep purple hair and an extremely arrogant expression stepped out. It was the purple-haired priest of the Trillion cult. He barked that if there were no sacrificial offerings they had to surrender equivalent assets, then ordered the man dragged away for daring to disrespect the gods. A guard roughly dragged the man away despite his pleas. Witnessing this infuriating spectacle from afar, neither Dane nor Priscilla could hide their hatred. Dane's expression was now colder than ever, his sharp gaze flashing with murderous intent locked onto the heretics subverting this land. Outside a building, bricks and stones began flying through the air like rain. The frenzied mob chanted wildly, ruthlessly pelting stones at the target ahead without mercy. A man covered in blood from the stoning could only groan in agonizing pain. He was tied tightly to a stone pillar in the center of the plaza, enduring the villagers' wrath for the crime of stealing a god's child. The men in the mob screamed, their faces twisted with rage. Fanaticism showed clearly on every face as they swarmed forward as though wanting to tear the sinner to shreds. Dane Saugers and Priscilla Neriel observed from afar, unable to contain their shock at this horrifying scene. Dane clicked his tongue, unable to believe people in the same territory could treat one another so cruelly. Priscilla stared, finding it strange that such a terrible thing could happen publicly without the outside world knowing a thing. She wondered why not a single person had managed to escape this place to report the news outside. Priscilla clenched her fists, her mood growing heavy. She told Dane that the truest terror of the Trillion cult didn't lie merely in summoning demon gods or sacrificing people. Rather, it was control. they manipulated the townspeople like puppets in their hands. They began infiltrating stealthily, starting from the lowest strata of society, first using money and food as bait to spread their doctrines among the impoverished. Next came the well-off and finally the upper crust and ruling nobility of this region. Walking and discussing, Priscilla explained how they infiltrated step by step using sweet words and material goods. Dane realized that given this situation, capturing the ringleader wouldn't be simple at all. He figured even if they took down the leader, the peace would only be temporary, because the ordinary citizens here had the cult's ideologies deeply ingrained in them. Dane looked into the distance, knowing they had been completely brainwashed. He had seen this exact scene far too many times in his past life. In times of war and turmoil, baseless religions like this always popped up everywhere. He surveyed the town, concerned that left unchecked, this rot would soon spread elsewhere. Dane asked Priscilla to provide more information, especially regarding their frequent practice of sacrificing living children. Priscilla confirmed rumors claimed they performed that ritual once a week. Dane brought a hand to his chin, deep in thought regarding the severity of the issue. His gaze grew icier and more focused than ever. Suddenly a couple appeared and caught Dane's eye. He abruptly grabbed Priscilla's hand, urging her to go buy the hay first. Priscilla startled, not understanding what was happening, but Dane signaled her to act natural and walk normally. Glancing back, Dane spotted more people quietly trailing the two of them. The sound of trailing footsteps echoed steadily down the street. Sharp, probing gazes from behind were glued to them. Dane realized information here was locked down tightly. Tourists once entered could hardly ever leave. He guessed the group tailing them was likely ordered to silence them. Instead of blocking their path and raising suspicion, the culprits chose to let their prey walk deep inside before dealing with them later. Priscilla looked at Dane, silently agreeing with his deductions. Dane's gaze remained firm, ready to face whatever came next. Walking a bit further, Priscilla spotted a stable nearby. The wooden house with its gray tile roof appeared right before the two of them. Dane approached the stable, peeking inside. He proactively greeted the man carrying hay and asked to buy some fodder for the horses. The middle-aged man stared hard, muttering suspiciously about newly arrived outsiders. Dane Saugers casually explained they were just passing travelers in need of some hay for their horses. The old man narrowed his eyes, eyeing the pair over, his aged, scar-ridden face revealing clear scrutiny. After a moment of silence, he spoke up to ask the exact amount of hay they needed to buy. Dane and Priscilla hauled 2 huge bundles of hay on their shoulders, quietly packing down the town's desolate street. Around the corner of a wall, 2 intelligence agents still secretly tailed them, their sharp eyes never leaving the target. Their shadows cast against the rooftops, persistently tracking every step from above. As they walked, Dane discussed their next step, prioritizing rescuing the children first. Priscilla startled, looking over, unsure whether this plan was too reckless with only 2 people. Dane nodded in confirmation, since confronting the fanatical cult head-on right now was impossible. Looking at the deluded devotees praying, he understood they couldn't use force against townspeople who were completely brainwashed. Priscilla quickly agreed, also wishing to prioritize rescuing the most pitiful young souls. Dane narrowed his eyes calculatingly. Their most crucial target now was locating where the kids were detained. But first, they needed to find a safe hiding spot to protect the children after a successful rescue. A confident smile flashed across Dane's lips as though he had already mapped out a foolproof plan. He mentioned a territory just 2 days' journey away, home to the esteemed Count Gangpar's castle. It was a heavily fortified region untouched by the corruption of these heretics. The plan was to contact the royalty to report the situation and request military deployment from Gangpar's castle to quell the rebellion. The town sky began weighing heavy with thick clouds, bracing for a massive upheaval about to unfold. Dane affirmed his group was fully capable of handling this rescue mission cleanly. Since their group was already heading that way, they could ask their traveling friends to look after the kids first. After making sure the children were in a safe place, the group would officially unite for a full-scale assault. Priscilla nodded in understanding, suddenly sensing the presence of knights and priests belonging to the royal church very nearby. Dane was slightly surprised, wondering to himself if some secret resistance force was hiding out here. He decided he had to find them at all costs to coordinate and turn this into a surprise attack. Priscilla smiled brightly, the previous anxiety giving way to a fighting spirit. She glanced back slightly, signaling to Dane about the tail that was still persistently tracking them. Looking down at the dark alley ahead, Priscilla asked if they should deal with the stalkers right now. The 2 spies maintained their distance, completely unaware they had fallen into the enemy's crosshairs. Dane smirked dangerously, deciding to lure them deep into the deserted alley to wipe them out cleanly in one go. Layla asked if they should go in to help, while Dane, now disguised with blue hair and glasses, asserted he would go rescue the kids and needed to pinpoint the exact location to plant. Layla anxiously asked back to confirm this risky intention, and Dane calmly replied that he had a rough grasp of the location and it was time to map out their moves. Dane pulled out a magical tracking device explaining that if everyone rushed in together it would only expose their objective and assign the others an equally important task. He instructed Dayward and Layla that to reach the Havarosk mountain range, they were forced to pass through Count Gangpar's castle, asking them to escort the children there safely. Dane revealed a shocking detail. He had contacted and reached an agreement with the royal family to pave the way for this plan. Layla and Dayward were stunned by his terrifying work pace, while Dane felt a bit apologetic that this might delay Layla's mother's matter slightly. Layla smiled gently, asserting she would never abandon the children either and telling Dane not to feel guilty since this was the right thing to do. Dane gripped the magical device tightly, softly thanking Layla for her understanding as the preparations were swiftly finalized. Dayward also nodded in agreement, figuring no one could turn a blind eye in this situation, and everyone burned with the eagerness to resolve things quickly. Layla's eyes lit up with determination, ready to stand side by side with Dane in the perilous mission ahead. Once agreed, Dayward urged Dane to set the coordinates for the rendezvous point so they could move out immediately before the enemy could react. Dane nodded, promising to contact everyone soon as the group prepared to split up to execute different assault vectors. Dayward couldn't help but marvel at Dane's situational judgment and decisive actions, silently praising his younger brother's drive and competence. But looking back at the town, Layla felt a pang of heartache as it was now flooded with heretics and crumbling ruins from endless conflicts. Dayward squinted into the distance, pondering how the aftermath of the war lingered heavier and more stubbornly than they had imagined. Seeing wretched citizens sitting sluggishly by the roadside, Dayward remarked that outside the capital, things were far worse and more chaotic than this. Unwilling to waste more time, Dayward threw an arm around his two younger companions, reminding the group to urgently rescue the kids so everything would go smoothly. The three of them answered in unison, their eyes revealing unyielding resolve as mutual brotherhood and trust became their greatest strength right now. The group briskly strode across the green grass toward the horses waiting at the edge of the forest. Climbing onto their saddles, each carried private thoughts about the upcoming mission, though the shared objective remained crystal clear. Layla thought to herself about how amazing Dane was, always showing up right on time and resolving every hardship like a miracle. Recalling how Dane had saved her last time, she felt his presence brought an absolute sense of security. Dayward looked at Dane's back, silently marveling at the kid's potential and believing that one day he would lift the Sagar's household to the pinnacle of the empire. A confident smile bloomed on Dayward's lips, knowing he was betting on the right person and that his Termian family wouldn't let themselves fall behind either. Beneath the sunlight, the group urged their horses forward, leaving the devastated town behind as a grueling new journey officially began. A panoramic view of the town from above appeared desolate under the shade of withered tree branches, signaling a gloomy atmosphere. Shifting to another area, Priscilla asked Dane if he had found any new clues as he stepped out from a dark alley. Dane, now back in his true appearance with silver hair, casually replied that they spilled way easier than he thought, with bloodstains on the alley walls suggesting the interrogation had been quite intense. Dane stepped past the corpses strewn across the alley with his composure entirely undisturbed, leaving Priscilla astonished by his interrogation skill. He joked that perhaps he had tortured too many enemies in his past life to be this proficient now, leaving Priscilla speechless at his heavy-handed humor. Priscilla was eager to learn the vital information Dane had just extracted from the church's minions. Dane's gaze turned sharp as he got down to business, knowing the information he secured would undoubtedly flip the entire situation. Dane revealed that the children were currently being held in a large warehouse, numbering not just a few but around 100. They were those who dared defy the Trillion Church, and even parents trying to protect their kids were dragged there and locked up. More horrifyingly, the entire family of Marquis Oliva was also locked up there, explaining why such a major faction had stayed dead silent for so long. Priscilla grasped the problem immediately, exclaiming that no wonder the Marquis couldn't act since his biggest weakness had been seized by the enemy. However, the most intractable problem was how to infiltrate that warehouse to rescue the captives when the guarding soldiers were extremely numerous and elite. Priscilla worriedly noted that if a battle broke out, enemy reinforcements would pour in massively, making the safe evacuation of hundreds of people during such chaos nearly impossible. Pondering deeply, the young girl wore a look of utter deadlock over how to achieve the best of both worlds. She turned to ask Dane, hoping his genius brain already had a viable solution for this tight spot. Right at that moment, from inside Dane's cloak, a tiny white creature, looking like a baby dragon or spirit beast, peeked its head out and let out a playful cry. Priscilla widened her eyes in surprise at the bizarre creature, realizing this must be the trump card Dane was hiding for the upcoming plan. Dane smiled calculatingly as he began mapping out the strategy while inside his cloak the little dragon started stirring, ready for what was about to unfold. The tiny creature poked its head out, letting out excited squeaks as if understanding its master's expectations. Priscilla asked about the next step, wondering if Dane intended to use Karnas as a distraction, to which Dane nodded, promising to summon someone genuinely powerful to throw the battlefield into chaos. Meanwhile, down in the plaza, hundreds of citizens gathered densely to listen to fanatical sermons about a new world about to open up. A heretical priest with long blue hair passionately brainwashed the crowd, aggressively declaring that they shouldn't doubt anything and just following the church would grant them the new world. He screamed frantically, asserting that sacred blood was the fastest path to meet the demon god and that the world's salvation lay in the hands of those present. The wretched townspeople, seemingly completely spellbound, began chanting the demon god's name and begging to be granted salvation. Cries of "Save us!" echoed across the plaza, creating a gloomy and desperate atmosphere. The priest licked his lips with craving, realizing Marquis's domain would completely fall into his grasp after a long period of painstaking planning. He triumphantly plotted the complete annihilation of Marquis Oliva's family and the church priests who were still desperately resisting. Looking down from above, the priest grandly proclaimed that this territory would soon fall into their hands and become the new base of the Trillion Church. The declaration was raised amid flags bearing the cult's symbol, affirming the spreading dominion of darkness. The crowd raised their fists to the sky in unison, roaring that the time had come as fanaticism reached its peak among the populace. The plaza overflowed with hysterical cheers, with everyone believing their lives were about to change for the better under the heretical church's protection. The priest tilted his face upward, sending a plea to the leader to witness this glorious moment to the very end. His face revealed extreme excitement, as if basking in the intoxicating thrill of victory upon seeing everything unfold as expected. With wild, bloodshot eyes, he screamed with fierce determination that he would definitely succeed and no one could stop him. He stretched out his arms as if to embrace the whole world while an eccentric and terrifying laughter burst forth. Yet a massive pressure suddenly struck from the sky, shaking the entire plaza violently. Powerful tremors tore through the air as dust kicked up everywhere, signaling an impending disaster. The surrounding buildings shook as if on the verge of collapse, causing the cheering crowd to panic instantly. The downward pressure grew heavier, leaving the church guards stunned as they looked up at the pitch-black sky. The citizens stared blankly in bewilderment, unable to understand why the crucial ceremony was suddenly interrupted by a mystical force. The blue-haired priest also began breaking out in a cold sweat, terrified as he shouted to ask what the hell was hurtling straight down at them. From the dark clouds, the beast Karnas with glowing red eyes materialized, plummeting into the plaza like a gigantic, deadly fireball. The eerie light from the summoned beast's eyes terrified the priest as he realized this was an entirely unexpected magical attack. A gigantic werewolf beast with glowing red eyes roared, beginning a rampage right in the heart of the heretical domain. Its powerful swing tore through the air, generating terrifying shockwaves. A corner of the street shook violently as dust billowed up beneath the monster's feet. The crazed wolf rampaged, turning sturdy architecture into piles of rubble in the blink of an eye. Not stopping at physical might, it also spewed streams of fire that incinerated everything around it. Flames raged furiously, swallowing buildings and turning the sky blood red. Down on the streets, people panicked and fled, screams echoing everywhere at the appearance of this insane summoned beast. A rain of fire poured down as everyone scrambled to escape, knowing nobody would survive at this rate. The cultists froze for several seconds, unable to figure out what the hell was happening or where the monster came from. The blue-haired cultist gritted his teeth in fury, staring at the chaotic scene in absolute disbelief. He realized this didn't match the resistance's style, but wondered who on earth was behind this. Boulders were hurled into the air, raining down like hail to devastate every corner. The situation spiraled out of control as guards screamed for water brigades to put out the fires, but it was futile against the overwhelmingly powerful monster. Church troops collapsed as chaos consumed the entire central district of the domain. While attention focused on the monster, Priscilla Neriel stealthily navigated through the deserted areas. She sprinted quickly, taking advantage of the enemy being preoccupied with Dane's magical beast. Priscilla silently marveled at how effectively Dane Saugers's plan was working, leaving the area free of enemies. She stopped at a street corner, trying to reorient her path forward. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade flashed, pressing right against her neck and freezing Priscilla in her tracks. Priscilla widened her eyes in shock, realizing she had been caught. A silver-haired knight in shining armor appeared, coldly asking who she was and why she was lurking here. He threatened to take her head if she was a heretic trying to escape. Priscilla raised both hands hurriedly with sweat streaming down her face. She quickly stated her identity as Priscilla Nerial, a theology student from the Royal Academy who came here to rescue people. She explained that the chaos outside was caused by her teammates to create a distraction in coordination with the resistance. Priscilla swore on the honor of someone following the path of theology. The silver-haired knight lowered his sword slightly, repeating the name Priscilla Nerial with suspicion. His gaze remained sharp, scrutinizing every expression on the young girl's face. He demanded proof, warning he wouldn't hesitate to swing his sword immediately otherwise. Priscilla nodded in agreement, though she still felt a bit fearful under the opponent's pressure. She gritted her teeth, figuring out a way to prove her identity amidst this dire situation. As she prepared to channel holy power, a majestic voice rang out telling them to stop. A group of priests emerged from behind, with the leader declaring that he knew this child well. Both Priscilla and the knight turned back in startle to look at the newcomers. The man stepped closer, confirming without a doubt that Priscilla used to be his student. Each of his steps was unhurried yet carried weight, easing the tense atmosphere. It was Bishop Atam, who smiled and welcomed Priscilla after a long time apart. Priscilla opened her eyes wide in astonishment, unable to believe she was meeting the bishop in a place like this. She hurried over to greet him, feeling a wave of relief as if escaping the jaws of death. The silver-haired knight also sheathed his sword, stepping aside upon seeing the bishop's acquaintance. Bishop Atam placed a hand on her shoulder, recalling how he used to teach her during her freshman year as 4 years had already flown by. He smiled gently, praising her for growing up a lot. Priscilla grinned brightly, attributing it all to Bishop Atam's past teachings. Bishop Atam looked at her through his glasses, wearing a pensive expression at the former student's praise. Glancing at the smoke and fire outside, he asked why she was here instead of the academy and what that giant magical beast was about. Atam continued interrogating her about her companion, demanding a clear explanation of what was happening. Priscilla paused for a moment to gather her words so they sounded convincing to her former teacher. She started her act, claiming she happened to drop by with a friend from the academy and couldn't stand by upon seeing the misery. The bishop asked in shock, "You knew we were hiding here?" Priscilla nodded, saying she sensed the faint holy power and wanted to join forces with the resistance to save the people. She bowed earnestly, begging the bishop to lend his strength to wipe out these cruel heretics. The courageous proposal left both the silver-haired knight and those around them stunned. Bishop Atam sighed in shame, never expecting a young student like her to possess such profound thinking and chivalrous spirit. He affirmed he would definitely support her, refusing to let Priscilla face danger alone. However, the bishop still worried that if this leaked, the heretical church's forces would swarm in like ants. Answering that anxiety was a confident smile from Priscilla, showing she had accounted for everything. She advised the bishop to return to the church with everyone and report things as usual, assuring him everything was already planned out. Meanwhile, the monster outside was still raising hell, continuously smashing down ancient buildings. The giant wolf roared, every step shaking the ground and setting off massive explosions. Atop a high rooftop, Dane Sagar stood watching, telling the little dragon Karnas to rest since continuing would turn the whole village to ashes. He wondered if Priscilla had successfully infiltrated yet, then decided to finish up his own part quickly. Dane's gaze hardened sharply, preparing for the final step of the hunt. Below, the blue-haired cultist was screaming frantically, ordering his underlings to find out who summoned the monster. A terrified underling reported that the thick smoke and fire made it impossible to spot any trace of the enemy. The blue-haired man grabbed the underling by the collar and chewed him out, knowing that failure to stop this beast would wipe out the entire domain. Destructive noises echoed consecutively as thick smoke obstructed the panicked cultist's vision. The cultist gritted his teeth in helplessness at the unimaginable devastation caused by the werewolf magical beast. Just as he felt most desperate, a hand suddenly reached out to grab his shoulder from behind. He muttered in fear, worrying how he would face the leader after this disastrous failure. A cold voice spoke up right beside them. "If that's the case, don't worry too much about it." Dane Sagars revealed himself right in the middle of the enemy's den, bluntly declaring that the guy would never get the chance to meet his leader again. An arrogant, smug smirk crossed his face as he looked at the trembling heretics. Dane stood there authoritatively with the dragon Karnas on his shoulder, possessing the poise of someone who completely mastered the battlefield. The two guards vanished in a heartbeat, not even getting a chance to utter a sound to Dane. He looked at the remaining troops with ice-cold eyes. The blue-haired leader froze, unable to believe his two close bodyguards had fallen so fast. His jaw dropped in shock at the opponent's terrifyingly swift processing speed. Only now did he realize that Dane not only knew how to summon magical beasts, but his close-quarters combat was also fiercely hardcore. He casually dusted off his sleeves, ignoring the guy screaming and demanding to know who was behind all this. With a smirk, Dane told him he'd better worry about saving his own neck first. He started breaking out in cold sweat, feeling death closing in. The little dragon Karnas suddenly swooped down from above. It launched a lightning-fast attack, leaving the cult leader defenseless. Despair was clearly visible in his eyes as the tiny monster lunged straight at him. A neat finishing blow sent the mastermind crashing straight to the floor. Dane looked down at the chaos, deciding to take him alive to interrogate back home. Catching this big fish would be far more valuable to hand over to the Imperial Church than simply killing him off. The blue-haired guy now lay as still as a log, completely stripped of any ability to resist. Scene cut to the evacuation area, where Priscilla was busily coordinating the panicking crowd. The priests were hurriedly casting healing magic on the townspeople trapped beneath the rubble. The lucky survivors teared up, thinking they had surely met their end. Priscilla heaved a sigh of relief, feeling much better seeing the villagers settling down. She gently tended to an elderly noble uncle who was stubbornly demanding to save his wife and child first. Dane strolled over, asking how the rescue efforts were going over here. Priscilla startled and whipped around, shock clearly written on her face upon seeing him appear. Seeing Dane back so early, she was even more stunned to hear him say he had caught the ringleader. The cult leader from earlier was now tied up like a stuffed rice dumpling, tossed into a corner against the wall. Bishop Atem stepped forward to greet them, looking quite impressed to finally meet the genius of the Saugers family. Dane politely greeted him back, stating he did everything according to the plan Priscilla had discussed. Adam chuckled heartily, saying the church was actually the one deeply indebted to him. He thanked the two for showing up right on time, giving them powerful allies to turn the tables. Priscilla pointed toward the captive, telling the bishop this was the leader of the Trillion cult's proselytizing faction. Seeing the guy foaming at the mouth, Dane suggested handing him over to the church to deal with neatly. Bishop Atem still couldn't believe Dane captured the guy as easily as going to the grocery store. He immediately ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch, strictly forbidding him from escaping. The knight acknowledged the order and waved for more men to escort the criminal away. Atem nodded approvingly, inwardly praising Dane's decisiveness and efficient work ethic. Mentioning letting him taste the church's interrogation techniques, old Atam's smile made even Dane shudder on the guy's behalf. Once the rescue was mostly done, Atam turned to ask Dane's opinion on starting the evacuation of civilians out of harm's way. He intended to have the Holy Knights protect those unable to move on their own due to torture. Dane nodded in agreement, knowing full well the cult's remnants wouldn't let this slide for long. Looking at the devastated town under the twilight, everyone understood the enemy would soon march here seeking their leader. Dane urged the team to quickly clean up the battlefield and retreat before it was too late. Just as he was about to leave, the little dragon Karnas suddenly flew around erratically in the sky, letting out warning cries. Seeing its frantic behavior, a massive force was definitely surrounding this area. Hearing the commotion, Dane and Priscilla startled and looked up. The enemy arrived faster than he thought. Dane's gaze hardened, gearing up for a life-or-death battle. In the distance, an entire cultist army loomed into view, armed to the teeth. The axe-wielding soldiers began scouring, sniffing out their target gathering near the warehouse area. The ringleader roared, ordering them to catch the sacrificial offerings trying to slip away. Meanwhile, Dane and the knights remained trapped with the blue-haired prisoner amidst the encirclement. The trio of Dane, Priscilla, and Bishop Adam stood sternly, discussing the quickest countermeasures. Civilians began running amok, cries of "the heretics are here," echoing all down the streets. An elderly noble shook uncontrollably, clasping his hands begging the gods to protect his old life. Seeing the ferocious cultists charging in, Dane just gave a cold laugh. He found it ridiculous that they still had no idea who they were about to mess with. He told Priscilla to quickly lead everyone in retreating, while he alone would stay behind to handle everything. Before Bishop Atam could fully comprehend, Priscilla urged him to mobilize the Holy Knights to assist the citizens. Seeing Dane's confidence, the bishop knew he had no choice but to place his faith in this boy. He immediately gave the order for the knights to protect the civilians at all costs. The knights hurriedly cleared a path, prioritizing ensuring an escape route for the people. The crowd began evacuating in fear, children and women escorted first under the military's protection. Priscilla urged Adam to hurry up, as the situation was extremely critical. The bishop glanced back at Dane, his eyes showing a mix of appreciation and anxiety. Now only Dane remained alone before the sea of people. He sighed, honestly wishing he could just end this peacefully. Brilliant blue mana crackled around him, kicking off a true display of power. He reached out his hand, preparing to unleash his trump card. With blazing eyes, Dane commanded the summoned entity to appear immediately. Bolts of energy slammed into the ground, creating terrifying mana explosions around the enemy troops. The cultists stopped short in utter shock, sensing a massive oppressive aura taking shape. A giant magic wolf materialized with a roar that tore through the night, ready to crush anyone daring to cross the line. The entire cityscape shook violently from the magical power of the battle. The giant wolf Edorak roared, sweeping away the enemy remnants. The cultist army fled in disarray. The civilian rescue operation had concluded with resounding success. The final devotees of the Trillion cult were cleanly wiped out beneath Edorak's fangs and claws. The procession of priests and residents safely escaped the Marquis territory without running into any major obstacle. Dane Saugers's group stood on a cliff observing the evacuation. Spotting Dane, Layla and Ernest waved loudly from afar. The whole gang was finally fully reunited. The priest smiled with relief seeing everything smooth out. Ernest admired seeing the summoned wolf thrash the enemy formation clearly from afar, not forgetting to praise everyone for their hard work. But the fun was brief, they needed to get moving right away. The route was cleared, with children prioritized onto horses heading toward Count Gangpar's castle. Dane wore a bulky backpack, keeping watch behind as they walked. He maintained constant vigilance since he never knew when cultists might pop up. Towering snow-capped mountains gradually emerged through the fog. Ahead, a troop of dark blue-armored knights waited to welcome the group. A purple-haired man stepped forward introducing himself as hailing from Count Gangpar's castle. It was Ron Gangpar, the second son of the family and commander of the Second Knight Order. Dane politely introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Saugers and thanked them for their support. Ron nodded silently, his gaze turning slightly pensive. The Gangpar Knights simultaneously bowed in apology for letting a tragedy occur in a neighboring territory without intervening in time. Dane reassured them that the enemy was simply too cunning, so they shouldn't blame themselves. Ron listened, keeping a serious expression on his face. Meanwhile, Count Gangpar was also sitting pensively in deep thought. His brother Ron's First Knight Order had been dispatched to the Marquis territory to further investigate the incident. Dane smiled with satisfaction, realizing this family genuinely had a conscience. Under the escort of the Knight Order, the group continued toward the castle. With the heavy burden lifted, Layla and Ernest chatted lively with everyone. Ron looked at Dane with high regard. He admitted rumors of an exceptional genius at the academy turned out to be entirely true. Initially hearing from royalty that a few kids were going to rescue people, Ron and his subordinates had objected in disbelief. But witnessing hundreds of people saved, he was completely humble. The townspeople's smiles were the clearest proof of Dane's group's capability. Ron smiled, offering to escort the group back to the castle to rest and prepare a welcome feast. Snow began falling heavily over the Havarask mountain range at the border. Count Gangpar's castle stood majestically, acting as a steel shield blocking monsters and enemies. Dane's group and the crowd stepped inside the fortified stronghold. Entering the hall, Count Gangpar appeared looking robust with a hearty smile. He urged everyone inside for warmth and suggested preparing a meal right away since everyone must be starved. Observing the Count's demeanor, Dane felt he was straightforward and trustworthy. The fully stocked grain stores were immediately mobilized to serve the evacuees. Layla and Ernest feasted to their heart's content. Dane told the gang to eat their fill as they would soon have to hit the road to finish their mission. Priscilla stood up, worried about the patients, so she wanted to go help Bishop Adam heal injuries. Dane nodded in agreement. Seeing Dane stand up too, the orange-haired female knight asked where he was heading. Dane smiled, saying he needed to report the situation to Third Prince Edward, telling everyone else to stay and rest. Ernest and Layla waved goodbye, promising to catch up later. Dane used the magical communication device to report successfully. On the other end, Prince Edward was very pleased that matters in the Marquis territory were resolved smoothly. The prince praised Dane for solving troubles seamlessly wherever he went. Edward clicked his tongue in regret, saying it would have been much more interesting had Dane joined the academy instead of heading east. Dane looked into the distance, replying he couldn't disobey the emperor's orders. The prince sighed, wishing he could tag along with Dane's crew too, but reality didn't allow it. Edward further revealed the emperor was very pleased and intended to use this opportunity to inspect the entire south. Dane pondered this political move in silence. He realized the emperor was genuinely considering reconciliation with the Saugers family after a long period of keeping them in check through conflict. The emperor had made his final decision, and it all started from what Dane accomplished. Edward sincerely praised Dane for all his hard work. A faint smile appeared on the young man's face. To Dane, those were simply things he needed to do. He ended the call as darkness gradually swallowed the snowy mountain. Dane turned off the communicator, gearing up for the next challenges on this journey. The next morning, the group began their journey crossing the treacherous snowy Havarask mountain range. Howling winds blew bitterly cold. Layla panted, complaining about steep slopes and thick snow exhausting even the fittest individuals. The white-haired female knight sensed a strange energy blanketing the entire mountain, causing unusual physical and mental fatigue. The orange-haired knight explained rumors of the demon realm leaving a curse here after ancient invasions. Ernest panicked hearing about the curse, regretting they hadn't found a map to avoid this path. Dane calmly explained choosing this route was best since at least there were no monsters or traps lurking around. Hearing Dane speak so casually, Layla snapped, yelling that he was the only one doing fine while everyone else was dying of exhaustion. Dane startled, quickly apologizing to his TikTok friend. The orange-haired knight had to stop and lean against a tree to catch his breath. Everyone had reached their limits. The knight's gaze suddenly sharpened upon noticing something abnormal amidst the white snow. He abruptly waved his hand in a decisive gesture that made the whole group halt. Everyone froze, the atmosphere instantly growing thick with tension. Dane also felt a dangerous presence. The orange-haired knight ordered everyone to stop immediately. Something was stalking them in the snowy dark. Dane's group took cover behind a large boulder to dodge the howling blizzard. The orange-haired knight warned that archers were lurking somewhere. Layla suspected rangers, though unsure if they were friend or foe. Dane closed his eyes, vaguely sensing an unfamiliar aura cutting through the white snow. Layla wondered how the knight was so sharp-eared, and he just smiled, saying it was instinct from years of running for his life. Ahead lay an open clearing, but the terrain looked unnaturally bumpy. Dane realized snow was covering bodies. He decided to take Ernest along to check for human traces. Ernest eagerly accepted right away, tracking missions being his specialty. The orange-haired knight watched them go, trust clearly shining in his eyes. Dane told everyone to wait here, promising he'd be back quickly. It felt like they had reached the border. Jagged snowy ridges loomed threateningly through the storm. The deeper they went, the quieter and bone-chillingly colder the space became. Karnas hovered overhead, as if it had sniffed out something amiss. Sure enough, they found a soldier collapsed in the snow, his body covered in injuries. Dane noted that the wounds were very deep, and the guy had definitely been ambushed from behind by someone. He observed the unconscious victim closely in deep thought. Figuring the guy would have useful information on him, Dane began searching him. After finding a few things, he sent the little dragon Karnas flying back to call the others over. Karnas flapped its wings and darted off, its cries echoing across the snowy mountain region. What they found turned out to be a map. The group gathered around the map and couldn't help but be amazed at how detailed it was drawn. Dane realized it meticulously marked every landmark in the Haberok's mountain range, just like what professional pathfinders usually carried. Ernest and Layla beamed with excitement. With this map, they no longer had to fear getting lost. Priscilla looked at the fallen soldier with a worried and pensive expression. She wondered how a seasoned pathfinder could possibly have been taken down so miserably. The orange-pink-haired knight reassured Priscilla, saying that sort of thing was common on the border. And besides, since the guy was an enemy, getting first aid was already a mercy. Hearing that, Priscilla could only nod quietly. Dane found yet another decree on the soldier's person. Ernest asked out of curiosity what kind of order it was, then suddenly remembered to wonder if Dane could read the language of the Drenic region. Dane smiled with quiet confidence, saying he knew a bit, so they should let him give it a try. His eyes focused intensely on the bizarre ancient characters written on the paper. The decree stated that the situation at the ruins was dire, with 5 earthquakes and an increasingly severe leak of magical power. The letter-bearer was ordered to secretly approach and assess the situation before Altian's pathfinders arrived. Priscilla was stunned, realizing that if the magical leakage was that severe, a major crisis was definitely unfolding inside the ruins. The orange-pink-haired knight clicked his tongue, figuring this trip was turning out much more troublesome than they had imagined. Dane, however, felt fortunate that thanks to this soldier, the group gained extra information to prepare with. Layla quickly boosted everyone's morale, reminding them that they were all elites of the academy. Ernest also regained his resolve, determined to find Roxana's tear no matter what. The orange-pink-haired knight maintained his pensive expression, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Dane ordered the group to study the map thoroughly to anticipate any possible dangers. The blizzard continued howling, blanketing all tracks along the path. The group continued pushing deeper into the mountain range. Finally, the entrance to the ruins appeared before their eyes just as the map had directed. The orange-pink-haired knight noticed the strange energy current growing stronger as they approached, suggesting the group thoroughly search the area to find a safe entrance while keeping close together. The group responded in unison and began spreading out to scout. Their footsteps sank deep into the thick snow as they decided to start inspecting from over there. Footprints imprinted on the snowy ground guided the party forward. Dane stood silently, gazing at the majestic snowy mountains ahead of him. He was still pondering the injured pathfinder they had encountered earlier, wondering if he had been attacked by Altian's pathfinders. Or perhaps someone else or something even more terrifying was lurking in hiding. The group moved to a large stone structure, and after confirming the area was safe, they prepared to check the opposite side, figuring the soldiers' mission was likely to survey these ruins. Dane, Priscilla, and Ernest crouched down to take cover, with Dane wondering if the soldier's task was just a basic survey or if he had to find something specific and report back. Suddenly, Dane's gaze sharpened as he ordered everyone to stop immediately. Seeing Priscilla and Layla looking puzzled, Dane said he smelled the stench of death, leaving both horrified when he mentioned corpses. He motioned for everyone to keep absolute silence. Dane led the group weaving through the treacherous rocky terrain to track down the source of that deathly odor. Both Layla and Ernest showed extreme tension, readying themselves for the worst-case scenario. Viewed from above, the party looked truly tiny amid the vast, snow-white plains. The hazy scenery of the ruins emerged behind the chilling mist. As they climbed onto a high rocky ledge, the group suddenly froze at the sight unfolding below. Dane couldn't hide his shock, realizing the situation was far more serious than he had thought. Layla covered her mouth in horror to suppress a scream, while the orange-pink-haired knight stood dumbfounded without words. Ernest and Priscilla were also stunned, unable to believe their eyes at what was happening. Down in the valley lay a horrifying scene with bright red bloodstains splattered across the white snow. A bloody massacre. Ernest realized all the soldiers lying here were Altian's pathfinders, and their condition was utterly wretched, identical to the Drenic soldier they had run into earlier. The group halted before a chaotic pile amid the snowy expanse, with the corpses of the pathfinders scattered everywhere. The orange-pink-haired knight confirmed that all 10 men were dead, leaving Layla standing beside him completely drained of color. Layla trembled as she looked at her older brother, suggesting they turn back because she sensed danger drawing close. The pink-haired knight grew pensive, recognizing that the annihilation of an elite Pathfinder squad was a massive incident. The corpse of a Pathfinder lay face down on the deep red snow with a broken sword tossed right beside him. The white-haired female knight placed a hand on Layla's shoulder to reassure her, telling her to calm down so they could assess the situation together. The orange-pink-haired knight ordered everyone to draw their weapons and heighten their vigilance because the culprit might still be hanging around. Looking closely at the wounds, they didn't look like quick deaths but rather the result of a fierce struggle. The blue-haired scholar remarked that the wounds were bizarre, with flesh and skin torn apart brutally by overwhelming strength. Dane Sauger stepped closer to observe, asserting that this was definitely not the work of humans. Massive footprints were deeply embedded in the rock and snow, leading straight into the interior of the ruins. The orange-pink-haired knight realized these were monster tracks, and worse, they traveled in packs. Layla pointed out that the thin layer of snow had unintentionally exposed their entire route. The pink-haired knight's expression grew increasingly grave. Pitch-black footprints stretched out of sight, plunging deep into the darkness of the ruins. Dane wondered why they slaughtered the Pathfinders before breaking in here. He spotted a strange strand of fur stuck on the equipment of the fallen man. Picking it up to inspect closely, he found it to be a long, slender strand of shimmering silver fur. Gazing at the silver strand in his hand, a terrifying name popped into Dane's mind. The image of a giant werewolf tribe with silver fur surfaced in his thought. Dane stated that the Empire had a special unit known as the Lycanthrope tribe, and these footprints belonged to them. Layla was astounded, thinking such ultra-powerful werewolf tribes only existed in fairy tales. According to Dane's past life memories, this unit was formed in exchange for imperial citizenship rights for their tribesmen. But if they were allies, why did they turn around and murder their own pathfinders? Layla worried whether their target was also Roxana's Tyr. Dane knew identifying the enemy made them easier to deal with, but he sensed the real issue went far beyond that. He had a hunch that someone was pulling the strings behind the entire werewolf tribe. The white-haired female knight reassured them that her holy power could counter them, nodding her only concern was being spotted by reinforcements. The orange-pink-haired knight felt optimistic, figuring the vanguard party had already triggered the traps, saving them energy. That made sense, so the group decided they had to act quickly before it was too late. Dane thought to himself that if things turned sour, this would be a great opportunity to test the power of the Arcanium sword. He drew his sword, the blade glowing brilliantly with powerful magical patterns. This way, everyone conceal your mana. The orange-pink-haired knight led the team inside. The party moved swiftly, vanishing into the darkness of the cave. Inside the ruins, the gloomy space was filled only with the chilling sound of steady water dripping. Fresh blood splattered across the ancient dwarven stone pillars, bearing witness to the tragedy. Desperate screams echoed from afar as 3 more werewolf comrades fell victim to hidden traps. The figure in the black cloak walked forward calmly, reiterating his promise to help their tribe escape a life of ostracism. Gagan, the leader of the Lycanthrope tribe, gritted his teeth in bitter resentment but was powerless to do otherwise. Beneath the cloak, the mysterious figure wore a sly, calculating smirk. He leveraged the dream of living in the light of the Empire to coerce the pitiful werewolves. The man feigned generosity by allowing them to refuse, but Gagan's look showed they had been driven into a corner. He threatened that if Gagan disobeyed, the future of the werewolf tribe would come to an absolute end. Gagan gritted his teeth in fury, his body trembling violently from being cornered. The werewolf leader pointed at the corpses of his 3 fallen comrades, shouting over the immense loss. The mysterious cloaked figure growled, chewing Gagan out for his whining and forcing him to figure out a way past the traps. Raising a hand burning with deep purple magic, he threatened to detonate Gagan's limbs right on the spot. Cruel magical energy wrapped around Gagan's neck, making his eyes bulge in terror. The 2 accompanying werewolves could only watch in helplessness and fear. Gagan was forced to lower his tone and beg the culprit to calm down so he could continue leading the way. The black-robed man let out a cold snort, mocking that Gagan should have known his place sooner. He retracted his magic, leaving the air thick with hatred. He coldly ordered the wolf pack to hurry up. Gagan stared at him with bloodshot eyes, silently enduring the humiliation. The group continued pushing deeper into the dark ruins. Heavy footsteps echoed steadily through the stone corridor. The silhouettes of the werewolf pack faded into the hazy mist of the ruins. The villain muttered under his breath that his secret organization must never be allowed to collapse. He frantically insisted on acquiring the treasure Roxana's tear at any cost. With it in hand, he believed he would restore all his lost power. Meanwhile, Dane's group had also advanced into the inner area. The blue-haired scholar crouched down to inspect the footprints and deduced that at least 7 or 8 people had just passed through here. The orange-pink-haired knight observed the surrounding architecture and noticed numerous artificial traces. Touching the intricate stone blocks, he recognized the ingenious craftsmanship of the dwarf race. Dane Saugers suddenly recalled Bulbak's words about his race once living in this mountain range. The blue-haired scholar pointed out that hidden traps began appearing densely from this point onward, though they had all been forcibly triggered. He clutched his head in shock, realizing the vanguard party had recklessly charged headfirst into the traps regardless of danger. Had they failed to spot the traps, the place should have been littered with their corpses. Layla and Priscilla Nerial were horrified upon hearing these chilling analyses. Dane Saugers's face hardened as he delivered a shocking conclusion. Could they have used their own comrades as living shields to clear the traps? Dry footsteps echoed through the quiet space of the ancient ruins. Tree roots wound around stone pillars, creating a rather gloomy atmosphere. Dane Saugers abruptly raised his hand to signal a halt, sensing something ominous ahead. The group froze instantly, with tension clearly etched across everyone's faces. Because the arcanium sword emitted too much light, Dane decided to retract it to avoid detection and told everyone to ready themselves. The orange-pink-haired knight took cover behind a large tree, silently observing the situation ahead. At the end of the corridor, a blinding light spilled from the entrance leading to the central hall of the ruins. The orange-pink-haired knight reminded the group to take cover and recheck their scent-masking potion since the enemy was very close. The blue-haired scholar and Layla nodded in confirmation, everything ready for a stealthy infiltration. One by one, they moved swiftly, finding broken stone slabs to use as shields. Viewed from above, the party had completely vanished into the darkness of the crumbling ruins. Dane thought to himself that without the scent-masking potion, the keen noses of those lycanthrope werewolves would have already sniffed them out. His gaze was fixed intently ahead, where angry, bickering voices echoed. Gagan was growling at the mysterious cloaked figure for being deceived, while the man was now demanding a sacrifice to activate the ruins. The giant werewolf leader adamantly refused to lose any more subordinates to the villain. The mysterious cloaked figure let out a sarcastic smirk, bringing up the murder of the 10 scouts to coerce the werewolf group. He threatened that if they turned back now, they would immediately become hunted fugitives with a bounty on their heads. Blood was smeared across the cold stone floor. He declared they would die whether they left this place or not. Gagan gritted his teeth in frustration at this catch-22 situation. Dane's group hiding nearby began analyzing the enemy forces, consisting of 3 lycanthropes, a dwarf, and the black-robed man. The blue-haired scholar immediately recognized the signature attire of the secret society they had been investigating for a long time. Dane confirmed it was indeed the exact same style as the cultists they had run into previously. Everyone was surprised, thinking this bunch had been wiped out during the sweeping operation. Layla grew worried, wondering if their target was also Roxana's tear like theirs. Gagan angrily prepared to rush in and kill the mysterious cloaked figure himself to seize the treasure. But the guy just chuckled coldly, confident that if he were killed, the werewolves would never be able to get the treasure. A deep purple magic circle appeared beneath his feet. He asserted that they didn't even know how to activate the ruins. The curse started tormenting Gagan again, causing him agonizing pain, the dark-cloaked man forced them to perform a sacrifice to be released. Suddenly, a pair of furry feet belonging to a subordinate stepped forward. The subordinate volunteered to sacrifice himself to save the rest of the clan so they could return home. Gagan looked at his comrade with eyes full of agony and helplessness. The mysterious cloaked figure smirked in satisfaction, knowing for sure the werewolves had no way out. The brave werewolf stepped into the center of the magic circle, accepting the grim fate of a sacrificial offering. The magic circle on the stone floor glowed brightly, ready to execute the sacrificial ritual. The blue-haired scholar explained that this circle only reacts when there is a sacrifice at the altar. Layla shuddered, not daring to imagine it. The orange-haired knight hesitated, unsure when the most appropriate time to charge out and stop them would be. The blue-haired scholar offered a rather cold opinion. Just stand by and watch them kill each other so they could reap the benefits later. The white-haired female knight was stunned, unable to believe her teammate could stand by and watch such a barbaric sacrifice. The scholar maintained a pragmatic attitude, arguing that letting them destroy each other was the best way. Layla and the white-haired knight hurriedly intervened in the argument, afraid that the group would be exposed. Amidst the tension, Dane abruptly cracked a mysterious smile, seemingly having figured out a solution. The group turned to look at Dane with skeptical eyes, not understanding what he was plotting. Dane's Saugers pondered deeply. He understood that if the enemy claimed the Tears of Roxana first, taking it back would become extremely difficult. Glancing at the gloomy ruins, he decided he had to seize control of the situation immediately to avoid falling into a passive stance. In the distance, the mysterious cloaked figure was also scheming. He figured he had targeted a perfect subject to serve as a ritual sacrifice. Dane discussed with Ernest that the black-cloaked guy definitely knew how to break the seal, so it was best to grab him by the neck first and interrogate him later. Ernest, the blue-haired scholar, flashed a confident smile and promised to use his abilities to support the team. The orange-haired knight and Layla also nodded in agreement. The group prepared to act before things got out of hand. The stone floor of the ruins was cold and desolate, enveloped in an eerily silent atmosphere. Strange noises began echoing from the ancient doorway leading deep into the sacrificial chamber. A surge of magic flared up, shattering the quiet atmosphere as Dane's group launched their assault. The whole group simultaneously leaped down from above, staging a surprise appearance right in the enemy's lair. The werewolf Gagan startled and shouted loudly, unable to believe anyone would dare barge in here and ruin the ceremony. The dwarf holding the lantern and the one-eyed werewolf were also dumbfounded. They realized this group didn't look like scouts at all. Gagan growled suspiciously, turning to ask the cloaked figure if these strangers were his allies. The sound of boot heels firmly striking the stone floor echoed, signaling an unavoidable showdown. Every member of Dane's group, from Layla to the knights, had assumed battle stances with a blazing aura. The mysterious cloaked figure glanced over the kids and coldly denied any relationship with them. Dane faced the enemy with a defiant expression, calling out their secret society's name directly as a stern greeting. While Gagan was still frantically asking for identities, the black-cloaked guy also began feeling things slip out of control. He recalled the scouting squad that had been killed earlier and couldn't figure out how anyone could get past the traps so fast. The two sides clashed fiercely amidst the deep purple magic circle. The cloaked figure wondered if this was a coincidence or a prearranged plan. Finally, both the cloaked figure and Gagan roared, demanding Dane's group immediately reveal their true identities. Finding themselves surrounded, an indifferent voice rang out asserting they weren't border guards but merely a sightseeing group that accidentally wandered off. The lycanthropes froze. They couldn't believe this heavily cordoned-off border zone could be breached so easily. The mysterious cloaked figure started breaking out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, wondering if these kids were also after the Tears of Roxana. Facing that suspicion, Dane simply kept silent, returning a profound look. He admitted it straight out to save time. Having traveled all the way to this remote relic, what else could they possibly be after besides that treasure? The villain turned around and lashed out at the werewolf Gagan. He was furious that things were derailing from the plan, as nobody besides rangers should have been here. Gagan and his subordinates could only stand and take the heat, their expressions extremely gloomy under the scolding. He roared, telling his subordinates to shut up. Since the surprise had happened, priority number 1 was thoroughly cleaning up this obstructing group. A nearby werewolf started feeling heavy pressure, sweat pouring down his face. Looking at Dane's group, the cloaked man struck upon a ruthless idea. Use these kids as sacrifices to break the seal and save his own side's blood. He brazenly laid down a condition, demanding one member of the group voluntarily sacrifice themselves since his side had lost too many people. Dane closed his eyes in contempt. he snapped back harshly. "Why don't you climb up on the altar yourself so everyone can be happy?" He flew into a rage, roaring that without him the werewolf tribe would be cursed for generations, so don't even think about making him sacrifice himself. The nearby werewolves could only silently watch the tense argument unfold between the two sides. Unwilling to waste words, he ordered his subordinates to take action immediately. To him, since the sacrifices had walked right into his trap, he might as well just catch them. He pressured Gagan into seizing a member of Dane's side, unless he wanted to see his kinsfolk's blood spilled in vain. Amidst the encirclement, Dane maintained an extremely calm demeanor, gripping his sword hilt tightly, ready to engage. Layla and Hyde immediately shifted into defensive stances. Hyde had drawn her bowstring, aiming straight at the monsters ahead. Curran observed very carefully and concluded the opponents were seasoned battlefield veterans, making it impossible to let his guard down even for a second. A breathtaking showdown deep within the ancient ruins. Everyone knew this battle wouldn't be easy, with the goal being to break that seal. The cloaked man pressed urgently with a stern voice, demanding Dane's group make their final decision right now. The werewolves began baring their fangs and claws, preparing to pounce on their prey upon their master's command. A massive furry hand slammed down threateningly against the ground, accompanied by a sigh of regret. Gagan looked at Dane, confessing he really didn't want to attack a kid, but current circumstances left him with no way out. Dane smirked. He mocked that fake kindness when their hands had just been stained with the blood of innocent rangers. His gaze turned ice cold, asserting that the people he used to know would never commit such cowardly acts. Dane's words struck a raw nerve, leaving the werewolves momentarily stunned and feeling guilty. "Cut the cheap excuses," Dane said as he drew his sword, the arcanium blade beginning to radiate a brilliant green energy. The villain standing behind started feeling anxious. He wondered where these kids got such immense confidence, or if they were hiding some power. A lantern was kicked flying, its flame flickering midair, signaling the official outbreak of battle. Gagan's henchmen roared excitedly, unwilling to listen any further and eager to tear their opponents to shreds instantly. Sensing trouble, the crafty cloaked man hurriedly retreated to the rear to preserve his life, abandoning the werewolves to fight. Gagan roared to cheer up his brothers, determined to fight for honor and the ultimate survival of the entire tribe. Three giant werewolf warriors simultaneously swooped down from above, creating a heavy pincer pressure targeting Dane. Dane glanced back, confirming the ringleader and the dwarf had safely retreated deep into the shadows. He smirked confidently, muttering to himself that he would wrap this game up as cleanly and quickly as possible. Dane signaled Layla to fall back, reminding her not to wander into the enemy's dangerous line of fire. Priscilla anxiously wanted to assist, as her holy magic could heal anyone if disaster struck. Layla couldn't help but gasp. She couldn't believe her ears hearing Dane intended to take on all three monsters by himself. Dane asserted that in this narrow terrain with limited visibility, letting him handle it alone was the optimal choice. Layla had to accept, though she admitted she was very curious to see the true might of his new sword. The arcanium blade glowed brightly, ready for a swift display of power from the Sagar's family genius. The werewolves were dumbfounded. They never expected a human kid to boast about taking all of them on alone. One growled in deep contempt. To them, being looked down upon by a lowly human was an unacceptable insult. "You're underestimating us too much." A clawed hand came down, seemingly tearing the air apart. With nothing left to say, all three lunged forward like phantoms simultaneously, wanting to finish Dane off on the spot. Dane stood firm, the arcanium sword in his hand blazing with green aura amidst the dark ruins. He narrowed his eyes at the charging monsters, muttering a sarcastic apology. A decisive step slammed hard into the stone floor, providing momentum for a counterattack. The sword swung up to form sharp cutting arcs, asserting he had zero interest in these lackeys. With terrifying speed, Dane zipped past his opponents like a gust of wind, leaving them defenseless. One of them stared in shock, realizing this kid didn't evade at all, choosing to charge straight into the middle of the encirclement. Dane's recklessness left them both astonished and hot-headed. His gaze remained bizarrely calm, as though every movement of the enemy was within the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, agonizing screams rang out. The bulky werewolves took hits one by one, blood splashing beneath Dane's blade. One went completely wild, screaming in agony, unable to believe he was being overpowered this easily. Dane saw right through every loophole in the enemy's attacks. Another sword swing followed, decisive and immensely powerful. Interweaving green sword chi slashes enveloped the battlefield space. He smoothly sidestepped a lethal swipe, his movements as graceful as a dance. Leveraging his jump, Dane performed a mid-air flip to set up the finishing blow. The werewolf below only managed to catch a glimpse of a silver-white blur plunging straight toward his head. Dane's expression remained cold, completely emotionless before an enemy on the brink of death. Fear clearly showed in the monster's eyes before everything ended. An energy explosion erupted, blowing all three giant werewolves backward and collapsing them like bowling pins. Standing from afar, Layla and Hyde could only stand frozen in shock at this terrifying might. Curran broke out in a cold sweat, silently marveling at Dane's true power surpassing anything he could have imagined. The battlefield abruptly quieted down, leaving only scattered corpses and a faint lantern glowing on the stone floor. The mysterious cloaked figure had been watching the fight from the shadows all along. He began to tremble. Three elite werewolf warriors couldn't even touch a hair on that kid's head. This truly was a monster. Dane slowly turned his head, locking his gaze straight onto the hiding culprit. The guy recognized a crucial detail: that silver hair along with outstanding swordsmanship skills. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the legendary genius of the Count Sagar's family from the rumors? He cursed his bad luck. Why did a caliber like this have to show up in this godforsaken place and ruin all his plans?